What would Game of Thrones be like as an animated comic book? Well, today we're launching a brand new video series where we explore the entire A Song of Ice and Fire, starting with the first 10 chapters of A Game of Thrones, but as an animated comic book experience, combining some of the best artwork from talented artists, Game of Thrones comic panels, and vertical footage from the TV series. At the end of each chapter, we'll also break down the key differences between the books and the show, so you can see exactly how the story changed on screen. We hope you enjoy this journey through Westeros. If you do, don't forget to subscribe. And now, let's begin. Prologue. We should start back, Garrett urged as the woods began to grow dark around them. The wildlings are dead. Do the dead frighten you? So Waymar Royce asked with a hint of a smile. Dead is dead, Garrett said. We have no business with the dead. Are they dead? Royce asked softly. What proof have we? Will saw them, Garrett said. If he says they are dead, that's proof enough for me. My mother told me that dead men sing no songs, Will chimed in. My wet nurse said the same thing, Will, Royce replied. Never believe anything you hear at a woman's tit. There are things to be learned even from the dead. We have a long ride before us, Garrett pointed out. 8 days, maybe 9, and night is falling. So Waymar Royce glanced at the sky with disinterest. It does that every day, about this time. Are you unmanned by the dark, Garrett? Garrett had spent 40 years in the Night's Watch, man and boy, and he was not accustomed to being made light of. Yet it was more than that, a nervous tension that came perilously close to fear. Will shared his unease. He had been 4 years on the wall. He was a veteran of 100 rangings by now. But something was different tonight. There was an edge to this darkness that made his hairs rise. So Waymar Royce was the youngest son of an ancient house with too many heirs. He was a handsome youth of 18 and a sworn brother of the Night's Watch for less than half a year. It is hard to take orders from a man you laughed at in your cups, Will reflected as he sat shivering atop his garron. Garrett must have felt the same. Mormont said we should track them, and we did, Garrett said. They're dead. They shan't trouble us no more. There's hard riding before us. I don't like this weather. If it snows, we could be a fortnight getting back, and snow's the best we can hope for. Ever seen an ice storm, my lord? The lordling seemed not to hear him. Tell me again what you saw, Will. All the details. Leave nothing out, Royce said. The camp is 2 miles farther on, over that ridge, hard beside a stream, Will said. I got close as I dared. There's 8 of them, men and women both. No children I could see. They put up a lean-to against the rock. The snow's pretty well covered it now, but I could still make it out. No fire burning, but the fire pit was still plain as day. No one moving. I watched a long time. No living man ever lay so still. Did you see any blood? Well, no, Will admitted. Did you see any weapons? Some swords, a few bows. One man had an axe, heavy-looking, double-bladed, a cruel piece of iron. It was on the ground beside him, right by his hand. Did you make note of the position of the bodies? Will shrugged. A couple are sitting up against the rock, most of them on the ground, fallen-like. Or sleeping? Royce suggested. Fallen, Will insisted. There's one woman up an ironwood, half hid in the branches, afar eyes. He smiled thinly. I took care she never saw me. When I got close, I saw that she wasn't moving neither. Despite himself, he shivered. You have a chill? Royce asked. Some, Will muttered. The wind, my lord. The young knight turned back to his grizzled man-at-arms. What do you think might have killed these men, Jared? Sir Waymar asked casually. It was the cold, Garrett said, with iron certainty. I saw men freeze last winter, and the one before, when I was half a boy. Everyone talks about snows 40 foot deep, and how the ice wind comes howling out of the north. But the real enemy is the cold. It steals up on you, quieter than will. And at first you shiver, and your teeth chatter, and you stamp your feet and dream of mulled wine and nice hot fires. It burns, it does. Nothing burns like the cold, but only for a while. Then it gets inside you and starts to fill you up. And after a while, you don't have the strength to fight it. It's easier just to sit down or go to sleep. They say you don't feel any pain toward the end. First, you go weak and drowsy, and everything starts to fade. And then it's like sinking into a sea of warm milk. Peaceful-like. Such elegance, Jared, Sir Waymar observed. I never suspected you had it in you. I've had the cold in me too, lordling, Jared added. 2 ears, 3 toes, and the little finger of my left hand. I got off light. We found my brother frozen at his watch, with a smile on his face. So Waymar shrugged. You ought to dress more warmly, Jared. If Jared said it was the cold, Will began. Have you drawn any watches this past week, Will? Yes, my lord. There was never a week when he did not draw a dozen bloody watches. What was the man driving at? And how did you find the wool? Weeping, Will said, frowning. He saw it clear enough now that the lordling had pointed it out. They couldn't have froze, not if the wool was weeping. It wasn't cold enough. Royce nodded. Bright lad, we've had a few light frosts this past week, and a quick flurry of snow now and then, but surely no cold fierce enough to kill 8 grown men. Men clad in fur and leather, let me remind you, with shelter near at hand and the means of making fire. Will, lead us there. I would see these dead men for myself. The order had been given, and honor bound them to obey. We can make a better pace than this, surely, Royce said when the moon was half risen. Royce said when the moon was full risen. Not with this horse, Will said. Perhaps my lord would care to take the lead? So Waymar Royce did not deign to reply. Somewhere off in the wood, a wolf howled. Will pulled his garron over beneath an ancient gnarled ironwood and dismounted. Why are you stopping? So Waymar asked. Best go the rest of the way on foot, my lord. It's just over that ridge. A cold wind whispered through the trees. There's something wrong here, Jared muttered. The young knight gave him a disdainful smile. Is there? Can't you feel it? Jared asked. Listen to the darkness. Will could feel it. 4 years in the Night's Watch, and he had never been so afraid. What was it? Wind, trees rustling, a wolf. Which sound is it that unmans you so, Jared? When Jared did not answer, Royce slid gracefully from his saddle. He tied the destrier securely to a low-hanging limb, well away from the other horses, and drew his longsword from its sheath. The trees press close here, Will warned. That sword will tangle you up, my lord. Better a knife. If I need instruction, I will ask for it, the young lord said. Jared, stay here. Guard the horses. Jared dismounted. We need a fire. I'll see to it. How big of a fool are you, old man? If these are enemies in the wood, a fire is the last thing we want. There's some enemies a fire will keep away, Jared said. Bears and direwolves and other things. So Waymar's mouth became a hard line. No fire. Jared looked down. No fire, he muttered, low under his breath. Royce turned away. Lead on, he said to Will. Will eventually reached and looked down on the empty clearing. His heart stopped in his chest. For a moment, he dared not breathe. They were gone. All the bodies were gone. Get down, Will whispered urgently. Something's wrong. Royce did not move. He looked down at the empty clearing and laughed. Your dead men seem to have moved camp, Will. Will's voice abandoned him. He groped for words that did not come. It was not possible. On your feet, Will, so Waymar commanded. There's no one here. I won't have you hiding under a bush. Reluctantly, Will obeyed. So Waymar looked down over him with open disapproval. I am not going back to Castle Black, a failure on my first ranging. We will find these men. He glanced around. Up the tree. Be quick about it. Look for a fire. Will turned away, wordless. There was no use to argue. Fear filled his gut like a meal he could not digest. He whispered a prayer to the nameless gods of the wood. Down below, the lordling called out suddenly, "Who goes there?" Will heard uncertainty in the challenge. The woods gave answer, the rustle of leaves, the icy rush of the stream, a distant hoot of a snow owl. The others made no sound. Will saw movement from the corner of his eye, pale shapes gliding through the wood. He turned his head, glimpsed a white shadow in the darkness. Then it was gone. "Will, where are you?" Sir Waymar called up. "Can you see anything?" He was turning in a slow circle, suddenly wary, his sword in hand. He must have felt them, as Will felt them. There was nothing to see. "Answer me, why is it so cold?" A shadow emerged from the dark of the wood. It stood in front of Royce. Tall it was, and gaunt and hard as old bones, with flesh pale as milk. Its armor seemed to change color as it moved. Here it was white as a new fallen snow. There, black as shadow. Everywhere dappled with the deep grey-green of the trees. Will heard the breath go out of Sir Waymar Royce in a long hiss. "Come no farther," the lordling hissed. His voice cracked like a boy's. He threw the long sable cloak back over his shoulders to free his arms for battle, and took his sword in both hands. The wind had stopped. It was very cold. The other slid forward on silent feet. In its hand was a longsword, like none that Will had ever seen. No human metal had gone into the forging of that blade. It was alive with moonlight, translucent. A shard of crystal so thin that it seemed almost to vanish when seen edge on. So Waymar met him bravely. "Dance with me then." He lifted his sword high over his head, defiant. His hands trembled over the weight of it, or perhaps from the cold. Yet in that moment, Will thought, he was a boy no longer, but a man of the Night's Watch. The other halted. Will saw its eyes. Blue. Deeper and bluer than any human eyes, a blue that burned like ice. They emerged silently from the shadows, twins to the first, 3 of them, 4, 5. So Waymar may have felt the cold that came with them, but he never saw them, never heard them. Will had to call out. It was his duty, and his death if he did. He shivered and hugged the tree and kept the silence. The pale sword came shivering through the air. So Waymar met it with steel. When the blades met, there was no ring of metal on metal, only a high, thin sound at the edge of hearing, like an animal screaming in pain. Royce checked a second blow, and a third, then fell back a step. Another flurry of blows, and he fell back again. To right, to left, all around him, the watchers stood patient, faceless, silent. Yet they made no move to interfere. Again and again the swords met, until Will wanted to cover his ears against the strange anguish keening of their clash. So Waymar was panting from the effort now, his breath steaming in the moonlight. His blade was white with frost. The others danced with pale blue light. Then Royce's parry came a beat too late. The pale sword bit through the ringmail beneath his arm. The young lord cried out in pain. The other said something in a language that Will did not know. His voice was like the cracking of ice on a winter lake, and the words were mocking. So Waymar Royce found his fury. "For Robert!" he shouted, and he came up snarling, lifting the frost-covered longsword with both hands and swinging it around in a flat sidearm slash with all his weight behind it. The other's parry was almost lazy. When the blades touched, the steel shattered. A scream echoed through the forest night, and the longsword shivered into 100 brittle pieces, the shards scattering like a rain of needles. Royce went to his knees, shrieking, and covered his eyes. Blood welled between his fingers. The watchers moved forward together, as if some signal had been given. Sword rose and fell. all in a deathly silence. It was cold butchery. The pale blade sliced through ringmail as if it were silk. Will closed his eyes. Far beneath him he heard their voices and laughter sharp as icicles. When he found the courage to look again, a long time had passed, and the ridge below was empty. He stayed in the tree, scarce daring to breathe, while the moon crept slowly across the black sky. Finally, his muscles cramping and his fingers numb with cold, he climbed down. Royce's body lay face down in the snow, one arm outflung. Lying dead like that, you saw how young he was, a boy. He found what was left of the sword a few feet away. The end splintered and twisted like a tree struck by lightning. Will knelt, looked around warily, and snatched it up. The broken sword would be his proof. Jared would know what to make of it, and if not him, then surely the old Bear Mormont, or Maester Aemon. Would Jared still be waiting with the horses? He had to hurry. Will rose, so Waymar Royce stood over him. His fine clothes were a tatter, his face a ruin. A shard from his sword transfixed the blind white pupil of his left eye. The right eye was open, the pupil burnt blue. It saw. The broken sword fell from nerveless fingers. Will closed his eyes to pray. Long, elegant hands brushed his cheek, then tightened around his throat. They were gloved in the finest moleskin and sticky with blood, yet the touch was icy cold. The prologue ends there, and what's most tragic about it is that Will was planning to return back to the Night's Watch with the evidence to prove that the others have returned, only to be strangled to death before he could do so, and with Robert arriving at Winterfell, the timing couldn't have been better for Westeros. But instead, internal squabbles like the War of the Five Kings exhaust the Seven Kingdoms' resources, while the real threat lingers in the north waiting for winter to come. Now, there's a lot of theory surrounding the wildlings, and there is what the show presented us with, which is that the others were created by the children of the forest to take revenge on the first men of Westeros after their invasion of the continent 8,000 years ago. However, until this is confirmed in the books, we'll move on. Next, it is suspected by theorists that the others' migration south is out of necessity for the Night's Watch forgetting about their ancient practice of hand-delivering newborn babies to the others in an arrangement that was made 8,000 years ago. It's theorized that the others cannot or struggle to procreate, so they constantly require new genetic makeup, otherwise they become too incestuous and deformed. Which means that Craster giving his incest-born males to the others in A Clash of Kings is only exasperating their inbred depression, which is a real thing. So it could be that the others are justified in their invasion since the Night's Watch have failed to keep their side of the promise made 8,000 years ago after the Long Night. Anyway, we should hopefully get a better look at the others when The Winds of Winter hopefully gets released. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, the White Walkers' attack happens after several days of riding north of the Wall, but in the TV series, it happens in a forest close to the Wall on the same day the Rangers leave Castle Black. The White Walkers are mostly called others in the books, especially by the people of the Seven Kingdoms. It is the wildlings and Old Nan who refer to them as White Walkers. In the TV series, Will discovers the wildlings massacred and their bodies brutalized. In the book, he says they appear to be sleeping and likely froze to death. There is no mentioning in the book that the wildlings' corpses have been arranged in any pattern. The White Walkers are of different appearance in the TV series. In the book, they have white skin and reflective light armor. In the TV series, they have frozen grey skin and brutal faces similar to a skull, and the armor they wear in later seasons is black and non-reflective. The white girl who frightens Will in the series is never mentioned in the book. In the book, Waymar Royce is transformed into a white. In the TV series, Garrett is killed by the White Walkers and Will escapes. In the books, Will is strangled by the White of Waymar Royce and Garrett escapes, to be executed in Bran I. And that's all we have for the prologue. Bran I. The morning had dawned clear and cold, with a crispness that hinted at the end of summer. They set forth at daybreak to see a man beheaded, 20 in all, and Bran rode among them, nervous with excitement. This was the first time he had been deemed old enough to go with his lord father and his brothers to see the king's justice done. It was the 9th year of summer and the 7th of Bran's life. Robb thought he was a wildling, his sword sworn to Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. It made Bran's skin prickle to think of it. He remembered the hearth tales old Nan told them. The wildlings were cruel men, she said, slavers and slayers and thieves. They consorted with giants and ghouls, stole girl children in the dead of night, and drank blood from polished horns. And their women lay with the others in the long night to sire terrible, half-human children. But the man they found, bound hand and foot to the holdfast wall awaiting the king's justice, was old and scrawny, not much taller than Robb. He had lost both ears and a finger to frostbite, and he dressed all in black, the same as a brother of the Night's Watch, except that his furs were ragged and greasy. Robb and Jon sat tall and still on their horses, with Bran between them on his pony, trying to seem older than 7, trying to pretend he'd seen all of this before. Over their heads flapped the banner of the Starks of Winterfell, a grey direwolf racing across an ice-white field. Bran's father sat solemnly on his horse, long brown hair stirring in the wind. His closely trimmed beard was shot with white, making him look older than his 35 years. He had a grim cast to his grey eyes this day, and he seemed not at all the man who would sit before the fire in the evening and talk softly of the age of heroes and the children of the forest. He had taken off father's face, Bran thought, and donned the face of Lord Stark of Winterfell. Finally, his lord father gave a command, and 2 of his guardsmen dragged the ragged man to the ironwood stump in the center of the square. They forced his head down onto the hard black wood. Lord Eddard Stark dismounted, and his ward, Theon Greyjoy, brought forth the sword. Ice, that sword was called. It was as wide across as a man's hand, and taller even than Robb. The blade was Valyrian steel, spell-forged and dark as smoke. Nothing held an edge like Valyrian steel. His father peeled off his gloves and handed them to Jory Castle, the captain of his household guard. He took hold of ice with both hands and said, "In the name of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, by the word of Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, I do sentence you to die." He lifted the greatsword high above his head. Bran's bastard brother, Jon Snow, moved closer. "Keep the pony well in hand," he whispered, "and don't look away. Father will know if you do." Bran kept his pony well in hand and did not look away. His father took off the man's head with a single sure stroke. Blood sprayed out across the snow, as red as summer wine. One of the horses reared and had to be restrained to keep from bolting. Bran could not take his eyes off the blood. The head bounced off a thick root and rolled. It came up near Greyjoy's feet. Theon was a lean, dark youth of 19 who found everything amusing. He laughed, put his boot on the head, and kicked it away. "Arse," Jon muttered, low enough so Greyjoy did not hear. He put a hand on Bran's shoulder, and Bran looked over at his bastard brother. "You did well," Jon told him solemnly. Jon was 14, an old hand at justice. "The deserter died bravely," Robb said. He was big and broad and growing every day, with his mother's colouring, the fair skin, red-brown hair, and blue eyes of the Tullys of Riverrun. He had courage at the least. "No," Jon said quietly. It was not courage. This one was dead of fear. You could see it in his eyes, Star. Jon's eyes were a grey so dark they seemed almost black, but there was little they did not see. He was of an age with Robb, but they did not look alike. Jon was slender where Robb was muscular, dark where Robb was fair, graceful and quick where his half-brother was strong and fast. Robb was not impressed. The others take his eyes, he swore. He died well. Race you to the bridge? Done, Jon said, kicking his horse forward. Robb cursed and followed. Bran did not try to follow. His pony could not keep up. He had seen the ragged man's eyes, and he was thinking of them now. So deep in thought was he that he never heard the rest of the party until his father moved up to ride beside him. "Are you well, Bran?" he asked, not unkindly. "Yes, father," Bran told him. "Robb says the man died bravely, but Jon says he was afraid." "What do you think?" his father asked. Bran thought about it. "Can a man still be brave if he's afraid?" "That is the only time a man can be brave," his father told him. "Do you understand why I did it?" "He was a wildling," Bran said. "They carry off women and sell them to the others." His lord father smiled. "Old man has been telling you stories again. In truth, the man was an oath breaker, a deserter from the Night's Watch. No man is more dangerous. The deserter knows his life is forfeit if he is taken, so he will not flinch from any crime, no matter how vile. But you mistake me. The question was not why the man had to die, but why I must do it." Bran had no answer for that. "King Robert has a headsman," he said, uncertainly. "He does," his father admitted, "as did the Targaryen kings before him. Yet our way is the older way. The blood of the first men still flows in the veins of the Starks, and we hold to the beliefs that the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you would take a man's life, you owe it to him to look into his eyes and hear his final words. One day, Bran, you will be Robb's bannerman, holding a keep of your own for your brother and your king, and justice will fall to you. When that day comes, you must take no pleasure in the task, but neither must you look away. A ruler who hides behind paid executioners soon forgets what death is." That was when Jon reappeared on the crest of the hill before them. He waved and shouted down at them, "Father, Bran, come quickly, see what Robb has found." Then he was gone again. Jory rode up beside them. "Trouble, my lord?" "Beyond a doubt," his lord father said. "Come, let us see what mischief my sons have rooted out now." They found Robb on the riverbank north of the bridge, with Jon still mounted beside him. Robb was cradling something in his arm, while the boys talked in hushed, excited voices. Jory Castle and Theon Greyjoy were the first to reach the boys. Greyjoy was laughing and joking as he rode. Bran heard the breath go out of him. "Gods!" he exclaimed, struggling to keep control of his horse as he reached for his sword. Jory's sword was already out. "Robb, get away from it!" he called as his horse reared under him. Robb grinned and looked up from the bundle in his arms. "She can't hurt you," he said. "She's dead, Jory." "What in the seven hells is it?" Greyjoy was saying. "A wolf," Robb told him. "A freak," Greyjoy said. "Look at the size of it." Bran's heart was thumping in his chest. Half buried in the blood-stained snow, a huge dark shape slummed in death. Ice had formed in its shaggy grey fur, and the faint smell of corruption clung to it like a woman's perfume. Bran glimpsed blind eyes crawling with maggots, a wide mouth full of yellow teeth. But it was the size of it that made him gasp. It was bigger than his pony, twice the size of the largest hound in his father's kennel. "It's no freak," Jon said calmly. "That's a direwolf. They grow larger than the other kind." Theon Greyjoy said, "There's not been a direwolf sighted south of the wall in 200 years. "I see one now," Jon replied. Bran tore his eyes away from the monster. That was when he noticed the bundle in Robb's arms. He gave a cry of delight and moved closer. The pup was a tiny ball of grey-black fur. its eyes still closed. It nuzzled blindly against Rob's chest as he cradled it, searching for milk among his letters, making a sad little whimpery sound. Bran reached out hesitantly. "Go on," Rob told him. "You can touch him." Bran gave the pup a quick, nervous stroke, then turned as Jon said, "Here you go." His half-brother put a second pup into his arms. "There are 5 of them." Bran sat down in the snow and hugged the wolf pup to his face. Its fur was soft and warm against his cheek. "Dire wolves loose in the realm after so many years," muttered Hullen, the master of horse. "I like it not." "It is a sign," Jory said. Father frowned. "This is only a dead animal, Jory," he said. Yet he seemed troubled. Snow crunched under his boots as he moved around the body. "Do we know what killed her?" "There's something in the throat," Rob told him, proud to have found the answer before his father even asked. "There, just under the jaw." His father knelt and groped under the beast's head with his hand. A foot of shattered antler, tine snapped off, all wet with blood. A sudden silence descended over the party. The men looked at the antler uneasily, and no one dared to speak. Even Bran could sense their fear, though he did not understand. His father tossed the antler to the side and cleansed his hands in the snow. "I'm surprised she lived long enough to whelp," he said. His voice broke the spell. "Maybe she didn't," Jory said. "I've heard tales. Maybe the bitch was already dead when the pups came." "Born with the dead," another man put in. "Worse luck." "No matter," said Hullen. "They be dead soon enough too." Bran gave a wordless cry of dismay. "The sooner the better," Theon Greyjoy agreed. He drew his sword. "Give the beast here, Bran." The little thing squirmed against him as if it heard and understood. "No!" Bran cried out fiercely. "It's mine!" "Put away your sword, Greyjoy," Robb said. For a moment, he sounded as commanding as their father, like the lord he would someday be. "We will keep these pups." "You cannot do that, boy," said Harwin, who was Hullen's son. "It'd be a mercy to kill them," Hullen said. Bran looked to his lord father for rescue, but only got a frown, a furrowed brow. "Hullen speaks truly, son. Better a swift death than a hard one from cold and starvation." "No!" He could feel tears welling in his eyes, and he looked away. He did not want to cry in front of his father. Robb resisted stubbornly. "So Roderick's red bitch whelped again last week," he said. "It was a small litter. Only 2 pups lived. She'll have enough milk. She'll rip them apart when they try to nurse." "She'll rip them apart when they try to nurse?" "Lord Stark," Jon said. It was strange to hear him call father that. So formal. Bran looked at him with desperate hope. "There are 5 pups," he told father. 3 male, 2 females. "What of it, Jon?" "You have 5 true-born children," Jon said. 3 sons, 2 daughters. The direwolf is the sigil of your house. Your children were meant to have these pups, my lord." Bran saw his father's face change, saw the other men exchange glances. He loved Jon with all his heart at that moment. Even at 7, Bran understood what his brother had done. The Count had come right only because Jon had omitted himself. He had included the girls, included even Rickon, the baby, but not the bastard who bore the surname Snow. The name that custom decreed be given to all those in the north unlucky enough to be born with no name of their own. Their father understood as well. "You want no pup for yourself, Jon?" he asked softly. "The direwolf graces the banners of House Stark," Jon pointed out. "I am no Stark, father." Their lord father regarded Jon thoughtfully. Robb rushed into the silence he left. "I will nurse him myself, father," he promised. "I will soak a towel with warm milk and give him suck from that." "Me too," Bran echoed. The lord weighed his sons long and carefully with his eyes. "Easy to say and harder to do. I will not have you wasting the servants' time with this. If you want these pups, you will feed them yourselves. Is that understood?" Bran nodded eagerly. The pup squirmed in his grasp, licked licked at his face with a warm tongue. "You must train them as well," their father said. "You must train them. The Kennel Master will have nothing to do with these monsters, I promise you that. And the gods help you if you neglect them, or brutalize them, or train them badly. These are not dogs to beg for treats and slink off at a kick. A direwolf will rip a man's arm off his shoulder as easily as a dog will kill a rat. Are you sure you want this?" "Yes, father," Bran said. "Yes," Robb agreed. "The pups may die anyway, despite all you do." "They won't die," Robb said. "We won't let them." "Keep them then. Jory, Desmond, gather up the other pups. It's time we were back to Winterfell." It was not until they were mounted and on their way that Bran allowed himself to taste the sweet air of victory. By then, his pup was snuggled inside his leathers, warm against him, safe for the long ride home. Bran was wondering what to name him. Halfway across the bridge, Jon pulled up suddenly. "What is it, Jon?" their Lord Father asked. "Can't you hear it?" "There," Jon said. He swung his horse around and galloped back across the bridge. They watched him dismount where the direwolf lay dead in the snow, watched him kneel. A moment later, he was riding back to them, smiling. "He must have crawled away from the others," Jon said. "Or been driven away," their father said, looking at the sixth pup. His fur was white, where the rest of the litter was grey. His eyes were as red as the blood of the ragged man who had died that morning. Bran thought it curious that this pup alone would have opened his eyes while all the others were still blind. "An albino," Theon Greyjoy said with wry amusement. "This one will die even faster than the others." Jon Snow gave his father's ward a long, chilling look. "I think not, Greyjoy," he said. "This one belongs to me." This is where Bran I ends. Now, there is the mystery of who sent the direwolves. It is theorized that Bloodraven might have sent them to unlock the Stark children's warging abilities, since, as you'll see, the direwolves greatly influence both the story and the Stark children. For example, Greywind wins Robb the battle at Oxcross. Summer saves Bran multiple times and awakens his third eye. Both Arya and Jon Snow have wolf dreams that influence them. Shaggy Dog is the proof that Rickon is the true-born heir to Winterfell, and Lady's death helps awaken Sansa to the savagery at court. The mother direwolf, killed by a shattered antler, convinces Catelyn to send her children away. All in all, the arrival of the direwolves heralded great change and potentially allows a powerful skin changer like Bloodraven to influence the Stark children through their pets. We believe the Side of Ice uses animals to influence events, like warging a boar to kill Robert at the right time, Mormont's Raven helping Jon win the Lord Commander election, Ghost finding the dead rangers which then cross the wall and become whites, spurring the disastrous Great Ranging. Meanwhile, the Side of Fire uses glass candles, which are introduced in A Dance with Dragons to influence people's dreams. However, one really scary thought is that the pet direwolves have been controlled by Bloodraven this whole time. "May I touch your wolf?" The thought made Jon uneasy. "Best not. He will not harm me. You call him Ghost, yes?" "Yes, but Ghost." Melisandre made the word a song. The direwolf padded towards her. Wary, he stalked about her in a circle, sniffing. When she held out her hand, he smelled that too, then shoved his nose against her fingers. Jon let out a white breath. "He is not always so warm." "Warmth calls to warmth, Jon Snow." Her eyes were two red stars, shining in the dark. At her throat, her ruby gleamed, a third eye glowing brighter than the others. Jon had seen Ghost's eyes blazing red the same way when they caught the light just right. "Ghost," he called, "to me." The direwolf looked at him as if he were a stranger. Jon frowned in disbelief. "That's queer." So this right now could suggest that the powers of ice are forging the direwolves to obey the Stark children, and Melisandre's fire magic repelled the spell Ghost was under. Lastly, the execution of Jared foreshadows that the old gods prefer to receive human sacrifice through weirwood stumps. And as we know in Bran III, A Dance of Dragons, Bran and Bloodraven devour this blood to make themselves stronger. In A Dance with Dragons, Melisandre calls Bran and Bloodraven the champions of the old gods, of the others, the eternal enemy. The wooden man she had glimpsed, though, and the boy with the wolf's face, they were his servants, surely his champions, as Stannis was hers. So, it seems many characters in A Song of Ice and Fire believe there is going to be a battle between fire and ice, or that is what George wants us and his characters to believe. Lastly, how did the pregnant direwolf and Jared get south of the wall? It has been theorized that the Black Gate could have been used, but who opened it for them? Since it can only be opened by a member of the Night's Watch reciting their vows similar to what Sam did in A Storm of Swords. Anyway, we should find out more in The Winds of Winter, and here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the show, Will is the deserter being executed, not Jared. In the book, Jared is dead with fear and gives no final words. In contrast, Will tries to warn House Stark about the White Walkers before calling himself a coward and asking word be sent to his family. Everyone looks on solemnly as this happens, not sure what to make of his claim about the White Walkers. It should also be mentioned that many scenes from the book have characters sitting atop horses, while in the TV series they are just standing around since it was easier to film the scenes that way. But a clear distinction between nobility and peasantry is that nobility rarely go outside without riding horses. In the book, Jared's last words are not mentioned. Moreover, Ned does not discuss with Bran what the deserter said. In the next chapter, Ned tells Catelyn that the deserter was half mad. Something had put a fear in him so deep, no one could reach him. There are several additional scenes in the TV series taking place in Winterfell, which introduce the Stark family. Bran is shown practicing archery while his father is watching him. The scene with needlework, which involves Sansa and Arya, comes from Arya I and takes place after King Robert's arrival. Arya is also shown to be an accurate archer, while in the book she doesn't know how to fire a bow and wishes she could learn. Arya has not shot a single arrow in any of the books. In the book, Theon kicks the severed head of the executed deserter and laughs. This action disgusts Jon Snow, who dislikes Theon, and vice versa. In the show, Theon does not kick the severed head of the deserter, and he is shown to be on good terms with Jon before they part ways. In the book, between the execution of the deserter and the discovery of the direwolf pups, Robb and Jon have a riding race. This is omitted in the show. Events of the TV series are 17 years after Robert's rebellion, while in the book they are only 14 years. Thus, the Stark children are each about 3 years older than their ages in the novel. In the book, snow covers the grounds around Winterfell, and the pups are found waist-deep in snow. In the TV series, there is no snow. In the book, the Starks do not find a stag nor any other animal except the direwolf and its puppies. That's it for this chapter. Catelyn I. Catelyn had never liked this Godswood. She had been born at Tully, at Riverrun, far to the south on the Red Fork of the Trident. The Godswood, there was a garden, bright and airy, where tall redwoods spread dappled shadows across tinkling streams, birds sang from hidden nests, and the air was spicy with the scent of flowers. The gods of Winterfell kept a different sort of wood. It was a dark, primal place, 3 acres of old forest untouched for 10,000 years as the gloomy castle rose around it. This was a place of deep silence and brooding shadows, and the gods who lived here had no names. But she knew she would find her husband here tonight. Whenever he took a man's life, afterward he would seek the quiet of the Godswood. Catelyn had been anointed with the 7 oils and named in the rainbow of light that filled the sept of Riverrun. She was of the faith, like her father and grandfather and his father before him. Her gods had names, and their faces were as familiar as the faces of her parents. For her sake, Ned had built a small sept where she might sing to the 7 faces of God. But the blood of the first men still flowed in the veins of the Starks, and his own gods were the old ones, the nameless, faceless gods of the greenwood they shared with the vanished children of the forest. At the center of the grove, an ancient weirwood brooded over a small pool where the waters were black and cold. The Heart Tree, Ned called it. A face had been carved in the trunk of the great tree, its features long and melancholy, the deep-cut eyes red with dried sap and strangely watchful. They were old, those eyes, older than Winterfell itself. They had seen Brandon the Builder set the first stone, if the tales were true. They had watched the castle's granite walls rise around them. It was said that the children of the forest had carved the faces in the trees during the dawn centuries before the coming of the first men across the narrow sea. In the south, the last weirwoods had been cut down or burned out 1,000 years ago, except on the Isle of Faces, where the Green Men kept their silent watch. Up here, it was different. Here, every castle had its godswood, and every godswood had its heart tree, and every heart tree its face. Catelyn found her husband beneath the weirwood, seated on a moss-covered stone. The great sword ice was across his lap, and he was cleaning the blade in those waters black as night. "Ned," she called softly. He lifted his head to look at her. "Catelyn," he said. His voice was distant and formal. "Where are the children?" He would always ask her that. In the kitchen, arguing about names for the wolf pups. Arya is already in love, and Sansa is charmed and gracious, but Rickon is not quite sure. "Is he afraid?" Ned asked. "A little," she admitted. "He is only 3. Ned frowned. He must learn to face his fears. He will not be 3 forever, and winter is coming. Yes, Catelyn agreed. The words gave her a chill, as they always did. The Stark words. Every noble house had its words. Family mottos, touchstones, prayers of sorts. They boasted of honor and glory, promised loyalty and truth, swore faith and courage. All but the Starks. Winter is coming, said the Stark words. Not for the first time, she reflected on what a strange people these Northerners were. The man died well, I'll give him that, Ned said. I was glad for Bran's sake. You would have been proud of Bran. I am always proud of Bran, Catelyn replied, watching the sword as he stroked it. Catelyn had no love for swords, but she could not deny that ice had its own beauty. It had been forged in Valyria before the doom had come to the old freehold, when the ironsmiths had worked their metal with spells as well as hammers. 400 years old it was, and as sharp as the day it was forged. The name it bore was older still, a legacy from the Age of Heroes when the Starks were kings in the north. He was the 4th this year, Ned said grimly. The poor man was half mad. Something had put a fear in him so deep that my words could not reach him. He sighed. Ben writes that the strength of the Night's Watch is down below 1,000. It's not only desertions. They are losing men on rangings as well. Is it the wildlings? She asked. Who else? Ned lifted ice, looked down the cool steel length of it, and it will only grow worse. The day may come when I have no choice but to call the banners and ride north to deal with this king beyond the wall for good and all. Beyond the wall? The thought made Catelyn shudder. Ned saw the dread on her face. Mance Rayder is nothing for us to fear. There are darker things beyond the wall. She glanced behind her at the heart tree, the pale bark and red eyes, watching, listening, thinking its long, slow thoughts. His smile was gentle. You listen to too many of old Nan's stories. The others are as dead as the children of the forest, gone 8,000 years. Maester Lewin will tell you they never lived at all. No living man has ever seen one. Until this morning, no living man had ever seen a direwolf either, Catelyn reminded him. I ought to know better than to argue with a Tully, he said with a rueful smile. He slid ice back to its sheath. You did not come here to tell me crib tales. I know how little you like this place. What is it, my lady? Catelyn took her husband's hand. There was grievous news today, my lord. I did not wish to trouble you until you had cleansed yourself. There was no way to soften the blow, so she told him straight. I am so sorry, my love. Jon Arryn is dead. His eyes found hers, and she could see how hard it took him, as she had known it would. In his youth, Ned had fostered at the Eyrie, and the childless Lord Arryn had become a second father to him and his fellow ward, Robert Baratheon. When the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen, had demanded their heads, the Lord of the Eyrie had raised his moon and falcon banners in revolt, rather than give those up he had pledged to protect. And one day, 15 years ago, this second father had become a brother as well, as he and Ned stood together in the sept at Riverrun to wed two sisters, the daughters of Lord Hoster Tully. Jon, he said, is the news certain? It was the king's seal, and the letter is in Robert's own hand. I saved it for you. He said Lord Arryn was taken quickly. Even Maester Pycelle was helpless. But he brought the milk of the poppy, so Jon did not linger long in pain. That is some small mercy, I suppose, he said. She could see the grief on his face, but even then he thought first of her. Your sister, he said. And Jon's boy, what word of them? The message said that they were well. The message said only that they were well and had returned to the Eyrie, Catelyn said. I wish they had gone to Riverrun instead. The Eyrie is high and lonely, and it was ever her husband's place, not hers. Lord Jon's memory will haunt each stone. I know my sister. She needs the comfort of family and friends around her. Your uncle waits in the Vale, does he not? Jon named him Knight of the Gate, I'd heard. Catelyn nodded. Brendan will do what he can for her, and for the boy. That is some comfort, but still, go to her, Ned urged. Take the children, fill her halls with noise and shouts and laughter. That boy of hers needs other children about him, and Lysa should not be alone in her grief. Would that I could, Catelyn said. The letter had other tidings. The king is riding to Winterfell to seek you out. It took Ned a moment to comprehend her words, but when the understanding came, the darkness left his eyes. Robert is coming here. When she nodded, a smile broke across his face. Catelyn wished she could share his joy, but she had heard the talk in the yards. A direwolf dead in the snow, a broken antler in its throat. Dread coiled within her like a snake. But she forced herself to smile at this man she loved. This man who put no faith in signs. I knew that would please you, she said. We should send word to your brother on the wall. Yes, of course, he agreed. Ben will want to be here. I shall tell Maester Luwin to send the swiftest bird. Ned rose and pulled her to her feet. Damnation, how many years has it been? And he gives us no more notice than this? How many in his party do the message say? I should think 100 knights, at the least, with all their retainers, and half again as many free riders. Cersei and the children travel with them. Robert will keep an easy pace for their sakes, he said. It's just as well. That will give us more time to prepare. The Queen's brothers are also in the party, she told him. Ned grimaced at that. There was small love between him and the Queen's family, Catelyn knew. The Lannisters of Castle Rock had come late to Robert's cause when victory was all but certain, and he had never forgiven them. Well, if the price for Robert's company is an infestation of Lannisters, so be it. It sounds as though Robert is bringing half his court. Where the king goes, the realm follows, she said. It will be good to see the children. The youngest was still sucking at the Lannister woman's teat the last time I saw him. He must be, what, 5 by now? Prince Tommen is 7, she told him. The same age as Bran, please. The same age as Bran. Please, Ned, guard your tongue. The Lannister woman is our queen, and her pride is said to grow with every passing year. Ned squeezed her hand. There must be a feast, of course, with singers, and Robert will want to hunt. I shall send Jory south with an honor guard to meet them on the King's Road and escort them back. Gods, how are we going to feed them all? On his way already, you said. Damn the man. Damn his royal hide. And this is where Catelyn I, A Game of Thrones ends. This chapter seems to connect the events in Bran III, A Dance with Dragons. It is time, Lord Brendan said. Something in his voice sent icy fingers running up Bran's back. Time for what? For the next step, for you to go beyond skin changing and learn what it means to be a green seer. Inside was a white paste, thick and heavy, with dark red veins running through it. You must eat this, said Leaf. She handed Bran a wooden spoon. The boy looked at the bowl uncertainly. What is it? A paste of weirwood seeds. Something about the look of it made Bran feel ill. The red veins were only weirwood sap, he supposed. But in the torchlight, they looked remarkably like blood. He dipped the spoon into the paste, then hesitated. This paste might actually be Jojen. Will this make me a green seer? Your blood makes you a green seer, said Lord Brendan. This will help you awaken your gifts and wed you to the trees. Bran didn't want to be married to a tree, but who else would wed a broken boy like him? 1,000 eyes, 100 skins, wisdom deep as the roots of ancient trees. A green seer. He ate. It had a bitter taste, though not so bitter as acorn paste. The first spoonful was the hardest to get down. He almost retched it right back up. The second tasted better. The third was almost sweet. The rest he spooned up eagerly. Why had he thought that it was bitter? It tasted of honey, of new-fallen snow, of pepper and cinnamon, and the last kiss his mother ever gave him, and clattered on the cavern floor. I don't feel any different. What happens next? Leaf touched his hand. The trees will teach you. The trees remember. He raised a hand, and the other singers began to move about the cavern, extinguishing the torches one by one. The darkness thickened and crept toward them. Close your eyes, said the three-eyed crow. Slip your skin, as you do when you join with summer, but this time go into the roots instead. Follow them up through the earth to the trees upon the hill, and tell me what you see. Bran closed his eyes and slipped free of his skin, into the weirwood. For an instant he could hear the river rushing by below. Then, all at once, he was back home again. Lord Eddard Stark sat upon a rock beside the deep black pool in the Godswood. The pale roots of the heart tree twisted around him. The greatsword ice lay across Lord Eddard's lap, and he was cleaning the blade with an oilcloth. Winterfell, Bran whispered. His father looked up. Who's there? He asked, turning, and Bran, frightened, pulled away. His father and the black pool and the Godswood faded and were gone, and he was back in the cavern, the pale thick roots of the weirwood throne cradling his limbs as a mother does a child. A torch flared to life before him. Tell us what you saw. So it seems as though Bran visited Ned just before the events of Catelyn I. This, along with the Hodor reveal from Season 6, Episode 5, seems to confirm that Bran can use the weirwood net to influence the past. In a later video, we'll talk about the ways Bran might be responsible for the building of the wall and for Mad King Aerys' insanity. In a desperate hope to stop the White Walker invasion before finally walking inside the body of a human and traveling north of the wall to witness the origins of the others for himself, only to be captured by the children of the forest and turned into the Night King, since Bran might be the most powerful greenseer ever to live, and the White Walker's power of animating the dead is not that dissimilar to Bran's or Varamir's sixth skin ability to walk multiple animals and people at once. Maybe after thousands of years, Bran has learned to walk entire armies of corpses. However, this is pure speculation. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. The scene in King's Landing introducing Queen Cersei and her brother Jaime is not in the books. It also shows the corpse of Jon Arryn. In the book, the conversation between Jaime and Cersei about Jon Arryn's death and their secrets occur when Bran discovers them having sex at Winterfell in Bran II, A Game of Thrones. There is no mention in the novels that Jaime ever jumped off the cliffs at Castle Rock. In the books, the conversation between Ned and Catelyn about Mance Rayder is omitted, and so is the situation at the Wall, where Ned remarks that he might need to call his banners and march north of the Wall to defeat Mance Rayder in battle. Moreover, the news that Lysa has gone to the Eyrie is introduced later in the show. Everything else that is omitted from the books includes Catelyn remarking that Lysa should have gone to Riverrun instead of the Eyrie to be with family, Ned informing us that Brynden Tully is at the Eyrie and will be able to give Lysa comfort. Ned's suggestion that Catelyn should take the children and visit Lysa. Lastly, Ned is way happier to hear that Robert is traveling to Winterfell, while in the TV show, he looks miserable. That's it for this chapter. Daenerys I. Her brother held the gown up for her inspection. This is beauty. Touch it. Go on. Caress the fabric. Dany touched it. Is it really mine? A gift from the Magister Illyroy. Viserys said, smiling. Her brother was in a high mood tonight. The color will bring out the violet in your eyes, and you shall have gold as well, and jewels of all sorts. Illyroy has promised. Tonight you must look like a princess. A princess, Dany thought. She had forgotten what that was like. Perhaps she had never really known. Why does he give us so much? She asked. What does he want from us? For nigh on half a year they had lived in the Magister's house, eating his food, pampered by his servants. Dany was 13, old enough to know that such gifts seldom come without their price, here in the free city of Pentos. Illyroy is no fool, Viserys said. The Magister knows that I will not forget my friends when I come into my throne. Dany said nothing. Magister Illyroy was a dealer in spices, gemstones, dragonbone, and other less savory things. He had friends in all of the 9 free cities, it was said, and even beyond. In Vaes Dothrak and the fabled lands beside the Jade Sea. It was also said that he'd never had a friend he wouldn't cheerfully sell for the right price. Dany listened to the talk in the streets, and she heard these things, but she knew better than to question her brother when he wove his webs of dreams. His anger was a terrible thing when roused. Viserys called it waking the dragon. Her brother hung the gown beside the door. Illyroy will send the slaves to bathe you. Be sure you wash off the stink of the stables. Khal Drogo has 1,000 horses. Tonight, he looks for a different sort of mount. He studied her critically. You still slouch. Straighten yourself. He pushed back her shoulders with his hands. Let them see that you have a woman's shape now. His fingers brushed lightly over her budding breasts and tightened on a nipple. You will not fail me tonight. If you do, it will go hard for you. You don't want to wake the dragon, do you? His fingers twisted her, the pinch cruelly hard through the rough fabric of her tunic. Do you? He repeated. No, Dany said meekly. Her brother smiled. Good. He touched her hair, almost with affection. When they write the history of my reign, sweet sister, they will say it began tonight. In the Free Cities, they talked of Westeros and the Sunset Kingdoms. Her brother had a simpler name. Our land, he called it. The words were like a prayer with him. If he said them enough, the gods were sure to hear. Ours by blood right, taken from us by treachery, but ours still, ours forever. You do not steal from the dragon. Oh no, the dragon remembers. And perhaps the dragon did remember, but Dany could not. She had never seen this land her brother said was theirs, this realm beyond the narrow sea, these places he talked of, Castle Rock and the Eyrie, High Garden and the Vale of Arryn, Dawn and the Isle of Faces. They were just words to her. Viserys had been a boy of 8 when they fled King's Landing to escape the advancing armies of the usurper, but Daenerys had been only a quickening in their mother's womb. Yet, sometimes Dany would picture the way it had been. So often had her brother told her the stories. The midnight flight to Dragonstone, moonlight shimmering on a ship's black sails, her brother Rhaegar battling the usurper in the bloody waters of the Trident, and dying for the woman he loved. The sack of King's Landing by the one Viserys called the usurper's dogs, the Lords Lannister and Stark. Princess Elia of Dorne pleading for mercy as Rhaegar's heir was ripped from her breast and murdered before her eyes. The polished skulls of the last dragon staring down sightlessly from the walls of the throne room while the Kingslayer opened father's throat with a golden sword. Dany's mother had died birthing her, and for that her brother Viserys had never forgiven her. She did not remember Dragonstone either. They had run again, just before the usurper's brother set sail with his new-built fleet. By then, only Dragonstone itself, the ancient seat of their house, had remained of the 7 kingdoms that had once been theirs. It would not remain for long. The garrison had been prepared to sell them to the usurper, but one night Sir Willem Darry and 4 loyal men had broken into the nursery and stolen them both, along with her wet nurse, and set sail under cover of darkness for the safety of the Braavosian coast. She remembered Sir Willem dimly, a great grey bear of a man, half-blind, roaring and bellowing orders from his sickbed. The servants had lived in terror of him, but he had always been kind to Dany, little princess, and sometimes my lady, and his hands were soft as old leather. He never left his bed though, and the smell of sickness clung to him day and night, a hot, moist, sickly sweet odor. That was when they lived in Braavos, in the big house with the red door. Dany had her own room there, with a lemon tree outside her window. After Sir Willem had died, the servants had stolen what little money they had left, and soon after they had been put out of the big house. Dany had cried when the red door closed behind them forever. They had wandered since then, from Braavos to Myr, from Myr to Tyrosh, and on to Qohor and the Lantis and Lys, never staying long in any one place. Her brother would not allow it. The usurper's hired knives were close behind them, he insisted, though Dany had never seen one. At first, the magisters and archons and merchant princes were pleased to welcome the last Targaryens to their homes and tables. But as the years passed and the usurper continued to sit upon the Iron Throne, doors closed and their lives grew meaner. Years past they had been forced to sell their last few treasures, and now even the coin they had gotten from Mother's crown had gone. In the alleys and wine sinks of Pentos, they called her brother the Beggar King. Dany did not want to know what they called her. "We will have it all back someday, sweet sister," he would promise her. Sometimes his hands shook when he talked about it. The jewels and the silks, Dragonstone and King's Landing, the Iron Throne and the 7 kingdoms, all they have taken from us, we will have it back. Viserys lived for that day. All that Daenerys wanted back was the big house with the red door, the lemon tree outside her window, the childhood she had never known. There came a soft knock on her door. "Come," Dany said, turning away from the window. Illyroy's servants entered, bowed and set about their business. They were slaves, a gift from one of the Magister's many Dothraki friends. There was no slavery in the free cities of Pentos. Nonetheless, they were slaves. They filled her bath with hot water brought up from the kitchen and scented it with fragrant oils. The girl pulled the rough cotton tunic over Dany's head and helped her into the tub. The water was scalding hot, but Daenerys did not flinch or cry out. She liked the heat. It made her feel clean. Besides, her brother had often told her that it was never too hot for a Targaryen. "Ours is the house of the dragon," he would say. The fire is in our blood." The old woman washed her long silver pale hair and gently combed out the snags, all in silence. The girl scrubbed her back and her feet and told her how lucky she was. "Drogo is so rich that even his slaves wear golden collars. 100,000 men ride in his Khalasar, and his palace in Vaes Dothrak has 200 rooms and doors of solid silver." Daenerys said nothing. She had always assumed that she would wed Viserys when she came of age. For centuries, the Targaryens had married brother to sister, since Aegon the Conqueror had taken his sisters to bride. The line must be kept pure, Viserys had told her 1,000 times. Theirs was the king's blood, the golden blood of old Valyria, the blood of the dragon. Dragons did not mate with the beasts of the field, and Targaryens did not mingle their blood with that of lesser men. Yet now Viserys schemed to sell her to a stranger, a barbarian. When she was clean, the slaves helped her from the water and towed her dry. They dressed her in the wisps that Magister Illyroy had sent up, and then the gown and a deep plum silk to bring out the violet in her eyes. "Now you look all a princess," the girl said, breathlessly when they were done. Dany glanced at her image in a silvered looking glass that Illyroy had so thoughtfully provided. A princess, she thought. But she remembered what the girl had said, how Khal Drogo was so rich even his slaves wore golden collars. She felt a sudden chill, and gooseflesh pimpled her bare arms. Her brother was waiting in the cool of the entry hall, seated on the edge of the pool, his hand trailing in the water. He rose when she appeared and looked over her critically. "Stand there," he told her. "Turn around. Yes, good. You look regal," Magister Illyroy said, stepping through an archway. He moved with surprising delicacy for such a massive man. "May the Lord of Light shower you with blessings on this most fortunate day, Princess Daenerys," the Magister said as he took her hand. He bowed his head, showing a thin glimpse of crooked yellow teeth through the gold of his beard. "She is a vision, Your Grace, a vision," he told her brother. "Drogo will be enraptured." "She's too skinny," Viserys said. "Are you sure that Khal Drogo likes his women this young?" "She has had her blood. She is old enough for the Khal," Illyroy told him, not for the first time. "Look at her, that silver gold hair, those purple eyes. She is the blood of old Valyria, no doubt, no doubt. And highborn, daughter of the old king, sister to the new. She cannot fail to entrance our Drogo." "I suppose," her brother said, doubtfully, "the savages have queer tastes. Boys, horses, sheep." "Best not suggest that to Khal Drogo," Illyroy said. Anger flashed in her brother's lilac eyes. "Do you take me for a fool?" The Magister bowed slightly. "I take you for a king. Kings lack the caution of common men. My apologies if I have given offense." "We won't need his whole Khalasar," Viserys said. His fingers toyed with the hilt of his borrowed blade, though Dany knew he had never used a sword in earnest. 10,000, that would be enough. I could sweep the Seven Kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers. The realm will rise for its rightful king. Tyrell, Redwyn, Darry, Greyjoy, they have no more love for the usurper than I do. The Dornishmen burn to avenge Elia and her children, and the small folk will be with us. They cry out for their king." He looked at Illyroy anxiously. "They do, don't they?" "They are your people, and they love you well," Magister Illyroy said, amiably. "In Holdfast all across the realm, men lift secret toasts to your health, while women sew dragon banners and hide them against the day of your return from across the water." He gave a massive shrug. "Or so my agents tell me." Dany had no agents, no way of knowing what anyone was doing or thinking across the narrow sea. But she mistrusted Illyroy's sweet words as she mistrusted everything about Illyroy. Her brother was nodding eagerly, however. "I shall kill the usurper myself," he promised, who had never killed anyone, "as he killed my brother Rhaegar, and Lannister too. the Kingslayer, for what he did to my father." "That would be most fitting," Magister Illaroy said. Dany saw the smallest hint of a smile playing around his full lips, but her brother did not notice. The free cities were always generous with the Horse Lords. "It is not that we fear these barbarians," Illaroy would explain with a smile. "The Lord of Light would hold our city walls against 1,000,000 Dothraki, or so the Red Priest promised. Yet, why take chances when their friendship comes so cheap? Many important men will be at the feast tonight. Such men have enemies. The Cal must protect his guests. Yourself chief among them, your grace. No doubt the usurper would pay well for your head." "Oh yes," Viserys said darkly. "He has tried, Illaroy, I promise you that. His hired knives follow us everywhere. I am the last dragon, and he will not sleep easy while I live." As the guests arrived, many were Dothraki horse lords, big men with red-brown skin, their drooping mustachios bound in metal rings, their black hair oiled and braided and hung with bells. Yet among them moved bravos and sellswords from Pentos and Mia and Tyrosh, a red priest even fatter than Illaroy, hairy men from the port of Ibn, and lords from the Summer Isles with skin as black as ebony. Daenerys looked at them all in wonder, and realized with a sudden start of fear that she was the only woman there. Illaroy whispered to them, "Those three are Dothraki's blood riders. There," he said. "By the pillar is Khal Moro, with his son Rigoro. The man with the green beard is brother to the Archon of Tyrosh, and the man behind him is Ser Jorah Mormont." The last name caught Daenerys. A knight? No less, Illaroy smiled through his beard. "Anointed with the 7 oils by the High Septon himself. What is he doing here?" she blurted. "The usurper wanted his head," Illaroy told them. "Some trifling affront. He sold some poachers to a Tyroshi slaver instead of giving them to the Night's Watch. Absurd law. A man should be able to do as he likes with his own cattle." "I shall wish to speak with Ser Jorah before the night is done," her brother said. Dany found herself looking at the knight curiously. He was an older man, past 40 and balding, but still strong and fit. She was still looking at this strange man from the homeland she had never known when Magister Illaroy placed a moist hand on her bare shoulder. "Over there, sweet princess," he whispered. "There is the Khal himself." Dany wanted to run and hide, but her brother was looking at her, and if she displeased him, she knew she would wake the dragon. Anxiously, she turned and looked at the man Viserys hoped would ask to wed her before the night was done. The slave girl had not been far wrong, she thought. Khal Drogo was a head taller than the tallest man in the room, yet somehow light on his feet, as graceful as the panther in Illaroy's menagerie. He was younger than she thought, no more than 30. His skin was the color of polished copper, his thick mustachios bound with gold and bronze rings. "I must go and make my submissions," Magister Illaroy said. "Wait here, I shall bring him to you." Her brother took her by the arm as Illaroy waddled over to the Khal, his fingers squeezing so hard they hurt. "Do you see his braid, sweet sister? You see how long it is?" Viserys said. "When Dothraki are defeated in combat, they cut off their braids in disgrace, so the world will know their shame. Khal Drogo has never lost a fight. He is Aegon the Dragon Lord come again, and you will be his queen." Dany looked at Khal Drogo, his face hard and cruel, his eyes as cold and dark as onyx. Her brother hurt her sometimes when she woke the dragon, but he did not frighten her the way this man frightened her. "I don't want to be his queen," she heard herself say in a small, thin voice. Please, Viserys, I don't want to. I want to go home." "Home?" He kept his voice low, but she could hear the fury in his tone. "How are we to go home, sweet sister? They took our home from us." He drew her into the shadows, out of sight, his fingers digging into her skin. "How are we to go home?" he repeated, meaning King's Landing and Dragonstone, and all the realm they had lost. Dany had only meant their rooms in Illaroy's estate, No true home surely, though all they had. But her brother did not want to hear that. There was no home there for him. Even the big house with the red door had not been home for him. His fingers dug hard into her arm, demanding an answer. "I don't know," she said at last, her voice breaking. Tears welled in her eyes. "I do," he said sharply. "We go home with an army, sweet sister. With Khal Drogo's army. That is how we go home. And if you must wed him and bed him for that, you will." He smiled at her. "I'd let his whole Khalasar F you if need be, sweet sister. All 40,000 men, and their horses too, if that is what it took to get my army. Be grateful it is only Drogo. In time, you may even learn to like him. Now dry your eyes, Illyroy is bringing him over, and he will not see you crying." Dany turned and saw that it was true. Magister Illyroy, all smiles and bows, was escorting Khal Drogo over to where they stood. She brushed away unfallen tears with the back of her hand. "Smile," Viserys whispered nervously, his hand falling to the hilt of his sword. "And stand up straight. Let him see that you have breasts. Gods know you have little enough as it is." Daenerys smiled and stood up straight. And this is where Daenerys I ends. Now, it has been theorized and confirmed by George himself that Daenerys' memories of the House of the Red Door are either partially false or completely fabricated, since it has been proven beyond a doubt that lemons do not grow in Braavos. The first evidence for Daenerys' memories being a lie comes from Arya II in A Storm of Swords, when the innkeeper's wife says, "Lemons, and where would we get lemons? Does this look like Dawn to you, you freckled fool?" So, looking at a map, lemons can only grow in arid climates, and if the riverlands are north of Dawn and cannot grow lemons, then there is no way that lemons could grow in Braavos, which is described as having cold and miserable weather. However, the conclusive proof comes from the Mercy sample chapter, where Arya overhears a Lannister guard complain about the Braavosi weather. "7 hells, this place is damp," she heard her guard complain. "I am chilled to the bones. Where are the bloody orange trees? I always heard there were orange trees in the free cities. Lemons and limes. Where are the bare-bellied girls, I ask you?" "Down in Lys and Myr and Old Volantis," the other guard replied. He was an older, big-bellied and grizzled. "I went to Lys with Lord Tywin once when he was hand to Ares. Braavos is north of King's Landing, fool. Can't you read a bloody map?" Anyway, this seems to prove that lemons don't grow in Braavos. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. Targaryens have violet eyes in the books, but this trait was dropped from the series. The showrunners have said that they did use purple contacts early in filming, but this interfered with the actors' performances. In the book, Daenerys, Viserys, and Illyroy go to Drogo's manse and attend a party to celebrate Drogo and Daenerys' engagement. Many important people appear in this party, including guests from other free cities, several other cows, sellswords from Pentos, Myr, and Tyrosh, a red priest even fatter than Illyroy, hairy men from the port of Ibn, and lords from the Summer Isles. Jorah Mormont is first seen at this party, but does not speak. What is also really cool is that Illyroy has invited a red priestess, which foreshadows Illyroy's plan of using the R'hllor followers in Volantis to support Daenerys, and, by extension, Aegon in A Dance with Dragons, which is some great foreshadowing. In the show, Drogo simply rides up to Illyroy's manse with his Blood Rider to assess Daenerys before their wedding. That's about it for this chapter. Eddard I. The king's party swept into Winterfell in a long gleaming torrent, the gold and silver of their armor flashing beneath the northern sky. 300 men rode in his service, knights and free riders, sworn swords and bannermen, their golden banners tossing in the wind with the crowned stag of Baratheon. Ned recognized many faces among them. Sir Jaime Lannister rode like a figure carved from bright gold. Sandor Clegane followed, half his face lost to old flame. Beside him rode the tall crown prince, and behind them came the crooked silhouette of Tyrion Lannister. But the massive man who led the party barely resembled the companion Ned had once known. Only when he leaped from his warhorse and seized Ned in a crushing embrace did memory bridge the years. "Ned! Ah, but it is good to see that frozen face of yours." The king laughed as he looked Ned up and down. "You have not changed at all." Ned could not return the same truth. The Robert he remembered from the wars had been lean and hard as forged steel, clean-shaven and clear-eyed, towering above his men with the easy strength of a born warrior. In those days, leather and blood had been his scent, and his warhammer had seemed almost an extension of his own arm. Now perfume clung to him, sweet and heavy, and the swollen weight he carried diminished none of his height, but changed everything else. Ned had last seen him 9 years ago, when the stag and the direwolf had joined to crush Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. Since that night in the broken halls of Pike, Robert had added 8 stone and a beard thick enough to shadow his jowls. Nothing could hide the fatigue in his eyes. Still, Robert was his king. "Your Grace, Winterfell is yours." The Queen, Cersei Lannister, arrived on foot with her youngest children, the wheelhouse too wide for Winterfell's gate. Ned knelt to kiss Cersei's ring while Robert embraced Catelyn Stark with the rough warmth he gave old friends. Their children were brought forth, introduced and judged, the formality swift and cold in the northern air. When the courtesies ended, Robert spoke at once. "Take me down to your crypt, Eddard. I would pay my respects." Ned felt a quiet gratitude that the king still remembered her and took up a lantern. No further words were needed. The queen began a mild protest about the long ride and the cold, but Robert silenced her with a single look. Jaime Lannister guided her away, and she fell quiet. Down the narrow stone steps they descended, lantern light swaying. "I was starting to think we would never reach Winterfell," Robert grumbled. "In the south, the way they talk about my 7 kingdoms, a man forgets that your part is as big as the other 6 combined." "I trust you enjoyed the journey, Your Grace," Robert snorted. "Bogs and forests and fields, and scarcely a decent inn north of the Neck. I've never seen such a vast emptiness. Where are all your people?" "Likely they were too shy to come out," Ned said dryly. "Kings are a rare sight in the north." "More likely they were hiding under the snow." "Snow, Ned!" He braced himself against the wall, panting softly. "Late summer snows are common enough," Ned said. "I hope they did not trouble you. They are usually mild." "The others take your mild snow. What will this place be like in winter? I shudder to think." "The winters are hard," Ned said. "But the Starks will endure. We always have." "You need to come south," Robert told him. "You need a taste of summer before it flees. In Highgarden there are fields of golden roses that stretch away as far as the eye can see. The fruits are so ripe they explode in your mouth. Melons, peaches, fire plums. You've never tasted such sweetness. You'll see. I brought you some. Even at storm's end, with that good wind off the bay, the days are so hot you can barely move. And you ought to see the towns, Ned. Flowers everywhere, the markets bursting with food, the summer wine so cheap and so good that you can get drunk just breathing the air. Everyone is fat and drunk and rich." He laughed, the sound rolling down the crypt like it had flesh and weight, and he thumped his stomach with pride. "And the girls, Ned," he exclaimed, eyes gleaming. "I swear, women lose all modesty in the heat. They swim naked in the river, right beneath the castle. Even in the streets, it's too damn hot for wool or fur, so they go around in these short gowns, silk if they have the silver, and cotton if not. But it's all the same when they start sweating, and the cloth sticks to their skin. They might as well be naked." The king's laughter boomed, echoing deep among the stone lords of Winterfell. Ned listened, unable to ignore how winded the king sounded when they reached the crypt floor. "Your Grace," Ned murmured, The lantern's glow swept across long rows of pillars and the cold watchers who sat enthroned in stone. Lords of Winterfell stared blindly through the dark. Direwolves curled at their feet. Iron swords lay rusting on their laps, ancient guardians against restless spirits. Ned wondered whether the oldest ghost had slipped free. She is down at the end, with father and Brandon. Robert frowned, shivering despite his great bulk. Their steps echoed as they passed the Starks of ages past, carved faces flickering to life in the shifting lantern glow. At the final row of sealed tombs, Ned lifted the lantern. Here. Robert knelt before the tombs of Lord Rickard Stark and his children. The stone mason had carved Ned's father with stern dignity, sword held tight, though steel had not saved him in life. Brandon's likeness was youthful and proud, the true heir strangled before he could wed, and Lyanna, only 16, lovely even in stone. Ned felt the familiar ache. She was more beautiful than that, Robert said, staring at her face. He rose heavily. Ah, damn it, Ned. Did you have to bury her in a place like this? She deserved more than darkness. She was a Stark of Winterfell. This is her place. She should be on a hill somewhere, under a fruit tree with the sun and clouds above her, and the rain to wash her clean. I was with her when she died, Ned said quietly. She wanted to come home, to rest beside Brandon and father. He remembered the faint voice begging, "Promise me," the fear in her eyes melting only when he gave her his word. He remembered the crushed petals in her hand. He remembered almost nothing after. "I bring her flowers when I can," he said. Lyanna was fond of flowers. Robert touched her cheek, his fingers brushing the stone as though it lived. "I vowed to kill Rhaegar for what he did to her." "You did. Only once." Robert's voice hardened as he recalled the ford of the Trident and the dragon prince armored in rubies. The hammer blow, the shattered breastplate, the river burning red. "In my dreams, I kill him every night," Robert said. "1,000 deaths will still be less than he deserves." Ned offered no reply. "We should return, Your Grace," he finally said. "Your wife will be waiting." "The others take my wife," Robert muttered sourly. But he turned back the way they had come, heavy steps echoing in the cold hall. "And if I hear Your Grace once more, I'll have your head on a spike. We are more to each other than that." "I had not forgotten," Ned replied quietly. With no response from the king, he said, "Tell me about Jon." Robert shook his head as they walked beneath the stone eyes of dead Starks. "I have never seen a man sicken so quickly. We gave a tourney on my son's name day. If you had seen Jon then, you would have sworn he would live forever. A fortnight later, he was dead. The sickness was like a fire in his gut. It burned right through him." He paused beside the tomb of an ancient Stark. "I love that old man." "We both did." "Catelyn fears for her sister. How does Lysa bear her grief?" "Not well in truth," Robert admitted. "I think losing Jon has driven the woman mad, Ned. She has taken the boy back to the Eyrie, against my wishes. I had hoped to foster him with Tywin Lannister at Castle Rock. Jon had no brothers, no other sons. Was I supposed to leave him to be raised by a woman?" Ned wouldn't even fathom trusting Lord Tywin with a child, but kept quiet. "The wife has lost the husband," he said carefully. "Perhaps the mother feared to lose the son. The boy is very young." "6 and sickly, and Lord of the Eyrie, gods have mercy," the king swore. Lord Tywin had never taken a ward before. Lysa ought to have been honored. The Lannisters are a great and noble house. She refused to even hear of it. Then she left in the dead of night, without so much as a by your leave. Cersei was furious. He sighed deeply. "The boy is my namesake. Did you know that? Robert Arryn. I am sworn to protect him. How can I do that if his mother steals him away?" "I will take him as ward, if you wish," Ned said. "Lysa should consent to that. She and Catelyn were close as girls, and she would be welcome here as well." "A generous offer, my friend," the king said, "but too late. Lord Tywin has already given his consent. fostering the boy elsewhere would be a grievous affront to him. I have more concern for my nephew's welfare than I do for Lannister pride, Ned declared. That is because you do not sleep with a Lannister, Robert laughed, the sound rattling among the tombs and bouncing from the vaulted ceiling. His smile was a flash of white teeth in the thicket of the huge black beard. Ah, Ned, he said, you are still too serious. He put a massive arm around Ned's shoulder. I had planned to wait a few days to speak to you, but I see now there's no need for it. Come, walk with me. You must have wondered why I finally came north to Winterfell, after so long. For the joy of my company, surely, he said lightly. And there is the wall, you need to see it, your grace. To walk along its battlements and talk to those who man it. The Night's Watch is a shadow of what it once was, Benjen says, no doubt I will hear what your brother says soon enough, Robert said. The wall has stood for what, 8,000 years? It can keep a few more days. I have more pressing concerns. These are difficult times. I need good men about me, men like Jon Arryn. He served as Lord of the Eyrie, as Warden of the East, and as Hand of the King. He will not be easy to replace. His son will succeed to the Eyrie and all its incomes, Robert said, brusquely. No more. Ned stopped in surprise. The Arryns have always been Wardens of the East. The title goes with the domain. Perhaps when he comes of age, the honor can be restored to him, Robert said. I have this year to think of, and next. A 6-year-old boy is no war leader, Ned. In peace, the title is only an honor. Let the boy keep it, for his father's sake, if not his own. Surely you owe Jon that much for his service. Jon's service was the duty he owed his liege lord. I am not ungrateful, Ned. You of all men ought to know that. But the son is not the father. A mere boy cannot hold the East. Enough of this. There is a more important office to discuss, and I would not argue with you. Robert grabbed Ned's elbow. I have need of you, Ned. I am yours to command, your grace, always. Robert scarcely heard him. Those years we spent in the Eyrie, gods, those were good years. I want you at my side again, Ned. I want you down in King's Landing. Not up here at the end of the world where you are no damned use to anybody. I swear to you, sitting a throne is 1,000 times harder than winning one. Laws are a tedious business, and counting coppers is worse. And the people, there is no end of them. I sit on the damnable iron chair and listen to them complain until my mind is numb and my arse is raw. They all want something, money, or land, or justice. The lies they tell. And my lords and ladies are no better. I am surrounded by flatterers and fools. It can drive a man to madness, Ned. Half of them don't dare tell me the truth, and the other half can't find it. There are nights I wish we had lost at the Trident. No, not truly, but I understand, Ned said softly. Robert looked at him. I think you do. If so, you're the only one, my old friend. Lord Eddard Stark, I would name you the Hand of the King. Ned knelt. He had expected it, but dread pulled in him. The Hand ruled in the king's stead, commanded armies, upheld justice. It was a burden as vast as the realm. Your Grace, I am not worthy of the honor. Robert groaned with good-humored impatience. If I wanted to honor you, I'd let you retire. I am planning to make you run the kingdom and fight the wars while I eat and drink and wench myself into an early grave. He slapped his gut and smiled. You know the saying about the king and his hand? What the king dreams, the hand builds. Robert laughed. I betted a fish maid once who told me the lowborn have a choicier way to put it. The king eats, they say, and the hand takes the shit. He threw back his head and laughed. Damn it, Ned, the king complained. You might at least humor me with a smile. They say it grows so cold up here in winter that a man's laughter freezes in his throat and chokes him to death, Ned replied. Perhaps that is why the Starks have so little humor. Come south with me, and I'll teach you to laugh again, the king promised. You helped me win this damnable throne, now help me hold it. We were meant to rule together. If Lyanna had lived, we should have been brothers, bound by blood as well as affection. Well, it's not too late. I have a son, you have a daughter. My Joff and your Sansa shall join our houses, as Lyanna and I might have once done." Ned was surprised by this offer. Sansa is only 11, old enough for betrothal. The marriage can wait a few years. The king smiled. "Now stand up and say yes, curse you." Ned felt the weight of the situation. "Nothing would give me greater pleasure, your grace," Ned answered. He hesitated. "These honors are also unexpected. May I have some time to consider? I need to tell my wife." Yes, of course. Tell Catelyn, sleep on it if you must." The king pulled Ned roughly to his feet. "Just don't keep me waiting too long. I am not the most patient of men." As they turned back toward the light, Ned felt a creeping dread. This was his place, among the stone figures of his line, beneath the earth. The crypt seemed to whisper warnings the king could not hear. Winter is coming. And this is where Eddard I, A Game of Thrones ends. Now, it is suspicious that Ned buried Lyanna and Brandon in the crypts of Winterfell, because even though Ned tells us this is what Lyanna wanted, statues are only meant for the lords and kings of Winterfell. There are many theories for why Lyanna was buried in the crypts, but none of them seem conclusive as to why she was buried there. We believe there was probably a baby swap at the Tower of Joy involving House Dane and the Kingsguard. We also believe Mance Rayder is secretly Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, since he was able to best Jon Snow in single combat in A Dance with Dragons, and knows way too much about Westeros and the Seven Kingdoms for an ordinary turncloak. But again, this is just speculation. In future videos, we'll come back to the baby swap idea and Mance Rayder being Sir Arthur Dayne. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. Tyrion's appearance is different to his description in the books. He has stunted legs, a swollen forehead, a squashed-in face, and eyes of different colors. He walks with a profound waddle. Unlike in the show, the book does not describe the following scenes: Catelyn and Luwin preparing for the feast, Robb, Theon, and Jon grooming themselves for the arrival of the royal party, Bran sighting the royal party on the top of the wall, Catelyn scolding Bran for climbing up the wall, Arya watching the arrival of the royal party, House Stark and their retainers lining up to greet the royal party, and Arya's whimsy late arrival. In the book, the wheelhouse Cersei and the royal children travel in is huge. In the show, the wheelhouse is much smaller and is pulled by lesser horses into the castle. Tyrion's introduction in the books is different. In the show, he is introduced in a scene with the prostitute Ross after Robert Baratheon's arrival. Ross doesn't exist in the books. In the TV series, she is a reoccurring character. In the book, Robert does not place a feather in the hand of Lyanna's statue. And lastly, both Tommen and Marcella are presented before the Stark children in the book, and vice versa. That's about it for this chapter. Jon 1. As Jon Snow refilled his wine cup, he was thinking about how being a bastard wasn't always a bad thing. Sitting on the bench amongst the squires, he took a sip of summer wine and smiled. Winterfell's great hall was filled with smoke and the smell of roasting meat and freshly baked. The walls were covered in banners. The direwolf of the Stark house, the stag of the Baratheons, and the Lannister lion. A singer played the harp, but his voice was tuned out by the conversation and overall clutter of the feast. For 4 hours, the banquet was proceeding. Jon's younger siblings were seated with the king's own children, just beneath the platform on which the king and queen themselves dined, in the company of Lord and Lady Stark. Jon knew that his father, Lord Eddard, would allow a cup of wine for the others to commemorate the king's arrival, but no more. Here with the squires, Jon drank to his heart's content freely, and his heart wished to drink more. This delighted the squires, who urged him to drain yet another cup. They were cheerful fellows. And Jon enjoyed their stories about battles, hunting, and women. Jon was certain that the company he found himself was more entertaining than the king's children. As the visitors entered the hall, he had a good look at them all, quenching his curiosity. First had come Jon's father, Lord Eddard, accompanying the queen. Cersei was as beautiful as Jon heard, with her golden hair and emerald eyes. But as Lord Eddard led her up to the podium, Jon noticed that the woman never once looked up at his father. Even at his young age of 14, Jon knew what that meant. Next had been the king himself, Robert Baratheon, with Lady Stark on his side. Jon has heard the tales of Robert, the unmatched warrior, demon of the trident. But all he could see was a sweating fat man who walked as if he was drunk already. Jon felt disappointed. The royal children have followed, mixed with Lord Eddard's other offspring. Rickon Stark was the first, tottering as a 3-year-old would, and behind him Jon's half-brother, Robb. He was leading Princess Marcella, a wisp of a girl who Jon had found boring at first sight, with her golden hair and shy looks. Robb was still grinning as he led the young girl towards her seat. The princes came escorted by Jon's sisters, Arya and Sansa. Arya was leading Tommen, a plump boy with very blonde long hair, while Sansa, the older of the two, had gotten the crown prince, Joffrey. The prince inherited his mother's curls and green eyes, and though only 12, was already taller than Jon or even Robb. Jon found his disdainful looks at Winterfell's Great Hall disrespectful and decided he didn't like the crown prince. After he had dismissed the future king, Jon turned his attention to the men accompanying him, the Lion and the Imp. They called them Lannisters of Castle Rock, brothers of the Queen. So Jaime Lannister was the Queen's twin brother, tall and blonde with the same emerald eyes, showing a sharp smile. He wore Lannister colors and the lion on his chest. That's what his peers called him, at least face to face. The Lion of Lannister. Behind his back, however, he was known as the Kingslayer. As Jaime Lannister walked past him, Jon thought that this was what a real king should look like. Jon looked at the other brother, Tyrion Lannister. All that was given to Jaime and Cersei had been denied from their younger brother. Tyrion was a dwarf, with a brutish face under a strong brow, hair almost white, eyes mismatching, one green and one black. Jon watched. It was fascinating as the small man was trying to keep up with his brother. Bringing up the rear had come Jon's uncle, Benjen Stark of the Night's Watch, and Lord Eddard's ward, Theon Greyjoy. While Benjen gave Jon a friendly smile, Theon ignored him altogether, though that was nothing new. Once everyone had a seat, toasts and thanks were given. Then, finally, the feast had begun. Jon started to drink then, and was still doing so now. Something rubbed against his leg beneath the table. Jon saw red eyes staring up at him. "Hungry again?" he asked. Jon started to tear a leg off the honey chicken for Ghost, but thought better of it, and gave the whole thing to the direwolf, who started to devour in eerie silence. Though his siblings had been forbidden to bring their direwolf pups to the feast, nobody had cared about Jon's, and he thought this to be another perk of being a bastard. He drank some more as Ghost ate the chicken. Dogs were allowed in too, moving around the tables, following servers. A black dog with yellow eyes spotted Ghost and his chicken. He came close to get her share. Jon watched as the dog growled at the direwolf, who just looked up silently, fixing red eyes at the dog. She snapped at him, and Ghost finally bared his own fangs. Though 3 times the size of the direwolf, the dog decided the chicken wasn't worth it, as she went away. Ghost returned to his meal. Jon grinned and gave a pat to the white wolf under the table. Ghost nipped at his hand in a friendly manner. "Is this one of the direwolves I've heard so much of?" a familiar voice asked. Jon looked up at his uncle, and the man ruffled his hair. "Yes," he said, "his name is Ghost." A squire slid aside on the bench to give room to Benjen, and the man sat and took Jon's cup. "Summer wine," he said after a sip. "Nothing so sweet. How many cups have you had, Jon?" Jon smiled. Benjen Stark laughed. As I feared. Ah well, I believe I was younger than you the first time I got truly and sincerely drunk. He picked a roasted onion dripping brown with gravy from a nearby trencher and bit into it. It crunched. Benjen Stark was a gaunt man with sharp features, but always with laughter in his blue eyes. As a man of the Night's Watch, he was wearing all black, though tonight this was rich velvet too. He had a heavy silver chain around his neck. The man watched Ghost as he ate his onion. A very quiet wolf, he observed. He's not like the others, Jon said. He never makes a sound. That's why I named him Ghost. That, and because he's white. The others are all dark, grey, or black. There are still direwolves beyond the wall. We hear them on our rangings. Benjen Stark gave Jon a long look. Don't you usually eat at a table with your brothers? Most times, Jon answered in a hollow voice. But tonight Lady Stark thought it might give insult to the royal family to seat a bastard among them. I see. His uncle glanced over at the raised table. My brother does not seem very festive tonight. Jon picked up on that too. Bastards always have. They needed to see through the smiles. Lord Eddard was the perfect host tonight, but in every one of his moves, there was tension Jon rarely seen before. When left alone, Lord Eddard seemed distracted. The king was drinking all night, his face red under his black beard. Toast followed toast, and King Robert was in a good mood, but his wife, the queen, sat behind him cold as an ice sculpture. The queen is angry too, Jon said in a low, quiet voice. Father took the king down to the crypts this afternoon. The queen didn't want him to go. Benjen gave Jon a measuring look. You don't miss much, do you, Jon? We could use a man like you on the wall. Jon drew himself up proudly. Robb is a stronger lance than I am, but I'm a better sword, and Hullen says I sit a horse as well as anyone in the castle. Notable achievements. Take me with you when you go back to the wall, Jon said in a sudden rush. Father will give you leave if you ask him. I know he will. Uncle Benjen studied his face carefully. The wall is a hard place for a boy, Jon. I am almost a man grown, Jon objected. I will turn 15 on my next name day, and Maester Lewin says bastards grow up faster than other children. That's true enough, Benjen said with a frown. He took Jon's cup from the table, refilled it, and drank down a long swallow. Daeron Targaryen was only 14 when he conquered Dorne, Jon said. He admired the young dragon. A conquest that lasted a summer, his uncle pointed out. Your boy king lost 10,000 men taking the place, and another 50 trying to hold it. Someone should have told him that war isn't a game. He took another sip of wine. Also, he said, wiping his mouth, Daeron Targaryen was only 18 when he died, or have you forgotten that part? I forget nothing, Jon boasted. The wine was talking now. Jon sat very straight to make himself seem taller. I want to serve in the Night's Watch, uncle. Jon has been thinking about this for a long time, during nights when his brothers were sleeping around him. Robb would one day be Lord of Winterfell, with Bran and Rickon as his wards. Arya and Sansa would marry into great houses to have their own castles down south. But what path was open for a bastard like him? You don't know what you're asking, Jon. The Night's Watch is a sworn brotherhood. We have no families. None of us will ever father sons. Our wife is duty. Our mistress is honor. A bastard can have honor too, Jon said. I am ready to swear your oath. You are a boy of 14, Benjen said. Not a man. Not yet. Until you have known a woman, you cannot understand what you would be giving up. I don't care about that, Jon said hotly. You might if you knew what it meant, Benjen said. If you knew what the oath would cost you, you might be less eager to pay the price, son. I'm not your son, Jon said, anger rising. Benjen Stark stood up. More's the pity. He put a hand on Jon's shoulder. Come back to me after you fathered a few bastards of your own and we'll see how you feel. Jon trembled. I would never father a bastard, he said carefully. Never. He spat it out, like venom. Jon realized that silence was all around him. Everyone at their table was staring at him now. Tears filled his eyes as he stood up. I must be excused, he said, with the last of his dignity. Jon turned and hurried away before the men could see his tears. He understood that he had had too many cups of wine. He stumbled on his own feet while leaving the hall, collapsing with a serving girl sending flagons of summer wine flying. People laughed, and Jon felt his face reddening, hot. A hand tried to help him, but he tore himself away and ran for the door, with his direwolf following. The yard was deserted, save for a guard on the wall with his cloak pulled close around him against the cold. As miserable as he looked, Jon wished he could trade lives with the sentry. The castle looked empty, except for the Great Hall, so much that it reminded Jon of an abandoned fortress he once saw, standing silent and forgotten. But there was music here, pouring out of the open windows of the hall behind Jon. Song and music were the last things he wanted now. Wiping his tear-washed face on his shirt sleeve, he turned to leave the courtyard for someplace quieter. "Boy!" a voice called out to him. Jon turned. The dwarf, Tyrion Lannister, was sitting on the ledge above the door, reminding Jon of a gargoyle. He was grinning. "Is that animal a wolf?" "A direwolf," Jon said. "His name is Ghost." He stared up at the little man, his disappointment forgotten for now. "What are you doing up there? Why aren't you at the feast?" "Too hot, too noisy, and I drunk too much wine," the dwarf replied. "I learned long ago that it is considered rude to vomit on your brother. Might I have a closer look at your wolf?" Jon hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Can you climb down, or shall I bring you a ladder?" "Oh, bleed that," the little man said. He pushed himself off the ledge and, followed by Jon's awed gaze, curled up into a little ball in the air, then landed on his feet. He jumped back onto his feet with ease. Ghost backed away carefully, and Tyrion Lannister laughed as he dusted himself off. "I believe I frightened your wolf. My apologies." "He's not scared," Jon said. He knelt and called out, "Ghost, come here. Come on, that's it." The puppy obeyed, getting closer on tiny paws, but was eyeing the dwarf uncertainly as he nuzzled Jon's hand. Tyrion tried to pet him, but Ghost bared his fangs silently, and the dwarf snatched his hand away in alarm. "Shy, isn't he?" Lannister noted. "Sit, Ghost," Jon commanded. "That's it, keep still." He looked up at the dwarf. "You can touch him now. He won't move until I tell him to. I've been training him." "I see," Lannister said. He ruffled the snow-white fur between Ghost's ears and said, "Nice wolf." "If I wasn't here, he'd tear out your throat," Jon said. He knew that was probably not true. Not yet, but it would be one day. "In that case, you had best stay close," the dwarf said. He cocked his large head to one side and looked Jon over with his mismatched eyes. "I am Tyrion Lannister." "I know," Jon said. He got to his feet, standing. He was taller than the dwarf. It was an odd feeling. "You're Ned Stark's bastard, aren't you?" The word stabbed him like a cold dagger. His mouth twisted in distaste and said nothing. "Did I offend you?" Tyrion said. "Sorry, dwarfs don't have to be tactful. Generations of capering fools in motley have won me the right to dress badly and say any damn thing that comes to my mind," he grinned. "You are the bastard, though." "Lord Eddard Stark is my father," Jon said rigidly. Tyrion examined his face. "Yes," he said, "I can see it. You have more of the North in you than your brothers." "Half-brothers," Jon corrected. He found the dwarf's comment pleasing, but tried not to show it. "Let me give you some counsel, bastard," Lannister said. "Never forget what you are, for surely the world will not. Make it your strength. Then it can never be your weakness. Armor yourself in it, and it will never be used to hurt you." Jon did not ask, nor felt like listening to a stranger's advice. "What do you know about being a bastard?" "All dwarves are bastards in their father's eyes." "You are your mother's true-born son of Lannister." "Am I?" the dwarf replied mockingly. "Do tell my lord father. My mother died birthing me, and he's never been sure." "I don't even know who my mother was," Jon said. "Some woman, no doubt. Most of them are." He gave Jon a grim grin. "Remember this, boy. All dwarfs may be bastards, yet not all bastards need be dwarfs." With that, the dwarf turned his back on Jon and walked away, back to the Great Hall, whistling cheerfully. As the door opened, the light threw his shadow across the whole yard. Tyrion Lannister stood tall as a king, if only just for a moment. And this is where Jon I ends. So why did Maester Luwin lie? In the next chapter, Catelyn II, Ned and Catelyn are discussing what to do with Jon when Ned travels south with Robert. Catelyn refuses to house Jon, but Ned can't take Jon with him to court. They are at a crossroad. But then Luwin interjects with this. "Another solution presents itself," he said, his voice quiet. "Your brother Benjen came to me about Jon a few days ago. It seems the boy aspires to take the Black." Ned looked shocked. He asked to join the Night's Watch? However, as we know, Benjen does not want Jon to join the Night's Watch so young, and Luwin exploits his position to have Jon sent to the wall. For this video series, we'll be pointing out all the times that the Maesters directly or indirectly influence the story, in an effort to prove Maesters sometimes have their own agendas. This will be important later in future theory predictions. Moreover, there is a theory that Benjen was forced to take the Black because he kept something secret from Ned pertaining to Lyanna running away with Rhaegar during Robert's rebellion. Since it's strange for Ned's only remaining brother to be left at the wall, even though there are plenty of better futures he could have chosen from. But again, this is just pure speculation. Although we never see Ned and Benjen interact even once in a Game of Thrones, which could be interpreted that the brothers do not get along despite both being pretty honorable guys. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. The description of the feast is from Jon's POV, thus it focuses on his conversations with Benjen. The scenes depicting the activities of other people in the feast are mostly not present in the book. These include Robert's activities and Cersei's reactions, conversations between Catelyn and Cersei, conversations between Benjen and Eddard, the subtle confrontation between Jaime and Eddard, Sansa speaking to Cersei, and Arya throwing food at Sansa. And that's about it for this chapter. Catelyn II. Of all the rooms in Winterfell's Great Keep, Catelyn's bedchambers were the hottest. She seldom had to light a fire. The castle had been built over natural hot springs, and the scalding waters rushed through its walls and chambers like blood through a man's body, driving the chill from the stone halls, filling the glass gardens with a moist warmth, keeping the earth from freezing. Open pools smoked day and night in a dozen small courtyards. That was a little thing in summer. In winter, it was the difference between life and death. Catelyn's bath was always hot and steaming, and her walls warm to the touch. The warmth reminded her of Riverrun, of days in the sun with Lysa and Edmure, but Ned could never abide the heat. The Starks were made for the cold, he would tell her, and she would laugh and tell him in that case they had certainly built their castle in the wrong place. So when they had finished, Ned rolled off and climbed from her bed, as he had 1,000 times before. He crossed the room, pulled back the heavy tapestries, and threw open the high narrow windows one by one, letting the night air into the chamber. The wind swirled around him as he stood facing the dark, naked and empty-handed. Catelyn pulled the furs to her chin and watched him. He looked somehow smaller and more vulnerable, like the youth she had wed in the Sept at Riverrun, 15 long years gone. Her loins still ached from the urgency of his lovemaking. It was a good ache. She could feel his seed within him. She prayed that it might quicken there. It had been 3 years since Rickon. She was not too old. She could give him another son. "I will refuse him," Ned said as he turned back to her. His eyes were haunted, his voice thick with doubt. Catelyn sat up in the bed. "You cannot. You must not. My duties are here in the north. I have no wish to be Robert's hand." "He will not understand that. He is a king now, and kings are not like other men. If you refuse to serve him, he will wonder why, and sooner or later he will begin to suspect that you oppose him. Can't you see the danger that would put us in?" Ned shook his head, refusing to believe. "Robert would never harm me or any of mine. We were closer than brothers. He loves me. If I refuse him, he will roar and curse and bluster, and in a week we will laugh about it together. I know the man." "You knew the man," she said. "The king is a stranger to you." Catelyn remembered the direwolf dead in the snow, the broken antler lodged deep in her throat. She had to make him see. "Pride is everything to a king, my lord. Robert came all this way to see you, to bring you these great honors. You cannot throw them back in his face." "Honors," Ned laughed bitterly. "In his eyes, yes," she said. "And in yours?" "And in mine," she blazed, angry now. Why couldn't he see? He offers his own son in marriage to our daughter. What else would you call that? Sansa might someday be queen. Her sons could rule from the wall to the mountains of Dawn. What is so wrong with that? "Gods, Catelyn, Sansa is only 11, Ned said. "And Joffrey is," she finished for him, "crown prince and heir to the Iron Throne. And I was only 12 when my father promised me to your brother Brandon." That brought a bitter twist to Ned's mouth. Brandon, yes. Brandon would know what to do. He always did. It was all meant for Brandon. You, Winterfell, everything. He was born to be a king's hand and a father to queens. I never asked for his cup to pass to me. "Perhaps not," Catelyn said. "But Brandon is dead and the cup has passed, and you must drink from it, like it or not." Ned turned away from her, back to the night. He stood staring out in the darkness, watching the moon and the stars perhaps, or perhaps the sentries on the wall. Catelyn softened then to see his pain. Eddard Stark had married her in Brandon's place, as custom decreed, but the shadow of his dead brother still lay between them, as did the other, the shadow of the woman he would not name, the woman who had borne him his bastard son. She was about to go to him when the knock came at the door, loud and unexpected. Ned turned, frowning. "What is it?" Desmond's voice came through the door. "My lord, Maester Luwin is without and begs urgent audience." "You told him I had left orders not to be disturbed?" "Yes, my lord, he insists." "Very well, send him in." Ned crossed to the wardrobe and slipped on a heavy robe. Catelyn realized suddenly how cold it had become. She sat up in bed and pulled the furs to her chin. "Perhaps we should close the window," she suggested. Ned nodded absently. Maester Luwin was shown in. The Maester was a small grey man. His eyes were grey and quick, and saw much. His hair was grey, what little the years had left him. His robe was grey wool, trimmed with white fur, the Stark colours. Its great floppy sleeves had pockets hidden inside. Luwin was always tucking things into those sleeves, and producing other things from them. Books, messages, strange artifacts, toys for the children. With all he kept hidden in his sleeves, Catelyn was surprised that Maester Luwin could lift his arms at all. The Maester waited until the door had closed behind him before he spoke. "My lord," he said to Ned, "pardon for disturbing your rest. I have been left a message." Ned looked irritated. "Been left? By whom? Has there been a rider? I was not told." "There was no rider, my lord. Only a carved wooden box left on a table in my observatory while I napped. My servant saw no one, but it must have been brought by someone in the king's party. We have had no other visitors from the south." "A wooden box, you say?" Catelyn said. "Inside was a fine new lens for the observatory, from Mia by the look of it. The lens crafter of Mia are without equal." Ned frowned. He had little patience for this sort of thing, Catelyn knew. "A lens," he said. "What has this to do with me?" "I asked the same question," Maester Luwin said. "Clearly there was more to this than the seeming." Under the heavy weight of her furs, Catelyn shivered. "A lens is an instrument to help us see." "Indeed it is." He fingered the collar of his order, a heavy chain worn tight around the neck beneath his robe, each link forged from a different metal. Catelyn could feel dread stirring inside her once again. What is it that they would have us see more clearly? The very thing I asked myself. Maester Luwin drew a tightly rolled paper out of his sleeve. I found the true message concealed within a false bottom when I dismantled the box the lens had come in, but it is not for my eyes. Ned held out his hand. Let me have it then. Luwin did not stir. Pardons, my lord. The message is not for you either. It is marked for the eyes of the Lady Catelyn, and her alone. May I approach? Catelyn nodded, not trusting to speak. The maester placed the paper on the table beside the bed. It was sealed with a small blob of blue wax. Luwin bowed and began to retreat. Stay, Ned commanded him. His voice was grave. He looked at Catelyn. What is it? My lady, you're shaking. I'm afraid, she admitted. She reached out and took the letter in trembling hands. The furs dropped away from her nakedness, forgotten. In the blue wax was the moon and falcon seal of House Arryn. It's from Lysa. Catelyn looked at her husband. It will not make us glad, she told him. There is grief in this message, Ned. I can feel it. Ned frowned, his face darkening. Open it. Catelyn broke the seal. Her eyes moved over the words. At first they made no sense to her. Then she remembered. Lysa took no chances. When we were girls together, we had a private language, she and I. Can you read it? Yes, Catelyn admitted. Then tell us. Perhaps I should withdraw, Maester Luwin said. No, Catelyn said. We will need your counsel. She threw back the furs and climbed from the bed. The night air was as cold as the grave on her bare skin as she padded across the room. Maester Luwin averted his eyes. Even Ned looked shocked. What are you doing? He asked. Lighting a fire, Catelyn told him. She found a dressing gown and shrugged into it, then knelt over the cold hearth. Maester Luwin, Ned began. Maester Luwin has delivered all my children, Catelyn said. This is no time for false modesty. She slid the paper in among the kindling and placed the heavier logs on top of it. Ned crossed the room, took her by the arm and pulled her to her feet. He held her there, his face inches from hers. My lady, tell me, what was in this message? Catelyn stiffened in his grasp. A warning, she said softly, if we have the wits to hear. His eyes searched her face. Go on. Lysa says Jon Arryn was murdered. His fingers tightened on her arm. By whom? The Lannisters, she told him. The Queen. Ned released his hold on her arm. There were deep red marks on her skin. Gods, he whispered. His voice was hoarse. Your sister is sick with grief. She cannot know what she is saying. She knows, Catelyn said. Lysa is impulsive, yes, but this message was carefully planned, cleverly hidden. She knew it meant death if her letter fell into the wrong hands. To risk so much, she must have had more than mere suspicion. Catelyn looked to her husband. Now we truly have no choice. You must be Robert's hand. You must go south with him and learn the truth. She saw at once that Ned had reached a very different conclusion. The only truths I know are here. The south is a nest of adders I would do better to avoid. Luwin plucked at his chin collar where it had chafed the soft skin of his throat. The hand of the king has great power, my lord. Power to find the truth of Lord Arryn's death, to bring his killers to the king's justice. Power to protect Lady Arryn and her son, if the worst be true. Ned glanced helplessly around the bedchamber. Catelyn's heart went out to him, but she knew she could not take him in her arms just then. First the victory must be won, for her children's sake. You say you love Robert like a brother. Would you leave your brother surrounded by Lannisters? The others take both of you, Ned muttered darkly. He turned away from them and went to the window. She did not speak, nor did the maester. They waited, quiet, while Eddard Stark said a silent farewell to the home he loved. When he turned away from the window at last, his voice was tired and full of melancholy, and moisture glittered faintly in the corners of his eyes. My father went south once, to answer the summons of a king. He never came home again. A different time, Maester Luwin said. A different king. Yes, Ned said dully. He seated himself in a chair by the hearth. Catelyn, you shall stay here in Winterfell. His words were like an icy draught through her heart. No, she said, suddenly afraid. Was this to be her punishment? Never to see his face again, nor to feel his arms around her? Yes, Ned said, in words that would brook no argument. You must govern the North in my stead, while I run Robert's errands. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Robb is 14. Soon enough, he will be a man grown. He must learn to rule, and I will not be here for him. Make him part of your councils. He must be ready when his time comes. God's will, not for many years, Maester Luwin muttered. Maester Luwin, I trust you as I would my own blood. Give my wife your voice in all things great and small. Teach my son the things he needs to know. Winter is coming. Maester Luwin nodded gravely. Then silence fell, until Catelyn found the courage and asked the question whose answer she dreaded most. What of the other children? Ned stood and took her in his arms, and held her face close to his. Rickon is very young, he said gently. He should stay here with you and Robb. The others I would take with me. I could not bear it, Catelyn said, trembling. You must, he said. Sansa must wed Joffrey. That is clear now. We must give them no grounds to suspect our devotion, and it is past time that Arya learnt the ways of the southern court. In a few years, she would be of an age to marry too. Sansa would shine in the south, Catelyn thought to herself, and the gods knew that Arya needed refinement. Reluctantly, she let go of them in her heart. But not Bran. Never Bran. Yes, she said, but please, Ned, for the love you bear me, let Bran remain here at Winterfell. He is only 7. I was 8 when my father sent me to foster at the Eyrie, Ned said. So Roderick tells me there is a bad feeling between Robb and Prince Joffrey. That is not healthy. Bran can bridge that distance. He is a sweet boy, quick to laugh, easy to love. Let them grow up with the young princes. Let them become their friend as Robert became mine. Our house will be the safer for it. He was right. Catelyn knew it. It did not make the pain any easier to bear. She would lose all 4 of them. Then Ned and both girls and her sweet loving Bran. Only Robb and little Rickon would be left to her. She felt lonely already. Winterfell was such a vast place. Keep him off the walls then, she said bravely. You know how Bran loves to climb. Ned kissed the tears from her eyes before they could fall. Thank you, my lady, he whispered. This is hard, I know. What of Jon Snow, my lord? Maester Luwin asked. Catelyn tensed at the mention of the name. Ned felt the anger in her and pulled away. Many men fathered bastards. Catelyn had grown up with that knowledge. It came as no surprise to her in the first year of her marriage to learn that Ned had fathered a child on some girl chance met on campaign. He had a man's needs after all, and they had spent that year apart. Ned off at war in the south, while she remained safe in her father's castle at Riverrun. Her thoughts were more of Robb, the infant at her breast, than of the husband she barely knew. He was welcome to whatever solace he might find between battles, and if his seed quickened, she expected he would see to the child's needs. He did more than that. The Starks were not like other men. Ned brought his bastard home with him and called him son for all the North to see. When the wars were over at last and Catelyn rode to Winterfell, Jon and his wet nurse had already taken up residence. That cut deep. Ned would not speak of the mother, not so much as a word, but a castle has no secrets, and Catelyn heard her maids repeating tales they heard from the lips of her husband's soldiers. They whispered of Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, deadliest of the 7 knights of Aerys Kingsguard, and of how their young lord had slain him in single combat. And they told how afterward Ned had carried Sir Arthur's sword back to the beautiful young sister who awaited him in a castle called Starfall on the shores of the summer sea, the Lady Ashara Dane, tall and fair, with haunting violet eyes. It had taken her a fortnight to marshal her courage, but finally, in bed one night, Catelyn had asked her husband the truth of it, asked him face to face. That was the only time in all their years that Ned had ever frightened her. "Never ask me about Jon," he said, cold as ice. "He is my blood, and that is all you need to know. And now I will learn where you heard that name, my lady." She had pledged to obey, she told him, and from that day on, the whispering had stopped, and Ashara's Dane name was never heard in Winterfell again. Whoever's Jon mother had been, Ned must have loved her fiercely, for nothing Catelyn said would persuade him to send the boy away. It was the one thing she could never forgive him. She had come to love her husband with all her heart, but she had never found it in her to love Jon. She might have overlooked a dozen bastards for Ned's sake, so long as they were out of sight. Jon was never out of sight, and as he grew, he looked more like Ned than any of the true-born sons she bore him. Somehow, that made it worse. "Jon must go," she said now. "He and Rob are close," Ned said. "I had hoped—" "He cannot stay here," Catelyn said, cutting him off. "He is your son, not mine. I will not have him." It was hard, she knew, but no less the truth. Ned would do the boy no kindness by leaving him here at Winterfell. The look Ned gave her was anguished. "You know I cannot take him south. There will be no place for him at court. A boy with a bastard's name. You know what they will say of him. He will be shunned." Catelyn armored her heart against the mute appeal in her husband's eye. "They say your friend Robert has fathered a dozen bastards himself, and none of them has ever been seen at court," Ned blazed. "The Lannister woman has seen to that. How can you be so damnably cruel, Catelyn? He is only a boy." His fury was on him. He might have said more, and worse, but Maester Luwin cut in. "Another solution presents itself," he said, his voice quiet. "Your brother Benjen came to me about Jon a few days ago. It seems the boy aspires to take the black." Ned looked shocked. "He asked to join the Night's Watch?" Catelyn said nothing. Let Ned work it out in his own mind. Her voice would not be welcome now, yet gladly would she have kissed the maester just then. His was the perfect solution. Benjen Stark was a sworn brother. Jon would be a son to him, the child he would never have, and in time the boy would take the oath as well. He would father no sons who might someday contest with Catelyn's own grandchildren for Winterfell. Maester Luwin said, "There is great honor in service on the wall, my lord, and even a bastard may rise high in the Night's Watch," Ned reflected. Still, his voice was troubled. "Jon is so young. If he asked this when he was a man grown, that would be one thing. But a boy of 14... "A hard sacrifice," Maester Luwin agreed. "Yet these are hard times, my lord. His road is no crueler than yours or your lady's." Catelyn thought of the 3 children she must lose. It was not easy keeping silent then. Ned turned away from them to gaze out the window, his long face silent and thoughtful. Finally, he sighed and turned back. "Very well," he said to Maester Luwin. "I suppose it is for the best. I will speak to Ben." "When shall we tell Jon?" the Maester asked. "When I must. Preparations must be made. It'll be a fortnight before we are ready to depart. I would sooner let Jon enjoy these last few days. Summer will end soon enough, and childhood as well. When the time comes, I will tell him myself." So it would have been extremely difficult for Lysa in the Eyrie to have sent the letter, leaving only Littlefinger to orchestrate its arrival in Maester Luwin's observatory. Lysa is also too impulsive to come up with such a careful delivery method, and the letter only serves to make sure that Eddard has no choice but to accept Robert's offer to become Hand of the King, and this is what makes A Song of Ice and Fire so great. The mystery that starts it all, the death of Jon Arryn, can be figured out in the first book alone through the contradicting reports around Robert Arryn's fostering. You can also kind of see how it all played out. Lysa found out that her son was going to be taken away from her, and so Peter convinces her to kill Jon Arryn and run away with Robin back to the Eyrie and help bring Eddard Stark to King's Landing. It's also a crime how wasted Littlefinger was in the show, when everything he does in the book is so meticulous and chaotic that you're never sure if he planned it or just got really lucky. Either way, Littlefinger is someone to watch out for in the next book. This chapter is also a real testament to how George R.R. Martin creates difficult but fair mysteries where the reader has the chance to figure out the answers by carefully examining the text and looking for inconsistencies that don't make sense. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, when Maester Luwin goes into Eddard's bedroom with the letter about Jon Arryn's murder, Catelyn is naked. She even gets out of bed naked, remarking that it does not matter as Luwin delivered all of her children. In the show, she's dressed in a sleeping gown, and Lysa Arryn's letter isn't coded. Also, the letter is delivered by a messenger. In the book, it is coded, found in a box with a false bottom, and was left in Luwin's observatory by an unknown party. In the book, Ned does not wish to become King Robert's hand, but Catelyn persuades him to, especially after Lysa's letter. But in the show, the letter makes Catelyn afraid for her husband and begs him not to accept. So the letter has the opposite effect. In the book, Eddard plans to take Bran to King's Landing before he is injured. There is no mention of this in the show. And that's it for this chapter. Arya I. Arya's stitches were crooked again. She frowned down at them with dismay and glanced over to where her sister Sansa sat among the other girls. Sansa's needlework was exquisite. Everyone said so. Sansa's work is as pretty as she is, Septa Mordane told their Lady Mother once. She has such fine, delicate hands. When Lady Catelyn had asked about Arya, the Septa had sniffed. Arya has the hands of a blacksmith. Arya glanced furtively across the room, worried that Septa Mordane might have read her thoughts. But the Septa was paying her no attention today. She was sitting with the Princess Marcilla, all smiles and admiration. It was not often that the Septa was privileged to instruct a royal princess in the womanly arts, as she had when the Queen brought Marcilla to join them. Arya thought that Marcella's stitches looked a little crooked too, but you would never know it from the way Septa Mordane was cooing. She studied her own work again, looking for some way to salvage it, then sighed and put down the needle. She looked glumly at her sister. Sansa was chatting away happily as she worked. Beth Castle, Sir Roderick's little girl, was sitting by her feet, listening to every word she said, and Jean Poole was leaning over to whisper something in her ear. "What are you talking about?" Arya asked suddenly. Jean gave her a startled look, then giggled. Sansa looked abashed. Beth blushed. No one answered. "Tell me," Arya said. Jean glanced over to make certain that Septa Mordane was not listening. Marcella said something then, and the Septa laughed along with the rest of the ladies. "We were talking about the prince," Sansa said, her voice soft as a kiss. Arya knew which prince she meant. Joffrey, of course. The tall, handsome one. Sansa got to sit with him at the feast. Arya had to sit with the little fat one, naturally. "Joffrey likes your sister," Jean whispered, proud as if she had something to do with it. She was the daughter of Winterfell Stewart and Sansa's dearest friend. He told her she was very beautiful. "He's going to marry her," little Beth said dreamily, hugging herself. "Then Sansa will be queen of all the realm." Sansa had the grace to blush. She brushed prettily. She did everything prettily, Arya thought with dull resentment. "Beth, you shouldn't make up stories," Sansa corrected the younger girl, gently stroking her hair to take the harshness out of her words. She looked at Arya. "What did you think of Prince Joff, sister? He's very gallant, don't you think?" "Jon says he looks like a girl," Arya said. Sansa sighed as she stitched. "Poor Jon," she said. "He gets jealous because he's a bastard." "He's our brother," Arya said, much too loudly. Her voice cut through the afternoon quiet of the tower room. Septa Mordane raised her eyes. She had a bony face, sharp eyes, and a thin lipless mouth made for frowning. It was frowning now. "What are you talking about, children?" "Our half-brother," Sansa corrected, soft and precise. She smiled for the scepter. "Arya and I were remarking on how pleased we were to have the princess with us today," she said. Septa Mordane nodded. "Indeed, a great honor for us all." Princess Marcilla smiled uncertainly at the compliment. "Arya, why aren't you at work?" the scepter asked. She rose to her feet, starched skirts rustling as she started across the room. "Let me see your stitches." Arya wanted to scream. It was just like Sansa to go and attract the scepter's attention. "Here," she said, surrendering up her work. The scepter examined the fabric. "Arya, Arya, Arya," she said. "This will not do. This will not do at all." Everyone was looking at her. It was too much. Sansa was too well bred to smile at her sister's disgrace, but Jean was smirking on her behalf. Even Princess Marcella looked sorry for her. Arya felt tears filling her eyes. She pushed herself out of her chair and bolted for the door. Septa Mordane called after her. "Arya, come back here. Don't you take another step. Your lady mother will hear of this. In front of our royal princess too. You'll shame us all." Arya stopped at the door and turned back, biting her lip. The tears were running down her cheeks now. She managed a stiff little bow to Marcilla. "By your leave, my lady." Marcilla blinked at her and looked to her ladies for guidance. But if she was uncertain, Septa Mordane was not. "Just where do you think you are going, Arya?" the scepter demanded. Arya glared at her. "I have to go shoe a horse," she said sweetly, taking a brief satisfaction in the shock on the scepter's face. Then she whirled and made her exit, running down the steps as fast as her feet would take her. It wasn't fair. Sansa had everything. Sansa was 2 years older. Maybe by the time Arya had been born, there had been nothing left. Often it felt that way. Sansa could sew and dance and sing. She wrote poetry. She knew how to dress. She played the high harp and the bells. Worse, she was beautiful. Sansa had gotten her mother's fine high cheekbones and the thick auburn hair of the Tullys. Arya took after their lord father. Her hair was a lustrous brown and her face was long and solemn. Jean used to call her Arya Horseface and neigh whenever she came near. It hurt that the one thing Arya could do better than her sister was ride a horse. Well, that and manage a household. Sansa had never had much of a head for figures. If she did marry Prince Joff, Arya hoped for his sake that he had a good steward. Nymeria was waiting for her in the guardroom at the base of the stairs. She bounded to her feet as soon as she caught sight of Arya. Arya grinned. The wolf pup loved her, even if no one else did. They went everywhere together, and Nymeria slept in her room at the foot of her bed. If Mother had not forbidden it, Arya would gladly have taken the wolf with her to needlework. Let Septa Mordane complain about her stitches then. Nymeria nipped eagerly at her hand as Arya untied her. She had yellow eyes. When they caught the sunlight, they gleamed like 2 golden coins. Arya had named her after the warrior queen of the Rhoyne, who had led her people across the narrow sea. That had been a great scandal too. Sansa, of course, had named her pup Lady. Arya made a face and hugged the wolfling tight. Nymeria licked her ear and she giggled. By now, Septa Mordane would certainly have sent word to her lady mother. If she went to her room, they would find her. Arya did not care to be found. She had a better notion. The boys were at practice in the yard. She wanted to see Robb put gallant Prince Joffrey flat on his back. "Come," she whispered to Nymeria. She got up and ran, the wolf coming hard at her heels. There was a window in the covered bridge between the armory and the great keep, where you had a view of the whole yard. That was where they headed. They arrived, flush and breathless, to find Jon seated on the sill, one leg drawn up languidly to his chin. He was watching the action, so absorbed that he seemed unaware of her approach until his white wolf moved to meet them. Nymeria stalked closer on wary feet. Ghost, already larger than his little mates, smelled her, gave her ear a careful nip, and settled back down. Jon gave her a curious look. "Shouldn't you be working on your stitches, little sister?" Arya made a face at him. "I wanted to see them fight." He smiled. "Come here then." Arya climbed up on the window and sat beside him, to a chorus of thuds and grunts from the yard below. To her disappointment, it was the younger boys drilling. Bran was so heavily padded he looked as though he had belted on a featherbed. And Prince Tommen, who was plump to begin with, seemed positively round. They were huffing and puffing and hitting at each other with padded wooden swords under the watchful eye of old Sir Roderick Castle, the Master-at-Arms, a great stout keg of a man with magnificent white cheek whiskers. A dozen spectators, man and boy, were calling out encouragement, Rob's voice the loudest among them. She spotted Theon Greyjoy beside him, his black doublet emblazoned with the golden kraken of his house, a look of wry contempt on his face. Both the combatants were staggering. Arya judged that they had been at it a while. "A shade more exhausting than needlework," Jon observed. "A shade more fun than needlework," Arya gave back at him. Jon grinned, reached over, and messed up her hair. Arya flushed. They had always been close. Jon had their father's face as she did. They were the only ones. Robb and Sansa and Bran and even little Rickon all took after the Tullys, with easy smiles and fire in their hair. When Arya had been little, she had been afraid that meant that she was a bastard too. It had been Jon she had gone to in her fear, and Jon who had reassured her. "Why aren't you down in the yard?" Arya asked him. He gave her a half smile. "Bastards are not allowed to damage young princes," he said. "Any bruise they take in the practice yard must come from true-born swords." Arya felt abashed. She should have realized. For the second time today, Arya reflected that life was not fair. She watched her little brother whack at Tommen. "I could do just as good as Bran," she said. "He's only 7. I'm 9. Jon looked her over with all his 14-year-old wisdom. "You're too skinny," he said. He took her arm to feel her muscle. Then he sighed and shook his head. "I doubt you could even lift a long sword, little sister, never mind swing one." Arya snatched back her arm and glared at him. Jon messed up her hair again. They watched Bran and Tommen circle each other. "You see Prince Joffrey?" Jon asked. She hadn't, not at first glance, but when she looked again, she found him to the back, under the shade of the high stone wall. He was surrounded by men she did not recognize, young squires in the livery of Lannister and Baratheon, strangers all. There were a few older men among them, knights she surmised. "Look at the arms on his surcoat," Jon suggested. Arya looked. An ornate shield had been embroidered on the prince's padded surcoat. No doubt the needlework was exquisite. The arms were divided down the middle. On one side was the crowned stag of the royal house, on the other the lion of Lannister. "The Lannisters are proud," Jon observed. "You'd think the royal sigil would be sufficient, but no, he makes his mother's house equal in honor to the king's." "The woman is important too," Arya protested. Jon chuckled. "Perhaps you should do the same thing, little sister. Wed Tully to Stark in your arms." A wolf with a fish in its mouth? It made her laugh. That would look silly. Besides, if a girl can't fight, why should she have a coat of arms? Jon shrugged. "Girls get the arms, but not the swords. Bastards get the swords, but not the arms. I do not make the rules, little sister." There was a shout from the courtyard below. Prince Tommen was rolling in the dust, trying to get up, and failing. All the padding made him look like a turtle on its back. Bran was standing over him with upraised wooden sword, ready to whack him once again when he regained his feet. The men began to laugh. "Enough!" Sir Roderick called out. He gave the prince a hand and yanked him back to his feet. "Well fought. Lou, Donis, help them out of their armor." He looked around. "Prince Joffrey, Robb, will you have another round?" Robb, already sweaty from a previous bout, moved forward eagerly. "Gladly." Joffrey moved into the sunlight in response to Roderick's summons. His hair shone like spun gold. He looked bored. This is a game for children, Sir Roderick. Theon Greyjoy gave a sudden bark of laughter. You are children, he said derisively. Robb may be a child, Joffrey said. I am a prince, and I grow tired of swatting at Starks with a play sword. You got more swats than you gave, Joff, Robb said. Are you afraid? Prince Joffrey looked at him. Oh, terrified, he said. You're so much older. Some of the Lannister men laughed. Jon looked down on the scene with a frown. Joffrey is truly a little shit, he told Arya. Sir Roderick tugged thoughtfully at his white whiskers. What are you suggesting? He asked the prince. Live steel. Done, Robb shot back. You'll be sorry. The Master-at-Arms put a hand on Robb's shoulder to quiet him. Live steel is too dangerous. I will permit you tawny swords with blunted edges. Joffrey said nothing, but a man strange to Arya, a tall knight with black hair and burned scars on his face, pushed forward in front of the prince. This is your prince. Who are you to tell him he may not have an edge on his sword, sir? Master-at-Arms of Winterfell, Clegane, and you will do well not to forget it. Are you training women here? The burned man wanted to know. He was muscled like a bull. I am training knights, Sir Roderick said, pointedly. They will have steel when they are ready, when they are of an age. The burned man looked at Robb. How old are you, boy? 14, Robb said. I killed a man at 12. You can be sure it was not with a blunt sword. Arya could see Robb bristle. His pride was wounded. He turned on Sir Roderick. Let me do it. I can beat him. Beat him with a tawny blade then, Sir Roderick said. Joffrey shrugged. Come and see me when you're older, Stark, if you're not too old. There was laughter from the Lannister men. Robb's curses rang through the yard. Arya covered her mouth in shock. Theon Greyjoy seized Robb's arm to keep him away from the prince. Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers in dismay. Joffrey framed a yawn and turned to his younger brother. Come, Tommen, he said. The hour of play is done. Leave the children to their frolics. That brought more laughter from the Lannisters, more curses from Robb. Sir Roderick's face was beet red with fury under the white of his whiskers. Theon kept Robb locked in an iron grip until the princes and their party were safely away. Jon watched them leave, and Arya watched Jon. His face had grown as still as the pool at the heart of the Godswood. Finally, he climbed down off the window. The show is done, he said. He bent to scratch Ghost behind the ears. The White Wolf rose and rubbed against him. You had best run back to your room, little sister. Septa Mordane will surely be lurking. The longer you hide, the sterner the penance. You'll be sowing all through winter. When the spring thaw comes, they will find your body with a needle still locked tight between your frozen fingers. Arya didn't think it was funny. I hate needlework, she said with passion. It's not fair. Nothing is fair, Jon said. He messed up her hair again and walked away from her, Ghost moving silently beside him. Nymeria started to follow too, then stopped and came back when she saw that Arya was not coming. Reluctantly, she turned in the other direction. It was worse than Jon had thought. It wasn't Septa Mordane waiting in her room. It was Septa Mordane and her mother. And this is where Arya 1 ends. Now, there really are no major conspiracies being foreshadowed in this chapter. However, this chapter might have been written as part of George's 13 chapters from his original outline, as described here in a letter to his bookseller in 1993. We'll only be mentioning the parts relevant to this chapter. Dear Ralph, here are the first 13 chapters of the high fantasy novel I promised you, which I'm calling A Game of Thrones. When completed, this will be the first volume in what I see as an epic trilogy with the overall title A Song of Ice and Fire. As you know, I don't outline my novels. I find that if I know exactly where a book is going, I lose all interest in writing it. I do, however, have some strong notions as to the overall structure of the story I'm telling, and the eventual fate of many of the principal characters in the drama. Roughly speaking, there are 3 major conflicts set in motion in the chapters enclosed. These will form the major plot threads of the trilogy, intertwining each other in what should be a complex but exciting narrative tapestry. Each of the conflicts presents a major threat to the peace of my imaginary realm, the Seven Kingdoms, and to the lives of my principal characters. The first threat grows from the enmity between the great houses of Lannister and Stark as it plays out in a cycle of plot, counterplot, ambition, murder, and revenge, with the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms as the ultimate prize. This will form the backbone of the first volume of the trilogy, A Game of Thrones, while the Lion of Lannister and the Direwolf of Stark snarl and scrape. However, a second and greater threat takes shape across the narrow sea, where the Dothraki horse lords mass their barbarian hordes for a great invasion of the Seven Kingdoms, led by the fierce and beautiful Daenerys Stormborn, the last of the Targaryen dragon lords. The Dothraki invasion will be the central story of my second book, A Dance with Dragons. The greatest danger of all, however, comes from the north, from the icy waste beyond the wall, where half-forgotten demons out of legend, the inhuman others, raise cold legions of the undead and the neverborn and prepare to ride down on the winds of winter to extinguish everything that we would call life. The only thing that stands between the Seven Kingdoms and an endless night is the wall, and a handful of men in black called the Night's Watch. Their story will be in the heart of my third volume, The Winds of Winter. The final battle will also draw together characters and plot threads left from the first two books, and resolve all in one huge climax. The 13 chapters on hand should give you a notion as to my narrative strategy. All three books will feature a complex mosaic of intercutting points of view among various of my large and diverse cast of players. The cast will not always remain the same. Old characters will die and new ones will be introduced. Some of the fatalities will include sympathetic viewpoint characters. I want the reader to feel that no one is ever completely safe, not even the characters who seem to be the heroes. The suspense always ratchets up a notch when you know that any character can die at any time. 5 central characters will make it through all 3 volumes, however, growing from children to adults and changing the world and themselves in the process. In a sense, my trilogy is almost a generational saga, telling the life stories of these 5 characters, 3 men and 2 women. My 5 key players are Tyrion Lannister, Daenerys Targaryen, and 3 of the children of Winterfell, Arya, Bran, and the bastard Jon Snow. All of them are introduced at some length in the chapters you have to hand. This is going to be, I hope, quite an epic. Epic in its scale, epic in its action, and epic in its length. I see all 3 volumes as big books, running about 700 to 800 manuscript pages, so things are just barely getting underway in the 13 chapters I have sent you. I have quite a clear notion of how the story is going to unfold in the first volume, A Game of Thrones. Things will get a lot worse for the poor Starks before they get better, I'm afraid. Lord Eddard Stark and his wife Catelyn Tully are both doomed, and will perish at the hands of their enemies. Ned will discover what happens to his friend Jon Arryn, but before he can act on his knowledge, King Robert will have an unfortunate accident and the throne will pass to his sullen and brutal son Joffrey, still a minor. Joffrey will not be sympathetic and Ned will be accused of treason, but before he is taken, he will help his wife and his daughter, Arya, escape back to Winterfell. Each of the contending families will learn it has a member of dubious loyalty in its midst. Sansa Stark, wed to Joffrey Baratheon, will bear him a son, the heir to the throne, and when the crunch comes, she will choose her husband and child over her parents and siblings, a choice she will later bitterly rue. Tyrion Lannister, meanwhile, will befriend both Sansa and her sister Arya while growing more and more disenchanted with his own family. Young Bran will come out of his coma after a strange prophetic dream, only to discover that he will never walk again. He will turn to magic, at first in the hope of restoring his legs, but later for its own sake. When his father Eddard Stark is executed, Bran will see the shape of doom descending on all of them, but nothing he can say will stop his brother Robb from calling the banners in rebellion. All the North will be inflamed by war. Robb will win several splendid victories and maim Joffrey Baratheon on the battlefield, but in the end he will not be able to stand against Jaime and Tyrion Lannister and their allies. Robb Stark will die in battle, and Tyrion Lannister will besiege and burn Winterfell. Jon Snow, the bastard, will remain in the far north. He will mature into a ranger of great daring, and ultimately will succeed his uncle as the commander of the Night's Watch. When Winterfell burns, Catelyn Stark will be forced to flee north with her son Bran and her daughter Arya. Wounded by Lannister riders, they will seek refuge at the Wall, but the men of the Night's Watch give up their families when they take the Black, and Jon and Benjen will not be able to help to Jon's anguish. It will lead to a bitter estrangement between Jon and Bran. Arya will be more forgiving until she realizes with terror that she has fallen in love with Jon, who is not only her half-brother, but a man of the Night's Watch, sworn to celibacy. Their passion will continue to torment Jon and Arya throughout the trilogy, until the secret of Jon's true parentage is finally revealed in the last book. Abandoned by the Night's Watch, Catelyn and her children will find their only hope of safety lies even further north, beyond the Wall, where they fall into the hands of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the Wall, and get a dreadful glimpse of the inhuman others as they attack the wildling encampment. Bran's magic, Arya's sword needle, and the savagery of their direwolves will help them survive, but their mother Catelyn will die at the hands of the others, which is kind of like her becoming Lady Stoneheart in A Feast for Crows. And back to this chapter. Arya not having any friends would lead her and Jon to becoming really close. Robb and Joffrey's enmity is also well set up in this chapter, and there are no differences between the HBO TV show and book because this chapter is almost entirely omitted from the show, except for a brief scene introducing the Stark family before the events of Bran I. However, ironically the show inversed the original outline with the White Walker threat coming first in the first 3 episodes of Season 8, while the last 3 episodes are dedicated to Daenerys' invasion of Westeros. That's it for this chapter. Daenerys II. Daenerys Targaryen wed Khal Drogo with fear and barbaric splendor in a field beyond the walls of Pentos, for the Dothraki believed that all things of importance in a man's life must be done beneath the open sky. Drogo had called his khalasar to attend him, and they had come. 40,000 Dothraki warriors, an uncounted number of women, children, and slaves. Outside the city walls, they camped with their vast herds, raising palaces of woven grass, eating everything in sight, and making the good folk of Pentos more anxious with every passing day. "My fellow magisters have double the size of the city guard," Illyroy told them over the platters of honey duck and orange snap peppers one night at the manse that had been Drogo's. The Khal had joined his khalasar, his estate given over to Daenerys and her brother until the wedding. "Best we get Princess Daenerys wedded quickly, before they hand half the wealth of Pentos away to sellswords and bravos," Ser Jorah Mormont jested. The exile had offered her brother his sword the night Dany had been sold to Khal Drogo. Viserys had accepted eagerly. Mormont had been their constant companion ever since. Magister Illyroy laughed lightly through his forked beard, but Viserys did not so much as smile. "He can have her tomorrow, if he likes," her brother said. He glanced over at Dany, and she lowered her eyes. "So long as he pays the price." Illyroy waved a languid hand in the air, rings glittering on his fat fingers. "I have told you, all is settled. Trust me, the Khal has promised you a crown, and you shall have it." "Yes, but when?" "When the Khal chooses," Illyroy said. "He will have the girl first, and after they are wed, he must make his procession across the plains and present her to the Dosh Khaleen at Base Dothrak. After that, perhaps, if the omens favor war." Viserys seethed with impatience. "I piss on Dothraki omens. The usurper sits on my father's throne. How long must I wait?" Illyroy gave a massive shrug. "You have waited most of your life, great king. What is another few months? Another few years. Ser Jorah, who had travelled as far east as Vaes Dothrak, nodded in agreement. I counsel you to be patient, Your Grace. The Dothraki are true to their word, but they do things in their own time. A lesser man may beg a favour from the Khal, but must never presume to berate him. Viserys bristled. Guard your tongue, Mormont, or I'll have it out. I am no lesser man. I am the rightful lord of the Seven Kingdoms. The dragon does not beg. Ser Jorah lowered his eyes respectfully. Illyroy smiled enigmatically and tore a wing from the duck. Honey and grease ran over his fingers and dripped down into his beard as he nibbled at the tender meat. There are no more dragons, Dany thought, staring at her brother, though she did not dare say it aloud. Yet that night she dreamt of one. Viserys was hitting her, hurting her. She was naked, clumsy with fear. She ran from him, but her body seemed thick and ungainly. He struck her again. She stumbled and fell. You woke the dragon, he screamed. He screamed as he kicked her. You woke the dragon, you woke the dragon. Her thighs were slick with blood. She closed her eyes and whimpered. As if in answer, there was a hideous ripping sound and the crackling of some great fire. When she looked again, Viserys was gone. Great columns of flame rose all around, and in the midst of them was the dragon. It turned its great head slowly. When its molten eyes found hers, she woke, shaking and covered with a fine sheen of sweat. She had never been so afraid. Until the day of her wedding came at last. The ceremony began at dawn and continued until dusk, an endless day of drinking and feasting and fighting. A mighty earthen ramp had been raised amid the grass palaces, and there Dany was seated beside Khal Drogo, above the seething sea of Dothraki. She had never seen so many people in one place, nor people so strange and frightening. The horse lords might put on rich fabrics and sweet perfumes when they visited the free cities, but out under the open sky they kept the old ways. Men and women alike wore painted leather vests over bare chests and horsehair leggings cinched by bronze medallion belts, and the warriors greased their long braids with fat from the rendering pits. They gorged themselves on horse flesh roasted with honey and peppers, drank themselves blind on fermented mare's milk and Illyroy's fine wines, and spat jests at each other across the fire, their voices harsh and alien in Dany's ears. Viserys was seated just below her, splendid in a new black wool tunic with a scarlet dragon on the chest. Illyroy and Ser Jorah sat behind him. Theirs was a place of high honor, just below the Khal's own blood riders, but Dany could see the anger in her brother's lilac eyes. He did not like sitting beneath her, and he fumed when the slaves offered each dish first to the Khal and his bride and served him from the portions they refused. He could do nothing but nurse his resentment, so nurse it he did, his mood growing blacker by the hour at each insult to his person. Dany had never felt so alone as she did seated in the midst of that vast horde. Her brother had told her to smile, and so she smiled until her face ached and the tears came unbidden to her eyes. She did her best to hide them, knowing how angry Viserys would be if he saw her crying, terrified of how Khal Drogo might react. Food was brought to her, steaming joints of meat and thick black sausages and Dothraki blood pies, and later fruits and sweetgrass stews, and delicate pastries from the kitchens of Pentos. But she waved it all away. Her stomach was a royal, and she knew she could keep none of it down. There was no one to talk to. Khal Drogo shouted commands and jested down to his blood riders, and laughed at their replies. But he scarcely glanced at Dany beside him. They had no common language. Dothraki was incomprehensible to her, and the Khal knew only a few words of the bastard Valyrian of the Free Cities, and none at all of the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She would even have welcomed the conversation of Illyroy and her brother, but they were too far below her to hear. So she sat in her wedding silks, nursing a cup of honeyed wine, afraid to eat, talking silently to herself. "I am the blood of the dragon," she told herself. "I am Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone, of the blood and seed of Aegon the Conqueror." The sun was only a quarter of the way up the sky when she saw her first man die. Drums were beating as some of the women danced for the cowl. Drogo watched without expression, but his eyes followed their movements, and from time to time he would toss down a bronze medallion for the women to fight over. The warriors were watching too. One of them finally stepped into the circle, grabbed a dancer by the arm, pushed her down to the ground, and mounted her right there, as a stallion mounts a mare. Illaroy had told her that might happen. The Dothraki mate like the animals in their herds. There is no privacy in a Khalasar, and they do not understand sin or shame as we do. Dany looked away from the coupling, frightened when she realized what was happening. But a second warrior stepped forward, and a third, and soon there was no way to avert her eyes. Then 2 men seized the same woman. She heard a shout, saw a shove, and in the blink of an eye, the araks were out. Long razor-sharp blades, half sword and half scythe. A dance of death began as the warriors circled and slashed, leaping toward each other, whirling the blades around their heads, shrieking insults at each clash. No one made a move to interfere. It ended as quickly as it began. The arak shivered together faster than Dany could follow. One man missed a step, the other swung his blade in a flat arc. Steel bit into flesh just above the Dothraki waist and opened him from backbone to belly button, spilling his entrails into the dust. As the loser died, the winner took hold of the nearest woman, not even the one they had been quarreling over, and had her there and then. Slaves carried off the body and the dancing resumed. Magister Illaroy had warned Dany about this too. A Dothraki wedding without at least 3 deaths is deemed a dull affair, he had said. Her wedding must have been especially blessed. Before the day was over, a dozen men had died. As the hours passed, the terror grew in Dany until it was all she could do not to scream. She was afraid of the Dothraki, whose ways seemed alien and monstrous, as if they were beasts in human skins and not true men at all. She was afraid of her brother, of what he might do if she failed him. Most of all, she was afraid of what would happen tonight under the stars when her brother gave her up to the hulking giant who sat drinking beside her with a face as still and cruel as a bronze mask. "I am the blood of the dragon," she told herself again. When at last the sun was low in the sky, Khal Drogo clapped his hands together, and the drums and the shouting and feasting came to a sudden halt. Drogo stood and pulled Dany to her feet beside him. It was time for her bride gifts, and after the gifts, she knew, after the sun had gone down, it would be time for the first ride and the consummation of her marriage. Dany tried to put the thought aside, but it would not leave her. She hugged herself to try to keep from shaking. Her brother Viserys gifted her with 3 handmaids. Dany knew they had cost him nothing. Illaroy no doubt had provided the girls. Irri and Jiki were copper-skinned Dothraki with black-haired and almond-shaped eyes. Dora, a fair-haired, blue-eyed Lyseni girl. "These are no common servants, sweet sister," her brother told her as they were brought forward one by one. "Illaroy and I selected them personally for you. Irri will teach you riding, Jiki the Dothraki Tun, and Dora will instruct you in the womanly arts of love." He smiled thinly. "She's very good. Illaroy and I can both swear to that." Sir Jorah Mormont apologized for his gift. "It is a small thing, my princess, but all a poor exile could afford," he said as he laid a small stack of old books before her. They were histories and songs of the 7 kingdoms she saw, written in the common tongue. She thanked him with all her heart. Magister Illaroy murmured a command, and 4 burly slaves hurried forward, bearing between them a great cedar chest bound in bronze. When she opened it, she found piles of the finest velvets and damask the free cities could produce, and resting on top, nestled in the soft cloth, 3 huge eggs. Dany gasped. They were the most beautiful things she had ever seen, each different than the others, patterned in such rich colors that at first thought she thought they were crusted with jewels, and so large it took both of her hands to hold one. She lifted it delicately, expecting that it would be made of some fine porcelain or delicate enamel, or even blown glass. But it was much heavier than that, as if it were all of solid stone. The surface of the shell was covered with tiny scales, and as she turned the egg between her fingers, they shimmered like polished metal in the light of the setting sun. One egg was a deep green with burnished bronze flecks that came and went depending on how Dany turned it. Another was pale cream streaked with gold. The last was black as a midnight sea, yet alive with scarlet ripples and swirls. "What are they?" she asked, her voice hushed and full of wonder. "Dragon's eggs from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai," said Magister Illyroy. "The eons have turned them to stone, yet they still burn bright with beauty. I shall treasure them always." Dany had heard tales of such eggs, but she had never seen one, nor thought to see one. It was a truly magnificent gift, though she knew that Illyroy could afford to be lavish. He had collected a fortune in horses and slaves for his part in selling her to Khal Drogo. The Khal's blood riders offered her the traditional 3 weapons, and splendid weapons they were. Hago gave her a great leather whip with a silver handle, Kolo a magnificent arak chased in gold, and Koltho a double-curved dragon bone bow taller than she was. Magister Illyroy and Ser Jorah had taught her the traditional refusals for these offerings. "This is a gift worthy of a great warrior. O blood of my blood, and I am but a woman. Let my lord husband bear these in my stead." And so Khal Drogo too received his bride gifts. Other gifts she was given in plenty by other Dothraki: slippers and jewels and silver rings for her hair, medallion belts and painted vests and soft furs, sand silks and jars of scent, needles and feathers, and tiny bottles of purple glass, and a gown made from the skin of 1,000 mice. "A handsome gift, Khaleesi," Magister Illyroy said of the last, after he had told her what it was. "Most lucky." The gifts mounted up around her in great piles, more gifts than she could possibly imagine, more gifts than she could want or use. And last of all, Khal Drogo brought forth his own bride gift to her. An unexpected hush rippled out from the center of the camp as he left her side, growing until it had swallowed the whole Khalasar. When he returned, the dense press of Dothraki gift-givers parted before him, and he led the horse to her. She was a young filly, spirited and splendid. Dany knew just enough about horses to know that this was no ordinary animal. There was something about her that took the breath away. She was grey as the winter sea, with a mane like silver smoke. Hesitantly, she reached out and stroked the horse's neck, ran her fingers through the silver of her mane. Khal Drogo said something in Dothraki, and Magister Illyroy translated. "Silver for the silver of your hair, the cow says." "She's beautiful," Dany murmured. "She is the pride of the Khalasar," Illyroy said. "Custom decrees that the Khaleesi must ride a mount worthy of her place by the side of the Khal." Drogo stepped forward and put his hands on her waist. He lifted her up as easily as if she were a child and set her on the thin Dothraki saddle, so much smaller than the one she was used to. Dany sat there uncertain for a moment. No one had told her about this part. "What should I do?" she asked Illyroy. It was Ser Jorah Mormont who answered. "Take the reins and ride. You need not go too far." Nervously, Dany gathered the reins in her hands and slid her feet into the short stirrups. She was only a fair rider. She had spent far more time traveling by ship and wagon and palanquin than by horseback. Praying that she would not fall off and disgrace herself, she gave the filly the lightest and most timid touch with her knees. And for the first time in hours, she forgot to be afraid. Or perhaps it was for the first time ever. The silver-grey filly moved with a smooth and silken gait, and the crowd parted for her, every eye upon them. Dany found herself moving faster than she had intended, yet somehow it was exciting rather than terrifying. The horse broke into a trot, and she smiled. Dothraki scrambled to clear a path. The slightest pressure with her legs, the lightest touch on the reins, and the filly responded. She went into a gallop, and now the Dothraki were hooting and laughing and shouting at her as they jumped out of her way. As she turned to ride back, a fire pit loomed ahead, directly in her path. They were hemmed in on either side, with no room to stop. A daring she had never known filled Daenerys then, and she gave her filly her head. The silver horse leapt the flames as if she had wings. When she pulled up before Magister Illyroy, she said, "Tell Khal Drogo that he has given me the wind." The fat Pentoshi stroked his yellow beard as he repeated her words in Dothraki, and Dany saw her new husband smile for the first time. The last silver of sun vanished behind the high walls of Pentos to the west just then. Dany had lost all track of time. Khal Drogo commanded his blood riders to bring forth his own horse, a lean red stallion. As the Khal was saddling the horse, Viserys slid close to Dany on her silver, dug his fingers into her leg, and said, "Please him, sweet sister, or I swear you will see the dragon wake as it has never woken before." The fear came back to her then, with her brother's words. She felt like a child once more, only 13 and all alone, not ready for what was about to happen to her. They rode out together as the stars came out, leaving the Khalasar and the grass palaces behind. Khal Drogo spoke no word to her, but drove his stallion at a hard trot through the gathering dusk. The tiny silver bells in his long braid rang softly as he rode. "I am the blood of the dragon," she whispered aloud, as she followed, trying to keep her courage up. "I am the blood of the dragon." The dragon was never afraid. Afterward, she could not say how far or how long they had ridden, but it was full dark when they stopped at a grassy palace beside a small stream. Drogo swung off his horse and lifted her down from hers. She felt as fragile as glass in his hands, her limbs as weak as water. She stood there helpless and trembling in her wedding silks while he secured the horses, and when he turned to look at her, she began to cry. Khal Drogo stared at her tears, his face strangely empty of expression. "No," he said. He lifted his hand and rubbed away the tears roughly with a callous thumb. "You speak the common tongue," Dany said in wonder. "No," he said again. Perhaps he had only that word, she thought. But it was one word more than she had known he had, and somehow it made her feel a little better. Drogo touched her hair lightly, sliding the silver blonde strands between his fingers and murmuring softly in Dothraki. Dany did not understand the words, yet there was warmth in the tone, a tenderness she had never expected from this man. He put his fingers under her chin and lifted her head, so she was looking up into his eyes. Drogo towered over her as he towered over everyone. Taking her lightly under the arms, he lifted her and seated her on a rounded rock beside the stream. Then he sat on the ground facing her, legs crossed beneath him, their faces finally at a height. "No," he said. "Is that the only word you know?" she asked him. Drogo did not reply. His long heavy braid was coiled in the dirt beside him. He pulled it over his right shoulder and began to remove the bells from his hair, one by one. After a moment, Dany leaned forward to help. When they were done, Drogo gestured. She understood. Slowly, carefully, she began to undo his braid. It took a long time. All the while, he sat there silently, watching her. When she was done, he shook his head, and his hair spread out behind him like a river of darkness, oiled and gleaming. She had never seen hair so long, so black, so thick. Then it was his turn. He began to undress her. His fingers were deft and strangely tender. He removed her silks one by one, carefully, while Dany sat unmoving, silent, looking at his eyes. When he bared her small breasts, she could not help herself. She averted her eyes and covered herself with her hands. "No," Drogo said. He pulled her hands away from her breasts, gently but firmly, then lifted her face again to make her look at him. "No," he repeated. "No," she echoed back at him. He stood her up and then he pulled her close to remove the last of her silks. The night air was chilly on her bare skin. She shivered and goose flesh covered her arms and legs. She was afraid of what would come next. But for a while, nothing happened. Khal Drogo sat with his legs crossed, looking at her, drinking in her body with his eyes. After a while, he began to touch her, lightly at first, then harder. She could sense the fierce strength in his hands, but he never hurt her. He held her hands in his own and brushed her fingers one by one. Dany was flushed and breathless, her heart fluttering in her chest. He cupped her face in his huge hands and looked into her eyes. "No," he said, and she knew it was a question. She took his hand and moved it down to the wetness between her thighs. "Yes," she whispered. And this is where Daenerys II ends. Now with this video series, we'll point out all the times that dreams seem to influence the characters in A Song of Ice and Fire, from Bran and Jon's wolf dreams to Melisandre's visions and so on. Because George dedicates an incredible amount of time to dreams, and even though it could be argued that they are only meant to be symbolic of what the characters are feeling, we know from Marwyn in Sam 5 in A Feast for Crows that the sorcerers of the Freehold could see across mountains, seas, and deserts with one of those glass candles. They could enter a man's dreams and give him visions, and speak to one another half a world away, seated before their candles. So Dany's dragon dream might just be a regular dream, but it would be interesting if Quaithe or someone else sent this dream to Daenerys so she could bring forth dragons into the world. However, it is also reported that glass candles don't start burning until the arrival of the Red Comet at the end of A Game of Thrones. So maybe glass candles do play a major role in facilitating the different conspiracies going on in A Song of Ice and Fire, but they don't start until the arrival of the Red Comet. In which case, Dany's dream is just a dream. But in the meanwhile, we'll operate under the assumption that the dreams of A Game of Thrones from Bran to Daenerys have been sent by the secret masterminds behind the events of A Song of Ice and Fire. The side of fire wants dragons, and the side of ice, well, we're not sure what they want. Here are some of the differences between the HBO TV show and book. Jorah's appearance is different. In the books, he is described as bold, stocky, hairy, and unattractive, but is strong and fit. In the series, he has short blonde hair and is leaner and far better looking if that wasn't obvious. In the book, Drogo treats Daenerys affectionately and sensitively. He gently caresses her, asking her no, and waiting patiently until she overcomes her fear, feels ready for the consummation, and tells him yes. In the show, Drogo does not wait for Daenerys to consent to sex, and unlike the book, Daenerys does not seem to take pleasure in it, crying while he takes her from behind. That's it for this chapter. Bran II. The hunt left at dawn. The king wanted wild boar at the feast tonight. Prince Joffrey rode with his father, so Robb had been allowed to join the hunters as well. Uncle Benjen, Jory, Theon Greyjoy, Sir Roderick, and even the Queen's funny little brother had all ridden out with them. It was the last hunt after all. On the morrow, they left for the south. Bran had been left behind with Jon and the girls and Rickon. But Rickon was only a baby, and the girls were only girls, and Jon and his wolf were nowhere to be found. Bran did not look for him very hard. He thought Jon was angry at him. Jon seemed to be angry at everyone these days. Bran did not know why. He was going with Uncle Benjen to the wall to join the Night's Watch. That was almost as good as going south with the king. Robb was the one they were leaving behind, not Jon. For days Bran could scarcely wait to be off. He was going to ride the King's Road on a horse of his own, not a pony, but a real horse. His father would be the hand of the king, and they were going to live in the Red Castle at King's Landing, the castle the Dragon Lords had built. Old Nan said there were ghosts there, and dungeons where terrible things had been done, and dragon heads on the walls. It gave Bran a shiver just to think of it. but he was not afraid. How could he be afraid? His father would be with him, and the king with all the knights and sworn swords. Bran was going to be a knight himself one day, one of the king's guard. Old Nan said they were the finest swords in all the realm. There were only 7 of them, and they wore white armor and had no wives or children, but lived only to serve the king. Bran knew all the stories. Their names were like music to him. Surin of the Mirror Shield, Sir Ryman Redwyn, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, the twins Sir Eric and Sir Arik, who had died on one another's swords hundreds of years ago, when brother fought sister in the war the singers called the Dance of the Dragons. The White Bull, Gerald Hightower, Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, Barristan the Bold. 2 of the Kingsguard had come north with King Robert. Bran had watched them with fascination, never quite daring to speak to them. Sir Boris was a bold man with a jowly face, and Sir Mern had droopy eyes and a beard the colour of rust. Sir Jaime Lannister looked more like the knights in the stories, and he was of the Kingsguard too, but Robb said he had killed the old Mad King and shouldn't count anymore. The greatest living knight was Sir Barristan Selmy, Barristan the Bold, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Father had promised that they would meet Sir Barristan when they reached King's Landing, and Bran had been marking the days on his wall, eager to depart to see a world he had only dreamed of and begin a life he could scarcely imagine. Yet, now that the last days was at hand, suddenly Bran felt lost. Winterfell had been the only home he had ever known. His father had told him that he ought to say his farewells today, and he had tried. After the hunt had ridden out, he wandered through the castle with his wolf at his side, intending to visit the ones who would be left behind. Old Nan and Gage the cook, Mikken in his smithy, Hodor the stable boy who smiled so much and took care of his pony and never said anything but Hodor, the man in the glass gardens who gave him a blackberry when he came to visit. But it was no good. He had gone to the stable first and seen his pony there in its stall, except it wasn't his pony anymore. He was getting a real horse and leaving the pony behind. And all of a sudden, Bran just wanted to sit down and cry. He turned and ran off before Hodor and the other stable boys could see the tears in his eyes. That was the end of his farewells. Instead, Bran spent the morning alone in the Godswood, trying to teach his wolf to fetch a stick, and failing. The wolfling was smarter than any of the hounds in his father's kennel, and Bran would have sworn he understood every word that was said to him, but he showed very little interest in chasing sticks. He was still trying to decide on a name. Robb was calling his Grey Wind because he ran so fast. Sansa had named hers Lady, and Arya named her after some old witch in the songs. And Little Rickon called his shaggy dog, which Bran thought was a pretty stupid name for a direwolf. Jon's wolf, the white one, was Ghost. Bran wished he had thought of that first, even though his wolf wasn't white. He tried 100 names in the last fortnight, but none of them sounded right. Finally, he got tired of the stick game and decided to go climbing. He hadn't been up to the broken tower for weeks with everything that had happened, and this might be his last chance. He raced across the Godswood, taking the long way around to avoid the pool where the heart tree grew. The heart tree had always frightened him. Trees ought not have eyes, Bran thought, or leaves that looked like hands. His wolf came sprinting at his heels. "You stay here," he told him at the base of the sentinel tree near the armory wall. "Lie down. That's right. Now stay." The wolf did as he was told. Bran scratched him behind the ears, then turned away, jumped, grabbed a low branch, and pulled himself up. He was halfway up the tree, moving easily from limb to limb, when the wolf got to his feet and began to howl. Bran looked back down. His wolf fell silent, staring up at him through slitted yellow eyes. A strange chill went through him. He began to climb again. Once more, the wolf howled. "Quiet!" he yelled. "Sit down. Stay. You're worse than mother." The howling chased him all the way up the tree, until finally he jumped off the armory roof and out of sight. The rooftops of Winterfell were Bran's second home. His mother often said that Bran could climb before he could walk. Bran could not remember when he first learned to walk, but he could not remember when he first started to climb either, so he supposed it must be true. To a boy, Winterfell was a grey stone labyrinth of walls and towers, and courtyards and tunnels spreading out in all directions. In the older parts of the castle, the halls slanted up and down so that you couldn't even be sure what floor you were on. The place had grown over the centuries like some monstrous stone tree. Maester Luwin told him once, and its branches were gnarled and thick and twisted, its roots sunk deep into the earth. When he got out from under it and scrambled up near the sky, Bran could see all of Winterfell in a glance. He liked the way it looked, spread out beneath him, only birds wheeling over his head, while all of the life of the castle went on below. Bran could perch for hours among the shapeless rainworm gargoyles that brooded over the first keep, watching it all, the men drilling with the wood and steel in the yard, the cooks tending their vegetables in the glass garden, restless dogs running back and forth in the kennels, the silence of the godswood, the girls gossiping beside the washing well. It made him feel like he was lord of the castle, in a way even Robb would never know. It taught him Winterfell's secrets too. The builders had not even leveled the earth. There were hills and valleys behind the walls of Winterfell. There was a covered bridge that went from the 4th floor of the bell tower across to the 2nd floor of the rookery. Bran knew about that, and he knew you could get inside the inner wall by the south gate, climb 3 floors and run all the way around Winterfell through a narrow tunnel in the stone, and then come out on the ground level at the north gate, with 100 feet of wall looming over you. Even Maester Luwin didn't know that. Bran was convinced. His mother was terrified that one day Bran would slip off a wall and kill himself. He told her that he wouldn't, but she never believed him. Once, she made him promise that he would stay on the ground. He had managed to keep the promise for almost a fortnight, miserable every day, until one night he had gone out the window of his bedroom when his brothers were fast asleep. He confessed his crime the next day in a fit of guilt. Lord Eddard offered him to the godswood to cleanse himself. Guards were posted to see that Bran remained there alone all night to reflect on his disobedience. The next morning, Bran was nowhere to be seen. They finally found him fast asleep in the upper branches of the tallest sentinel in the grove. As angry as he was, his father could not help but laugh. "You're not my son," he told Bran when they fetched him down. "You're a squirrel. So be it. If you must climb, then climb. But try not to let your mother see you." Bran did his best, although he did not think he ever really fooled her. Since his father would not forbid it, she turned to others. Old Nan told him a story about a bad little boy who climbed too high and was struck down by lightning, and how afterward the crows came to peck out his eyes. Bran was not impressed. There were crows' nests atop the broken tower, where no one ever went but him, and sometimes he filled his pocket with corn before he climbed up there, and the crows ate it right out of his hand. None of them had ever shown the slightest bit of interest in pecking out his eyes. Later, Maester Luwin built a little pottery boy and dressed him in Bran's clothes and flung him off the wall into the yard below to demonstrate what would happen to Bran if he fell. That had been fun, but afterward, Bran just looked at the Maester and said, "I'm not made of clay. And anyhow, I never fall." Then for a while, the guards would chase him whenever they saw him on the roofs and try to haul him down. That was the best time of all. It was like playing a game with his brothers, except that Bran always won. None of the guards could climb half so well as Bran, not even Jory. Most of the time, they never saw him anyway. People never looked up. That was another thing he liked about climbing. It was almost like being invisible. He liked how it felt too, pulling himself up a wall stone by stone, fingers and toes digging hard into the small crevices between. He always took off his boots and went barefoot when he climbed. It made him feel as if he had 4 hands instead of 2. He liked the deep, sweet ache it left in the muscles afterwards. He liked the way the air tasted way up high, sweet and cold as a winter peach. He liked the birds, the crows in the broken tower, the tiny little sparrows that nestled in cracks between the stones, the ancient owl that slept in the dusty loft above the old armory. Bran knew them all. Most of all, he liked going places that no one else could go, and seeing the grey sprawl of Winterfell in a way that no one else ever saw it. It made the whole castle Bran's secret place. His favourite haunt was the broken tower. Once it had been a watchtower, the tallest in Winterfell. A long time ago, 100 years before even his father had been born, a lightning strike had set it afire. The top third of the structure had collapsed inward, and the tower had never been rebuilt. Sometimes his father sent ratters into the base of the tower to clean out the nest they always found among the jumble of fallen stones and charred and rotten beams. But no one ever got up to the jagged top of the structure now, except for Bran and the crows. He knew 2 ways to get there. You could climb straight up the side of the tower itself, but the stones were loose, the mortar that held them together long gone to ash, and Bran never liked to put his full weight on them. The best way was to start from the Godswood, shimmy up the tall sentinel, and cross over the armory and the guards' hall, leaping roof to roof, barefoot so the guards wouldn't hear you overhead. That brought you up to the blind side of the first keep, the oldest part of the castle. A squat round fortress that was taller than it looked. Only rats and spiders live there now, but the old stone still made for good climbing. You could go straight up to where the gargoyles leaned out blindly over empty space and swung from gargoyle to gargoyle, hand over hand, around to the north side. From there, if you really stretched, you could reach out and pull yourself over to the broken tower where it leaned close. The last part was the scramble up the blackened stones to the eyrie, no more than 10 feet, and then the crows would come around to see if you brought any corn. Bran was moving from gargoyle to gargoyle with the ease of long practice when he heard the voices. He was so startled he almost lost his grip. The first keep had been empty all his life. "I do not like it," a woman was saying. There was a row of windows beneath him, and the voice was drifting out of the last window on this side. "You should be the hand." "Gods forbid," a man's voice replied lazily. "It's not an honor I'd want. There's far too much work involved." Bran hung, listening, suddenly afraid to go on. They might glimpse his feet if he tried to swing by. "Don't you see the danger this puts us in?" the woman said. "Robert loves the man like a brother." "Robert can barely stomach his brothers. Not that I blame him. Stannis would be enough to give anyone indigestion." "Don't play the fool. Stannis and Renly are one thing, and Eddard Stark is quite another. Robert will listen to Stark. Damn them both. I should have insisted that he name you, but I was certain Stark would refuse him." "We ought to count ourselves fortunate," the man said. "The king might as easily have named one of his brothers, or even Littlefinger, gods help us. Give me honorable enemies rather than ambitious ones, and I'll sleep more easily by night." They were talking about father, Bran realized. He wanted to hear more, a few more feet, but they would see him if he swung out in front of the window. "We will have to watch him carefully," the woman said. "I would sooner watch you," the man said. He sounded bored. "Come back here." "Lord Eddard has never taken any interest in anything that happens south of the neck," the woman said. "Never, I tell you. He means to move against us. Why else would he leave the seat of his power?" 100 reasons. Duty, honor. He yearns to write his name large across the book of history. To get away from his wife, or both. Perhaps he just wants to be warm for once in his life. His wife is Lady Arryn's sister. It's a wonder Lysa was not here to greet us with her accusations. Bran looked down. There was a narrow ledge beneath the window, only a few inches wide. He tried to lower himself toward it. Too far. He would never reach. "You fret too much. Lysa Arryn is a frightened cow." That frightened cow shared Jon Arryn's bed. If she knew anything, she would have gone to Robert before she fled King's Landing. When he had already agreed to foster that weakling son of hers at Castle Rock? I think not. She knew the boy's life would be hostage to her silence. She may grow bolder now that he's safe atop the Eyrie. Mothers. The man made the word sound like a curse. I think birthing does something to your minds. You are all mad. He laughed. It was a bitter sound. Let Lady Arryn grow as bold as she likes. Whatever she knows, whatever she thinks she knows, she has no proof. He paused for a moment. Or does she? Do you think the king will require proof? The woman said. I tell you, he loves me not. And whose fault is that, sweet sister? Bran studied the ledge. He could drop down. It was too narrow to land on, but he could catch hold as he fell past, pull himself up, except that might make a noise, draw them to the window. He was not sure what he was hearing, but he knew it was not meant for his ears. If you mean I see the same thing, yes, the man said. I see a man who would sooner die than betray his king. He betrayed one already, or have you forgotten? The woman said. Oh, I don't deny he's loyal to Robert. That's obvious. What happens when Robert dies and Joff takes the throne? And the sooner that comes to pass, the safer we'll all be. My husband grows more restless every day. Having Stark beside him will only make him worse. He's still in love with the sister, the inspired little dead 16-year-old. How long till he decides to put me aside for some new Lyanna? Bran was suddenly very frightened. He wanted nothing so much as to go back the way he had come, to find his brothers. Only, what would he tell them? He had to get closer, Bran realized. He had to see who was talking. The man sighed. You should think less about the future and more about the pleasures at hand. Stop that, the woman said. Bran heard the sudden slap of flesh on flesh, then the man's laughter. Bran pulled himself up, climbed over the gargoyle, crawled out onto the roof. This was the easy way. He moved across the roof to the next gargoyle, right above the window of the room where they were talking. All this talk is getting very tiresome, sister, the man said. Come here and be quiet. Bran sat astride the gargoyle, tightened his legs around it, and swung himself around upside down. He hung by his legs and slowly stretched his head down toward the window. The world looked strange upside down. A courtyard swam dizzily below him, its stones still wet with melted snow. Bran looked in the window. Inside the room, a man and woman were wrestling. They were both naked. Bran could not tell who they were. The man's back was to him, and his body screened the woman from view as he pushed her up against a wall. There were soft, wet sounds. Bran realized they were kissing. He watched wide-eyed and frightened, his breath tight in his throat. The man had a hand down between her legs, and he must have been hurting her there because the woman started to moan, low in her throat. Stop it, she said. Stop it. Oh, please. But her voice was low and weak, and she did not push him away. Her hands buried themselves in his hair, his tangled golden hair, and pulled his face down to her breast. Bran saw her face. Her eyes were closed and her mouth was open, moaning. Her golden hair swung from side to side as her head moved back and forth, but still he recognized the queen. He must have made a noise. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she was staring right at him. She screamed. Everything happened at once then. The woman pushed the man away, wildly, shouting and pointing. Bran tried to pull himself up, bending double as he reached for the gargoyle. He was in too much of a hurry. His hands scraped uselessly across smooth stone. And in his panic, his legs slipped, and suddenly he was falling. There was an instant of vertigo, a sickening lurch as the window flashed past. He shot out a hand, grabbed for the ledge, lost it, caught it again with his other hand. He swung against the building hard. The impact took the breath out of him. Bran dangled one-handed, panting. Faces appeared in the window above him. The queen, and now Bran recognized the man beside her. They looked as much alike as the reflection in a mirror. He saw us, the woman said shrilly. So he did, the man said. Bran's fingers started to slip. He grabbed the ledge with his other hand. Fingernails dug into unyielding stone. The man reached down. "Take my hand," he said, "before you fall." Bran seized his arm and held on tight with all his strength. The man yanked him to the ledge. "What are you doing?" the woman demanded. The man ignored her. He was very strong. He stood Bran up on the sill. "How old are you, boy?" "7, Bran said, shaking with relief. His fingers had dug deep gouges in the man's forearm. He let go sheepishly. The man looked over at the woman. "The things I do for love," he said with loathing. He gave Bran a shove. Screaming, Bran went backward out the window into empty air. There was nothing to grab onto. The courtyard rushed up to meet him. Somewhere off in the distance, a wolf was howling. Crows circled the broken tower, waiting for corn. And this is where Bran II ends. An interesting thought is that we learn in A Dance with Dragons that Cold Hands and Bloodraven control ravens, but not crows. However, Bran thinks he is the three-eyed crow because all his dreams involve crows. "Are you the three-eyed crow?" Bran heard himself say. Crow? The Pale Lord's voice was dry. We'll be returning to this idea a lot, since Bran seems to have 3 different kinds of dreams. The wolf dreams, the tree dreams, and the three-eyed crow dreams. As we go along with this video series, we'll be pointing out that the three-eyed crow, the last green seer, might not be Bloodraven, and maybe it was not Bloodraven who sent the direwolves in Bran I, since he has only been shown to see through werewoods and walk into ravens. Maybe the three-eyed crow is an even more powerful green seer. We propose that the three-eyed crow is the most powerful green seer ever to live and was responsible for Bran's fall, the last green seer. But in Bran's dreams, he was a three-eyed crow. Now, onto the differences between the book and show. In the book, Bran finds Cersei and Jaime both naked. In the show, they are both dressed. The reason is that Lena Headey was pregnant during filming of the scene, and they used a double. In the book, Cersei and Jaime talk about the previous events that transpired with the former hand, Jon Arryn. This discussion takes place in the scene showing Jon Arryn's corpse at the beginning of the episode. In the book, Jaime pushes Bran from the window with his right hand, which is poetic since Jaime ends up having his right hand cut off by Vargo Hoat, the leader of the Brave Companions in A Storm of Swords. What would Game of Thrones look like if it unfolded as an animated comic book? Welcome back to episode 2 of our journey through A Song of Ice and Fire. In this series, we are going through all the chapters of A Game of Thrones as a fully animated comic book experience. Blending stunning artwork from talented artists, official comic panels, and vertical footage from the HBO series to create something entirely new. Last time, we stepped into the cold of the prologue and the weight of Bran's fall. Now, the political wheels begin to turn. The Starks, the Lannisters, and the Crown itself start moving into position, and the game truly begins. As we continue through the next chapters, you won't just see the story unfold panel by panel. You'll also get a clear breakdown of how the books and the show diverge. This isn't just a retelling, it's a side-by-side evolution of George R.R. Martin's world. If you're enjoying this animated journey through Westeros, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss the next chapter. And now, let's continue. Scene 1. Somewhere in the great stone maze of Winterfell, a wolf howled. The sound hung over the castle like a flag of mourning. Tyrion Lannister looked up from his books and shivered. Though the library was snug and warm, something about the howling of a wolf took a man right out of his here and now and left him in a dark forest of the mind, running naked before the pack. When the direwolf howled again, Tyrion shut the heavy leather-bound cover on the book he was reading. 100-year-old discourse on the changing of the seasons by a long-dead maester. He covered a yawn with the back of his hand. His reading lamp was flickering, its oil all but gone. As dawn light leaked through the high windows, he had been at it all night, but that was nothing new. Tyrion Lannister was not much a one for sleeping. His legs were stiff and sore as he eased down off the bench. He massaged some life back into them and limped heavily to the table where the Septon was snoring softly, his head pillowed on an open book in front of him. Tyrion glanced at the title. A Life of the Grand Maester Althamule. No wonder. "Chael," he said softly. The young man jerked up, blinking, confused, the crystal of his order swinging wildly on its silver chain. "I'm off to break my fast. See that you return the books to the shelves. Be gentle with the Valyrian scrolls. The parchment is very dry. Armidion's Engines of War is quite rare, and yours is the only complete copy I've ever seen." Chael gaped at him, still half asleep. Patiently, Tyrion repeated his instructions, then clapped the Septon on the shoulder and left him to his task. Outside, Tyrion swallowed a lungful of the cold morning air and began his laborious descent of the steep stone steps that corkscrewed around the exterior of the library tower. It was slow going. The steps were cut high and narrow, while his legs were short and twisted. The rising sun had not yet cleared the walls of Winterfell, but the men were already hard at it in the yard below. Sandor Clegane's rasping voice drifted up to him. "The boy is a long time dying. I wish you would be quicker about it." Tyrion glanced down and saw the hound standing with young Joffrey as squires swarmed around them. "At least he dies quietly," the prince replied. "It's the wolf that makes the noise. I could scarce sleep last night." Clegane cast a long shadow across the hard-packed earth as his squire lowered the black helm over his head. "I could silence the creature, if it please you," he said through his open visor. His boy placed a longsword in his hand. He tested the weight of it, slicing at the cold morning air. Behind him, the yard rang to the clangor of steel on steel. The notion seemed to delight the prince. "Send a dog to kill a dog," he exclaimed. "Winterfell is so infested with wolves, the Starks would never miss one." Tyrion hopped off the last step onto the yard. "I beg to differ, nephew," he said. "The Starks can count past 6. Unlike some princes I might name, Joffrey had the grace at least to blush." "A voice from nowhere," Sandor said. He peered through his helm, looking this way and that. "Spirits of the air." The prince laughed. As he always laughed when his bodyguard did this murmur's farce. Tyrion was used to it. "Down here." The tall man peered down at the ground and pretended to notice him. "The little Lord Tyrion," he said. "My pardons, I did not see you standing there." "I'm in no mood for your insolence today." Tyrion turned to his nephew. "Joffrey, it is past time you called on Lord Eddard and his lady to offer them your comfort." Joffrey looked as petulant as only a boy prince can look. "What good will my comfort do them?" "None," Tyrion said. "Yet it is expected of you. Your absence has been noted." "The Stark boy is nothing to me," Joffrey said. "I cannot abide the wailing of women." Tyrion Lannister reached up and slapped his nephew hard across the face. The boy's cheek began to redden. "One word," Tyrion said, "and I will hit you again." "I'm going to tell Mother," Joffrey exclaimed. Tyrion hit him again. Now both cheeks flamed. "You tell your mother," Tyrion told him. "But first, you get yourself to Lord and Lady Stark, and you fall to your knees in front of them, and you tell them how very sorry you are, and that you are in service if they are in the slightest thing that you can do for them, or theirs in this desperate hour, and that all your prayers go with them. Do you understand? Do you?" The boy looked as though he was going to cry. Instead, he managed a weak nod. Then he turned and fled headlong from the yard, holding his cheek. Tyrion watched him run. A shadow fell across his face. He turned to find Clegane looming overhead like a cliff. His suit dark armor seemed to blot out the sun. He had lowered the visor on his helm. It was fashioned in the likeness of a snarling black hound, fearsome to behold. But Tyrion had always thought it a great improvement over Clegane's hideously burnt face. "The prince will remember that, little lord," the hound warned him. The helm turned his laugh into a hollow rumble. "I pray he does," Tyrion Lannister replied. "If he forgets, be a good dog and remind him." He glanced around the courtyard. "Do you know where I might find my brother?" "Breaking fast with the queen." "Ah," Tyrion said. He gave Sandor Clegane a perfunctory nod and walked away as briskly as his stunted legs would carry him, whistling. He pitied the first knight to try the hound today. The man did have a temper. A cold, cheerless meal had been laid out in the morning room of the guest house. Jaime sat at the table with Cersei and the children, talking in low, hushed voices. "Is Robert still abed?" Tyrion asked as he seated himself uninvited at the table. His sister peered at him with the same expression of faint distaste she had worn since the day he was born. "The king has not slept at all," she told him. "He is with Lord Eddard. He has taken their sorrow deeply to heart." "He has a large heart, our Robert," Jaime said with a lazy smile. There was very little that Jaime took seriously. Tyrion knew that about his brother, and forgave it. During all the terrible long years of his childhood, only Jaime had ever shown him the smallest measure of affection or respect, and for that Tyrion was willing to forgive him most anything. A servant approached. "Bread," Tyrion told him, "and 2 of those little fish, and a mug of that good dark beer to wash them down. Oh, and some bacon. Burn it until it turns black." The man bowed and moved off. Tyrion turned back to his siblings, twins, male and female. They looked very much the part this morning. Both had chosen a deep green that matched their eyes. Their blonde curls were all a fashionable tumble, and gold ornaments shone at wrists and fingers and throats. Tyrion wondered what it would be like to have a twin, and decided that he would rather not know. Bad enough to face himself in a looking glass every day. Another him was a thought too dreadful to contemplate. Prince Tommen spoke up. "Do you have news of Bran, uncle?" "I stopped by the sick room last night," Tyrion announced. There was no change. The maesters thought that a hopeful sign. "I don't want Brandon to die," Tommen said timorously. He was a sweet boy, not like his brother, but then Jaime and Tyrion were somewhat less than peas in a pod themselves. "Lord Eddard had a brother named Brandon as well," Jaime mused. "One of the hostages murdered by Targaryen. It seems to be an unlucky name." "Oh, not so unlucky as all that, surely," Tyrion said. The servant brought his plate. He ripped off a chunk of black bread. Cersei was studying him warily. "What do you mean?" Tyrion gave her a crooked smile. "Why, only that Tommen may get his wish. The maester thinks that the boy may yet live." He took a sip of beer. Marcella gave a happy gasp and Tommen smiled nervously. But it was not the children Tyrion was watching. The glance that passed between Jaime and Cersei lasted no more than a second, but he did not miss it. Then his sister dropped her gaze to the table. "That is no mercy. These northern gods are cruel to let the child linger in such pain." "What were the maester's words?" Jaime asked. "He thinks that if the boy were going to die, he would have done so already. It has been 4 days with no change." "Will Bran get better, uncle?" little Marcella asked. She had all her mother's beauty and none of her nature. The fall shattered his legs as well. They keep him alive with honey and water, or he would starve to death. Perhaps if he wakes, he'll be able to eat real food, but he will never walk again. "If he wakes," Cersei repeated. "Is that likely?" "The gods only know," Tyrion told her. "The maester only hopes." He chewed some more bread. "I would swear that wolf of his is keeping the boy alive. The creature is outside his window day and night howling. Every time they chase it away, it returns." The maester said that they closed the windows once to shut out the noise, and Bran seemed to weaken. When they opened it again, his heart beat stronger. The queen shuddered. "There is something unnatural about those animals," she said. "They are dangerous. I will not have any of them coming south with us." Jaime said, "You'll have a hard time stopping them, sister. They follow those girls everywhere." Tyrion started on his fish. "Are you leaving soon then?" "Not near soon enough," Cersei said. Then she frowned. "Are we leaving?" she echoed. "What about you? Gods, don't tell me you are staying here." Tyrion shrugged. "Benjen Stark is returning to the Night's Watch with his brother's bastard. I have a mind to go with them and see this wall we have heard so much of." Jaime smiled. "I hope you're not thinking of taking the black on us, sweet brother." Tyrion laughed. "What, me, celibate? The whores would go begging from dawn to Castle Rock. No, I just want to stand on top of the wall and piss off the edge of the world." Cersei stood abruptly. "The children don't need to hear this filth. Tommen, Marcella, come." She strode briskly from the morning room, her train and her pups trailing behind her. Jaime Lannister regarded his brother thoughtfully with those green eyes. Stark will never consent to leave Winterfell with his son lingering in the shadow of death. "He will, if Robert commands it," Tyrion said. "And Robert will command it. There is nothing Lord Eddard can do for the boy in any case." "He could end his torment," Jaime said. "I would, if it were my son. It would be a mercy." "I advise against putting that suggestion to Lord Eddard, sweet brother," Tyrion said. "He would not take it kindly. Even if the boy does live, he'll be a cripple. Worse than a cripple, a grotesque. Give me a good, clean death." Tyrion replied with a shrug that accented the twists of his shoulders. "Speaking for the grotesques," he said, "I beg to differ. Death is so terribly final, while life is so full of possibilities." Jaime smiled. "You are a perverse little imp, aren't you?" "Oh yes," Tyrion admitted. "I hope the boy does wake. I'd be most interested to hear what he might have to say." His brother's smile curled like sour milk. "Tyrion, my sweet brother," he said darkly. "There are times when you give me cause to wonder whose side you are on." Tyrion's mouth was full of bread and fish. He took a swallow of strong black beer to wash it all down, and grinned up wolfishly at Jaime. "Why, Jaime, my sweet brother," he said, "you wound me. You know how much I love my family." And this is where Tyrion 1: A Game of Thrones ends. Now, the line where Jaime says he wonders which side Tyrion is on feels like it might have been left over from George's original 13 chapters, where Jaime was a deplorable villain and would kill his own children, blame the murders on Tyrion, and then take the throne, despite Tyrion proving himself loyal to Jaime by sacking Winterfell. Now, this chapter is used by Tyrion in A Storm of Swords to wrongly deduce that Joffrey sent the Catspaw to kill Bran. He remembered a cold morning when he'd climbed down the steep exterior steps from Winterfell's library to find Prince Joffrey jesting with the Hound about killing wolves. "Send a dog to kill a wolf," he said, but the interaction actually went like this. Sandor Clegane's rasping voice drifted up to him. "The boy is a long time dying. I wish he would be quicker about it." "At least he dies quietly," the prince replied. "It's the wolf that makes the noise. I could scarce sleep last night." Clegane cast a long shadow across the hard-packed earth. "I could silence the creature, if it please you," he said through his open visor. The notion seemed to delight the prince. "Send a dog to kill a dog," he exclaimed. "Winterfell is so infested with wolves. The Starks would never miss one." See, Tyrion is misremembering here. Joffrey never wanted to kill Bran. He wanted to kill the wolf. Now, some theories think it is probably Cersei, Littlefinger, or Mance Rayder who sent the Catspaw. Personally, we think it was Mance Rayder, since the Catspaw was paid with 90 pieces of silver, and Mance travelled to Winterfell to see the king with a lute and a bag of silver. Sending the Catspaw is also an ingenious way to get the Starks and Lannisters warring while Mance begins his invasion south. Robb says, "He had 90 silver stags in a leather bag," while Mance tells Jon in A Storm of Swords that "I took a lute and a bag of silver, scaled the ice near Long Barrow." So the only real difference between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, Tyrion does not sleep in the dog pen. He spends the entire night at the library without sleep. And that's it for this chapter. Jon II. As Jon went up the stairs slowly, he wondered if this would be the last time he ever did that. Ghost was quietly climbing beside him. Though the yard was filled with noise and snowy chaos, inside the thick walls the castle was quiet, more so than Jon would have liked. At last he reached the landing, but was too afraid to continue. Ghost poked his hand with his muzzle, and that gave him the courage he needed. Straightening his back, Jon entered the room. He found Lady Stark in there, next to the bed. She never left. Sat there all day and all night long, for weeks now. She even had her food taken to her here, and chamber pots and a bed so she could sleep, though she barely ever did. Lady Stark fed Bran herself with a mixture of honey and herbs and water to keep the boy alive. She never left, and so Jon never visited, until now when he knew there might not be another chance. Yet Jon was just staring now, too afraid to speak or even move. Through the opened window, the howl of a wolf drifted in. Ghost lifted his head to listen. Lady Stark finally noticed the boy. For a moment, it seemed like she didn't recognize Jon. Then she blinked. "What are you doing here?" she asked in a voice that was flat and emotionless. "I came to see Bran," Jon said, "to say goodbye." Lady Stark looked at him indifferently, her auburn hair tangled. Jon thought she looked much older than usual. "You've said it, now go away." Though he wanted to run, Jon took a heavy step towards the bed, knowing that he might never see his brother again. "Please," he said. Lady Stark looked at him coldly. "I told you to leave," she said. "We don't want you here." Long ago, this would have been enough to make him flee, to make him cry even. Now it made him angry. He was soon to be a brother of the Night's Watch, the men who face things much worse than Catelyn Stark. "He's my brother," he said. "Shall I call the guards?" "Call them," Jon said, defiant. "You can't stop me from seeing him." Though keeping his distance from the woman, Jon crossed the room and looked down at Bran. Lady Stark was holding the boy's hand. Bran has changed. Pale, sallow skin now stretched over bones. He lost a lot of weight. His limbs looked like sticks and his legs bent every which way under the blanket, making Jon nauseous. Though his sunken eyes were open, Bran saw nothing. The fall somehow made him smaller. He looked like a leaf ready to be carried to the grave by the first strong wind. Still, under his broken ribs, Bran's chest rose with every dying breath. "Bran," Jon said, "I'm sorry I didn't come before. I was afraid." Tears were rolling down his face, but Jon didn't care. "Don't die, Bran. Please. We're all waiting for you to wake up. Me and Robb and the girls, everyone." Catelyn was watching without interrupting, and Jon took that as acceptance of some sort. Outside, there was another howl. It came from the direwolf Bran never had time to name. "I have to go now," Jon said. "Uncle Benjen is waiting. I'm to go north to the wall. We have to leave today, before the snow comes." Bran had been excited for the upcoming journey too. Jon felt his heart breaking because of the idea of leaving his brother behind, broken, barely alive. He wiped his tears away and, leaning down, kissed the boy. "I wanted him to stay here with me," Lady Stark said softly. Jon looked at her carefully, but the woman didn't meet his eyes. She was pretending he wasn't there, even now when talking to him. "I prayed for it," she said dully. "He was my special boy. I went to the Sept and prayed 7 times to the 7 faces of the god that Ned would change his mind and leave him here with me." Sometimes prayers are answered. Jon wasn't sure what to say. "It wasn't your fault," he managed, after a moment of silence. She finally looked at him, her eyes full of mire. "I need none of your absolution, bastard." Jon looked away from her. Catelyn was holding one of Bran's hands, and now he took the other, squeezing it lightly. The boy's bones were fragile. "Goodbye," he said. He was already at the door when he heard Lady Stark speak. "Jon," she said. The young man would have kept going, but for the name. She never called him by his name. Jon turned around, finding Lady Stark looking at him as if she never saw him before. "Yes," he said. "It should have been you," she told him. Then she turned back to Bran and started to cry. Jon had never seen Lady Stark cry before. The walk down to the yard felt long. Noise and confusion greeted Jon outside. The big journey was ahead, with horses being saddled and wagons packed. Snow covered the ground and the people were in a hurry to leave before it got worse. Robb was shouting commands left and right. Jon thought he looked taller, as if his mother's decline made him stronger. His wolf, Greywind, was beside him. Uncle Benjen is looking for you, he told Jon. He wanted to be gone an hour ago. I know, Jon said. Soon. He looked around at all the noise and confusion. Leaving is harder than I thought. For me too, Robb said. The snow in his hair was melting slowly. Did you see him? Jon nodded, afraid his voice would break if he said anything. He's not going to die, Robb said. I know it. You Starks are hard to kill, Jon agreed. He felt his voice was tired. Seeing Bran took a lot out of him. Robb could tell he was upset too. My mother. She was very kind, Jon told him. Robb was relieved. Good, he smiled. The next time I see you, you'll be all in black. Jon forced a smile. It was always my color. How long do you think it will be? Soon enough, Robb promised. He pulled Jon into a fierce embrace. Farewell, Snow. Jon hugged him back. And you, Stark. Take care of Bran. I will. At last, they let each other go, awkwardly. Uncle Benjen said to send you to the stables if I saw you, Robb finally said. I have one more farewell to make, Jon told him. Then I haven't seen you, Robb replied. Jon left his half-brother in the gathering snow, surrounded by people and the loud preparations. His next stop was the armory, where he picked up a package. He then made his way to the covered bridge across the keep. Jon found Arya in her room, with her wolf Nymeria packing a large ironwood chest bigger than herself. The girl only had to point for the direwolf to bound across the room and fetch whatever she wanted. But when Nymeria spotted Ghost, she sat and whined softly. Arya looked behind her back and, seeing Jon, leapt to her feet. She wrapped her twig-like arms around Jon's neck in a hug. I was afraid you were gone, she said, her voice breaking a little. They wouldn't let me out to say goodbye. What did you do now? Jon asked, amused. Arya drew back so she could look at him. Nothing. I was all packed and everything. She pointed at the chest almost full, then the clothes still scattered around the room. Septa Mordain says I have to do it all over. My things weren't properly folded, she says. A proper southern lady doesn't just throw her clothes inside her chest like old rags, she says. Is that what you did, little sister? Well, they're going to get all messed up anyway, she said. Who cares how they're folded? Septa Mordain, Jon told her. I don't think she'd like Nymeria helping either. The she-wolf looked at him quietly with her golden eyes. It's just as well. I have something for you to take with you, and it has to be packed very carefully. Her face lit up. A present? You could call it that. Close the door. Carefully, even in her excitement, Arya checked the hall. Nymeria, here, guard. She left the direwolf in front of the door. Jon pulled out the wrapped package as she returned. Arya's dark eyes, so similar to his own, went wide. A sword, she said, in a small voice. The scabbard was grey and soft. Jon drew the sword slowly, so the girl could appreciate the bluish sheen on the blade. This is no toy, he said. Be careful you don't cut yourself. The edges are sharp enough to shave with. Girls don't shave, Arya said. Maybe they should. Have you ever seen the Scepter's legs? Arya giggled. It's so skinny. So are you, Jon told her. I had Mikken made this special. The Bravos use swords like this in Pentos and Mir and the other free cities. It won't hack a man's head off, but it can poke him full of holes if you're fast enough. I can be fast, Arya said. You'll have to work at it every day. He gave the sword to her, showing the proper way to hold it, then stepped back. How does it feel? Do you like the balance? I think so, Arya said. First lesson, said Jon. Stick them with the pointy end. Arya smacked him on the arm with the flat side. It stung, but Jon was still grinning widely. I know which end to use, Arya said. Then an idea made her frown. Septa Mordain will take it away from me. Not if she doesn't know you have it, Jon said. Who will I practice with? You'll find someone, Jon promised her. King's Landing is a true city, 1,000 times the size of Winterfell. Until you find a partner, watch how they fight in the yard. Run and ride. Make yourself strong. And whatever you do, she knew what was coming, and they finished the sentence together. Don't tell Sansa. Jon tousled her hair. I will miss you, little sister. Suddenly, Arya was on the verge of tears. I wish you were coming with us. Different roads sometimes lead to the same castle. Who knows? He was feeling better now, keeping sadness in bay. I better go. I'll spend my first year on the wall emptying chamber pots if I keep Uncle Benjen waiting any longer. Arya moved to hug him. Put down the sword first, Jon warned her, laughing. She put the sword down carefully, almost shyly, then went and covered Jon's face with kisses. When Jon turned back one last time, already at the door, the girl was once again holding the sword, trying its balance. I almost forgot, he told her. All the best swords have names. Like ice, she said. She looked at the blade. Does this have a name? Oh, tell me. Can't you guess? Jon teased. Your favorite thing. Arya seemed puzzled for a moment, then understanding dawned on her face, and they said it out together again. Needle. Remembering his sister's laughter warmed him in the coldest hours of his ride north. This is where Jon II, A Game of Thrones ends. Now, this chapter shapes the psychology behind Jon Snow as a character through his interactions with Arya, Catelyn, Robb, and Bran. We also get some potential foreshadowing when Jon tells Arya, different roads sometimes lead to the same castle. If Jon does come back to life, then he'll definitely meet Arya again, which will be tragic because neither of them will be the same person that they were when they last saw each other in this chapter. The next person probably most responsible for influencing the Jon story is Catelyn, who is responsible for sending Jon to the wall and the person Jon thinks about more than his own Lord Father when it comes time to accept Stannis' offer to become a Stark. I could be the Lord of Winterfell, my father's heir. It was not Lord Eddard's face he saw floating before him though. It was Lady Catelyn's, with her deep blue eyes and hard cold mouth. She was looking at him the way she used to look at him at Winterfell, whenever he had bested Robb at swords or sums or most anything. Who are you? That look had always seemed to say, this is not your place. Why are you here? Ironically, Catelyn might be more responsible for making Jon honor-obsessed than Ned, since we've always interpreted Jon's obsession with honor as having more to do with proving Catelyn wrong than about getting Ned's approval, since Jon thinks about his bastardy all the time, and the person most responsible for reminding Jon of that would have been Catelyn, not Ned or any of his half-siblings. So, we propose, if Jon is the Saber of Westeros, it's because of the deep psychological trauma instilled in him by Catelyn through emotional neglect and a desire to prove her wrong for thinking less of him because he was a bastard. The next most impactful relationship is probably Robb, since Jon's closeness with Robb is interesting because they are brotherly, but Jon's entire character comes from living in Robb's shadow, and they both kind of know it without ever acknowledging it. I'm Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, Jon would call out, and Robb would shout back, well, I'm Florian the Fool, or Robb would say, I'm the Young Dragon, and Jon would reply, I'm Sir Raymond Redwine. The morning he called it first, I'm Lord of Winterfell, he cried, as he had 100 times before. Only this time Robb had answered, you can't be Lord of Winterfell, you're bastard-born. My lady mother says you can't ever be the Lord of Winterfell. Meanwhile, Jon's relationship with Bran, as shown in this chapter, is so pure and innocent that it would be tragic for Jon to find out that Bran tried to stop the Long Night by first building the wall as Bran the Builder, then by sending visions to Aerys Targaryen that only resulted in him becoming the Mad King, before finally traveling all the way back to when the others first appeared, only to be trapped and turned into an other himself, giving the others their power to warg unanimated corpses. So, if Jon has to kill the Night's King, he has to kill his little brother, and this chapter is the last memory Jon has of him. Some of the differences between the HBO TV show and book are: the TV series has 3 additional scenes. The first shows the making of Needle and a conversation between Jaime and Jon, where Jaime ridicules Jon for planning to join the Night's Watch. The second is Cersei visiting Bran's bedroom and speaking to Catelyn about her first child. In the book, Cersei tells Ned in Eddard XII that she never gave birth to any of Robert's children and had an abortion when pregnant with one. Robert was unaware of both the pregnancy and the abortion. In the show, Catelyn is hostile towards Jon when he visits Bran, but not as hostile as she was in the book. Also, Ned appears and Catelyn guilts Ned for leaving, when in the books it was her pushing for Ned to go to King's Landing and investigate Jon Arryn's murder for the sake of her sister Lysa and her son. The third and final additional scene is Ned and Jon's goodbye, where Jon asks about his mother and Ned replies that the next time they see each other, they'll talk about his mother. That's it for this chapter. Eddard II. Lord Eddard was awakened before dawn to see a still grey world. Once Alan shook him awake, Ned stumbled outside, still hazy from sleep, to find the king already on his horse. King Robert was dressed up against the cold, and his fur cloak made him look like a riding bear. "Up, Stark," he roared. "Up, up! We have matters of state to discuss." "By all means," Ned said. "Come inside, your grace." Alan opened the tent's flap for the king. "No, no, no," Robert said. His breath was visible in the cold morning air. "The camp is full of ears. Besides, I want to ride out and taste this country of yours." 2 knights, Sir Boris and Sir Meryn, were waiting beside the king, accompanied by a dozen guards. Knowing he had no other choice, Ned rubbed his eyes, dressed, and mounted his own horse. King Robert urged his huge black mane forward, and Ned tried to keep his pace. He spoke a question as they rode, but the wind made any conversation impossible. Learning his lesson, Ned rode in silence, following Robert. Soon they left the road behind 4 foggy fields, and the guards fell behind, so they couldn't hear them, but the king was still galloping. Atop a low ridge at last, Robert slowed. The guards and the knights were miles behind by then. The king was flushed from the exercise as Eddard stopped next to him. "Gods," he swore, laughing. "It feels good to get out and ride the way a man was meant to ride. I swear, Ned, this creeping along is enough to drive a man mad." He had never been a patient man, Robert Baratheon. "That damnable wheelhouse, the way it creaks and groans, climbing every bump in the road as if it were a mountain. I promise you, if that wretched thing breaks another axle, I'm going to burn it, and Cersei can walk." Ned laughed. "I will gladly light the torch for you." "Good man." The king's hand fell on Ned's shoulder. "I've half a mind to leave them all behind and just keep going." Ned smiled at him. "I do believe you mean it." "I do," the king said. "What do you say, Ned? Just you and me, 2 vagabond knights on the King's Road, our swords at our sides, and the gods know what in front of us, and maybe a farmer's daughter or a tavern wench to warm our beds tonight." "Would that we could," Ned said, "but we have duties now, my liege, to the realm, to our children, I to my lady wife, and you to your queen. We are not the boys we were." "You were never the boy we were," Robert grumbled. "More's the pity. And yet, there was that one time. What was her name? That common girl of yours? Becca. No, she was one of mine. Gods love her. Black hair and these sweet big eyes. You could drown in them. Yours was... Alina? No, you told me once. Was it Meryl? You know the one I mean. Your bastard's mother." "Her name was Wyla," Ned replied, coldly, "and I would sooner not speak of her." "Wyla, yes," the king grinned. "She must have been a rare wench if she could make Lord Eddard Stark forget his honor, even for an hour. You never told me what she looked like." Ned was now angry. "Nor will I. Leave it be, Robert. For the love you say you bear me, I dishonored myself and I dishonored Catelyn in the sight of gods and men." "Gods have mercy. You scarcely knew Catelyn." "I had taken her to wife. She was carrying my child." "You are too hard on yourself, Ned. You always were. Damn it, no woman wants Baelor the Blessed in her bed." He slapped a hand on his knee. "Well, I'll not press you if you feel so strong about it. Though, I swear, at times you're so prickly, you want to take the hedgehog as your sigil." The emerging sun shot its darts through the mist, revealing the flat plains in front of them, peppered with long, rounded hillocks. Ned brought Robert's attention to them. "The barrows of the first men," Robert frowned. "Have we ridden onto a graveyard?" "There are barrows everywhere in the north, Your Grace," Ned told him. "This land is old." "And cold," Robert murmured, tightening his cloak around his vast body. "The guards have stopped well behind them." "Well, I did not bring you out here to talk of graves or bicker about your bastard. There was a rider in the night, from Lord Varys in King's Landing. Here." Robert pulled a piece of paper and handed it to Ned. Varys, Ned knew, was a eunuch and a master of gossip. He was loyal to the king now, but he was also loyal to Aerys Targaryen. Ned opened the scroll, thinking he will read about Lysa's accusations, but the letter had nothing to do with her. "What is the source for this information?" "Do you remember Sir Jorah Mormont?" "Would that I might forget him," Ned said bluntly. The Mormonts were an old house, residing in Bear Island, a cold and distant place. Sir Jorah, the head of the family, tried to make money by selling poachers to slavery, and Ned, whose bannermen the Mormonts were at the time, thought this to be dishonorable. He went to Bear Island, but Sir Jorah was already gone. The knight took a ship and left the Seven Kingdoms. For 5 years he evaded the king's justice. Sir Jorah is now in Pentos, anxious to earn a royal pardon that would allow him to return from exile, Robert explained. Lord Varys makes good use of him, so the slaver has become a spy, Ned said with distaste. He gave the letter back. "I would rather he becomes a corpse." "Varys tells me that spies are more useful than corpses," Robert said. "Jorah aside, what do you make of his report? Daenerys Targaryen has wed some Dothraki horse lord. What of it? Shall we send her a wedding gift?" The king frowned. "A knife, perhaps. A good sharp one, and a bold man to wield it." Lord Eddard didn't pretend to be surprised. He knew Robert's hatred towards Targaryens well enough. Back in the day, when Tywin Lannister brought the corpses of Rhaegar's wife and children, Ned deemed it murder. Robert, however, thought them to be casualties of war. When Eddard objected, saying the prince and princess were only children, Robert, as the new king, said, "I see no babes, only dragon spawn." Even Jon Arryn, mentor to both, was unable to reconcile the men back then. Ned left that day to finish his battles alone, and only after Lyanna's death was he and Robert brought back together, joined once again by shared grief. This time, Ned kept himself calm. "Your Grace, the girl is scarcely more than a child. You are no Tywin Lannister, to slaughter innocents." According to the tales, Prince Rhaegar's daughter was screaming as the soldiers dragged her out from under her bed, and the boy, merely a newborn, was killed by having his head bashed into a wall in front of his mother. "And how long will this one remain an innocent?" Robert's lip pursed in anger. "This child will soon enough spread her legs and start breeding more dragon spawn to plague me." "Nonetheless," Ned said, "the murder of children—" "Unspeakable," the king roared. "What Aerys did to your brother, Brandon, was unspeakable. The way your lord father died, that was unspeakable. And Rhaegar, how many times do you think he sister? How many hundreds of times?" Robert's anger was so loud now that his horse seemed nervous. He calmed the animal before pointing at Ned. "I will kill every Targaryen I can get my hands on until they are as dead as their dragons, and then I will piss on their graves." Ned knew that objecting would be useless. Years have gone by, and Robert's fury against the Targaryens never lessened, so nothing he could say now would change the king's mind. "You can't get your hands on this one, can you?" he said quietly. Robert had a bitter expression on his face. "No, gods be cursed. Some poxy-ridden Pentoshi cheesemonger had her brother and her walled up in his estate with pointy-hatted eunuchs all around them, and now he's handed them over to the Dothraki. I should have had them both killed years ago when it was easy to get at them, but Jon was as bad as you. More fool I listened to him." Jon Arryn was a wise man and a good hand. Robert snorted. His anger was now seeping away. "This Khal Drogo is said to have 100,000 men in his horde. What would Jon say to that?" "He would say that even 1,000,000 Dothraki are no threat to the realm so long as they remain on the other side of the narrow sea," Ned replied calmly. "The barbarians have no ships. They hate and fear the open sea." Robert shifted uncomfortably, now looking nervous himself. "Perhaps. There are ships to be had in the free cities, though. I will tell you, Ned, I do not like this marriage. There are still those in the Seven Kingdoms who call me usurper. Do you forget how many houses fought for Targaryen in the war? They bide their time now, but give them half a chance, they will murder me in my bed, and my sons with me. If the beggar king crosses with a Dothraki horde at his back, the traitors will join him." "He will not cross," Ned promised. "And if by some mischance he does, we will throw him back into the sea. Once you choose a new Warden of the East." The king groaned. "For the last time, I will not name the Arryn boy Warden. I know the boy is your nephew, but with Targaryens climbing in bed with Dothraki, I would be mad to rest 1/4 of the realm on the shoulders of a sickly child." Ned had an answer for that. "Yet we still must have a Warden of the East. If Robert Arryn will not do, name one of your brothers. Stannis proved himself at the siege of Storm's End, surely." Ned let the silence fill the space between them, looking at the king frowning. "That is," Ned finished quietly watching, "unless you have already promised the honor to another." Robert looked like a kid found upon doing something he shouldn't before his quick anger came charging back. "What if I have?" "It's Jaime Lannister, is it not?" Robert nudged his horse to move and rode down the ridge, facing the old barrows. Lord Eddard followed, waiting. The king avoided his eyes. "Yes," he said at last. He sounded final. "Kingslayer," Ned said. The hearsay was true after all. Ned was on dangerous grounds now. "An able and courageous man, no doubt," he said carefully. "But his father is Warden of the West, Robert. In time, Sir Jaime will succeed to that honor. No one man should hold both East and West." About his main concern, he remained silent. How making Jaime the Warden of the East would put half of the realm's army under his thumb. "I will fight that battle when the enemy appears on the field," the king said stubbornly. "At that moment, Lord Tywin looms eternal as Castle Rock, so I doubt that Jaime will be succeeding anytime soon. Don't vex me about this, Ned. The stone has been set." "Your Grace, may I speak frankly?" "I seem unable to stop you," Robert muttered. They rode through tall brown grasses now. "Can you trust Jaime Lannister?" "He is my wife's twin, a sworn brother of the Kingsguard. His life and fortune and honor all bound to mine." "As they were bound to Aerys Targaryens," Ned reminded him. "Why should I mistrust him? He has done everything I have ever asked of him. His sword helped win the throne I sit on." What his sword did, Ned thought, tainted the throne more than win it, but he kept this to himself too. He swore a vow to protect the king's life with his own, then he opened that king's throat with a sword. "Seven hells, someone had to kill Aerys," Robert said, stopping his mount suddenly beside an ancient barrow. "If Jaime hadn't done it, it would have been left for you or me." "We were not sworn brothers of the Kingsguard," Ned said. It was time Robert learnt the whole truth about this. "Do you remember the trident, Your Grace?" "I won my crown there. How should I forget it?" "You took a wound from Rhaegar," Ned reminded him. "So when the Targaryen host broke and ran, you gave the pursuit into my hands. The remnants of Rhaegar's army fled back to King's Landing. We followed. Aerys was in the Red Keep with several thousand loyalists. I expected to find the gates closed to us." Robert shook his head impatiently. "Instead, you found that our men had already taken the city. What of it?" "Not our men," Ned said. "Lannister men. The Lion of Lannister flew over the ramparts, not the crowned stag." and they had taken the city by treachery. The war was long, and the lords had all chosen sides, some standing under Robert's banner, others remaining loyal to the Mad King. Not the Lannisters, though. They placed themselves in the middle, ignoring the calls to arms from both sides, waiting. Then when Aerys thought he was lost, Tywin Lannister and 12,000 of his men appeared at King's Landing, pledging loyalty to the Targaryens. Aerys made his last mistake, opened the gates for the Lannister army. Treachery was a coin the Targaryens knew well, Robert said. He sounded angry again. Lannister paid them back in kind. It was no less than they deserved. I shall not trouble my sleep over it. You were not there, Ned said bitterly. Troubled sleep was an old friend of his. Lies haunted him for 14 years, and they would end today. There was no honor in that conquest. The others take your honor, Robert swore. What did any Targaryen ever know of honor? Go down into your crypt and ask Lyanna about the dragon's honor. You avenge Lyanna at the Trident, Ned said, halting beside the king. Promise me, Ned, she had whispered. That did not bring her back. Robert looked away, staring into nothing. The gods be damned. It was a hollow victory they gave me. A crown. It was the girl I prayed them for. Your sister, safe, and mine again, as she was meant to be. I ask you, Ned, what good is it to wear a crown? The gods mock the prayers of kings and cowherds alike. I cannot answer for the gods, your grace. Only what I found when I rode into the throne room that day, Ned said. Aerys was dead on the floor, drowned in his own blood. His dragon skull stared down from the walls. Lannister's men were everywhere. Jaime wore the white cloak of the Kingsguard over his golden armor. I can see him still. Even his sword was gilded. He was seated on the Iron Throne, high above his knights, wearing a helm fashioned in the shape of a lion's head. How he glittered. This is well known, the king complained. I was still mounted. I rode the length of the hall in silence between the long rows of dragon skulls. It felt as though they were watching me somehow. I stopped in front of the throne, looking up at him. His golden sword was across his legs, its edge red with a king's blood. My men were filing the room behind me. Lannister's men drew back. I never said a word. I looked at him, seated there on the throne, and I waited. At last Jaime laughed and got up. He took off his helm and he said to me, "Have no fear, Stark. I was only keeping it warm for our friend Robert. It's not a very comfortable seat, I'm afraid." The king roared with laughter. The sound scared a flight of crows from the tall grass. You think I should mistrust Lannister because he sat on my throne for a few moments? He shook with laughter again. Jaime was all of 17, Ned, scarce more than a boy. Boy or man, he had no right to that throne. Perhaps he was tired, Robert suggested. Killing kings is weary work. Gods know there's no place else to rest your ass in that damnable room. And he spoke truly. It is a monstrously uncomfortable chair, in more ways than one. The king shook his head. Well, now I know Jaime's dark sin, and the matter can be forgotten. I am heartily sick of secrets and squabbles and matters of state, Ned. It's all as tedious as counting coppers. Come, let's ride. You used to know how. I want to feel the wind in my hair again. Robert kicked his horse and galloped up the barrow, spraying earth everywhere. Ned didn't follow right away. He felt helpless, out of things to say, unable to convince his old friend. He was questioning his decision to come at all. He couldn't handle Robert the same way Jon Arryn had. The king will stubbornly go ahead as he had planned, and nothing Ned could say would change his mind. He should just go back to Winterfell to be with Catelyn and Bran. But Lord Eddard knew that a man could not always be where he belonged, and heeling his horse, he followed the king. So, this is where Eddard II ends. This chapter was most likely included in George's original 13-chapter outline from 1993. since it feels as though the chapter is foreshadowing Jaime becoming king of Westeros by killing all of those who stand in his way, as George wrote in his outline. Tyrion Lannister will continue to travel, to plot, and to play the Game of Thrones, finally removing his nephew Joffrey in disgust at the boy king's brutality. Jaime Lannister will follow Joffrey on the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, by the simple expedient of killing everyone ahead of him in the line of succession and blaming his brother Tyrion for the murders. If this is what was meant to happen, then Eddard's warning to Robert seems very prudent. But as it stands, Eddard's assessment of Jaime's character couldn't have been more wrong, and the title of Warden of the East was not even mentioned in A Feast for Crows or A Dance with Dragons, despite the early importance played on it in the story. Instead, Tyrion's assessment of Jaime is more apt when he tells Aegon that, "My brother Jaime thirsts for battle, not for power. He's run from every chance he's had to rule." Next, this chapter has Ned and Robert's discussion take place in the Barrowlands, which seems to be a place of great importance to the story. Ned pointed them out to his king, "The barrows of the first men." Robert frowned. "Have we ridden onto a graveyard?" "There are barrows everywhere in the north, your grace," Ned told him. "This land is old." In A Dance with Dragons, the story again lingers in the Barrowlands with Theon, the grassy slopes of the Great Barrow. Some claimed it was the grave of the first king who had led the first men to Westeros. Others argued that it must have been some king of the giants who was buried there, to account for its size. Moreover, in the world of Ice and Fire, the chapter dedicated to the North talks about the Barrowlands more than all the other northern houses combined, except for House Stark, which again seemed to indicate Barrowtown's importance to the story. Barrowtown too is somewhat of a curiosity, a gathering place built at the foot of the reputed barrow of the first king, who once ruled supreme over all the first men. It could be that the Barrow Kings ruled the North before the Long Night, since they seem to be the oldest house in the North as indicated by their sigil. The rusted crown upon the arms of House Dustin derives from the claim that they themselves descended from the first king and the Barrow Kings who ruled after them. But then, after the Long Night, the White Walker invasion was stopped at Winterfell, and the Starks built their castle on top of where winter fell and became the Kings of Winter. More historical proof exists for the war between the Kings of Winter and the Barrow Kings to their south, who styled themselves the King of the First Men and claimed supremacy over all First Men everywhere, even the Starks themselves. Runic records suggest that their struggle, dubbed the Thousand Years' War by the Singers, was actually a series of wars that lasted closer to 200 years than 1,000, ending when the last Barrow King bent his knee to the King of Winter and gave him the hand of his daughter in marriage. Lastly, the Barrow Kings are buried in the Barrows, while the Starks are buried in the Winterfell crypts. Maybe after the war with the others, the Starks wanted to prevent their spirits from entering the weirwood net by encasing themselves in stone crypts. "The king is missing his sword," Lady Dustin observed. It was true. Theon did not recall which king it was, but the long sword he should have held was gone. The sight disquieted him. He had always heard that the iron in the sword kept the spirits of the dead locked within their tombs. If a sword was missing, then the children of the forest can maybe access the Starks' memories and their secrets. Now, here are some of the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, Robert and Eddard's conversation about Daenerys takes place during the riding. In the show, it takes place at breakfast. In the book, Jorah is revealed to the reader as an informer during Robert and Ned's discussion in this chapter. While in the show, Jorah is first mentioned to be an informant looking for a pardon in episode 5 during a small council meeting. And that's it for this chapter. Tyrion II. The North was endless. Though Tyrion memorized all the maps, but just 2 weeks on the path the people of North called the King's Road made him understand that maps and reality were two very different things. They had departed Winterfell all at once, the King's company going south with the knights and the Queen's groaning wheelhouse, and Tyrion north as snow whitened the land. The King's Road was skirting the castle and the town beyond. Here they separated, and Tyrion accompanied Benjen Stark and his nephew instead of the king and queen. Since then, everything has become colder and quieter. On the west, hills followed the road with watchtowers on their summits. Towards the east, the land flattened into plains rolling as far as one could see. Bridges of stone provided passes over narrow rivers, and small farms spotted the realm, many at once in circles surrounded by walls of stone or wood. They weren't alone on the road, and come night they have always found an inn to rest. After 3 days, however, the farms fell behind, and the King's Road entered a vast forest, growing quieter and more deserted. The hills became bigger by the mile, and by the 5th day there were no longer hills but mountains, blue and grey with snow on the top. The north wind made the snow fly like flags. The mountains walked them in, and the road ran northeast now, through the oaks and black briar and evergreens, some older than anything Tyrion had ever seen. Benjen Stark called this place the Wolf's Wood, and it was easy to see why. Their nights were filled with howls of packs, both distant and nearby. Jon Snow's white direwolf, though pricked its ear to the howling, never answered. Tyrion found the albino, mute animal unsettling. Aside from the wolf, there were 8 men in their party. Tyrion had 2 with him. As a Lannister, he couldn't travel alone. Benjen Stark had no such obligations and travelled only with his nephew. But at the edge of the Wolf's Wood, they picked up another brother of the Night's Watch, a man called Yoren. He had a bent back, and a black beard hid most of his features, but he seemed to be tough as rocks. He brought 2 boys, whom Yoren simply introduced as rapers. Tyrion could understand their choice. Living on the wall was a hard life, but still better than being castrated. So their group counted 5 grown men, 3 boys, the direwolf, and 20 horses, as well as a cage full of ravens that Benjen Stark had gotten from Maester Luwin. An interesting company on any road, surely. Tyrion spotted Jon Snow watching Yoren and his boys with an expression that couldn't be interpreted by anything but dismay. The man smelled bad, and his long hair and greasy beard scrawled with lice, with the 2 boys smelling even worse, looking both stupid and cruel. Snow, Tyrion thought, made the mistake of thinking that the Night's Watch had members as honourable as his uncle. Yoren and his charges must have been like icy water dropped on him. Tyrion was sorry for Jon Snow. The boy picked a hard life, or more likely, had a hard life chosen for him. Tyrion felt nowhere near as friendly towards the uncle Benjen Stark, as his brother Eddard had a strong distaste for the Lannister family, and was not at all happy with the dwarf accompanying them. "I warn you, Lannister, you'll find no inns at the wall," he had said, looking down on him. "No doubt you'll find some place to put me," Tyrion had replied. "As you might have noticed, I'm small." Stark couldn't say no to the Queen's brother, which of course decided the matter, but the man did not hide his displeasure. "You will not like the ride, I promise you that," he'd said to Tyrion, and then made a point of proving it to the dwarf. Just a week after setting out, Tyrion was broken, with his bones frozen, his legs cramping, and his thighs raw from riding. He didn't say a word. The dwarf decided not to give Benjen Stark the satisfaction. Tyrion used his riding fur and old pieces of bearskin to have some small revenge. This he got from Stark, who offered it while expecting Tyrion to decline. The dwarf accepted the skin happily. Though he had packaged his warmest clothes for the road, it became clear very soon that they were no match for the north. Days grew colder, and the nights were always below freezing. Ice-cold wind cutting through wools. Tyrion knew that by now Benjen was regretting offering the bearskin. Maybe he learned his lesson. A Lannister took what he needed. The farms were now even rarer sights and became smaller as they passed through the woods towards the north, until one day none were to be seen, and they had to shelter for the night however they could. They never asked for Tyrion's help when making or breaking up a camp. He was too small, deformed, and always in the way. Tyrion didn't mind. While Benjen and Yoren and the others built crude shelters, he went away with his bearskin and wine to read. On the night of the 18th day, he was drinking sweet amber wine he brought from Castle Rock and was reading a book about dragons. Lord Eddard Stark granted him permission to borrow a few rare books from the Winterfell's own library, and Tyrion took them for the road. Tyrion settled at a cozy spot a little off to the noisy camp, on the bank of an ice-cold swift stream. An old oak sheltered him from the biting wind. With his back to it and covered in the bearskin, Tyrion took a sip of wine and began to read about the many uses of dragonbone. According to the book, dragonbone was black because it had a lot of iron. As strong as steel, but much lighter and more flexible. He read, and naturally resistant to fire. Bows made of dragonbone were highly valued by the Dothraki, as an archer with a dragonbone bow could always outrange any other. Tyrion Lannister was fascinated with dragons. The first thing he did when arriving at King's Landing for his sister's wedding was to go and see the dragon skulls said to be hung on the walls of the throne room. King Robert had taken them down, but Tyrion persisted and found them in a cellar. He had thought they would be impressive, or maybe even scary. In the end, he found them beautiful, polished and black, bouncing light off their surfaces. Tyrion felt like the skulls liked the fire of his torch. When he put it in the mouth of the biggest skull, shadows came alive in the room. The dragon's teeth were long and black and curved like knives. The meager flames of the torch could not hurt them, as they withstood much stronger fires. As Tyrion left the room, he thought the empty eye sockets were following him out. There were 19 of them altogether. The oldest of the skulls was over 3,000 years old, while the younger one was as new as a century and a half. It was not only the youngest, but also the smallest one, not bigger than a skull of a mastiff, weirdly shaped, and all that remained of the last dragon that ever hatched. The last Targaryen dragons, at least, and maybe the last in the world too. They died young. There were bigger skulls too, the skulls of the monsters in the tales, coming from the dragons Aegon Targaryen and his sisters rode while attacking the Seven Kingdoms. The stories named them after gods: Balerion, Meraxus, Vhagar. Now Tyrion Lannister stood between their jaws, amazed. One could ride a horse down Vhagar's gullet, though it would be a one-way road. Meraxus was larger still, yet he wasn't the biggest one. That honor went to Balerion, the Black Dread, who could have easily swallowed one of the hairy mammoths of the old stories. Tyrion stayed in that cellar for a long time, staring at Balerion's gigantic empty skull, trying to imagine how big the animal must have been, how it looked when black wings blotted out the sun. Back in the day, his own ancestor, King Loron of Castle Rock, had tried to fight the fire, joining King Mern of the Reach, facing the conquesting force of the Targaryens. This happened some 300 years ago, when the Seven Kingdoms were in fact kingdoms, and not merely provinces under a single throne. The two kings had 600 families under their banners, 5,000 riding knights and 50,000 freelancers. Aegon Dragonlord had, if the chronicles are trustworthy, a fifth. Aegon Dragonlord had, if the chronicles are trustworthy, a fifth of that number. And even those disloyal men of the previous King Aegon had killed. The armies met on open fields of the Reach. The two kings charged and the Targaryen army fled. Victory seemed easy for a few moments, and then Aegon and his sisters joined the fight. This was the only time in history that the three dragons, Vhagar, Meraxes, and Balerion, had been unleashed together. Stories call it the Field of Fire. Almost 4,000 men had died that day, including king men of the Reach. King Loron, however, had escaped, given up and pledged his loyalty to the Targaryens, living long enough to have a son, which Tyrion found rather fortunate. "Why do you read so much?" Tyrion looked up. Jon Snow was looking down at him, his face curious. The dwarf marked his place in the book with a finger and said, "Look at me and tell me what you see." The boy looked at him suspiciously. "Is this some kind of trick? I see you." Tyrion sighed. "You are remarkably polite for a bastard, Snow. What you see is a dwarf." "You are what, 12? 14, the boy said. 14, and you're taller than I will ever be. My legs are short and twisted, and I walk with difficulty. I require a special saddle to keep from falling off my horse, a saddle of my own design. You may be interested to know. It was either that or ride a pony. My arms are strong enough, but again, too short. I will never make a swordsman. Had I been born a peasant, they might have left me out to die, or sold me to some slaver's grotesquerie. Alas, I was born a Lannister of Castle Rock, and the grotesqueries are all the poorer. Things are expected of me. My father was the hand of the king for 20 years. My brother later killed that very same king, as it turns out. But life is full of these little ironies. My sister married the new king, and my repulsive nephew will be the king after him. I must do my part for the honor of my house. Wouldn't you agree? Yet, how? Well, my legs may be too small for my body, but my head is too large. Although I prefer to think it is just large enough for my mind. I have a realistic grasp of my own strengths and weaknesses. My mind is my weapon. My brother has his sword, King Robert has his warhammer, and I have my mind. And a mind needs book as a sword needs a wheatstone, if it is to keep its edge. Tyrion tapped the leather cover of the book. That's why I read so much, Jon Snow. The boy listened in silence. Though he didn't have the name, he looked a stark, long face, guarded expression. Whoever his mother had been, he inherited very little from her. "What are you reading about?" he asked. "Dragons," Tyrion told him. "What good is that? There are no more dragons," the boy said, as sure as only a boy can be. "So they say," Tyrion replied. "Sad, isn't it? When I was your age, I used to dream of having a dragon of my own." "You did?" the boy said suspiciously. He might have thought that Tyrion was mocking him. "Oh yes, even a stunted, twisted, ugly little boy can look down over the world when he's seated on a dragon's back." Tyrion pushed the bearskin aside and stood. "I used to start fires in the bowels of Castle Rock and stare at the flames for hours, pretending they were dragon fire. Sometimes I'd imagine my father burning. At other times, my sister." Jon Snow was staring at him with a mixture of horror and interest. Tyrion scoffed. "Don't look at me that way, bastard. I know your secret. You've dreamt the same kind of dreams." "No," Jon Snow said, horrified. "I wouldn't." "No? Never?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "Well, no doubt the Starks have been terribly good to you. I'm certain Lady Stark treats you as if you are one of her own. And your brother Robb. He's always been kind, and why not? He gets Winterfell, and you get the Wall. And your father. He must have good reasons for packing you off to the Night's Watch. Stop it, Jon Snow said angrily. The Night's Watch is a noble calling. Tyrion laughed. You're too smart to believe that. The Night's Watch is a midden heap for all the misfits of the realm. I've seen you looking at Yoren and his boys. Those are your new brothers, Jon Snow. How do you like them? Sullen peasants, debitors, poachers, rapers, thieves, and bastards like you all wind up on the wall, watching for grumpkins and snarks and all the other monsters your wet nurse warned you about. The good part is, there are no grumpkins or snarks, so it's scarcely dangerous work. The bad part is, you freeze your balls off. But since you're not allowed to breed anyway, I don't suppose that matters. Stop it, the boy screamed. He stepped towards Tyrion, hands balled into fists, tears in his eyes. Tyrion felt guilty. He stepped towards the boy, wanting to apologize. He had no idea where the wolf came from. At one moment he was walking, and in the next, laying on the ground, the book flying, his mouth full of dirt and blood. The fall put his back out, and he had to use a root to pull himself painfully up to a sitting position. Help me, he said to the boy, reaching up a hand. In a blink, the wolf was there, between them. He was still silent. The wretched thing was always silent. He merely flashed his red eyes at Tyrion, baring his fangs. But the dwarf understood the message. He lowered himself back onto the ground. Don't help me then. I'll sit right here until you leave. Jon Snow patted Ghost and smiled. Ask me nicely. Tyrion felt his anger rising and forced it away. Humiliation was an old friend, and this time he might even deserve it. I should be very grateful for your kind assistance, Jon, he said mildly. Down, Ghost, the boy said. The direwolf sat back. The red eyes followed Tyrion as Jon stepped closer and helped Tyrion on his feet. He even picked the book up. Why did he attack me? Tyrion asked with a sidelong glance at the direwolf. He wiped the dirt and blood off his mouth. Maybe he thought you were a grumpkin. Tyrion looked at him sharply. Then he burst out laughing, against his own will. Oh gods, he said, choking on his laughter and shaking his head. I suppose I do rather look like a grumpkin. What does he do to snarks? You don't want to know. Jon picked up the wineskin and handed it to Tyrion. Tyrion unstoppered the skin and took a long pull of wine. It went down like cold fire, warming his belly. He offered the skin to Jon. Want some? The boy took it and had a careful sip. It's true, isn't it? He said, when he was done. What you said about the Night's Watch. Tyrion nodded. Jon Snow pursed his lips together stubbornly. If that's what it is, that's what it is. Tyrion grinned at him. That's good, bastard. Most men would rather deny a hard truth than face it. Most men, the boy said. But not you. No, Tyrion admitted. Not me. I seldom even dream of dragons anymore. There are no dragons. He picked up the bearskin. Come, we had better return to camp before your uncle calls the banners. Though it was a short walk, Tyrion's legs were cramping. Jon offered a helping hand over a particularly troublesome tangle of roots, but Tyrion shooed him off. He wanted to make his own way, as he had in his entire life. Even so, he was happy to see the camp. The shelters were built against the remains of a holdfast. Good protection against the wind. Horses attended to, and fires were burning already. Yoren was skinning a squirrel. The smell of stew filled the air. He stumbled towards his own man, Morrick, who was tending to the stop. Without a word, he offered the ladle, and Tyrion tasted the food. More pepper, he said. Benjen Stark emerged from a shelter. There you are, Jon. Damn it, don't go off like that by yourself. I thought the others had gotten you. It was the Grumpkins, Tyrion told him, laughing. Jon Snow smiled. Stark gave a baffled look to Yoren, who just shrugged and continued his bloody work. The squirrel enriched the stew somewhat, and they ate it with the black bread and cheese, sitting around the fire. Tyrion offered his wineskin to his companions, which won even Yoren over. Soon they all went to sleep. Everyone but Jon Snow, the first guard of the night. As usual, Tyrion retired last. Before entering the shelter his men built, he looked at Jon Snow one more time. The boy was staring into the fire, face hard as a Stark's. Tyrion had a sad smile on his face as he stepped inside. And this is where Tyrion II ends. Now, this chapter mostly sets up Tyrion and Jon's friendship, which is interesting because if Tyrion becomes an advisor to Dany, he might be the bridge that brings Dany and Jon together. This chapter sets up Tyrion's obsession with dragons and resentment of his own family, which cleverly foreshadows his desire for Daenerys to bring fire and blood upon his own house in A Dance with Dragons, showing that George loves to foreshadow events and character arcs books in advance. After A Clash of Kings or the first half of A Storm of Swords, you couldn't imagine Tyrion going off to join Daenerys in Slaver's Bay. But this chapter sets up both Tyrion's desire and motivation to do so. This chapter also introduces Tyrion's escorts and guards, Jaek and Morik. Morik serves as Tyrion's groom, cook, body servant, but not a true bodyguard, which leaves Jaek as the real guardsman. So, some of the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the TV series, Yoren doesn't appear in the scene with the two. The book also doesn't specify that Rast is one of the captains. In the show, Tyrion does tease Jon by describing what low-life scum his new brothers are, but is not knocked to the ground by Ghost, like he is in the book. Then there's also an additional scene where Jon arrives at the wall and that's it for this chapter. Catelyn III. 8 days after Ned and the girls left for King's Landing, Maester Luwin entered Bran's sick room with a lamp and a book of accounts. "It is past time that we reviewed the figures, my lady," he said. "You'll want to know how much this royal visit cost us." Catelyn glanced at Bran in his bed, gently brushing his hair out of his eyes. It was now too long, she thought, due for a cut. "I have no need to look at the figures, Maester Luwin," she told him, never looking away from Bran. "I know what the visit cost us. Take the books away." "My lady, the king's party had healthy appetites. We must replenish our stores before—" She cut him off. "I said take the books away. The steward will attend to our needs." "We have no steward," Maester Luwin reminded her. Like a little grey rat, she thought angrily. "Pole went south to establish Lord Eddard's household at King's Landing." Catelyn nodded absent-mindedly. "Oh yes, I remember." Bran was very pale. Catelyn was thinking about moving his bed so the boy could catch the sun in the morning. The maester set his lamp by the door, but wasn't leaving yet. "There are several appointments that require your immediate attention, my lady. Besides the steward, we need a captain of the guards to fill Jory's place, a new master of horse." Her eyes landed on him. "A master of horse!" Her voice was sharp. The maester was shaken. "Yes, my lady. Hullen rode south with Lord Eddard, so—" "My son lies here broken and dying, Luwin, and you wish to discuss a new master of horse? Do you think I care what happens in the stables? Do you think it matters to me one whit? I would gladly butcher every horse in Winterfell with my own hands if it would open Bran's eyes. Do you understand that? Do you?" Luwin bowed his head. "Yes, my lady, but the appointments—" "I'll make the appointments," Robb said. Catelyn didn't hear her son enter, but there he was, standing in the doorway and looking at her. Awkwardly, she realized that she had been shouting. What was wrong with her? Catelyn Stark felt tired, so tired, and her head was now hurting all the time. Luwin looked at Robb. "I have prepared a list of those we might wish to consider for the vacant offices," he said, offering Robb a piece of paper. The boy glanced at the list. He must have been outside, Catelyn thought, looking at Robb's windswept hair and reddened face. Good men, he said. We'll talk about them tomorrow. He handed back the list of names. Very good, my lord. The paper vanished into Lewin's sleeve. Leave us now, Robb said. Maester Lewin bowed and obeyed. Robb closed the door after him and turned to look at his mother. Catelyn noticed a sword on his side, which was new. Mother, what are you doing? The woman had always thought that Robb took after her. Like Bran, Rickon, and Sansa, he had the colors of the Tully, auburn hair and blue eyes. But now, Catelyn saw his father in his face, Lord Eddard's stern, hard, Nordish face. What am I doing? She echoed, puzzled. How can you ask that? What do you imagine I'm doing? I'm taking care of your brother. I'm taking care of Bran. Is that what you call it? You haven't left this room since Bran was hurt. You didn't even come to the gate when father and the girls went south. I said my farewells to them here, and I watched them ride out from the window. She begged Ned to stay, not to leave his son behind after his fall. Everything was different now. Why couldn't Ned see that? It was all pointless though. Lord Eddard said he had no choice, and made one, leaving. I can't leave him, even for a moment, not when any moment could be his last. I have to be with him. Catelyn laced her fingers together with Bran's limp ones. Though he felt fragile now, he was still warm. Robb's voice lost its edge. He's not going to die, Mother. Maester Lewin says the time of greatest danger has passed. And what if Maester Lewin is wrong? What if Bran needs me and I'm not here? Rickon needs you, Robb said sharply. He's only 3. He doesn't understand what's happening. He thinks everyone has deserted him, so he follows me around all day, clutching my leg and crying. I don't know what to do with him. He paused a moment, biting on his lower lip, the same way he used to as a small child. Mother, I need you too. I'm trying, but I can't do it all by myself. His voice was breaking, full of emotions, reminding Catelyn that he was still only 14. She wanted to hug him, but Bran was holding her hand, and she couldn't get up. A howl came from outside, and Catelyn startled. Bran's. Robb opened the window, letting cool night air into the room. The howling got louder. It sounded sad, full of melancholy. Don't, she told him. Bran needs to stay warm. He needs to hear them sing, Robb said. Somewhere, a second wolf began to howl, then a third, closer. Shaggy Dog and Grey Wind, Robb said, as their voices rose and fell together. You can tell them apart if you listen closely. Catelyn was trembling. Grief, cold, and the sound of the direwolves all together were too much for her. Every night it was cold and loud of the howls. Nothing ever changing, and her sweetest, gentlest boy was laying broken. Bran who climbed everything and wanted to be a knight, but now it was all gone. Now crying, Catelyn freed her hand so she could cover her ears. Make them stop, she cried. I can't stand it. Make them stop. Make them stop. Kill them all if you must. Just make them stop. She was on the floor now, though how she ended up there, Catelyn couldn't say. Robb lifted her up. Don't be afraid, Mother. They would never hurt him. He helped her to a narrow bed in the corner of the room. Close your eyes, he said gently. Rest. Maester Lewin tells me you've hardly slept since Bran's fall. I can't, she wept. Gods forgive me, Robb. I can't. What if he dies while I'm asleep? What if he dies? What if he dies? The wolves were still howling. Catelyn cried out, covering her ears again. Oh gods, close the window! If you swear to me you'll sleep. As Robb reached the shutters, another sound joined in the howls. Dogs, he said, listening. Oh, the dogs are barking. They've never done that before. Catelyn heard him gasp. Turning away from the window, Robb's face was pale. Fire, he whispered. Catelyn's first thought was Bran. Help me, she said urgently, sitting up. Help me with Bran! Robb wasn't listening to her. The library tower's on fire, he said. Lady Stark could see the flickering lights now through the window. She sat back with relief. The library was across the keep, far away. Bran couldn't be touched. He was safe. "Thank the gods," she whispered. Robb looked at her incredulously. "Mother, stay here. I'll come back as soon as the fire's out." He then ran. He was shouting for the guards as he went, running down the stairs, and others outside picked up his shouts, echoing, "Fire!" all around. Horses were neighing nervously, and the dogs were barking loudly in their fright. The direwolves, however, went silent. Stepping up to the window, Catelyn said a quiet prayer, thanking the seven-faced gods. Across them, the library was consumed by flames. She thought of the books sadly, all the tombs collected over the centuries, then closed the shutters. There was a man in the room when he turned back. "You weren't supposed to be here," he muttered sourly. "No one was supposed to be here." A small man he was, smelling of horses and wearing dirty clothes. Catelyn knew all the stable boys, and he wasn't one. Just a gaunt stranger with blonde hair and a dagger in his hand. Catelyn Stark looked first at the knife, then at her son. "No," she said. All she could muster was a whisper. He must have heard her anyway. "It's a mercy," he said. "He's dead already." "No," Catelyn repeated, louder now. "No, you can't." She wheeled around again towards the window, wanting to scream for help, but the man was faster than she could have thought. One hand covered her mouth while the other lifted the blade to her throat. His smell was overwhelming. Catelyn grabbed the dagger with both hands, pulling it away from her skin. The man cursed. Even though it cut her badly, she held onto the blade. The man's other hand was clenching her face harder now, trying to suffocate her. Catelyn bit the palm and the man groaned in pain. Blood filled her mouth as the man let go of her. She scrambled as he grabbed her hair, dragging her somewhere, and Catelyn went down after stumbling over something. The man was standing over her, breathing hard. The dagger, red with her blood, was still in his hand. "You weren't supposed to be here," he repeated stupidly. She saw the thing, merely a shadow, slipping into the room behind the man. A low rumble came, barely a sound, but the man must have heard because he turned around just as the wolf pounced. Wolf and man both fell on Catelyn. It was but a second, a closing jaw and a scream of the man, and then the wolf tore his throat out. Warm blood was spraying all over Catelyn's face. The animal was looking at her now, its maw wet and red, eyes glowing golden in the darkness. Bran's wolf. Bran's wolf, of course, she thought. "Thank you," Catelyn whispered, her voice distant and weak. She lifted her shaking hand. The wolf came closer, first sniffing, then licking the blood off her fingers. Once he was done, he went to Bran's bed and lay down beside the boy. Catelyn laughed. This is how they found them. Robb and Lewin and Sir Roderick and half the guards in Winterfell. When Catelyn stopped her hysterical laughing, they put warm blankets around her and escorted her back to the Great Keep, to her own room. Old Nan took her clothes off and bathed her, washing away the remaining of the blood. Later, Maester Lewin visited her to tend to her wounds. The cuts were bone deep, and her scalp, where the man tore out her hair, was aching too. Lewin told her that the pain is only going to get worse, and gave her poppy milk so she could sleep. At last her eyes closed. When she came to again, she was told that she had slept for 4 days. Catelyn sat up. The last few weeks felt like a nightmare just then, but the pain in her cut hand told her another story. Though feeling weak, she was also resolute. "Bring me some bread and honey," she told her servants, "and take word to Maester Lewin that my bandages want changing." The servants obeyed. Catelyn recalled how she acted before and felt shame. She let everyone down, not only her children and husband, but her house too. Never again. She decided to show the North how tough a Tully from Riverrun can be. Robb was the first to come, even before her food. He wasn't alone. Roderick Castle was with him, and Eddard's ward, Theon Greyjoy, as well as Hallis Mullen, a guardsman of strong stature. Robb introduced him as the new captain of the guards. Robb himself was dressed in leather and ringmail, carrying a sword. "Who was he?" Catelyn asked them. "No one knows his name," Hallis Mullen told her. "He was no man of Winterfell, my lady. But some says they seen him here and about the castle these past few weeks." "One of the king's men then," she said, "or one of the Lannisters. He could have waited behind when the others left." "Maybe," Hal said. "With all these strangers filling up Winterfell of late, there's no way of saying who he belonged to." "He's been hiding in your stables," Greyjoy said. "You could smell it on him." "And how could he go unnoticed?" she said sharply. Hallis Mullen looked ashamed. "Between the horses Lord Eddard took south and them we sent north to the Night's Watch, the stalls were half empty. It were no great trick to hide from the stable boys. Could be Hodor saw him. The talk is that boy's been acting queer, but simple as he is." Hal shook his head. "We found where he'd been sleeping," Robb put in. "He had 90 silver stags in a leather bag buried beneath the straw." "It's good to know my son's life was not sold cheaply," Catelyn said bitterly. Hallis Mullen looked at her, confused. "Begging your grace, milady, you saying he was out to kill your boy?" Theon looked doubtful. "That's madness." "He came for Bran," Catelyn said. "He kept muttering how I wasn't supposed to be there. He set the library fire thinking I would rush to put it out, taking any guards with me. If I hadn't been half mad with grief, it would have worked." "Why would anyone want to kill Bran?" Robb said. "Gods, he's only a little boy, helpless, sleeping." Catelyn looked at him with a challenging expression. "If you are to rule in the North, you must think these things through, Robb. Answer your own question. Why would anyone want to kill a sleeping child?" Before Robb could answer, the servants returned, bringing much more than what she had asked for. Warm bread and melting butter, honey, blackberry jam, bacon and eggs, cheese and tea. Maester Luwin arrived as well. "How is my son, Maester?" Catelyn looked at the food and found she had no appetite. Maester Luwin lowered his eyes. "Unchanged, my lady." This was what she anticipated. The pain in her hand was throbbing badly, as if the blade was still cutting her flesh. After the servants left, Catelyn turned back to Robb. "Do you have the answer yet?" "Someone is afraid Bran might wake up," Robb said. "Afraid of what he might say or do. Afraid of something he knows." Catelyn was proud of him. Very good. She looked at the new guard captain. "We must keep Bran safe. If there was one killer, there could be others." "How many guards do you want, my lady?" Hal asked. "So long as Lord Eddard is away, my son is master of Winterfell," she told him. Robb pulled himself up to his full height. "Put one man in the sick room, night and day, one outside the door, 2 at the bottom of the stairs. No one sees Bran without my warrant or my mother's." "As you say, my lord." "Do it now," Catelyn suggested. "And let his wolf stay in the room with him," Robb added. "Yes," Catelyn said, and then again, "Yes." Hallis Mullen bowed and hurried away. "Lady Stark," Sir Roderick said, "did you chance to notice the dagger the killer used?" "The circumstances did not allow me to examine it closely, but I can vouch for its edge," Catelyn replied with a dry smile. "Why do you ask?" "We found the knife still in the villain's grasp. It seemed to me that it was altogether too fine a weapon for such a man, so I looked at it long and hard. The blade is Valyrian steel, the hilt dragon bone. A weapon like that had no business being in the hands of such as him. Someone gave it to him." Catelyn nodded, thoughtful. Robb closed the door. His face was questioning, but he did as he was told. "What I am about to tell you must not leave this room," she told them. "I want your oaths on that. If even part of what I suspect is true, Ned and my girls have ridden into deadly danger, and a word in the wrong ears could mean their lives." Lord Eddard is a second father to me, said Theon Greyjoy. I do so swear. You have my oath, Maester Luwin said. And mine, my lady, echoed Sir Roderick. She looked at her son. And you, Rob? He nodded. My sister Lysa believes the Lannisters murdered her husband, Lord Arryn, the Hand of the King, Catelyn told them. It comes to me that Jaime Lannister did not join the hunt the day Bran fell. He remained here in the castle. The room was deathly quiet. I do not think Bran fell from that tower, she said into the stillness. I think he was thrown. Shocked faces all around. My lady, that is a monstrous suggestion, said Roderick Castle. Even the Kingslayer would flinch at the murder of an innocent child. Oh, would he? Theon Greyjoy asked. I wonder. There is no limit to Lannister pride or Lannister ambition, Catelyn said. The boy had always been sure-handed in the past, Maester Luwin said, thoughtfully. He knew every stone in Winterfell. Gods, Robb swore, his young face angry. If this is true, he will pay for it. He drew his sword. I'll kill him myself. Sir Roderick bristled at him. Put that away. The Lannisters are 100 leagues away. Never draw your sword unless you mean to use it. How many times must I tell you, foolish boy? Ashamed, Robb sheathed his sword, suddenly looking like a child again. Catelyn said to Sir Roderick, I see my son is wearing steel now. The old Master-at-Arms said, I thought it was time. Robb was looking at his mother anxiously. Past time, she said. Winterfell may have need of all its swords soon, and they had best not be made of wood. Theon put a hand on the hilt of his weapon and said, My lady, if it comes to that, my house owes yours a great debt. Maester Luwin pulled at his chain collar so it wouldn't hurt his neck. All we have is conjecture. This is the Queen's beloved brother we mean to accuse. She will not take it kindly. We must have proof, or forever keep silent. Your proof is in the dagger, Sir Roderick said. A fine blade like that will not have gone unnoticed. Catelyn knew that they won't find the truth up here, in the north. Someone must go to King's Landing. I'll go, Robb said. No, she told him. Your place is here. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. She looked over the others, Luwin in his grey robes, Sir Roderick his mustache white, the young and eager Greyjoy. Who would be the best for the job? Who has the weight to be listened to? Well, of course, who else? She threw the blankets off, her wounded fingers hard to bend, and stood. I must go myself. My lady, said Maester Luwin, is that wise? Surely the Lannisters would greet your arrival with suspicion. What about Bran? Robb asked. The boy looked very confused now. You can't mean to leave him. I have done everything I can for Bran, she said, touching his son's arm. His life is in the hands of the gods and Maester Luwin. As you reminded me yourself, Robb, I have other children to think of now. You will need a strong escort, my lady, Theon said. I'll send Hal with a squad of guardsmen, Robb said. No, Catelyn said. A large party attracts unwelcome attention. I would not have the Lannisters know I am coming. Sir Roderick protested. My lady, let me accompany you at least. The King's Road can be perilous for a woman alone. I will not be taking the King's Road, Catelyn replied. She thought for a moment, then nodded her consent. 2 riders can move as fast as one, and a good deal faster than a long column burdened by wagons and wheelhouses. I will welcome your company, Sir Roderick. We will follow the White Knife down to the sea and hire a ship at White Harbour. Strong horses and brisk winds should bring us to King's Landing well ahead of Ned and the Lannisters. And then, she thought, we will see. And this is where Catelyn III ends. Now, here is further evidence for why Mance Rayder might have been the one who sent the Catspaw. Firstly, the Catspaw tells Catelyn that killing Bran, it's a mercy. and the only other place in Westeros that openly talks about murdering defective children as a mercy is north of the Wall. Val tells Jon, "North of the Wall it is. Hemlock is a sure cure, but a pillow or a blade will work as well. If I had given birth to that poor child, I would have given her the gift of mercy long ago." So, if Mance hired the Catspaw, he might have used the wording, "it's a mercy," and the Catspaw recycled this when justifying his attack to Catelyn. The final piece of evidence comes from a Clash of Kings when Jorah Mormont tells Jon, "Each king north of the Wall have always failed because of one fundamental problem. Each man of them broke his strength on the Wall, or was broken by the power of Winterfell on the far side. But the Night's Watch is only a shadow of what we were, and who remains to oppose the wildlings beside us? The Lord of Winterfell is dead, and his heir has marched his strength south to fight the Lannisters. The wildlings may never again have such a chance as this." And Mance knows this, so it would be pretty impressive if this was all instigated by Mance himself, since he recognized the past mistake of all the wildling kings before him. What to do about the Starks of Winterfell? Well, the answer is simple. Force them to play the Game of Thrones, and if Mance is Sir Arthur Dayne, he knows exactly how to do this, despite living north of the Wall since Robert's Rebellion. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. An additional scene in the TV series where Catelyn searches the old tower and finds a golden hair. She suspects that the Lannisters are involved in Bran's accident even before finding out the dagger is Valyrian steel. In the TV series, the Winterfell meeting between Catelyn, Robb, Theon, Sir Roderick and Maester Luwin takes place in the Godswood instead of in the castle. In the book, Catelyn does not generally suspect the Lannisters of Bran's fall, nor does she doubt their loyalty to the crown. Instead, she suspects Jaime, mentioning how he did not join the hunt the day Bran fell, but remained inside Winterfell. That's it for this chapter. Sansa I. Lord Eddard had left early in the morning, Septa Mordane told Sansa over breakfast. "The king sent for him. Another hunt, I do believe. There are still wild orcas in these lands, I am told." "I have never seen an orcas," Sansa said, feeding a piece of bacon to Lady under the table. The wolf took it as gently as a queen would. The scepter didn't hide her disapproval. "A noble lady does not feed dogs at her table," she said, spreading honey on her bread. "She's not a dog, she's a direwolf," Sansa pointed out as Lady licked the grease off her fingers. "Anyway, father said we could keep them with us if we want." This Septa Mordane didn't like either. "You're a good girl, Sansa, but I do vow, when it comes to that creature, you're as willful as your sister Arya." She scowled. "And where is Arya this morning?" "She wasn't hungry," Sansa said, knowing that Arya had probably been down at the kitchen hours before, getting her breakfast from some kitchen boy. "Do remind her to dress nicely today. The grey velvet, perhaps. We are all invited to ride with the Queen and Princess Marcilla in the royal wheelhouse, and we must look our best." She already did look her best. Sansa had brushed her auburn hair long enough for it to shine and dressed in nice blue silks. She was waiting for today for a week now. Not only was it a great honor to ride with the Queen, but Sansa also hoped that Prince Joffrey might be there, her future husband. It was enough to think about to make Sansa tinkle, even though they wouldn't be married for years to come. The girl was already in love, despite not knowing the prince just yet. Joffrey was how a prince should have been, tall, handsome, blonde. She adored their time together, short as it tended to be, but today she was nervous too. Arya would be there. Arya always ruined everything. There was no telling what she would do. "I'll tell her," Sansa said uncertainly. But she'll dress the way she always does. She hoped it wouldn't be too awkward. May I be excused? You may. The scepter pulled more bread and honey in front of herself as Sansa left the bench. Lady followed her out of the inn's common room. Once outside, she stood for a moment, listening to the men cursing and wood creaking as they disassembled the tents and loaded them onto the wagons, getting ready for today's travel. Though with its 3 stories, the inn was the biggest such building Sansa has ever seen. It was still too small to accommodate everyone. Only a third of the king's men could have gotten room. Arya turned out to be brushing Nymeria's fur to remove mud on the banks of the Trident. The direwolf didn't seem to enjoy this. Arya was sporting the riding leather clothes she had on yesterday and the day before that. You better put on something pretty, Sansa told her. Septim Ordained said so. We're traveling in the Queen's wheelhouse with Princess Marcilla today. I'm not, Arya said, fighting with an especially stubborn piece of mud. Micah and I are going to ride upstream and look for rubies at the ford. Rubies? Sansa said, lost. What rubies? Arya gave her a pitying look. Rhaegar's rubies. This is where King Robert killed him and won the crown. Sansa looked at her little sister in disbelief. You can't look for rubies. The princess is expecting us. The queen invited us both. I don't care, Arya said. The wheelhouse doesn't even have windows. You can't see a thing. What could you want to see? Sansa said, annoyed. She couldn't wait to be with the queen, and it looked like Arya will once again ruin everything. It's all just fields and farms and holdfasts. It is not, Arya said stubbornly. If you came with us sometimes, you'd see. I hate riding, Sansa said fervently. All it does is get you soiled and dusty and sore. Arya shrugged. Hold still, she snapped at Nymeria. I'm not hurting you. Then to Sansa, she said, when we were crossing the neck, I counted 36 flowers I never saw before, and Micah showed me a lizard lion. Sansa shivered. It took them 12 days to cross the neck, this endless dark bog, and she hated every minute of it. The air was always damp, and the path so narrow they often had to camp right in the middle of the King's Road. The half-submerged trees had odd fungi on them. Large flowers were spotting the area, but should you try to pick some, it was a sure way to fall into a quicksand or be the dinner of some beast hiding in the water or on the trees. But, of course, they didn't stop Arya. The other day, she showed up trailing mud everywhere, holding a handful of purple and green flowers she had picked for their father. Sansa hoped that Eddard would tell Arya off, demanding she behave like a real lady, but their father never did such a thing, and even thanked the girl for the flowers. This only encouraged Arya. Later, it turned out the flowers were what they called poison kisses, and Arya developed a nasty rash on her arms. Sansa thought this would finally teach her sister to behave, but Arya just laughed and rubbed mud all over the rash, because her friend Micah said it would help with the itching. She also had bruises all over her body, green and yellow ones and fresher purple ones as well. Sansa couldn't imagine how she had gotten them. She was now talking about all the wonder she'd seen, continuing to brush her direwolf. Last week, we found this haunted watchtower, and the day before, we chased a herd of wild horses. You should have seen them run when they caught a scent of Nymeria. The wolf wriggled in her grasp, and Arya scolded her. Stop that, I have to do the other side. You're all muddy. You're not supposed to leave the column, Sansa reminded her. Father said so. Arya shrugged. I didn't go far. Anyway, Nymeria was with me the whole time. I don't always go off either. Sometimes it's fun just to ride along with the wagons and talk to people. Sansa knew what sort of people her sister liked to talk to. Squires and servants, naked children running around, free riders from gods nowhere. Arya could be friends with anyone. the worst of all was Micah, the wild boy, son of a butcher. Sansa hated even to see him, but Arya seemed to like him better than her own sister. Sansa was getting impatient. "You have to come with me," she told her sister firmly. "You can't refuse the queen. Septa Mordane will expect you." Arya ignored her. She annoyed Nymeria into leaping away from the brush. "Come back here!" "There's going to be lemon cakes and tea," Sansa went on, trying to reason with the younger girl. Lady brushed against her leg. Sansa scratched her behind the ears while she watched Arya running after her own wolf. "Why would you want to ride a smelly old horse and get all sore and sweaty when you could recline on feather pillows and eat cakes with the queen?" "I don't like the queen," Arya said casually. Sansa gasped, shocked that even Arya would say such blasphemy. "She won't even let me bring Nymeria." She stashed the brush and approached her direwolf. Nymeria watched her warily. "A royal wheelhouse is no place for a wolf," Sansa said, "and Princess Marcella is afraid of them. You know that." "Bad wolf!" she shouted. Sansa smiled despite herself. She had heard from the kennel master once that an animal will act like its master. She hugged Lady and the wolf gave her a little lick on the cheek, making her giggle. Arya turned and stared at her. "I don't care what you say. I'm going out riding." Her long, stark face was now stubborn, and Sansa knew there was nothing to be done. "Gods be true, Arya. Sometimes you act like such a child," Sansa said. "I'll go by myself then. It will be ever so much nicer that way. Lady and I will eat all the lemon cakes and just have the best time without you." She turned, but Arya called after her, "They won't let you bring Lady either." Then the girl ran away before Sansa could even work out a witty answer, chasing after the half-wild Nymeria. Alone and feeling down, Sansa walked back to the inn, where she was sure the scepter was already waiting. Lady was quietly patting on her side as the girl was fighting off tears. She just wanted everything to be nice and pretty, like in the songs. Why couldn't Arya be more like Princess Marcella, just kind and sweet? Sansa would have preferred to have a sister like Marcella. However she tried, Sansa couldn't understand how two sisters with only 2 years between them were so entirely different. She could have sooner believed that Arya was a bastard like Jon. She even looked like the Snow Boy, with her long face and brown hair, not having inherited anything from their mother. What's worse, people even said that Jon's mother was a commoner. Once when she was little, Sansa even asked her mother, thinking there had been something amiss. Maybe someone had switched Arya with her real sister. Lady Catelyn had laughed and assured her that Arya was her true sister. Hesitantly, but she believed, as she couldn't find a reason why their mother would claim Arya otherwise. Sansa forgot all of this the moment she reached the camp. There was a small crowd around Queen Cersei's wheelhouse. Voices were murmuring excitedly. The doors were open and the queen herself was standing on the top of the wooden stairs, smiling. Sansa heard her voice too. "The council does us great honor, my good lords." "What's happening?" Sansa asked a squire she knew. "The council sent riders from King's Landing to escort us the rest of the way," he told her. "An honor guard for the king." Curious, Sansa sent her wolf to clear a path for her in the tumult. People stepped aside hastily, not wanting to be close to the direwolf. Finally, Sansa was close enough to see the two kneeling knights in front of Cersei, their armor so beautiful it hurt her eyes. One was white with scales, shining like fresh snow, silver adorning the clasps. The knight took his helmet off, and Sansa saw he was an old man, hair as white as his armor, but not a frail one at all. He had the King's Guard's white cloak draped over his vast shoulders. The other knight wore green steel armor. He was, without a contest, the most beautiful man Sansa has ever seen, tall and muscular, with black hair and a clean face, in which green eyes were laughing. His helmet had golden antlers. Only now did Sansa notice the third newcomer. This man was not kneeling. Standing to the side with the horses, a tall, gaunt man watching the others in silence. His face was clean-shaven, but pock-marked and too thin. He wasn't old, but had barely any hair left, only wisps around his ears, which he left long. Even his armor was unappealing, chainmail over leather, looking old and used. He wore a sword on his back, a blade too big to be carried on one's waist. "The king is gone hunting, but I know he'll be pleased to see you when he returns," the queen was saying to the two knights, but Sansa only had eyes for the third man. He seemed to notice this. As he slowly turned his head towards the girl, Lady began to growl. Suddenly, Sansa was afraid, more afraid than she had ever been before. She stepped back into someone. Two strong hands grasped her, and Sansa thought it was her father, but it turned out to be Sandor Clegane, with a smile on his terrible, burnt face. "You are shaking, girl," he said, his voice rasping. "Do I frighten you so much?" Clegane did frighten her, always have ever since she first saw that destroyed face, but now the hound somehow looked less scary, at least compared to that other hollow-cheeked man. Yet Sansa stepped away from Sandor Clegane, who laughed, even though Lady stepped between them, growling warningly. Sansa kneeled to hug the direwolf. People were now staring, muttering, and even laughing at her. "A wolf," a man said, and someone else said, "Seven hells, that's a direwolf." And the first man said, "What's it doing in camp?" And the hound's rasping voice replied, "The Starks use them for wet nurses." And Sansa realized that the two knights were looking down on her too, swords in their hands, which scared her all over again. Tears filled her eyes. The queen said, "Joffrey, go to her." And the prince was right there. "Leave her alone," Joffrey said. He was now standing over her, dashing in a blue and black outfit, golden curls shining in the sun like he was already wearing a crown. He reached out and pulled her to her feet. "What is it, sweet lady? Why are you afraid? No one will hurt you. Put away your swords, all of you. The wolf is her little pet, that's all." He looked at Sandor Clegane. "And you, dog, away with you. You're scaring my betrothed." Clegane, loyal to the prince to a fault, bowed and disappeared in the crowd. Sansa tried to calm herself down. She felt foolish. After all, she was a Stark from Winterfell and a future queen. "It was not him, my sweet prince," she tried to explain. "It was the other one." The two knights looked at each other. "Pain?" chuckled the younger one. The older man spoke to Sansa gently. "Oft-times Sir Ilyn frightens me as well, sweet lady. He has a fearsome aspect." "As well he should," the queen said, descending the stairs now. The spectators parted to make way. "If the wicked do not fear the king's justice, you have put the wrong man in the office." Sansa finally found her voice. "Then surely you have chosen the right one, your grace," she said, and people around burst out laughing. "Well spoken, child," said the old man in white, "as befits the daughter of Eddard Stark. I am honored to know you, however irregular the manner of our meeting. I am Sir Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard." He bowed. Sansa knew this name, as well as his rank. "The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard," she said, "and counselor to Robert our king, and to Aerys Targaryen before him. The honor is mine, good knight." Even in the far north, the singers praised the deeds of Barristan the Bold. The Green Knight laughed again. "Barristan the Old, you mean? Don't flatter him too sweetly, child. He thinks overmuch of himself already." He smiled at her. Now, Wolf Girl, if you can put a name to me as well, then I must concede that you are truly a Hand's daughter." Joffrey tensed beside her. "Have a care how you address my betrothed." "I can answer," Sansa said quickly to calm her prince. She smiled at the Green Knight. "Your helmet bears golden antlers, my lord. The stag is the sigil of the royal house. King Robert has 2 brothers. By your extreme youth, you can only be Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and Counselor to the King, and so I name you." Sir Barristan chuckled. "By his extreme youth, he can only be a prancing jackanapes, and so I name him." People laughed again, with Lord Renly being the loudest of all. The tension was now gone, and Sansa felt better. But then Sir Ilyn Payne shoved 2 men aside to stand in front of her, his face grim. He didn't speak. Lady growled again, but now Sansa quieted her by putting her hand on the wolf's head. "I am sorry if I offended you, Sir Ilyn," she said. Sansa waited, but no answer came. As the executioner stared at her, she felt like he was taking off her clothes with his pale eyes. Then, not saying a word, he walked away. Sansa was confused and looked at Joffrey. "Sir Ilyn has not been feeling very talkative these past 14 years, Lord Renly commented with a sly smile. Joffrey gave his uncle a loathing look, then took Sansa's hands. Aerys Targaryen had his tongue ripped out with hot pincers. "He speaks most eloquently with his sword, however," the Queen said, "and his devotion to our realm is unquestioned." Then she smiled graciously and said, "Sansa, the good counselors and I must speak together until the king's return with your father. I fear we shall have to postpone your day with Marcilla. Please give your sweet sister my apologies. Joffrey, perhaps you would be so kind as to entertain our guest today." "It would be my pleasure, mother," Joffrey said very formally. As the prince took her arm and led her away, her spirits rose. An entire day with Joffrey. She glanced at him in worship. So gallant, she thought, and him rescuing her from Sir Ilyn and Sir Clegane, it was almost like in the stories. Surin of the Mirror Shield, saving Princess Darcera from giants, or maybe even Prince Aemon fighting Sir Morgul for Queen Nerys. Joffrey's touch made her heart beat faster. "What would you like to do?" "Be with you," Sansa thought, but she said, "Whatever you'd like to do, my prince." Joffrey reflected a moment. "We could go riding." "Oh, I love riding," Sansa said. Joffrey glanced back at Lady. "Your wolf is liable to frighten the horses, and my dog seems to frighten you. Let us leave them both behind and set off on our own. What do you say?" Sansa hesitated. "If you like," she said uncertainly. "I suppose I could tie Lady up." She did not quite understand though. "I didn't know you had a dog." Joffrey laughed. "He's my mother's dog in truth. She has set him to guard me, and so he does." "You mean the hound," she said. She felt embarrassed for being so slow. "Joffrey will never love a stupid girl. Is it safe to leave him behind?" Prince Joffrey looked annoyed. "Have no fear, lady. I am almost a man grown, and I don't fight with wood like your brothers. All I need is this." The prince drew his sword to show it off, a long sword to look at, shrunken to fit a boy. Blue steel double-edged, and a golden lion's head as the pommel. Sansa exclaimed in admiration, which pleased Joffrey. "I call it Lion's Tooth," he said. And they left both wolf and hound behind to ride east on the bank, protected by nothing but Lion's Tooth. It was an amazing day. The air was balmy and the woods carried a gentle beauty previously unknown to Sansa, who was used to the forests of the north. Joffrey's horse was swift and he rode recklessly, so much so that Sansa had trouble keeping up. An adventurous day this was. They explored caves on the bank and even followed a shadowcat for a while. When they had gotten hungry, Joffrey found a holdfast and ordered the people to present them with food and wine. Sansa drank too much of this. "My father only lets us have 1 cup, and only at feasts," she confessed to her prince. My betrothed can drink as much as she wants, Joffrey said, refilling her cup. They slowed down after eating. Joffrey sang for her, his voice high and pure. Sansa was a little dizzy from the wine. Shouldn't we be starting back? She asked. Soon, Joffrey said. The battleground is right up ahead, where the river bends. That was where my father killed Rhaegar Targaryen, you know. He smashed in his chest, crunch, right through the armor. Joffrey swung an imaginary warhammer. Then my uncle Jaime killed old Aerys, and my father was king. What's that sound? The girl heard it too, coming from the woods. A sort of wooden knocking. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know, she said. It made her nervous though. Joffrey, let's go back. I want to see what it is. Joffrey turned towards the noise, and Sansa had no choice but to do the same. The sound came closer and became louder, joined now by heavy breathing and grunting. Someone's there, Sansa said anxiously. She found herself thinking of Lady, wishing the direwolf was with her. You're safe with me. Joffrey drew his lion tooth from its sheath. The sound of steel on leather didn't help her anxiety. This way, he said, riding through a stand of trees. In a clearing looking at the river, they found the source of the noises, a boy and a girl playing knights. Their swords looked like broom handles, but they fought enthusiastically, rushing on the grass. The boy was stronger and taller, attacking ferociously. The girl, a skinny and filthy little thing, was dodging and blocking, but some of the swipes still got to her. She lunged, but the boy was ready and brought his stick down on her fingers. The girl yelped and dropped her weapon. The prince laughed. This startled the boy, who looked around with wide eyes, letting go of his own weapon. The girl stared with her aching knuckles in her mouth, and Sansa finally recognized her. Arya, she called out incredulously. Go away, Arya shouted back at them, angry tears in her eyes. What are you doing here? Leave us alone. Joffrey glanced from Arya to Sansa and back again. Your sister? She nodded, blushing. Joffrey now sized up the boy, looking at his freckled face and red hair. And who are you, boy? He asked in a commanding tone, despite the other boy being older than him. Micah, the boy muttered. He recognized the prince and looked away. My lord? He's the butcher's boy, Sansa said. He's my friend, Arya said sharply. You leave him alone. A butcher's boy who wants to be a knight, is it? Joffrey swung down from his mount, sword in hand. Pick up your sword, butcher's boy, he said, his eyes bright with amusement. Let us see how good you are. Micah stood there, frozen in fear. Go on, pick it up. Or do you only fight little girls? She asked me to, my lord, Micah said. She asked me to. A look at Arya's red face was enough for Sansa to know that the butcher's boy was telling the truth. But Joffrey didn't care. It must have been the wine, making him moody. Are you going to pick up your sword? Micah shook his head. It's only a stick, my lord. It's not no sword, it's only a stick. And you're only a butcher's boy, and no knight. Joffrey lifted Lion's tooth and laid its point on Micah's cheek below the eye, as the butcher's boy stood trembling. That was my lady's sister you were hitting. Do you know that? A drop of blood swelled where the tip of the sword opened the boy's skin. Stop it! Arya screamed. She grabbed up her fallen stick. Sansa was afraid. Arya, you stay out of this. I won't hurt him. Much, Prince Joffrey told Arya, never taking his eyes off the butcher's boy. Arya lunged at him. Sansa slid off her mount, but it was too late. Arya swung her stick. It broke with a loud crack on the back of Prince Joffrey's head. And things then followed so quickly Sansa could barely keep track. Joffrey swiveled around, cursing as Micah took off into the woods. Arya tried to hit the prince again, but this time Lion's Tooth was ready, blocking the strike and sending the stick flying. The back of Joffrey's head was covered in blood, his eyes smoldering with anger. Sansa was shrieking, No, stop it! Stop it, both of you! You're spoiling it! But no one was listening. Arya picked up a rock, hurling it at the prince. She missed him but hit his horse, which took off after Micah. "Stop it! Don't! Stop it!" Sansa screamed. Joffrey cut towards Arya, screaming terrible words at her. The girl dodged his slash, now truly afraid, and ran to the woods with her back to a tree now. Sansa was helpless as she watched this through her tears. And then a grey blur bolted past Sansa. Nymeria. Her jaws closed on Joffrey's sword arm. The weapon fell as its master did too, with a snarling, angry direwolf snapping at him again. The prince was shrieking in pain. "Get it off!" he screamed. "Get it off!" Arya's voice cracked like a whip. "Nymeria!" The wolf obeyed right away, moving away from Joffrey to Arya's side. The boy was laying in the grass, cradling his arm. His shirt was red with blood. Arya said, "She didn't hurt you much." She grabbed the fallen sword, standing over the prince. Joffrey made a scared, whimpery sound as he looked up at her. "No," he said. "Don't hurt me. I'll tell my mother." "You leave him alone!" Sansa screamed at her sister. Arya whirled around, throwing the sword away with as much force as her scrawny body could muster. The beautiful blade spun and spun, then it hit the water with a loud splash and sunk. Joffrey groaned. Arya mounted her own horse and, followed by Nymeria, left. Once they were gone, Sansa hurried up to Joffrey. His breathing was hard, eyes closed against the pain. Sansa fell on her knees beside him. "Joffrey," she sobbed. "Oh, look what they did! Look what they did! My poor prince! Don't be afraid. I'll ride to the holdfast and bring help for you." She gently touched his forehead, brushing the golden curls away. His eyes opened and he looked at her with disgust, deep contempt, and nothing else. "Then go," he spit at her, "and don't touch me." And this is where Sansa 1: A Game of Thrones ends. This chapter really makes clear that Joffrey is a psycho, and that Arya's dislike of Sansa is mutual. Moreover, the rubies that Arya and Micah go searching for pop up in our story a lot. For example, in a conversation between the elder brother, Brienne, and Sir Hyle, the elder tells them, "When the river meets the bay, the currents and the tides wrestle one against the other, and many strange and wondrous things are pushed towards us, to wash up on our shores. We have found silver cups and iron pots, sacks of wools and bolts of silk, rusted helms and shining swords, aye, and rubies." That interested Sir Hyle. Rhaegar's rubies? It may be, who can say? The battle was long leagues from here, but the river is tireless and patient. 6 have been found. We are all waiting for the 7th. Also, in A Clash of Kings, Daenerys visits the House of the Undying and has a vision where rubies flew like drops of blood from the chest of a dying prince, and he sank to his knees in the water, and with his last breath murmured a woman's name. So, these rubies do come up a lot throughout the books. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the TV series, there is no conversation between Sansa and Arya about riding in a wheelhouse. Instead, at the Trident, Sansa first appears when she meets Ilyn Payne and the Hound. In the TV series, Barristan Selmy and Renly don't appear at the Trident. Only Ilyn Payne arrives and scares Sansa. In the book, Sansa and Joffrey go riding around the Trident and they are away for a long time before they find Arya. In the TV series, they only go for a short walk and find Arya nearby. The TV series also shows what happens to Nymeria after she wounds Joffrey. In the show, it's clearly seen that Arya throws a stone at Nymeria and sends her away. In the book, Arya mentions this scene after she's brought back. The event happens after Jory finds her, and together they throw several stones at her. That's it for this chapter. Eddard III. They found her, my lord. Ned stood quickly. Our men or Lannisters? It was Jory, his steward Vayon Poole said. She's not been harmed. Thank the gods, Ned said. His men were after Arya in the last 4 days, but not alone. The Queen's men were there too. "Where is she? Tell Jory to bring her here at once." "I'm sorry, my lord," Poole told him. "The guards on the gate were Lannister men, and they informed the queen when Jory brought her in. She's being taken directly before the king." "Damn that woman," Ned said, striding to the door. "Find Sansa and bring her to the audience chamber. Her voice may be needed." He stomped down the tower's stairs furiously. He had been out with his men in the first 3 days, barely sleeping at all since Arya had been gone. In the morning, he had been so sad and tired that he could barely stand, but anger now gave him new strength. People were calling his name as he hurried across the castle yard, but he paid no attention. Was he not the king's hand, a man who must show dignity, he would have ran. He heard people muttering, wondering where he was going and what he would do. It was a small castle, half a day on the horseback from the Trident River. The king's party moved in uninvited as the hunt for Arya and the butcher's boy was going on around the river. The lord of the house, Sir Raymond Darry, did not see them happily. He was once a loyal knight to Rhaegar, losing 3 brothers to Robert's rebellion. The tension was mounting by the hour. Darry, Lannister, Baratheon and Stark together in such a small place spelled trouble. King Robert used Sir Raymond's audience chamber these days, which is where Ned found him. The room was full as he charged in, too full for Ned's taste, who thought that alone he and Robert might settle matters much more easily. Robert was sitting in a high seat at the far end of the room, face sullen. Cersei and Prince Joffrey were standing next to him. She had her hand on Joffrey's shoulder. The boy's arm was bandaged thickly. Arya was standing in the middle of the room, alone. "Arya!" Ned called, loudly. He hurried up to his daughter, boots thundering on the stones. She burst out sobbing when she saw him. Lord Eddard kneeled in front of her, wrapping his arms around the girl. She was trembling. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "I know," he said. She felt small, just a skinny little girl. How could she cause so much trouble? "Are you hurt?" "No." Her tears were washing clean lines in the dirt on her face. "Hungry some. I ate some berries, but there was nothing else." "We'll feed you soon enough," Ned promised. He rose to face the king. "What is the meaning of this?" He looked around, hoping to see a friendly face. He found barely any that weren't his own men. Sir Raymond's face was unreadable. Lord Renly had a cryptic little smile on his, whatever that meant, and Sir Barristan looked grave. Those were the good ones. The rest were openly hostile Lannisters, but at least Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane weren't present, still out north of the Trident searching. "Why was I not told that my daughter had been found?" Ned demanded, his voice ringing. "Why was she not brought to me at once?" Though he addressed Robert, it was his wife who answered. "How dare you speak to your king in that manner?" At that, the king stirred. "Quiet, woman." He straightened in his seat. "I am sorry, Ned. I never meant to frighten the girl. It seemed best to bring her here and get the business done with quickly." "And what business is that?" Ned asked coldly. The queen stepped forward. "You know full well, Stark. The girl of yours attacked my son. Her and her butcher's boy. That animal of hers tried to tear off his arm." "That's not true," Arya said loudly. "She just bit him a little. He was hurting Micah." "Joff told us what happened," the queen said. "You and the butcher boy beat him with clubs while you set your wolf on him." "That's not how it happened," Arya said, tears welling in her eyes. Ned put a hand on her shoulder. "Yes, it is," Prince Joffrey insisted. "They all attacked me, and she threw Lion's Tooth in the river." Ned noticed that Joffrey was avoiding looking at Arya as he spoke. "Liar!" Arya yelled. "Shut up!" the prince yelled back. "Enough!" the king roared, rising from his seat, his voice irritated. Silence fell. He glowered at Arya. "Now, child, you will tell me what happened. Tell it all and tell it true. It is a great crime to lie to a king." Then he looked at his son. When she is done, you will have your turn. Until then, hold your tongue. Just as Arya started to talk, Ned heard the door being opened. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Vayon Poole entering with Sansa. The two waited at the back of the room while Arya was talking. Renly Baratheon burst out laughing upon hearing about the fate of Joffrey's sword. This angered Robert again. "Sir Barristan, escort my brother from the hall before he chokes." Lord Renly stifled his laughter. "My brother is too kind. I can find the door myself." He bowed to Joffrey. "Perchance later you'll tell me how a 9-year-old girl the size of a wet rat managed to disarm you with a broom handle and throw your sword in the river." As the door closed behind Renly, Ned heard him say, "Lion's tooth," and scoff once more. Prince Joffrey related a very different account of the events. Once he was finished, the king rose, looking like he would prefer to be anywhere else. "What in all the 7 hells am I supposed to make of this? He says one thing, she says another." "They were not the only ones present," Ned said. "Sansa, come here." Sansa had already told him what truly happened on the night Arya went missing. "Tell us what happened." Sansa stepped forward cautiously. She looked, as always, in blue velvets, her hair brushed to shining. She looked at Arya first, then at the prince. "I don't know," she said tearfully, looking as though she wanted to run away. "I don't remember. Everything happened so fast. I didn't see—" "You rotten!" Arya shrieked. She jumped at her sister, knocking her to the ground. "Liar, liar, liar, liar!" "Arya, stop it!" Ned shouted. Jory pulled them apart. Sansa was pale and shaking as Ned helped her up. "Are you hurt?" he asked. But she was staring at her sister silently. "The girl is as wild as that filthy animal of hers," Cersei Lannister said. "Robert, I want her punished." "7 hells," Robert swore. "Cersei, look at her. She's a child. What would you have me do? Whip her through the streets? Damn it, children fight. It's over." No lasting harm was done. The Queen was furious. "Joff will carry those scars for the rest of his life." Robert Baratheon looked at his eldest son. "So he will. Perhaps they will teach him a lesson. Ned, see that your daughter is disciplined. I will do the same with my son." "Gladly, your grace," Ned said, feeling relief. Robert was done. Not so much for Cersei. "And what of the direwolf?" she called after him. "What of the beast that savaged your son?" The king looked back at her, frowning. "I'd forgotten about that damned wolf." Ned could see Arya tense in Jory's arms. Jory spoke up quickly. "We found no trace of the direwolf, your grace." Robert looked content with that. "No, so be it." The queen raised her voice. 100 golden dragons to the man who brings me its skin." "A costly pelt," Robert grumbled. "I want no part of this, woman. You can damn well buy your furs with Lannister gold." The queen regarded him icily. "I had not thought you so niggardly. The king I'd thought to wed would have laid a wolfskin across my bed before the sun went down." Robert's face darkened with anger. "That would be a fine trick without a wolf." "We have a wolf," Cersei Lannister said. She spoke quietly, but her eyes were sparkling. After a moment of silence, they all understood the implications. The king shrugged angrily. "As you will. Have Sir Ilyn see to it." "Robert, you cannot mean this," Ned protested. But the king was beyond arguments. "Enough, Ned. I will hear no more. A direwolf is a savage beast. Sooner or later, it would have turned on your girl the same way the other did on my son. Get her a dog. She'll be happier for it." Finally, Sansa understood what they were talking about too. She stepped up to her father, eyes full of fear. "He doesn't mean lady, does he?" She saw the truth on his face. "No," she said. "No, not lady. Lady didn't bite anybody. She's good." "Lady wasn't there," Arya shouted angrily. "You leave her alone." "Stop them," Sansa pleaded. "Don't let them do it. Please, please, it wasn't Lady. It was Nymeria. Arya did it. You can't. It wasn't Lady. Don't let them hurt Lady. I'll make her be good, I promise. I promise. She started to cry. Helplessly, Ned hugged her as she sobbed. He looked at his old friend across the room. Please, Robert, for the love you bear me, for the love you bore my sister, please. Robert stared at them, then turned to his wife. Damn you, Cersei, he said with loathing. Lord Eddard stood, gently letting go of Sansa. He felt awfully tired once again. Do it yourself then, Robert, he said in a voice cold and sharp as steel. At least have the courage to do it yourself. The king locked eyes with him, glanced flat, and without anything more to say, he walked out of the room. Silence fell in his wake. Where is the direwolf? Cersei asked once the king was gone. Prince Joffrey was smiling beside her. The beast is chained up outside the gatehouse, your grace, Sir Barristan Selmy answered reluctantly. Send for Ilyn Payne. No, Ned said. Jory, take the girls back to their rooms and bring me ice. The words tasted bad as he spoke them. If it must be done, I will do it. Cersei Lannister looked suspicious. You, Stark? Is this some trick? Why would you do such a thing? Everyone was looking at him. She is of the North. She deserves better than a butcher. Ned left the room, eyes hot and barely able to take Sansa's screams. He found Lady where they chained her. The man sat down next to the wolf. Lady, he said carefully, trying the name out. He never thought of the names his kids had chosen for their wolves before, but looking at this one, he had to admit, Sansa picked a good one. The prettiest of the litter Lady was, and the most trusting. She looked at him brightly as he patted her. Soon, Jory showed up with his sword Ice. After, he said, choose 4 men and have them take the body north. Bury her at Winterfell. All that way? Jory said, astonished. All that way, Ned affirmed. The Lannister woman shall never have this skin. The day wasn't over for him yet. As he was walking to the tower to get some sleep, Sandor Clegane and his men rode into the yard. A bloody bag was hanging on his side. No sign of your daughter, Hand, the hound rasped down. But the day was not wholly wasted. We got her little pet. The hound pushed the bag onto the ground in front of Ned. Crouching, Ned opened the bag, already feeling heavy about what he will have to say to Arya. But it wasn't Nymeria in the bag. It was Micah, the butcher's boy, bloodied and dead. He was nearly cut in half. You rode him down? Ned said. Clegane's eyes were shining gleefully through his ugly dog helmet's visor. He ran. He looked at Ned's face and laughed, but not very fast. And this is where Eddard III, A Game of Thrones, ends. However, we find out later in Eddard VII that Robert actually knows Arya told the truth. I am sorry for your girl, Ned. Truly. About the wolf, I mean. My son was lying. I'd stake my soul on it. Then, in Davos VI, A Storm of Swords, we learn from Stannis that one told the boy, Joffrey, that she had kittens in her belly, thinking he might want one. Joffrey opened up the poor thing with a dagger to see if it were true. When he found the kittens, he brought them to show his father. Robert hit the boy so hard, I thought he'd killed him. Here are some of the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, Arya is missing for 4 days. When found, she is taken before Robert. It doesn't take place at Castle Darry, but at the inn at the crossroads. Jory finds Arya in the books, not Lannister soldiers. In the book, when Sansa lies that she does not remember what happened, Arya knocks her to the ground, beating her. In the show, Renly is not present, and it's Robert who scolds Joffrey for letting a little girl disarm him. In the show, Eddard executes Lady with a dagger. In the book, he uses the greatsword Ice, and Robert initially complies to Cersei's demand that Lady to be killed in place of Nymeria. However, when Ned beseeches him to reconsider, invoking his sister Lyanna, Robert turns back towards Cersei and curses her. Ned also goes on to tell Robert to do the deed himself, but Robert walks away in shame. In the TV show, Ned protests against killing Lady, but he doesn't invoke Lyanna's name. And Robert shows no concern for Lady or Sansa before the former is killed, nor does he express any remorse later on. In the TV show, Eddard doesn't order Lady's body be taken back to the north. In the books, the Hound tosses Micah's body in front of Ned, while in the show, Sandor doesn't stop nor talk to Eddard when he brings the body. Furthermore, Lady was killed before Eddard sees Micah's body in the book. The order of the events was swapped, and in the show, Bran doesn't dream about the three-eyed crow before he wakes up in the show. Meanwhile, in Bran III, these crow dreams wake him up. In the TV series, he wakes up when Sansa's direwolf is executed. The book does not indicate any connection between Lady's death and Bran's awakening. That's it for this chapter. Bran III. Years and years he had been falling. Fly, a voice told him, but Bran didn't know how, so he kept falling. Once Maester Luwin had made a boy of clay, burnt it until it was hard, gave it Bran's clothes and thrown it off a roof. It shattered. But I never fall, he said, falling. The ground was far, far away, so far he could barely see it. But he sensed how fast he was falling all the same, and knew what was going to happen once he got there. Not even in a dream could someone be falling forever, and he knew that he would wake up just before hitting the ground. It's always the way it is. And if you don't, the voice asked. The ground got closer, though still very far away, miles and miles away, yet closer than before. Bran was cold as he fell in the darkness. No sun or stars illuminated his surroundings. There was nothing, just the ground coming up to meet him. And that whispering voice. Bran wanted to cry. Not cry, fly. I can't fly, Bran said. I can't. How do you know? Have you ever tried? It was a thin voice. The boy looked around, wanting to see where it was coming from. There was a crow following him in a spiral as he fell. Help me, he said. I'm trying, the crow replied. Say, got any corn? Bran reached into his pocket. He did have corn, escaping his hand into the darkness. The crow landed on his hand and started to pick them out of the air as they fell with Bran. Are you really a crow? Bran asked. Are you really falling? The crow asked back. It's just a dream, Bran said. Is it? Asked the crow. I'll wake up when I hit the ground, Bran told the bird. You'll die when you hit the ground, the crow said. It went back to eating the corn. The boy glanced down. Below, there were snowy mountains and silvery rivers. He looked away and started to cry. That won't do any good, the crow said. I told you, the answer is flying, not crying. How hard can it be? I'm doing it. The crow took to the air and flapped around. You have wings, Bran pointed out. Maybe you do too. Bran reached over his shoulder, hoping to find feathers. There are different kinds of wings, the crow said. Bran examined his arms, his legs. He looked skinny, barely just skin and bone. Was this always the case? He wanted to remember. His brain gave him a face instead, golden and shining. The things I do for love, it said. Bran screamed. The bird took flight again, cawing. No, not cawing, shrieking at Bran. Forget that. You do not need it now. Put it aside. Put it aside. Then, landing on the boy's shoulder, it pecked at him, and the golden face disappeared. The boy was now falling faster than ever. Grey mist swirled around him. What are you doing to me? He asked the crow, tearful. Teaching you how to fly. I can't fly. You're flying right now. I'm falling. Every flight begins with a fall, the crow said. Look down. I'm afraid. Look down. Bran obeyed. and his stomach lurched. The ground was close now, and quickly getting closer. He could see the whole world below himself, a map of colors. It was so fascinating he forgot to be afraid. He saw everything, the entire kingdom and everyone in it. He watched Winterfell as birds do, the towers squat from up here, the walls merrily lines. Maester Luwin was studying the sky through a bronze tube, making notes of his findings. Robb was in the yard, looking taller and stronger, practicing with a sword. Hodor, the simple but huge stable boy, was carrying an anvil with ease. Bran saw the heart of the godswood too, the giant weirwood towering over the others in the wind. The tree looked back at him. Towards the east, he saw his mother sitting in the cabin of a galley, looking at a bloodied knife. Sir Roderick was vomiting over the rail as the rowers pulled the oars in a rhythm. They were heading towards a black storm, only they couldn't see it. Looking at the trident now, Bran saw his father talking to the king with a grave face. Sansa cried herself to sleep while Arya was watching, her face hard, her heart full of secrets. Shadows surrounded them all. One of them was dark with the face of a bloodhound. Another was armored, golden, and beautiful. A third enormous shadow loomed over them, made of rock, its visor hiding nothing but more darkness. Further, across the narrow sea, Bran saw the free cities and the Dothraki lands, and beyond, Vaes Dothrak, the Jade Sea, Asshai, and then the dragons, stirring feebly in the sunrise. At last, Bran looked north. The wall was shining, and Bran saw his half-brother Jon sleeping, his skin pale as if it had forgotten what warmth was. Past the wall, Bran saw nothing but trees, and then dead icy fields. He looked beyond the wall of the world in the north. What he saw made him cry out. "Now you know," the crow whispered as it sat on his shoulder. "Now you know why you must live." "Why?" Bran said, not understanding. Falling. "Because winter is coming." Bran glanced at the crow and it looked back at him. It had not 2, but 3 eyes, the extra one full of terrible knowledge. Bran averted his eyes. Below, there was nothing but frozen land and ice, waiting to crush him. They looked like flying spears. He wasn't the first here. Thousands were impaled upon the peaks, bones by now. Bran was terrified. "Can a man still be brave if he's afraid?" he heard his own voice saying, small and far away, and his father's voice replied to him, "That is the only time a man can be brave." "Now, Bran," the crow urged, "choose, fly or die." Death reached out for him. Bran chose to fly. Invisible wings spread and pulled him up. The spear-like ice needles got smaller below. Bran was flying. It was even better than climbing. "I'm flying!" he cried out in delight. "I've noticed," said the three-eyed crow. It took to the air again, blinding him with its flapping wings in front of his face. The beak stabbed Bran, and he felt the pain in his dream, sharp in the middle of his forehead. "What are you doing?" he shrieked. The bird cawed at him, and Bran saw that it wasn't really a crow, but a woman with black hair. Someone from Winterfell, a servant perhaps, and then Bran realized that he was in Winterfell, laying in bed, and the woman looked at him, then dropped a bowl of water and screamed, "He's awake! He's awake! He's awake!" Bran lifted his hand to his forehead to feel the place where the crow carved at him. It was burning, but there was nothing to feel, not a wound, not even blood. Bran felt weak. As he tried to get up, his body refused to move. Something landed on his legs, but he didn't feel the weight. Yellow eyes were looking at him, yellow like the sun. Cold air filled the room through the opened window, but the wolf kept him warm. His pup Bran thought, only he wasn't a pup anymore. As he reached out to pet him, his hand was shaking. When Robb burst into the room, panting from the running climb up the tower, he found Bran awake and the direwolf licking his face. Bran looked up and said, "His name is Summer." And this is where Bran III, A Game of Thrones ends. Now, as we've said before, we don't think the three-eyed crow is Bloodraven, and is instead the most dangerous greenseer in Westeros. For example, the three-eyed crow seems to make Bran forget that Jaime Lannister pushed him from the broken tower. A face swam up at him out of the grey mist, shining with light, golden. "The things I do for love," it said. Bran screamed. The crow took it to the air, cawing. "Not that," it shrieked at him. "Forget that. You do not need it now. Put it aside. Put it away." It landed on Bran's shoulder and pecked at him, and the shining golden face was gone. We say partially forgot because in Bran IV, A Clash of Kings, this exchange happens between Jojen and Bran. "It was only a bad dream." Jojen stood. I felt you fall. Is that what scares you? The falling." The falling, Bran thought. And the golden man, the queen's brother, he scares me too. But mostly the falling. He did not say it though. How could he? He had not been able to tell Sir Roderick or Maester Luwin, and he could not tell the Reeds either. If he didn't talk about it, maybe he would forget. He had never wanted to remember. It might not even be a true remembering. "Do you fall every night, Bran?" Jojen asked quietly. So, the three-eyed crow wanted Bran to fall to awaken his third eye by forcing him to fly. But the three-eyed crow didn't want to spark war between the Lannisters and Starks. Not yet. Not until Theon could seize Winterfell and skin the miller's boy, allowing Bran, Jojen, Mira, and Hodor to escape north of the wall. Also, during Bran's dream, he sees. They flew up at him like spears. He saw the bones of 1,000 other dreamers impaled upon their points, which makes you wonder if Euron saw the same thing when he was younger, or did he fail to fly and become a failed dreamer? Moreover, the three-eyed crow has an attitude or personality that doesn't gel with Bloodraven. A crow was spiraling down with him, just out of reach, following him as he fell. "Help me," he said. "I'm trying," the crow replied. "Say, got any corn?" Or later, when the crow says, "That won't do any good," the crow said, "I told you, the answer is flying, not crying. How hard can it be? I'm doing it." We can't really imagine the stoic, wizened, solemn Bloodraven saying this stuff to Bran, when you compare it to the stuff he says to Bran in the cave. "I saw your birth, and that of your lord father before you. I saw your first step, heard your first word, was part of your first dream. I was watching when you fell, and now you are come to me at last." They sound like two very different people. Also, why doesn't Bloodraven mention that he was the one talking to Bran in his dreams? And here is the biggest difference between the TV show and book. In the show, there is no mention of Bran dreaming about the three-eyed crow at all, and instead wakes up after Lady is killed. And that's the end of Episode 2, The King's Road. Next up is Episode 3, Lord Snow, which starts with Ned's arrival in King's Landing, but in the books, Catelyn arrives at the capital before him. In this video series, we are going through all chapters of A Game of Thrones as a fully animated comic book experience. This is our third episode, and we highly suggest watching our previous two videos first before watching this one so you can catch up on all the previous chapters. As we continue through these chapters, we will show you what really happened compared to the book, the TV series, and the graphic novel, and include interesting theories and foreshadowing of key events whenever we can. Anyway, let's begin. Catelyn IV. "We will make King's Landing within the hour." Catelyn Stark turned away from the banister and forced her lips into a smile. "Your oarmen have done well by us, Captain. Each one of them shall have a silver stag as a token of my gratitude." Captain Morio Turntis bowed. "You are far too generous, Lady Stark. The honor of carrying a great lady like yourself is all the reward they need. But they'll take the silver anyway." Morio smiled. "As you say." The captain spoke the common tongue well, though with a hint of a Tyroshi accent. An experienced seaman he was, by what he told Catelyn, 30 years on the water, first as a lowly oarsman, then quartermaster, and lately as a captain of his own ships. This one, Morio's fourth ship, was called the Storm Dancer, a two-masted, fast galley counting 60 oars. It was certainly the fastest ship in White Harbour when Catelyn, accompanied by Sir Roderick Castle, arrived in a hurry. Tyroshi people were said to be greedy, so Sir Roderick eyed a different ship first, but Catelyn insisted they take the Storm Dancer. This turned out to be a good decision. The wind was ill, and without the 60 oars to fight it, they would have been days away from King's Landing. Almost there, Catelyn thought. Under the bandages, her fingers were still aching. A reminder she came to think of it. The last two fingers will never bend again, she knew, and the others lost their strength too. But this was nothing in exchange for Bran's life. So Roderick appeared on the deck. "My good friend," Moreno greeted him, talking through his forked green beard. The Tyroshi loved colors. The brighter the better, even for beards. "It is so fine to see you looking better." "Yes," Sir Roderick agreed. "I haven't wanted to die for almost 2 days now." He bowed to Catelyn. "My lady." He did look better. Lost some weight since they left White Harbour, but other than that, almost himself. Traveling the narrow sea tortured him badly, and he almost went over the rails once, near Dragonstone, when sudden winds caught them. "The captain was just telling me that our voyage is almost at an end," she said. So Roderick managed a wry smile. "So soon?" He looked somehow smaller and less fierce without his large white sideburns, and older too. Back at the bite though, he decided a shave was in order, as his seasickness befouled them beyond cleaning. "I will leave you to discuss your business," Captain Morio said. He bowed and walked away. The galley cut the water gently, oars flying in a perfect rhythm, so Roderick looked out on dry land. "I have not been the most valiant of protectors." Catelyn touched his arm. "We are here, Sir Roderick, and safely. That is all that truly matters." Catelyn reached under her cloak, looking for the dagger with stiff fingers. It quieted her mind to touch it lately. Now we must reach the King's Master-at-Arms and pray that he can be trusted. "Sir Aaron Santagar is a vain man, but an honest one." So Roderick's hand went to his face to touch his whiskers, then remembered he didn't have them anymore. He looked nonplussed. "He may know the blade, yes, but my lady, the moment we go ashore, we are at risk, and there are those at court who will know you on sight." Catelyn's mouth tightened. "Littlefinger," she murmured. She saw his face as he once was, a boy, but he was Lord Baelish now, even if they still called him Littlefinger. Years and years ago, Catelyn's brother, Edmure, called him that, back at Riverrun. The Baelish had but a small land on the smallest of the fingers, and Peter himself was small too, as a boy. So Roderick cleared his throat. "Lord Baelish once, He trailed off, looking for a polite way to put his thoughts out. Catelyn didn't care about politeness anymore. "He was my father's ward. We grew up together in Riverrun. I thought of him as a brother, but his feelings for me were more than brotherly. When it was announced that I was to wed Brandon Stark, Peter challenged for the right to my hand. It was madness. Brandon was 20, Peter scarcely 15. I had to beg Brandon to spare Peter's life. He let him off with a scar. Afterward, my father sent him away. I have not seen him since." She lifted her face to the spray, maybe to wash away the memory. He wrote to me at River Run after Brandon was killed, but I burnt the letter unread. By then, I knew that Ned would marry me in his brother's place. Once again, Sir Roderick felt the long-gone sideburns. Littlefinger sits on the small council now. I knew he would rise high, Catelyn said. He was always clever, even as a boy, but it is one thing to be clever and another to be wise. I wonder what the years have done to him. Overhead, the far eyes called. The captain hurried across the deck, dealing out orders, and the storm dancer came alive with running sailors, and King's Landing appeared in front of them, sitting on top of its 3 hills. 3 centuries ago, Catelyn mused, those hills were nothing but forests and nobody lived there, save for a few fishermen on the north shore of the Blackwater Rush. Then Aegon the Conqueror came from his castle at Dragonstone. He landed here and made his first camp on the hills. Now the city creeped down to the shore, with its warehouses and merchant stalls, taverns and graveyards, brothels and inns and arbors. Catelyn heard the noise of the fish market even from there. Broad streets were lining the hillside, trees on each side or else narrow little alleys, so thin it was only enough for a single person. On Visenia's hill stood the 7 crystal towers of the great sept of Baelor. Across were the dragon pit, scorched walls barely holding a collapsing dome, all deserted. Between these 2 ran the Street of the Sisters. Catelyn could see the city walls too, high and strong. 100 docks were waiting for ships, and ships they got as the harbour was swarming with them. Deep water fishing boats as well as river runners all around, ferries, trading galleys from Bravos and Lys and Pentos. Lady Stark could even spy Queen Cersei's barge next to a whaler from Ibn. Further, there were warships, golden with iron rams. And above all that, pale red stones standing on Aegon's hill, the Red Keep. 7 towers with iron rampants, covered bridges, all the barracks and dungeons, and the Archer's Nest. Aegon himself had it built, but only by the time of his son, Maegor the Cruel, was it finished. When it was done, Maegor had all the workers killed, so nobody but his family would know the secrets of the keep. Yet the banners flying over the castle weren't of the black 3-headed dragon, but the crowned stag of House Baratheon. A swan ship from the Summer Isles swam past the storm dancer as the galley pulled to the shore. "My lady," Sir Roderick said, "I have thought on how best to proceed while I lay abed. You must not enter the castle. I will go in your stead and bring Sir Aron to you in some safe place." Catelyn looked at the old knight as the ship neared a pier. Captain Morio was shouting orders in brusque Valyrian. "You would be as much at risk as I would." Sir Roderick smiled. "I think not. I looked at my reflection in the water earlier and scarcely recognized myself. My mother was the last person to see me without whiskers, and she is 40 years dead. I believe I am safe enough, my lady." Morio yelled something. All at once, the 60 oars changed direction, backing the ship into place. Then, following another command from the captain, all the oars were pulled back inside the hull. The galley gently bumped into the dock, and Tyroshi seamen jumped to secure it. The captain came smiling. "King's Landing, my lady, as you did command, and never has a ship made a swifter or surer passage. Will you be needing assistance to carry your things to the castle?" "We shall not be going to the castle. Perhaps you can suggest an inn, some place clean and comfortable and not too far from the river." The Tyroshi touched his green beard. "Just so. I know of several establishments that might suit your needs. Yet first, if I may be so bold, there is the matter of the second half of the payment we agreed upon. And, of course, the extra silver you were so kind as to promise. 60 stags, I believe it was?" "For the Ormen," Catelyn reminded him. "Oh, of a certainty," said Morio, "though perhaps I should hold it to them until we return to Tyrosh, for the sake of their wives and children. If you give them the silver here, my lady, they will dice it away or spend it all for a night's pleasure." "There are worse things to spend money on," Sir Roderick put in. "Winter is coming." "A man must make his own choices," Catelyn said. "They earned the silver. How they spend it is no concern of mine." "As you say, my lady," Morio replied, bowing and smiling. Just in case, Catelyn gave the silver to the oarmen directly, 1 to each, and 2 more copper to the men who carried their luggage to the inn Captain Morio had suggested. It was an old establishment of Eel Alley. The woman running the place was an old crone with a lazy eye who bit the coin Catelyn offered. But the rooms were large and comfortable, and what's more, Morio stated that the inn had the best fish stew in the 7 kingdoms. Above all this, the old hag didn't care about their names. "I think it best if you stay away from the common room," Sir Roderick said, after they had settled in. "Even in a place like this, one never knows who may be watching." He was battle ready, wearing his ringmail, sword, and dagger under his black cloak. "I will be back before nightfall, with Sir Aaron," he promised. "Rest now, my lady." Catelyn felt tired. This was a long trip from Winterfell, and she wasn't getting any younger. She opened her window, looking at rooftops, and beyond that, the black water. Catelyn watched Sir Roderick briskly cutting through the crowd, then decided the old night was right, and she could use some rest. The bed was made of straw instead of feathers, but she fell asleep all the same. Pounding on the door woke her. She sat up abruptly. Outside the town was painted red by the setting sun. She must have slept all afternoon. Someone hammered on the door again. "Open, in the name of the king." "A moment," she called out. Catelyn put on her cloak and grabbed the dagger from the bedside table before she opened the door. As the men entered the room, she recognized the black chainmail and golden cloaks of the city watch. One of them smiled upon seeing the dagger in her hand. "No need for that, milady. We're to escort you to the castle." "By whose authority?" she said. He showed her a ribbon. Catelyn gasped, seeing the mockingbird set in grey wax. "Peter," she said. So soon, so Roderick must have gotten caught. "Do you know who I am?" "No, milady," he said. "My Lord Littlefinger said only to bring you to him, and see that you were not mistreated." Catelyn nodded. "You may wait outside while I dress." It was hard to dress herself with her stiff fingers, but she managed, finishing the attire with a brown cloak. She wondered how Littlefinger found her, knowing that Sir Roderick wouldn't betray her. Sure, the night was old, but also loyal to the end. Maybe the Lannisters were already back. No, in that case, Ned would be too, and he would have come to see her. Morio, she realized. The captain knew who she was and where she stayed. Catelyn hoped the Tyroshi was paid well for his betrayal. They offered a horse to her. Lamps were being lit all around King's Landing as they went, and Catelyn felt like every eyes were on her as she passed. The Red Keep was shut for the night. The great gates closed and the bars down, but there were lights in the windows. The guards left the horses outside and led her through a narrow side door, then up some steps into a tower. The man was alone in the room, sitting behind a table, writing something in the light of an oil lamp. He put the pen down when she entered. "Cat," he said quietly, "why have I been brought here in this fashion?" He stood and waved the guards away. "Leave us." The men departed. "You were not mistreated, I trust," he said after they had gone. "I gave firm instructions." He noticed her bandages. "Your hands." Catelyn ignored this. "I am not accustomed to being summoned like a serving wench," she said icily. "As a boy, you still knew the meaning of courtesy." "I've angered you, my lady." "That was never my intent." He looked sad. His look woke vivid memories in Catelyn. He was always sly, but after every mischief, he always looked just like how he looked at her now. All those years, and he was the same. Peter had been a small kid and become a small man, a tad shorter than Catelyn, thin with sharp features and laughing greyish-green eyes. The bear on his chin was new, and so was the silver in his hair, too early, as he was barely 30. He had always loved silver though, and even the mockingbird clasp of his cloak was made of it. "How did you know I was in the city?" she asked him. "Lord Varys knows all," Peter said with a sly smile. "He will be joining us shortly, but I wanted to see you alone first. It has been too long, Cat. How many years?" Catelyn ignored his attempt of familiarity too. She had questions on her own. "So it was the King's spider who found me." Littlefinger winced. "You don't want to call him that. He's very sensitive. Comes of being a eunuch, I imagine. Nothing happens in the city without Varys knowing. Ofttimes he knows about it before it happens. He has informants everywhere. His little birds, he calls them. One of his little birds heard about your visit. Thankfully, Varys came to me first." "Why you?" He shrugged. "Why not me? I am Master of Coin, the King's own counselor. Selmy and Lord Renly rode north to meet Robert, and Lord Stannis is gone to Dragonstone, leaving only Maester Pycelle and me. I was the obvious choice. I was ever a friend to your sister Lysa. Varys knows that." "Does Varys know about—" "Lord Varys knows everything, except why you are here." He lifted an eyebrow. "Why are you here? A wife is allowed to yearn for her husband, and if a mother needs her daughters close, who can tell her no?" Littlefinger laughed. "Oh, very good, my lady, but please don't expect me to believe that. I know you too well. What were the Tully's words again?" Her throat felt dry. "Family, duty, honor," she recited stiffly. He was right. He knew her too well. "Family, duty, honor," he echoed. "All of which required you to remain in Winterfell, where our hand left you. No, my lady, something has happened. This sudden trip of yours beseeks a certain urgency. I beg of you, let me help. Old sweet friends should never hesitate to rely upon each other." There was a soft knock on the door. "Enter," Littlefinger said. The man was plump, nice-smelling, and completely hairless. He was wearing soft velvets and silks in green and purple, and pointed slippers. "Lady Stark," he said, taking her hand in both of his. "To see you again after so many years is such a joy." His hands were soft and moist, and his breath smelled of lilac. "Oh, your poor hands! Have you burnt yourself, sweet lady? The fingers are so delicate. Our good Maester Pycelle makes a marvelous salve. Shall I send for a jar?" Catelyn slid her fingers from his grasp. "I thank you, my lord, but my own Maester Luwin has already seen to my hurts." Varys nodded. "I was grievous sad to hear about your son, and him so young. The gods are cruel." "On that we agree, Lord Varys," she said. This was nothing but a courtesy to him as a council member. Varys was not a lord of anything except the spiderweb of informants he had woven. The eunuch spread his soft hands. "On more than that, I hope, sweet lady. I have great esteem for your husband, our new hand, and I know we do both love King Robert." "Yes," she was forced to say, "for a certainty." "Never has a king been so beloved as our Robert," quipped Littlefinger. He smiled slyly. "At least in Lord Varys's hearing." "Good lady, there are men in the free cities with wondrous healing powers. Say only the word, and I will send for one for your dear Bran." "Maester Luwin is doing all that can be done for Bran," she told him. She didn't want to talk about Bran, especially not with these two. She barely trusted Littlefinger, and not even that much for Varys. Her grief was not for their eyes. "Lord Baelish tells me that I have you to thank for bringing me here." Varys giggled like a little girl. "Oh yes, I suppose I am guilty. I hope you forgive me, kind lady. He sat gingerly, putting his hands together. I wonder if we might trouble you to show us the dagger. Lady Stark stared at the man, stunned. Magic. It must have been. There was no other way for him to know about the dagger. None, unless... What have you done to Sir Roderick? She demanded. Littlefinger was lost. I feel rather like the knight who arrives at the battle without his lance. What dagger are we talking about? Who is Sir Roderick? Sir Roderick Castle is Master-at-Arms at Winterfell, Varys informed him. I assure you, Lady Stark, nothing at all has been done to the good knight. He did call here early this afternoon. He visited with Sir Aaron Santagar in the armory, and they talked of a certain dagger. About sunset, they left the castle together and walked that dreadful hovel where you were staying. They are still there, drinking in the common room, waiting for your return. Sir Roderick was very distressed to find you gone. How could you know all that? The whisperings of little birds, Varys said, smiling. I know things, sweet lady. That is the nature of my service. He shrugged. You do have the dagger with you, yes? Catelyn pulled it out and threw it on the table in front of the eunuch. Here, perhaps your little birds will whisper the name of the man it belongs to. Varys picked it up very carefully and tried its edge with his thumb. He dropped the blade back on the table with a squeal as a blood reddened his finger. Careful, Catelyn told him, it's sharp. Nothing holds an edge like Valyrian steel, Littlefinger said, as Varys sucked at his thumb with reluctant admiration. Littlefinger lifted it and tested the grip. He even flipped it, catching it with the other hand. Such sweet balance. You want to find the owner, is that the reason for this visit? You have no need of Sir Aaron for that, my lady. You should have come to me. And if I had, she said, what would you have told me? I would have told you that there was only one knife like this at King's Landing. He held the blade now between his thumb and forefinger and threw it across the room masterfully. The blade ended in the wood of the door, trembling. It's mine! Yours? It made no sense. Peter was not part of King Robert's company. Until the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day, he said, walking up to the room to retrieve the dagger. I back Sir Jaime in the jousting, along with half the court. Peter's grin made him look like a boy again. When Loras Tyrell unhorsed him, many of us became a trifle poorer. Sir Jaime lost 100 golden dragons, the Queen lost an emerald pendant, and I lost my knife. Her Grace got the emerald back, but the winner kept the rest. Who? Catelyn demanded, her mouth dry. Her fingers throbbed with pain. The imp, said Littlefinger, as Lord Varys watched her face. Tyrion Lannister. And this is where Catelyn IV, A Game of Thrones ends. Now, this chapter actually introduces the biggest plot hole in A Song of Ice and Fire, and that is, why didn't Tyrion do anything to Littlefinger when they both know Peter lied about the dagger? For example, as Hand of the King, Tyrion doesn't execute Littlefinger, even though that's exactly what Tywin told him to do in Tyrion IX. And if these counselors are playing us false, Tyrion knew. Spikes, he sighed. Heads, walls. I see you have taken a few lessons from me. More than you know, father, Tyrion answered quietly. But then, in Tyrion IV, A Clash of Kings, he monologues to himself about what to do about Littlefinger. Now, you might also be thinking, why didn't Varys out Littlefinger? Well, as we learn in Arya III, Varys thinks that the Lannisters did it anyway. The fools tried to kill his son, and what's worse, they made a murmur's farce of it. He's not a man to put that aside. I warn you, the wolf and lion will soon be at each other's throats, whether we like it or no. Also, it's interesting to think what would have happened if Varys hadn't told Littlefinger about Catelyn's arrival to King's Landing. If Varys wanted to know why Catelyn had come, he could have sent Barristan Selmy or Lord Stannis and Renly had they been present, but instead had to settle for Littlefinger, who, of course, exploited the situation to his advantage and started the War of the Five Kings. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, Catelyn and Sir Roderick arrive at King's Landing by ship from White Harbour. In the show, they come by riding horses on the King's Road. In the book, Catelyn and Roderick arrive before Eddard and the royal party, while in the show, they arrive afterwards. In the book, Catelyn and Roderick go to an inn, while in the show, they are both taken to a brothel that Littlefinger owns by several gold cloaks. The show gives the explanation that Catelyn would be easily noticed if she went to the Red Keep. Also in the show, Varys claims not to know who the dagger belongs to, while in the book, Peter doesn't give Varys the chance to reveal it belongs to him. Jon III. The courtyard was filled with a song of steel. Under his black wool, leathers and chainmail, Jon was sweating as he pressed forward. Gren stumbled, trying to defend himself clumsily. He lifted his sword, but Jon was quicker, dealing a swiping blow at the other boy's legs, making him stagger. Gren attacked back, but all he got for his trouble was a dented helmet. He went on, now cutting from the side, and Jon parried, then hit him in the chest. Gren now sat in the snow, and Jon disarmed him with a slash on his wrist, drawing a cry of pain. "Enough!" Sir Alliser Thorne had a voice hard as steel. Gren cradled his hand. "The bastard broke my wrist!" "The bastard hamstrung you, opened your empty skull, and cut off your hand. Or would have if these blades had an edge. It's fortunate for you that the watch needs stable boys as well as rangers." Sir Alliser gestured at Jaren and Toad. "Get the Orcus on his feet. He has funeral arrangements to make." Jon removed his helmet as the other two pulled Gren up. The morning was cold and the air felt good on his face. He used his sword to lean on something and took deep breaths, savoring his victory. "That is a long sword, not an old man's cane," Sir Alliser said sharply. "Are your legs hurting, Lord Snow?" The boy hated the mockery tone, with which Sir Alliser said that ever since he had arrived at his first practice. The other boys echoed the name, and Jon was addressed as such everywhere. He now put the sword back into its scabbard. "No," he replied. Thorne stalked toward him, black leathers faintly sighing. He was a hard man, not big, but strong, around 50, with his hair graying, but his eyes sharp. "The truth now," he commanded. "I'm tired," Jon admitted. His arms were now feeling the weight of the longsword, and he knew the bruises he had collected would soon start to bother him. "What you are is weak." "I won." "No, the Orcus lost." Someone chuckled. Jon didn't answer. So far, nobody Sir Alliser set against him was able to beat him, but the old knight was still hard on him. Jon felt nothing but hatred for him and for the other boys. "That will be all," Thorne told them. "I can only stomach so much ineptitude in any one day. If the others ever come for us, I pray they have archers, because you lot are fit for nothing more than arrow fodder." Jon walked back to the armory alone, following the others. He was always alone. 20 boys in his group, but not one friend. Most were older than him by a few years, but none was half as good as Robb had been at 14. The boy called Daeron was quick, but afraid. Pip thought his sword was a dagger, Jaren was weak, Gren clumsy, Holder, though strong, was prone to walk into attacks. Jon despised them all. In the armory, Jon Snow hung his sword on a hook. Slowly he stripped off his leathers, ringmail and woolen shirt. Despite the coal burning in the brazier, he felt cold. He was always cold here on the wall, and he thought that soon he'll forget what it was to be warm. He felt tired as he put on his everyday blacks. He thought of the warm halls of Winterfell, how hot water ran through the walls like blood in veins. There was no such thing in Castle Black, only cold walls and cold people. Tyrion Lannister had warned him about all of this. He told him how miserable a place the wall can be on their way north, when it was already too late. Did his father, Lord Eddard, know what awaited his son? If so, that only made it worse. His uncle was gone too, abandoned him in the cold end of the world. On the wall, the Benjen Stark he knew became someone else. As First Ranger, he was high up, spending his days with Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon, while Jon was tortured by Sir Alliser Thorne. Only 3 days after they arrived, Jon was told that Benjen would soon set out with a dozen men, scouting the haunted forest. He found his uncle in the common room and asked him for a place in his group. Benjen Stark refused. "This is not Winterfell," he told him as he cut his meat. "On the wall, a man only gets what he earns. You're no ranger, Jon, only a green boy with the smell of summer still on you." Stupidly, Jon argued. "I'll be 15 on my name day," he said, "almost a man grown." Benjen Stark frowned. "A boy you are, and a boy you remain until Sir Alliser says you are fit to be a man of the Night's Watch. If you thought your Stark blood would win you easy favors, you were wrong. We put aside our old families when we swear our vows. Your father will always have a place in my heart, but these are my brothers now." He pointed around with his dagger, indicating all the hard men around them, all in black. The next morning, Jon watched his uncle leave. One of Benjen's rangers, a big, ugly man, was singing a rude song as he readied his horse, and though Benjen Stark smiled at that, he was serious when he spotted Jon. "How often must I tell you no, Jon? We'll speak when I return." As Jon watched them leave through a tunnel, Jon thought about all the terrible things Tyrion Lannister had told him on the way here, and imagined Benjen laying on the bloody snow. It made him feel sick. Instead of pondering, he went back to his cell to see Ghost and buried his face in the direwolf's white fur. He decided to make his loneliness an armor. Castle Black had no godswood and only a drunken septon, but Jon was not one to pray anyway. He thought that if any gods were real, they were as cruel as a long winter. He missed his siblings, Rickon begging for sweets, Robb, both rival and best friend, the always curious Bran stalking after the two of them wanting to join, and the girls, even Sansa, despite her only ever calling him my half-brother. But most of all, even more than Robb, he missed Arya, with her scraped knees and tangled hair ever so fierce. She was an outcast like him, and she could make Jon smile. Jon wanted to be with her now, tussling up her hair, watching her grimace and hearing her voice finishing his sentence. "You broke my wrist, bastard boy." Jon looked up. Gren, red-faced, was looking down at him, backed up by 3 of his friends. Jon knew one of them, a short, ugly boy called Todder, or more often, the Toad. The other 2 were the Aras Yoren had brought along, but Jon didn't remember their names. He tried to avoid them all, bullies and brutes without a shred of honor. Jon stood up. "I'll break the other one if you ask nicely." Gren wasn't only older than Jon, but a good head taller too. In fact, all 4 of the boys were bigger than him, but he wasn't scared. He had defeated them all already in practice. "Maybe we'll break you," one of the Aras said. "Try." Jon reached for his sword, but a boy grabbed his arm and twisted it. "You made us look bad," complained Toad. "You looked bad before I ever met you," Jon told him. The boy holding his arm pulled it upward and pain surged through Jon. Toad stepped close. "The little lordling has a mouth on him," he said. He had pig eyes, small and shiny. "Is that your mummy's mouth, bastard? What was she? Some ore? Tell us her name. Maybe I had her a time or 2. He laughed. Jon was thrashing and twisting, and with his heel slammed the other boy's feet. He heard a painful yelp, and his arm was free. He jumped the Toad, taking him on the ground, landing on his chest. His hands on the other boy's throat, hitting the floor with his head. It didn't last. 2 of them pulled Jon off the Toad, throwing him on his back. Gren started to kick. Jon was trying to roll away from him as a voice thundered across the armory. Stop this now. Jon stood. Jon II, the armorer, was staring at the boys. The yard is for fighting, he said. Keep your quarrels out of my armory, or I'll make them my quarrels. You won't like that. Toad felt for the back of his head and his fingers were bloody. He tried to kill me. It's true, I saw it, one of the Aryas put in. He broke my wrist, Bran added, showing his arm to Jon II. The armorer barely looked at it. A bruise, perhaps a sprain. Maester Aemon will give you a salve. Go with him. Todder, the head wants looking after. The rest of you return to your cells. Not you, Snow. You stay. Jon sat on the bench heavily, not caring about the threatening looks the other boys gave him. His arm ached. The watch has need of every man it can get, Jon II said to Jon. Even men like Toad. You won't win any honors killing him. Jon's anger flared. He said my mother was a whore. I heard him. What of it? Lord Eddard Stark was not a man to sleep with whores, Jon said icily. His honor did not prevent him from fathering a bastard, did it? Jon felt cold rage. Can I go? You can go when I tell you to go. Jon looked at the coal smoke emerging from the brazier. Noi reached under his chin and lifted his head none too gently. Look at me when I'm talking to you, boy. Jon obeyed. The armorer was a big man, chest and gut like kegs alike, a flat nose and unshaven face. He only had one arm, and the sleeve of his tunic was rolled back and pinned at his shoulder. Words won't make your mother a whore. She was what she was, and nothing Toad says can change that. You know, we have men on the wall whose mothers were whores. But not mine, Jon thought stubbornly. Of course, he didn't know if it was true. Lord Eddard had never told him who his mother was. Jon still dreamed about her, often thinking he could remember her face. In the dreams, she was beautiful and a noble. You think you had it hard, being a High Lord's bastard, the armorer went on. That boy, Jaren, is a Septon's get, and Cotter Pike is the base-born son of a tavern wench. Now he commands Eastwatch by the Sea. I don't care, Jon said. I don't care about them, and I don't care about you, or Thorne, or Benjen Stark, or any of it. I hate it here. It's cold. Yes, cold, and hard and mean. That's the wall and the men who walk it. Not like the stories your wet nurse told you. Well, piss on the stories and piss on your wet nurse. This is the way it is, and you're here for life, same as the rest of us. Life, Jon repeated bitterly. It was easy for him to talk about life. He already had one. Jon II had only taken the black after he lost his arm and was a known smith for Stannis Baratheon before. He travelled and ate and had women and saw battle. Rumour had it Jon II forged King Robert's legendary warhammer, the one that killed Rhaegar Targaryen. He had all that, and when he got old, more than 30, he got cut, and the festered wound had taken his arm. Only then, after a whole life lived, did Jon II come to the wall. Yes, life, Noi said. A long life or a short one, it's up to you, Snow. The road you're walking, one of your brothers will slit your throat for you one night. They're not my brothers, Jon snapped. They hate me because I'm better than they are. No, they hate you because you act like you're better than they are. They look at you and see a castle-bred bastard who thinks he's a lordling. The armorer leaned close. You're no lordling. Remember that. You're a Snow, not a Stark. You're a bastard and a bully. A bully? Jon echoed incredulously. The accusation hit him hard. They were the ones who came after me. 4 of them. 4 that you've humiliated in the yard. 4 who are probably afraid of you. I've watched you fight. It's not training with you. Put a good edge on your sword and they'd be dead meat. You know it, I know it, they know it. You leave them nothing. You shame them. Does that make you proud? Jon thought about it. He was proud when he won a bout, and why shouldn't he be? But now Noi was taking even that away, saying it as if it was wrong. They're all older than me, Jon said defensively. Older and bigger and stronger. That's the truth. I'll wager your master-at-arms taught you how to fight bigger men at Winterfell, though. Who was he? Some old knight? Sir Roderick Castle? Jon said warily. He sensed a trap, felt it spring as Donal Noy leaned closer. Now think on this, boy. None of these others have ever had a master-at-arms until Sir Alliser. Their fathers were farmers and wagon men and poachers, smiths and miners and oars on a trading galley. What they know of fighting, they learned between decks, in the alleys of Old Town and Lannisport, in wayside brothels and taverns on the King's Road. They may have clacked a few sticks together before they came here, but I promise you, not 1 in 20 was ever rich enough to own a real sword. His look was grim. So how do you like the taste of your victories now, Lord Snow? Don't call me that, Jon said sharply, but his anger was seeping away. Shame and guilt occupied its place. I didn't think. Best you start thinking, Noy warned him. That or sleep with a dagger by your bed. Now go. Jon left the armory around noon. The sun had emerged over the clouds and the wall was shining blue and crystalline. Even after weeks, the sight of the gigantic ice building gave Jon shivers. Long centuries of dirt dulled it, but not when the sun shone. The wall was bright and alive in the sunshine. The biggest thing men had ever built, Uncle Benjen told Jon when they first spotted the wall. And beyond a doubt, the most useless, Tyrion Lannister had added with a grin. But even he was silenced as they had gotten closer. They could see it from miles away. The pale blue line cutting across the entire horizon as far as the eyes could see. The end of the known world. Castle Black seemed like toy blocks next to the Titanic wall. Just tiny toy buildings scattered on the snow. The place was nothing compared to Winterfell, not even a real castle. Without any walls, it couldn't be defended, only if the attack came from the north. But the Night's Watch had its only enemy that way. The wall was near 700 feet tall, 3 times taller than the biggest of the towers it sheltered. Benjen told Jon that the top was wide enough for a dozen knights to ride beside one another. There were catapults and wooden cranes up there, and tiny silhouettes in black walked amongst them. Looking up at the wall now, Jon felt the same way he did for the first time he had seen it. He sometimes forgot the wall was even there, like one forgets about the sky, but its ever-looming presence always crawled back into his mind. It was older than the kingdoms themselves. Jon felt the amazing weight of it all, and knew if the wall would fall, the world would follow. Makes you wonder what lies beyond, a familiar voice said. Jon looked around. Lannister, I thought I was alone. Tyrion Lannister was wearing so many furs he looked like a tiny bear. There's much to be said for taking people unawares. You never know how much you might learn. You won't learn anything from me, Jon told him. The boy barely saw the dwarf since they arrived. Being the Queen's brother, Lannister was an honored guest even here. The dwarf had been given rooms in the King's Tower, a place no real king had visited for a century, and he was invited to Mormont's own table. When he wasn't with the Lord Commander, Tyrion was riding on top of the wall or dicing with Sir Alliser and other officers. Oh, I learn things everywhere I go. The imp gestured at the wall with his walking stick. As I was saying, why is it that when one man builds a wall, the next man immediately needs to know what's on the other side? He looked at Jon with his mismatched eyes. You do want to know what's on the other side, don't you? It's nothing special, Jon said. In reality, he yearned to ride out with Uncle Benjen, see the haunted forest and fight Mance Rayder's wildlings or even the others. But he knew better than to say it out loud. The rangers say it's just woods and mountains and frozen lakes, with lots of snow and ice. And the Grumpkins and the Snarks, Tyrion said. Let us not forget them, Lord Snow. Or else what's this big thing for? Don't call me Lord Snow. The dwarf lifted an eyebrow. Would you rather be called the Imp? Let them see their words can cut you and you'll never be free of their mockery. If they want to give you a name, take it, make it your own, then they can't hurt you with it anymore. He gestured with his stick again. Come, walk with me. They'll be serving some vile stew in the common hall by now, and I could do with a bowl of something hot. Jon was hungry, so he walked with the dwarf, slowing down to accommodate his limping. The wind was awake, making the wooden structures creak. A forgotten shutter was banging somewhere. With a thump, snow fell from a roof or another, hitting the frozen ground near them. I don't see your wolf, Lannister said as they walked. I chain him up in the old stables when we're training. They board all the horses in the east stables now, so no one bothers him. The rest of the time, he stays with me. My sleeping cell is in Harden's tower. That's the one with the broken battlement, no? Shattered stone in the yard below, and a lean to it like our noble King Robert after a long night's drinking. I thought all those buildings had been abandoned. Jon shrugged. No one cares where you sleep. Most of the old keeps are empty. You can pick any cell you want. In the old days, Castle Black was home to 5,000 men and horses. Now there were barely 500, and the castle was falling apart. Tyrion laughed. I'll be sure to tell your father to arrest more stonemasons before your tower collapses. Jon felt the mockery, but he knew Lannister had a point. Out of the 19 strongholds the wall had, now only 3 were occupied. Eastwatch on the shore, Shadow Tower near the mountains where the wall ended, and in the middle, Castle Black. All of the other keeps were now empty and dead. It's better that I'm by myself, Jon said stubbornly. The rest of them are scared of Ghost. Wise boys, Lannister said. Then he moved on to a new topic. The talk is your uncle is too long away. Jon recalled how he wished his uncle dead in his anger and turned away. Tyrion Lannister could often sense hidden things, and he didn't want the dwarf to see his guilt. He said he'd be back by my name day, he admitted. The day came and went weeks ago. They were looking for Sir Waymar Royce. His father is bannerman to Lord Arryn. Uncle Benjen said they might search as far as the Shadow Tower. That's all the way up in the mountains. I hear that a good many rangers have vanished of late, Lannister said as they climbed the stairs to the common hall. He grinned at Jon. Perhaps the Grumpkins are hungry this year. The huge hall was warm from an immense fire. Crows were sitting on the beams of the roof, and they cried as he took a bowl of stew and a piece of black bread. He saw Gren and the others near the hearth, laughing. Jon fell deep in thought. He then turned away and picked a seat far from the other boys. Tyrion sat with him, looking at the stew disdainfully. Barley, onion, carrot, he muttered. Someone should tell the cooks that turnip isn't a meat. It's mutton stew. Jon pulled his gloves off to warm his hands on the hot bowl. He found the smell nice. Snow. It was Sir Alliser. His voice showing more interest in the boy than ever before. Jon turned. The Lord Commander wants to see you. Now. Jon froze. What business could the Lord Commander possibly have with him? Maybe there is word about Uncle Benjen. Is he truly dead? Is it my uncle? He blurted. Is he returned safe? The Lord Commander is not accustomed to waiting, was Sir Alliser's reply, and I am not accustomed to having my commands questioned by bastards. Tyrion Lannister rose. Stop it, Thorne. You're frightening the boy. Keep out of matters that don't concern you, Lannister. You have no place here. I have a place at court, though, the dwarf said, smiling. A word in the right ear, and you'll die a sour old man before you get another boy to train. Now, tell Snow why the old bear needs to see him. Is there news of his uncle? No, Sir Alliser said. This is another matter entirely. A bird arrived this morning from Winterfell, with a message that concerns his brother. He corrected himself. His half-brother. Bran, Jon breathed, standing abruptly. Something's happened to Bran. Tyrion Lannister laid a hand on his arm. Jon, he said, I am truly sorry. The boy didn't listen. He hurried across the hall, leaving them behind. He reached the commander's keep in a run, 2 steps at a time. He raced up the stairs. He was panting when he finally found the Lord Commander. "Bran," he said, "what does it say about Bran?" Jon Mormont was a gruff old man with a large bald head and a grey beard. A raven was sitting on his arm, and the Lord Commander was feeding it with corn. "I am told you can read." He shook his arm and the raven took off, landing on the windowsill. As Lord Mormont pulled a roll of paper to give it to Jon, the bird said, "Corn!" then repeated it in a raucous voice a few more times. Jon touched the silhouette of a direwolf in the broken wax. The writing was Rob's, but it was blurry at first. Then Jon realized he was crying. Through tears, he read on. "He woke up," he said. "The gods gave him back." "Crippled," Mormont said. "I'm sorry, boy. Read the rest of the letter." He did, but how, it didn't matter. What was important was that Bran was alive. "My brother is going to live," he told Mormont. The old man grabbed a fistful of corn and whistled. The raven came, now echoing Jon. "Live! Live!" Jon ran out, the letter still in his hand. "My brother is going to live," he told the guards. They exchanged a look. Back in the common hall, Jon found Tyrion just finishing his bowl. The boy grabbed the dwarf under the arms and picked him up, spinning around with him. "Bran is going to live," he whooped. Tyrion looked startled. Jon lowered him on the ground and gave him the letter. "Here, read it," he said. Others were gathering to see what the commotion was about. Jon saw Gren, his hand bandaged. He was now anxious and not at all menacing. Jon took a step towards him, but the boy backed up, hands held out. "Stay away from me now, you bastard." Jon smiled at him. "I'm sorry about your wrist. Rob used the same move on me once, only with a wooden blade. It hurt like 7 hells, but yours must be worse. Look, if you want, I can show you how to defend that." Alliser Thorne overheard him. "Lord Snow wants to take my place now," he sneered. "I'd have an easier time teaching a wolf to juggle than you will training this Orcus." "I'll take that wager, Sir Alliser," Jon said. "I'd love to see Ghost juggle." Gren gasped. Silence enveloped them. Then Tyrion scoffed with laughter. Others joined in, waking some of the crows on the beams. Even Gren chuckled. Sir Alliser stared at Jon. He didn't laugh. And as others did, his face darkened. "That was a grievous error, Lord Snow," he said, his voice full of hatred. And this is where Jon III ends. It's funny to think how different Jon's story would be if he hadn't offended Alliser Thorne, but at the same time, their mutual disdain might have been inevitable. Moreover, this chapter introduces Jon II, probably one of the best characters omitted from the TV series. In this chapter, we learn he'd only taken the black after he'd lost an arm at the Siege of Storm's End. He'd taken a glancing blow from an axe, and the wound had festered until the whole arm had to come off. However, there isn't much fighting during a siege except at the gate. So maybe Jon II was commanding the defense of a gate during a Tyrell attack and lost his arm to an axeman who was trying to chop down the door or sever the crossbar. Anyway, as we know, Storm's End didn't fall, and so Jon II successfully defended the gate, which is sadly poetic since Noi would die defending the gate at Castle Black from a giant. Both times he successfully defended the gate despite losing his arm the first time and his life the second time. Mag himself went in that gate of yours and never did come out. He died on the sword of a brave man named Jon II. Some great lord was he, this Jon II, one of your shiny knights. A blacksmith. He only had one arm. Here are some of the other differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the show, many recruits in the Night's Watch are omitted in the series, such as Toad and Hadler, and Darion's character only making a brief appearance. Parts of Darion's dialogue is given to Pip's character. In the first scene at the wall, there are 3 notable recruits: Gren, Pip, and Rast. Rast also gets more screen time than in the book. There is also an unnamed recruit with long hair who often appears with Rast. In the book, Rast is called Rat, and Gren is called Orcus by Alliser Thorne. These derogatory nicknames are not mentioned in the show. In the fight with Gren, Jon breaks Gren's nose instead of Gren's wrist. He is also shown fighting more recruits in the books. In the show, it is Tyrion, not Donal Noye, who rescues Jon from the other recruits and chides Jon before giving him the news about Bran. Eddard IV. Ned Stark was hungry, irritated, and above all, tired as he rode through the tall bronze doors of the Red Keep. He didn't even have time to dismount, vaguely thinking about a hot bath and roasted chicken, when a steward found him, telling him that Grand Maester Pycelle requested his present at his earliest convenience. "It will be convenient on the morrow," Ned snapped as he dismounted. The steward bowed. "I shall give the councillors your regrets, my lord." "No, damn it," Ned said. Offending important people before he even started as a hand was probably unwise. "I will see them. Pray, give me a few moments to change into something more presentable." "Yes, my lord," the steward said. "We have given you Lord Arryn's former chambers in the Tower of the Hand. If it please you, I shall have your things taken there." "My thanks," Ned said as he pulled his riding gloves off. The rest of his company was just arriving. His own steward Vayon Poole just showed, and Ned addressed him. "It seems the council has urgent need of me. See that my daughters find their bedchambers, and tell Jory to keep them there. Arya is not to go exploring." Poole bowed. Ned turned back to the other steward. "My wagons are still straggling through the city. I shall need appropriate garments." "It will be my great pleasure," the steward said. Not long later, Eddard Stark entered the council chambers, tired to the bone and wearing borrowed clothes. 4 members of the small council were present, waiting for him. A rich chamber it was. Myrish carpets on the floor, 100 paintings on the wall, carvings from the Summer Isles. A pair of Valyrian sphinxes guarded the door, polished eyes black in marble faces. His least favorite counselor, Varys, addressed Ned first. "Lord Stark, I was grievous sad to hear about your troubles on the King's Road. We have all been visiting the Sept to light candles for Prince Joffrey. I pray for his recovery." His clammy hands left powdered marks on Ned's sleeve, and he could smell rotting flowers on the eunuch. "Your gods have heard you," Ned replied politely. "The prince grows stronger every day." Ned freed himself from Varys's grip and crossed the room toward Lord Renly, who was talking to a small man, Littlefinger. Though Renly had only been 8 when Robert took the Iron Throne, he was now a man. So much like the young Robert, Ned found it disconcerting. Ned kept thinking that he was seeing his old friend fresh after the victory at the Trident. "I see you arrived safely, Lord Stark," Renly said. "And you as well," Ned replied. "You must forgive me, but sometimes you look the very image of your brother Robert." "A poor copy," Renly said with a shrug. "Though much better dressed," Littlefinger joked. "Lord Renly spends more on clothing than half the ladies of the court." Renly was wearing dark green velvet, a dozen golden stags embroidered on it. His half cape was gold, fastened with an emerald brooch. "There are worse crimes," Renly laughed. "The way you dress, for one." Littlefinger ignored him. He was now staring at Ned with a smile that was nearly rude. "I have hoped to meet you for some years, Lord Stark. No doubt Lady Catelyn has mentioned me to you." "She has," Ned replied coldly. Littlefinger's arrogance was already annoying him. "I understand you knew my brother Brandon as well." Renly laughed. Varys came closer to listen. "Rather too well," Littlefinger said. "I still carry a token of his esteem. Did Brandon speak of me too?" "Often, and with some heat," Ned said, hoping to end the conversation there. He never had patience for silly little duels fought with words. "I should have thought that heat ill suits you, Starks," Littlefinger said. "Here in the south, they say you are all made of ice and melt when you ride below the neck." "I do not plan on melting soon, Lord Baelish. You may count on it." Ned moved to the council table and said, "Maester Pycelle, I trust you are well." The Grand Maester smiled gently. "Well enough for a man of my years, my lord," he replied. "Yet I do tire easily, I fear." He only had a glory of wispy white hair around his otherwise bald head. Regular maesters like Lewin wore a simple choker as a mark of their profession, but Pycelle had 24 chains wound together around his neck, covering his entire chest. Each link was made of a different metal, with precious gems adorning them. "Perhaps we might begin soon," the Grand Maester said, lacing his fingers together on his big belly. "I fear I shall fall asleep if we wait much longer." "As you will." The king's chair remained empty, and Ned took the one on its right, as was customary for the king's hand. "My lords," he said formally, "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." "You are the king's hand," Varys said. "We serve at your pleasure, Lord Stark." As the others sat, Ned was thinking how much he didn't belong in this room with all these men. He recalled what Robert had said in the crypts back at Winterfell, how he was surrounded by bootlickers and fools. Now Ned was wondering which were which, though he already had a pretty good idea. "We are but 5, he pointed out. "Lord Stannis took himself to Dragonstone not long after the king went north," Varys said, "and our galleon Sir Barristan no doubt rides besides the king as he makes his way through the city, as befits the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard." "Perhaps we had best wait for Sir Barristan and the king to join us," Ned suggested. Renly Baratheon laughed aloud. "If we wait for my brother to grace us with his royal presence, it could be a long sit." "Our good King Robert has many cares," Varys said. "He entrusts some small matters to us, to lighten his load." "What Lord Varys means is that all this business of coin and crops and justice bores my royal brother to tears," Lord Renly said, "so it falls to us to govern the realm. He does send a command from time to time." He drew out a small roll of paper. "This morning he commanded me to ride ahead with all haste and ask Grand Maester Pycelle to convene this council at once. He has an urgent task for us." With a smile, Littlefinger relayed the paper to Ned. It had the royal seal on it. Ned broke it and flattened the roll, reading the urgent command of the king with disbelief. "Gods be good," he swore. "What Lord Eddard means to say," Lord Renly announced, "is that His Grace instructs us to stage a great tournament in honor of his appointment as the Hand of the King." "How much?" asked Littlefinger mildly. Ned answered with what was in the letter. 40,000 golden dragons to the champion, 20,000 to the man who comes second, another 20 to the winner of the melee, and 10,000 to the victor of the archery competition. 90,000 gold pieces, Littlefinger sighed, and we must not neglect the other costs. Robert will want a glamorous feast. That means cooks, carpenters, serving girls, singers, jugglers, fools. "Fools we have in plenty," Lord Renly said. "Will the treasury bear the expense?" Pycelle asked Littlefinger. "What treasury is that?" Littlefinger replied with a smirk. "Spare me your foolishness, Maester. You know as well as I that the treasury has been empty for years. I shall have to borrow the money. No doubt the Lannisters will be accommodating. We owe Lord Tywin some 3 million dragons at present. What matter is another 100,000? Ned was stunned. "Are you claiming that the crown is 3 million gold pieces in debt?" "The crown is more than 6 million gold pieces in debt, Lord Stark. The Lannisters are the biggest part of it, but we have also borrowed from Lord Tyrell, the Iron Bank of Braavos, and several Tyroshi trading cartels. Of late, I have had to turn to the faith. The High Septon haggles worse than a Dornish fishmonger." Ned was aghast. "Aerys Targaryen left a treasury flowing with gold. How could you let this happen?" "The master of coin finds the money, the king and the hands spend it," Littlefinger shrugged. "I will not believe that Jon Arryn allowed Robert to beggar the realm," Ned said hotly. Grand Maester Pycelle shook his bald head, making his many chains jiggle. "Lord Arryn was a prudent man, but I fear that his grace does not always listen to wise counsel." "My royal brother loves tournaments and feasts," Renly Baratheon said, and he loathes what he calls counting coppers. "I will speak with his grace," Ned said. "This tourney is an extravagance the realm cannot afford." "Speak to him as you will," Lord Renly said. "We had still best make our plans." "Another day," Ned said. He realized he was too short by the look the others had given him. He would have to remember that he wasn't in Winterfell anymore, where his word was law, even if he was first after the king. "Forgive me, my lords," he said in a softer tone. "I am tired. Let us call a halt for today and resume when we are fresher." He didn't wait for their agreement, just stood and went for the door. Outside, the great caravan of the king was still arriving, wagons and men filling the courtyard. The king himself was still on his way, Ned was told. Since the events transpiring on the Trident, the Starks were riding ahead of the rest of the company, as far away from the Lannisters as it was still polite to do so. King Robert was not to be seen often. Ned heard that he remained in the large wheelhouse, drunk more often than not. Now Robert could still be hours behind, but Ned was fine with that. He only had to look at Sansa's sad face to have his rage awakened against his old friend. Sansa, of course, blamed Arya, often repeating that it should have been Nymeria who died. Arya was grieving her friend, the butcher's boy. Sansa cried often, and Arya was brooding and silent, and Ned was dreaming about going back to Winterfell. Ned walked across the outer yard to the inner bailey, aiming for the Tower of the Hand, when Littlefinger intercepted him. "You're going the wrong way, Stark. Come with me." Uneasily, Ned followed him. Littlefinger led him in a different tower, then out to a small courtyard along empty corridors guarded by old suits of armor from the time of the Targaryens. "This is not the way to my chambers," Ned said. "Did I say it was? I'm leading you to the dungeons to slit your throat and seal your corpse up behind a wall," Littlefinger replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "We have no time for this, Stark. Your wife awaits." "What game are you playing, Littlefinger? Catelyn is at Winterfell, hundreds of leagues from here." "Oh," Littlefinger looked at him with amusement. "Then it appears someone has managed an astonishing interpretation. For the last time, come or don't come, and I'll keep her for myself." He went down a flight of stairs. Ned followed him, sure that this day will never end. He had little patience for all this secrecy, but he could tell that Littlefinger lived for it. At the bottom of the steps, a heavy ironed oak door stood. Baelish opened it and let Ned through. He found himself in the open, on a rocky ledge above the river. "We're outside the castle," Ned said. "You are a hard man to fool, Stark," Littlefinger smirked. "Was it the sun that gave it away, or the sky? Follow me. There are niches cut in the rock. Try not to fall to your death. Catelyn would never understand." And he was off, descending on the cliffside like a monkey. Ned needed a moment to see the path, then followed Littlefinger. The river was a long way down, and Ned tried not to look in its direction. By the time he reached the bottom, Littlefinger was already finishing an apple. "You are growing old and slow, Stark," he said, throwing the core into the water. "No matter, we ride the rest of the way." 2 horses were waiting. Ned rode after Littlefinger as they skirted the walls and entered back into the city. At last Lord Baelish stopped his horse in front of a rickety building, 3 stories tall, with lamplight in the windows. Music and laughter drifted out onto the street. Beside the door hung a leaded red glass. Ned jumped off his horse angrily. "A brothel," he said, as he grabbed Littlefinger and turned him around. "You've brought me all this way to take me to a brothel." "Your wife is inside," Littlefinger said. This crossed a line. "Brandon was too kind to you," Ned said as he slammed the small man back against a wall. The point of his dagger appears under Littlefinger's chin. "My lord, no!" an urgent voice called out. "He speaks the truth." Footsteps from behind, Ned turned, the dagger at the ready, but there was only an old man, his hair white, hurrying towards them. "This is no business of yours," Ned began. Then, suddenly, he recognized the man and lowered his blade. "Sir Roderick?" Roderick Hassel nodded. Your lady awaits you upstairs." Ned was now baffled. "Catelyn is truly here. This is not some strange jape of Littlefinger's." He put his dagger away. "Would that if it were, Stark," Littlefinger said. "Follow me, and try to look a shade more lecherous and a shade less like the king's hand. It would not do to have you recognized. Perhaps you could fondle a breast or two, just in passing." Inside, a fat woman was singing as pretty young girls were working hard for their coins, wearing as little silk as possible. Nobody looked at Ned and his companion twice. Sir Roderick stayed behind as they entered a room. Here, Catelyn Stark was waiting for Ned. She hugged him fiercely. "My lady," Ned whispered in wonderment. "Oh, very good," said Littlefinger, closing the door. "You recognized her." "I feared you'd never come, my lord," she whispered, burying her face into his chest. "Peter has been bringing me reports. He told me of your troubles with Arya and the young prince. How are my girls?" "Both in mourning and full of anger," he told her. "Cat, I do not understand. What are you doing in King's Landing?" "What's happened?" Ned asked his wife. "Is it Bran? Is he—" He could not bring himself to say the word dead. "It is Bran, but not as you think," Catelyn said. Ned was confused. "Then how? Why are you here, my love? What is this place?" "Just what it appears," Littlefinger said, sitting on the windowsill. "A brothel. Can you think of a less likely place to find a Catelyn Tully?" He smiled. "As it chances, I own this particular establishment, so arrangements were easily made. I am most anxious to keep the Lannisters from learning that Cat is here in King's Landing." "Why?" Ned asked. But just then, he finally saw her hand. The thick red scarf, the awkward way she held her fingers. "You've been hurt." He examined her hands closely. "Gods, those are deep cuts. A gash from a sword, or how did this happen, my lady?" Catelyn pulled a dagger under her cloak, giving it to Ned. "This blade was sent to open Bran's throat and spill his life's blood." "But who? Why would—" She put a finger to his lips. "Let me tell it all, my love. It will go faster that way. Listen." Ned listened as Catelyn told her story, starting with the fire in the library and ending with Varys and Littlefinger. When she finished, Ned sat down in a daze, still clutching the dagger. The direwolf saved Bran, he thought dimly. Just as Jon said, his children were meant to have the wolves, and now he had killed the one Sansa chose. Was it the gods who sent them to his children? Did he offend them by killing Lady? Ned focused on the dagger instead. "The imp's dagger," he repeated. It made little sense to him. Angrily, he slammed the dragonbone dagger into the table. Why should Tyrion Lannister want Bran dead? The boy has never done him harm. "Do you Starks have naught but snow between your ears?" Littlefinger asked. The imp would never have acted alone. Ned got on his feet and started pacing. "If the Queen had a role in this, or, gods forbid, the King himself, no, I will not believe that." But he remembered the ride amongst the barrows and Robert talking about sending a knife after the hiding Targaryen princess. Then he thought about Rhaegar's son, only a babe, his head bashed in, and Robert again turning away from the begging of Sansa. "Most likely the king did not know," Littlefinger said. "It would not be the first time. Our good Robert is practiced at closing his eyes to things he would rather not see." Ned didn't know what to say to that. He saw the butcher's boy's face now, dead and cut almost in half, a child, and yet Robert had not said a word. A headache was starting up behind Ned's eyes as Littlefinger took the knife out of the table's wood. "The accusation is treason either way. Accuse the king and you will dance with ill and pain before the words are out of your mouth. The Queen, if you can find proof, and if you can make Robert listen, then perhaps—" "We have proof," Ned said. "We have the dagger." "This," Littlefinger flipped the blade casually. "A sweet piece of steel, but it cuts two ways, my lords. The imp will no doubt swear the blade was lost or stolen while he was at Winterfell, and with his hireling dead, who was there to give him the lie?" He tossed the knife to Ned. "My counsel is to drop that in the river and forget that it was ever forged." Ned looked at him coldly. "Lord Baelish, I am a Stark of Winterfell. My son lies crippled, perhaps dying. He would be dead, and Catelyn with him but for a wolf pup we found in the snow. If you truly believe I could forget that, you are as big a fool now as when you took up sword against my brother." "A fool I may be, Stark, yet I'm still here, while your brother has been mouldering in his frozen grave for some 14 years now. If you are so eager to moulder beside him, far be it from me to dissuade you, but I would rather not be included in the party, thank you very much." "You would be the last man I would willingly include in any party, Lord Baelish." "You wound me deeply." Littlefinger placed a hand over his heart. "For my part, I always found you Starks a tiresome lot, but Cat seems to have become attached to you for reasons I cannot comprehend. I shall try to keep you alive for her sake. A fool's task, admittedly, but I could never refuse your wife anything." "I told Peter our suspicions about Jon Arryn's death," Catelyn said. "He has promised to help you find the truth." Ned was not happy about that, but he couldn't deny that they needed help, and Littlefinger was almost like a brother to Cat, at least once. He would have to make common cause with the man, even if he didn't like him. "Very well," he said, putting the dagger into his belt. "You spoke of Varys. Does the eunuch know all of it?" "Not from my lips," Catelyn said. "You did not wed a fool, Eddard Stark, but Varys has ways of learning things that no man could know. He has some dark art, Ned, I swear it." "He has spies, that is well known," Ned said dismissive. "It is more than that," Catelyn said. "Sir Roderick spoke to Sir Aaron Santagar in all secrecy, yet somehow the spider knew of their conversation. I fear that man." Littlefinger smiled. "Leave Lord Varys to me, sweet lady. If you'll permit me a small obscenity, and we're better for it. I hold the man's balls in the palm of my hand." He cupped his fingers as if holding them, or would if he were a man or had any balls. "You see, if the pie is opened, the birds begin to sing, and Varys would not like that. Were I you, I would worry more about the Lannisters and less about the eunuch." Ned was well aware of that without Littlefinger telling him. He thought about Cersei Lannister saying they had a wolf to punish in a quiet but merciless voice. The cleaved boy, Micah, Jon Arryn, Bran, could all of that have been Cersei? "My lady," he said, turning to Catelyn, "there is nothing more you can do here. I want you to return to Winterfell at once. If there was one assassin, there could be others. Whoever ordered Bran's death will learn soon enough that the boy still lives." "I had hoped to see the girls," Catelyn said. "That would be most unwise," Littlefinger put in. "The Red Keep is full of curious eyes, and children talk." "He speaks truly, my love," Ned told her. He embraced her. "Take Sir Roderick and ride for Winterfell. I will watch over the girls. Go home to our sons and keep them safe." "As you say, my lord." Catelyn kissed his face, her maimed fingers holding onto him gravely. "Would the lord and lady like the use of a bedchamber?" asked Littlefinger. "I should warn you, Stark, we usually charge for that sort of thing around here." "A moment alone, that's all I ask," Catelyn said. "Very well." Littlefinger walked to the door. "Don't be too long. It is past time the Hand and I return to the castle before our absence is noted." Catelyn went to him and took his hand. "I will not forget the help you gave me, Peter. When your men came for me, I did not know whether they were taking me to a friend or an enemy. I have found a brother I'd thought lost." Peter Baelish smiled. "I am desperately sentimental, sweet lady. Best not tell anyone. I have spent years convincing the court that I am wicked and cruel, and I should hate to see all that hard work go for naught." Ned thought him to be lying, but he still said, "You have my thanks as well, Lord Baelish." "Oh, now there's a treasure," Littlefinger said, leaving the room. When the door had closed behind him, Ned turned back to Catelyn. "Once you are home, send word to Helman Talhart and Galbert Glovier under my seal. They are to raise 200 bowmen each and fortify Moat Catelyn. 200 determined archers can hold the neck against an army. Instruct Lord Mantley that he is to strengthen and repair all his defences at White Harbour. and see that they are well manned, and from this day on I want a careful watch kept over Theon Greyjoy. If there is war, we shall have sore need of his father's fleet." War? Lady Stark's face was scared. "It will not come to that," Ned promised her, praying it was true. He put his arms around her again. The Lannisters are merciless in the face of weakness, as Aerys Targaryen learned to his sorrow, but they would not dare attack the north without all the power of the realm behind them. And that they shall not have. I must play out this fool's masquerade, as if nothing is amiss. Remember why I came here, my love. If I find proof that the Lannisters murdered Jon Arryn." Catelyn was trembling, clinging to him. "If," she said. "What then, my love?" "All justice flows from the king," he told her. "When I know the truth, I must go to Robert. And hope that he's still the man I once knew," he added silently. And this is where Eddard IV ends. Now, when asked to work with Littlefinger, Ned thinks to himself it would not be the first time that Ned had been forced to make common cause with a man he despised. Fans have tried to speculate who this might be and if it might be connected to the Tower of Joy. However, it could really be anyone from Roose Bolton to the Lannisters, but it would be interesting if it was connected to Lyanna's "Promise me, Ned" moment. This chapter also introduces Littlefinger's debt scheme, where we think he has deliberately bankrupted the realm and planned for the Iron Bank of Bravos to call in all their outstanding loans so Littlefinger can bail out proud lords like the Wayneswoods to secure valuable hostages like Harry the Heir in A Feast for Crows. Because Robert can't possibly be responsible for the amount of debt the Crown has accumulated. The Hands Tourney, which is stated to be an extravagant expense, costs 100,000 gold dragons, but the Crown is in debt for 6 million dragons. In order to get 6 million in debt in 15 years, Robert would have had to have a Hands Tourney level expense every 3 months. And that's assuming the Crown has no incomes. We don't know how much those incomes are, but we know that the Crown wasn't in debt when Robert took over. Ned says, "Aerys left a treasury flowing with gold." And revenues have grown massively in the intervening 15 years. Tywin says, "Crown incomes are now 10 times higher than they were under Aerys. In Tyrion IV, A Storm of Swords." So this begs the question, where did all the money go? Well, the most likely answer is that immediately after Robert's rebellion, there were a lot of expenses, like rebuilding King's Landing that did strain the Crown's resources. Therefore, to solve the problem, Jon Arryn brought in Littlefinger, who he knew was good with money. Once master of coin though, Littlefinger rapidly realized 3 things. First, none of the people above him know or care anything about money as long as they have enough of it. Second, if he solves the Crown's financial problems, he becomes disposable. Third, if he makes the Crown's finances look desperate, but still always manages to have enough money, he'll look like an indispensable genius. So, his goal to ensure that the Crown's finances are in a state of perpetual crisis, he deliberately borrows money at exorbitant rates to stick the Crown with the interest payments. He increases the Crown's payroll as much as possible and auctions off officers, and, of course, he steals as much as possible through overcharging, fake identities, double billing, and anything else he can think of. The end result is that the Crown is broke. Littlefinger has accumulated a fortune worth of millions of dragons, and no one is the wiser. This is supported by Jaime I in A Feast for Crows, where we learn the Crown is employing 20 turnkeys, 6 underjailers, a chief underjailer, a jailer, and a king's justice to guard 6 prisoners. Varys may have known what Littlefinger was doing, but stayed out of it because it fell into his plans to put his chosen Targaryen on the Iron Throne. Here are some of the other differences between the book and the TV show. Ned's dialogue in the show is much more engaging. In the books, Lord Commander Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard is present at the small council meeting, but he is absent in the show. This occurred because the writers didn't want Barristan to know that Jorah was a spy. There is also an additional scene in King's Landing where Eddard confronts Jaime at the Iron Throne. Jaime describes this scene when he stabbed Aerys II Targaryen. In the books, the badge of the hand that Eddard uses is a clasp at the throat that clutches the cloak together. In the show, it is a brooch on the chest. The saying about the hand has changed as well. In the book, the saying is, "The king eats, the hand takes the shit." In the show, the saying is, "The king shits and the hand wipes." In the show, Jaime says 500 knights watched both Brandon and Rickard Stark be burned alive. But in Catelyn VII, in A Clash of Kings, we only learn of Jaime and Gerald Hightower being present for Aerys' trial by fire. Tyrion III. "Are you certain that you must leave us so soon?" the Lord Commander asked him. "Past certain, Lord Commander," Tyrion replied. "My brother Jaime will be wondering what has become of me. He may decide that you have convinced me to take the black." "Would that I could." Mormon picked up a crab claw and followed it with his fingers. Even in his old age, the man was strong as a bear. "You're a cunning man, Tyrion. We have need of men of your sort on the wall." Tyrion grinned. "Then I shall scour the 7 kingdoms for dwarfs and ship them all to you, Lord Mormont." They laughed. Then Lord Mormont reached for another crab leg. The crabs had arrived that morning, fresh and packed in snow. Sir Alliser, however, didn't find the remark funny. "Lannister mocks us." "Only you, Sir Alliser," Tyrion said. There was another laughter around the table, but a nervous one this time. Thorne looked at Tyrion with loathing in his black eyes. "You have a bold tongue for someone who is less than half a man. Perhaps you and I should visit the yard together." "Why?" asked Tyrion. "The crabs are here." This brought more laughter. Sir Alliser got on his feet, mouth pressed thin. "Come and make your japes with steel in your hand." Tyrion looked pointedly at his right hand. "Why, I have steel in my hand, Sir Alliser, although it appears to be a crab fork. Shall we duel?" He leapt on his chair, poking towards the knight with his fork. Roaring laughter filled the room. The Lord Commander was laughing so hard that bits of crab were flying from his mouth. Even his raven cawed, "Duel! Duel! Duel!" Sir Alliser Thorne left the room without a word. Lord Mormont still gasping, and Tyrion hit him on the back. "To the victor goes the spoils," he called out. "I claim Thorne's share of the crabs." "You are a wicked man to provoke our Sir Alliser so," Lord Mormont scolded him. Tyrion sat back down and drank some wine. "If a man paints a target on his chest, you should expect that sooner or later someone will loose an arrow at him. I have seen dead men with more humour than your Sir Alliser." "Not so," the Lord Steward, Bowen Marsh said. "You ought to hear the droll names he gives the lads he trains." Tyrion had heard a few of those droll names. "I'll wager the lads have a few names for him as well," he said. "Chip the ice off your eyes, my good lords. Sir Alliser Thorne should be mucking out your stables, not drilling your young warriors." "The watch has no shortage of stable boys," Lord Mormont grumbled. "That seems to be all they send us these days. Stable boys and sneak thieves and arras. Sir Alliser is an anointed knight, one of the few to take the black since I have been Lord Commander. He fought bravely at King's Landing." "On the wrong side," Sir Jeremy Riker said, dryly. "I ought to know. I was there on the battlements beside him. Tywin Lannister gave us a splendid choice. Take the black, or see our heads on spikes before evenfall. No offence intended, Tyrion." "None taken, Sir Jaffrey. My father is very fond of spiked heads, especially those of people who have annoyed him in some fashion. And a face as noble as yours, well, no doubt he saw you decorating the city wall above the King's Gate. I think you would have looked very striking up there." "Thank you," Sir Jeremy replied, with a smile. Mormont cleared his throat. "Sometimes I fear Sir Alliser saw you true, Tyrion. You do mock us, and our noble purpose here." Tyrion shrugged. "We all need to be mocked from time to time, Lord Mormont. lest we start to take ourselves too seriously. More wine, please. He raised his cup. Riker filled it while Marsh said, "You have a great thirst for a small man." "Oh, I think that Lord Tyrion is quite a large man." This was Maester Aemon, who sat at the far end of the table. Quietly though he spoke, the officers of the Night's Watch listened intently. "I think he is a giant come among us, here at the end of the world." Tyrion answered gently, "I've been called many things, my lord, but giant is seldom one of them." "Nonetheless," Maester Aemon said, his blind eyes on Tyrion, "I think it's true." For the first time in his life, Tyrion didn't know what to say. He bowed his head and managed, "You are too kind, Maester Aemon." The old man smiled. He was very small and wrinkled and without any hair, so shrunken that the collar around his neck was loose. "I have been called many things, my lord," he said, "but kind is seldom one of them." Tyrion laughed. Later, once the feast was done and the others had left, Tyrion was sitting with the Lord Commander, sipping mulled spirits. "The King's Road can be perilous this far north," the Lord Commander told him. "I have Jaik and Morik," Tyrion said, "and Yoren is riding south again." "Yoren is only one man. The Watch shall escort you as far as Winterfell," Mormont said, his tone making it clear that he accepted no argument. 3 men should be sufficient." "If you insist, my lord," Tyrion said, "you might send young Snow. He would be glad for a chance to see his brothers." Mormont frowned. "Snow? Oh, the Stark bastard. I think not. The young ones need to forget the lives they left behind, their brothers and mothers and all that. A visit home would only stir up feelings best left alone. I know these things. My own blood kin. My sister Mage rules Bear Island now, since my son's dishonor. I have nieces I have never seen." He took a swallow. "Besides, Jon Snow was only a boy. You shall have 3 strong swords to keep you safe." "I am touched by your concern, Lord Mormont." The drink was strong, but not so strong that Tyrion wouldn't realize the Lord Commander was about to ask for a favor. "I hope I can repay your kindness." "You can," Mormont said bluntly. "Your sister sits beside the king, your brother is a great knight, and your father the most powerful lord in the 7 kingdoms. Speak to them for us. Tell them of our need here. You have seen for yourself, my lord. The Night's Watch is dying. Our strength is less than 1,000 now. 600 here, 200 in the Shadow Tower, even fewer at Eastwatch, and a scant third of those fighting men. The wall is 100 leagues long. Think on that. Should an attack come, I have 3 men to defend each mile of wall." 3 1/3, Tyrion said with a yawn. Lord Mormont didn't seem to hear him. "I sent Benjen Stark to search for Yoren Royce's son, lost on his first ranging. The Royce boy was green as summer grass, yet he insisted on the honor of his own command, saying it was his due as a knight. I did not wish to offend his lord father, so I yielded. I sent him out with 2 men I deemed as good as any in the Watch. More fool I." "Fool," the raven agreed. Tyrion glanced up at it as the bird was ruffling its wings. "Fool," it called again. Tyrion suspected Mormont would not be happy if he wrought the creature's neck. What a shame. The old man scarcely noticed the raven too. "Garrod was near as old as I am and longer on the wall," he went on, "yet it would seem he forswore himself and fled. I should never have believed it, not of him, but Lord Eddard sent me his head from Winterfell. Of Royce there is no word. 1 deserter and 2 lost men, and now Ben Stark has 2 gone missing." He sighed deeply. "Who am I to send searching after him? In 2 years I will be 70. Too old and too weary for the burden I bear. Yet if I set it down, who will pick it up? Alliser Thorne? Bowen Marsh? I would have to be as blind as Maester Aemon not to see what they are. The Night's Watch has become an army of sullen boys and tired old men. Apart from the men at my table tonight, I have perhaps 20 who can read, and even fewer who can think or plan or lead. Once the Watch spent its summers building, and each Lord Commander raised the wall higher than he found it. Now it is all we can do to stay alive. Tyrion realized that Lord Mormont believed what he was saying. The dwarf felt sorry for him. Mormont spent most of his life on the wall, and now he was trying to convince not only himself, but the world that it wasn't for nothing. "I promise the king will hear of your need," Tyrion said gravely, "and I will speak to my father and my brother Jaime as well." He meant it, but he knew Robert will ignore him. His father will think he was losing his mind, and Jaime, well, he would just laugh. "You are a young man, Tyrion," Mormont said. "How many winters have you seen?" He shrugged. 8? 9? I misremember. "And all of them short." "As you say, my lord." Though he had been born in the middle of winter, one that lasted for 3 years, his earliest memories took place in spring. "When I was a boy, it was said that a long summer always meant a long winter to come. This summer has lasted 9 years, Tyrion, and a 10th will soon be upon us. Think on that." "When I was a boy," Tyrion replied, "my wet nurse told me that one day, if men were good, the gods would give the world a summer without ending. Perhaps we've been better than we thought, and the great summer is finally at hand." He grinned. The Lord Commander didn't smile back. "You are not fool enough to believe that, my lord. Already the days grow shorter. There can be no mistake. Aemon has had letters from the Citadel, findings in accord with his own. The end of summer stares us in the face." Mormont reached out and took Tyrion's hand. "You must make them understand. I tell you, my lord, the darkness is coming. There are wild things in the woods, direwolves and mammoths and snow bears the size of orcas, and I have seen darker shapes in my dreams." "In your dreams?" Tyrion echoed, wanting another drink. Lord Mormont ignored, or just didn't hear the edge in his voice. "The fisher folk near Eastwatch have glimpsed white walkers on the shore." This was too much for Tyrion. "The fisher folk of Lannisport often glimpse merlings." Denys Mallister writes that the mountain people are moving south, slipping past the Shadow Tower in numbers greater than ever before. "They are running, my lord. But running from what?" Lord Mormont looked out of the window and into the night. "These are old bones, Lannister, but they have never felt a chill like this. Tell the king what I say, I pray you. Winter is coming, and when the long night falls, only the Night's Watch will stand between the realm and the darkness that sweeps from the north. The gods help us all if we are not ready." "The gods help me if I do not get some sleep tonight. Yoren is determined to ride at first light." Tyrion got to his feet, sleepy and tired. "I thank you for all the courtesies you have done me, Lord Mormont." "Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them and make them believe. That is all the thanks I need." The Lord Commander whistled, and the raven came flying, landing on his shoulder. The old man gave it some corn as Tyrion left. The courtyard was bitterly cold. He wrapped his furs around himself more tightly and nodded to the poor bastard standing guard in front of the commander's keep. He hurried across the yard towards the king's tower. His breaths hung in the air in front of his face, and snow was crunching under his boots. He hoped that Morag didn't forget to warm his bed with hot bricks from the fire. Behind the king's tower emerged the wall, glistening and mysterious in the moonlight. Tyrion stopped to stare at it, even though his legs were aching from the cold. Out of nowhere, a strong urge got him, longing to look over the wall one last time. This might very well be the last chance. Tomorrow, he will return home, and he didn't see any reason to visit this place ever again. Though a warm bed was waiting for him in the king's tower, he walked past it towards the wall. There was a wooden staircase, held up by beams long ago frozen into the wall itself. Switching back and forth at every landing, it looked like a bolt of lightning. Though he had been assured it was safe, Tyrion didn't even contemplate it, his legs cramping already just from the thought. Instead, he went for the iron cage beside the stairs, climbed in and yanked a rope that was attached to a bell far above his head. It was a long wait in the cage, long enough for Tyrion to change his mind about the whole thing. But just as he decided to step out, the cage finally started to rise. At first, his ascent was slow and jerky, but it became more smooth the higher he emerged. Even through his gloves, the bars were cold. He could see into his room and there was a fire all right. But Lord Mormont's chamber was dark. He was smarter than Tyrion and went to bed instead of freezing in a cage. Soon he was above the towers. From up, they looked old and crumbling. Tyrion could see further now, a village half a league away, woods, ice. The hills behind them eternally covered in snow. Finally, he heard a thick voice. "Seven hells, it's the dwarf!" And the cage stopped, just below the rim of the wall. "Bring him in, damn it!" With much groaning and grunting, they pulled him up and over the wall. Tyrion waited for a moment before he opened the door. Jumping out of the cage onto the ice, two men wrapped in heavy furs were on the top, one still occupied with the winch, the other holding the cage straight. "And what will you be wanting this time of night?" the one by the winch asked. A last look. The men glanced at one another. "Look all you want," the other one said. "Just have a care you don't fall off, little man. The old bear would have our hides." Beside the crane, there was a small wooden shack, and as the men went back inside, Tyrion felt a gust of warmth from their brazier. He then was alone on the wall. The cold was intense, and the wind was dragging his clothes. The top of the wall was wider than the King's Road at some places, so Tyrion wasn't scared of falling, even though the very ground was slick ice. The brothers of the watch often spread crushed stones on the top, but as they walked, this sunk into the ice. Tyrion looked left and right, watching the vast white road of the wall, unending and surrounded by black nothing. With no reasoning he could tell, he started to walk left, his boots crunching on gravel. His bare cheeks were freezing and his bad leg was cramping as he walked, but walk he did. Ahead of him, the white ribbon of the wall rose with the mountains. He walked past a huge catapult, its base melted into the wall. It was long since out of order he could see, with the arm taken off and never replaced. From behind the broken catapult, a muffled voice called out. "Who goes there? Halt!" Tyrion stopped. "If I hold too long, I'll freeze in place, Jon," he said as a four-legged shape came out of the darkness sniffing at his furs. "Hello, ghost." Jon Snow looked bigger with the many layers of leathers and fur he wore. He had his hood pulled up. "Lannister," he said, freeing his mouth from a covering scarf. "This is the last place I would have expected to see you." He was armed with a tall and heavy spear and a sword on his side. He had a great horn hanging in his neck. "This is the last place I would have expected to be seen," Tyrion admitted. "I was captured by a whim. If I touch Ghost, will he chew my hand off?" "Not with me here," Jon promised. Tyrion gently scratched the wolf behind the ear. Red eyes watched him. The direwolf had grown, and was as high as Tyrion's chest now. A little more time and he would be looking up at Ghost. "What are you doing up here tonight?" he asked, "besides freezing your manhood off?" "I have drawn night guard," Jon said. "Again. Sir Alliser has kindly arranged for the watch commander to take a special interest in me. He seems to think that if they keep me awake half the night, I'll fall asleep during morning drill. So far, I have disappointed him." Tyrion grinned. "And has Ghost learned to juggle yet?" "No," said Jon, smiling. "But Gren held his own against Hadler this morning, and Pip is no longer dropping his sword quite so often as he did. Piper is his real name, the small boy with the large ears. He saw me working with Gren and asked for help. Thorne had never even shown him the proper way to grip a sword." He turned to look north. "I have a mile of wall to guard. Will you walk with me?" "If you walk slowly," Tyrion said. "The watch commander tells me I must walk, to keep my blood from freezing, but he never said how fast." They set off, Ghost following Jon like a white shadow. I leave on the morrow, Tyrion said. I know, Jon sounded sad. I plan to stop at Winterfell on the way south. If there is any message that you would like me to deliver, tell Robb that I'm going to command the Night's Watch and keep him safe, so he might as well take up needlework with the girls and have Mikken melt down his sword for horseshoes. Your brother is bigger than me, Tyrion laughed. I decline to deliver any message that might get me killed. Rickon will ask when I'm coming home. Try to explain where I've gone, if you can. Tell him he can have all my things while I'm away. He'll like that. People had some big expectations of him today, Tyrion thought. You could put all this in a letter, you know. Rickon can't read yet. Bran, he stopped suddenly. I don't know what message to send to Bran. Help him, Tyrion. What help could I give him? I am no maester to ease his pain. I have no spells to give him back his legs. You gave me help when I needed it, Jon Snow said. I gave you nothing, Tyrion said. Words. Then give your words to Bran II. You're asking a lame man to teach a cripple how to dance, Tyrion said. However sincere the lesson, the result is likely to be grotesque. Still, I know what it is to love a brother, Lord Snow. I will give Bran whatever small help is in my power. Thank you, my Lord of Lannister. He pulled off his glove and offered his bare hand. Friend. Tyrion, to his own surprise, felt touched by this. Most of my kin are bastards, but you're the first I've had to friend. Tyrion removed his glove too, and clasped hands with Jon Snow. The boy was strong. After they shook, Jon walked up to the eastern parapet. The wall fell sharply, giving way to darkness and the wild. Tyrion followed, and they stood together on the edge of the world. The forest came as close as half a mile, the closest the watch would permit it. Looking at the dark forest now, standing in the cold, Tyrion could almost believe that others were walking the trees beyond the wall. His jokes about grumpkins and such suddenly didn't seem funny anymore. My uncle is out there, Jon Snow said softly, leaning on his spear. The first night they sent me up here, I thought, Uncle Benjen will ride back tonight, and I'll see him first and blow the horn. He never came though, not that night and any other night. Give him time, Tyrion said. Far north a wolf howled, then another, and one more. Ghost listened in silence. If he doesn't come back, Jon said, Ghost and I will go find him. He put his hand on the direwolf's head. I believe you, Tyrion said. And what he only added in his head was, and who will find you, Jon Snow? And this is where Tyrion III ends. This chapter teases the idea someone is sending dreams to Mormont. So, if someone is sending dreams to Mormont, could it be Bloodraven? Since we know Bloodraven can enter inside people's dreams and control ravens, which is something that Mormont's Raven is suspected of doing by influencing the events at the Wall. We'll be returning to the idea that Mormont's Raven is subtly influencing the Old Bear and helped facilitate Jon's election to Lord Commander. We believe that Mormont's Raven, Ghost, and Dreams are manipulating events at the Wall. Here's the differences between the book and the HBO TV show. In the show, Yoren is introduced in conversation with Tyrion at the Castle Black rather than in the scene with two as Jon is on his way to the Wall. Benjen also appears in this scene. In the TV series, many of Mormont's lines were given to Maester Aemon in the scene with Tyrion. In the books, Aemon does appear in this scene, but he remains mostly in the background. Sir Alliser is also absent from the scene in the show. Arya II. Lord Eddard was arguing with the council once again. A glance at his face was enough for Arya to see that her father arrived, late as always, to the table. Though the room they ate was called the Small Hall because there was a bigger one named the Great Hall, it was still a large place, able to sit 200 or so people. My lord, Jory said when father entered. He stood, and the other guards did too. They had a new cloak, grey with a white satin border and a silver hand as a clasp, the mark of the men working for the king's hand. Not a lot of them, admittedly, only 50 or so, leaving most of the benches empty. "Be seated," Lord Eddard said. "I see you have started without me. I am pleased to know that there are still some men of sense in this city." He waved and the meal continued. The servants brought platters of roasted ribs with garlic and herbs. "The talk in the yard is we shall have a tourney, my lord," Jory said. "They say that knights will come from all over the realm to joust and feast in honor of your appointment as Hand of the King." Once again, Arya saw in her father's face that he was not pleased. "Do they also say that this is the last thing in the world I would have wished?" Sansa's eyes opened wide. "A tourney," she breathed. She was sitting as far from Arya as she could without father telling her off about it. "Will we be permitted to go, father?" "You know my feelings, Sansa. It seems I must arrange Robert's games and pretend to be honored for his sake. That does not mean I must subject my daughters to this folly." "Oh, please," Sansa said. "I want to see." Septim Ordain joined in. "Princess Marcilla will be there, my lord, and her younger than Lady Sansa. All the ladies of the court will be expected at a grand event like this, and as the tourney is in your honor, it would look queer if your family did not attend." Father looked upset. "I suppose so. Very well. I shall arrange a place for you, Sansa." He looked at Arya. "For both of you." "I don't care about their stupid tourney," Arya said. Joffrey would be there, she knew, and she hated him. Sansa looked at her. "It will be a splendid event. You shan't be wanted." "Enough, Sansa. More of that, and you will change my mind. I am weary unto death of this endless war you two are fighting. You are sisters. I expect you to behave like sisters. Is that understood?" said father angrily. Sansa nodded. Arya stared at her plate, tears welling in her eyes. She wiped them angrily, adamant on not crying. In the silence, the only sound was the clatter of cutleries. "Pray excuse me," Lord Eddard said. "I find I have a small appetite tonight." He stood and walked out of the hall. Sansa and Jane Poole started to whisper excitedly. Further away, Jory laughed at something, and Hullen started to talk about horseflesh. "Your warhorse now. He may not be the best one for the joust. Not the same thing. Oh no, not the same at all." It was the usual conversation, and Arya heard it 100 times. Nobody was talking to her though, but she didn't mind. If they let her, she'd have eaten alone, in her room. When father dined with King Robert, she sometimes did just that. And sometimes they ate in her father's solar. Just the three of them. Her, Lord Eddard, and Sansa. And at these occasions, Arya missed her brothers more than ever. She missed teasing Bran and seeing Robb smile. Miss Little Rickon, Miss Jon, and how they always finished their sentences together. Yet all she had was Sansa, and her sister wouldn't even talk to her unless their father told her to. In Winterfell, they ate in the Great Hall often. Lord Eddard always said that a lord needed to know his men, and eating with them was a way to do that. "Know the men who follow you," she heard him tell Robb once, "and let them know you. Don't ask your men to die for a stranger." He would have an extra seat at his own table. Father had, and every evening a different man would join him. If it was Vayon Poole, the conversation was about coppers and bread stores, household things. If it was Micken, they talked about armor and swords and how to forge them. Hullen, horses. Septon Shale, books. Even old Nan was allowed there, telling her stories. This was Arya's favorite pastime, just sitting there and listening to them. She loved listening to the others too, on the long benches, the tough free riders, polite knights, brave squires, grim old men-at-arms. Arya often threw snowballs at them or stole pies from the kitchen for them. She always played games with them or their wives. Fat Tom always called her Arya Underfoot, which she preferred than Arya Horseface. But that was Winterfell, now far away, and here everything was different. Arya hated here, at King's Landing, and even hated the voices of the men she used to love to listen to. She thought they were her friends, but that was a lie. It was bad enough that they let the queen kill Lady, but then the hound had given Micah back to his father in a bag, cut to pieces, and nobody said anything. Not even the always bold Harwin drew his sword. Not even Jory, the captain of the guard. Not even father. He was my friend, Arya whispered. Nobody heard her. The ribs on her plate were untouched and cold. Arya felt ill just to look at it. She got on her feet. "Pray, where do you think you are going, young lady?" Septa Mordane asked. "I'm not hungry." Arya forced politeness into her voice. "May I be excused, please?" "You may not," the Septa said. "You have scarcely touched your food. You will sit down and clean your plate." "You clean it!" Arya bolted for the door, surrounded by laughter, and Septa Mordane called after her, voice rising higher and higher. Fat Tom was guarding the door to the Tower of the Hand. He blinked surprised as Arya rushed towards him, followed by the Septa's cry. "Here now, little one. Hold on," he started to say, reaching. Arya slipped past him. Her room was the only place in King's Landing Arya liked, especially the massive dark oak door of it, with the black iron bands and the heavy crossbar. They kept out everyone, kept out Fat Tom and Sansa and Septa Mordane, and even the Hound. When the bar was in place, Arya finally felt safe enough to cry. She sat at the window seat, sniffing and hating everything, herself included. It was her fault what had happened. Sansa and Jean agreed. Fat Tom knocked on the door. "Arya girl, what's wrong?" he called out. "You in there?" "No," she shouted. The knocking stopped and Fat Tom walked away. An easy man to fool, Arya thought. Arya opened her chest at the end of her bed. She angrily pulled out her clothes, throwing them onto the floor. What she was interested was at the bottom of the chest. Finally, she found it and lifted gently. The thin blade hissed out of its sheath. Needle. It was all her fault. If she never asked Micah to play swords with her. The pounding on the door restarted. "Arya Stark, you open this door at once, do you hear me?" She wheeled around, sword in her hand. "You better not come in here," she warned and slashed at the air. "The Hand will hear of this," Septa Mordane raged. "I don't care," Arya screamed. "Go away. You will rule this insolent behavior, young lady. I promise you that." Arya didn't answer, and eventually the Septa walked away. She sat back on the windowsill, sword in hand, and looked at the courtyard below. If only she could climb like Bran, she could just leave through the window and run away from this place, from Sansa and Septa Mordane and Joffrey. All she would need was some food, a good cloak, and needle. She would find Nymeria near the Trident, and they could return to Winterfell together, or even go to the Wall and join Jon. Arya wished Jon was there. There was another knock on her door, a soft one this time. "Arya," her father's voice called. "Open the door, we need to talk." The girl got up and walked to the door, lifting the crossbar. Father came alone, and he appeared to be sad rather than angry. This only made Arya feel worse. "May I come in?" Arya nodded, feeling ashamed. Father closed the door. "Whose sword is that?" "Mine." Arya had forgotten about Needle. "Give it to me." Hesitantly, she handed the blade over, wondering if she would ever get it back. Lord Eddard hefted the weapon, examining it, even testing the edge with his thumb. "A Bravos blade," he said. "Yet it seems to me that I know this maker's mark. This is Micken's work." Arya just looked away as an answer. Lord Eddard Stark sighed. "My 9-year-old daughter is being armed from my own forge, and I know nothing of it. The hand of the king is expected to rule the 7 kingdoms, yet it seems I cannot even rule my own household. How is it that you come to your own sword, Arya? Where did you get this?" Arya bit her lips and remained silent. She wouldn't tell on Jon, not even to father. Eddard waited, then said, "I don't suppose it matters truly." He looked at the thin blade heavily. "This is no toy for children, least of all for a girl. What would Septa Mordane say if she knew you were playing with swords?" "I wasn't playing," Arya insisted. "I hate Septa Mordane." "That's enough." Her father's voice was curt. "The Septa is doing no more than is her duty, though gods know you have made it a struggle for the poor woman. Your mother and I have charged her with the impossible task of making you a lady." "I don't want to be a lady," Arya flared. "I ought to snap this toy across my knee here and now and put an end to this nonsense." "Needle wouldn't break," Arya said defiantly, but her voice betrayed her words. "It has a name, does it?" Her father sighed. "Ah, Arya, you have a wildness in you, child. The wolf's blood, my father used to call it. Lyanna had a touch of it, and my brother Brandon, more than a touch. It brought them both to an early grave." There was sadness in father's voice. He rarely talked about his father or his siblings. They all died before Arya was born. "Lyanna might have carried a sword, if my lord father had allowed it. You remind me of her sometimes. You even look like her." "Lyanna was beautiful," Arya objected. "Everybody said so, and nobody has ever called Arya beautiful." "She was," Eddard Stark agreed. "Beautiful and willful, and dead before her time." He lifted the sword, held it out. "Arya, what did you think to do with this needle? Who did you hope to skewer? Your sister, Septim or Dane? Do you know the first thing about sword fighting?" She remembered the lesson Jon had given her before parting. "Stick them with the pointy end," she blurted out. His father snorted with laughter. "That is the essence of it, I suppose." Arya wanted to explain it to her father. "I was trying to learn, but..." Her eyes filled with tears. "I asked Micah to practice with me." Grief fell on her and she turned away. "I asked him," she cried. "It was my fault. It was me." Lord Eddard hugged her. She sobbed in his arms. "No, sweet one," he murmured. "Grieve for your friend, but never blame yourself. You did not kill the butcher's boy. That murder lies at the Hound's door, him and the cruel woman he serves." "I hate them," Arya whispered, red-faced, sniffing. "The Hound and the Queen and the King and Prince Joffrey. I hate all of them. Joffrey lied. It wasn't the way he said. I hate Sansa too. She did remember. She just lied so Joffrey would like her." "We all lie," her father said. "Or do you truly think I believe that Nymeria ran off?" Arya blushed. "Jory promised not to tell." "Jory kept his word," her father said with a smile. "There are some things I do not need to be told. Even a blind man could see that the wolf would never have left you willingly." "We had to throw rocks," she said miserably. "I told her to run, to be free, that I didn't want her anymore. There were other wolves for her to play with. We heard them howling, and Jory said the woods were full of game, so she'd have deer to hunt. Only she kept following, and finally we had to throw rocks. I hit her twice. She whined and looked at me, and I felt so ashamed. But it was right, wasn't it? The queen would have killed her." "It was right," her father said, "and even the lie was not without honor." He had put the sword down to hug her, but now he picked it up again. He walked to the window and looked out. After a while, he turned back, his eyes thoughtful. As he sat, he laid Needle across his lap. "Arya, sit down. I need to try and explain some things to you." She obeyed, lowering herself onto her bed anxiously. "You are too young to be burdened with all my cares," he told her. "But you are also a Stark of Winterfell. You know our words." "Winter is coming," Arya whispered. "The hard, cruel times," her father said. "We tested them on the Trident child, and when Bran fell. You were born in the long summer, sweet one. You've never known anything else, but now the winter is truly coming. Remember the sigil of our house, Arya. The direwolf," she said, thinking of Nymeria. Now she felt scared. "Let me tell you something about wolves, child. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Summer is the time for squabbles. In winter, we must protect one another, keep each other warm, share our strengths. So if you must hate, Arya, hate those who would truly do us harm. Septim or Dane is a good woman, and Sansa is your sister. You may be as different as the sun and the moon, but the same blood flows through both your hearts. You need her as she needs you, and I need both of you. Gods help me." His tired voice made Arya sad. "I don't hate Sansa," she told him. "Not truly." She wasn't sure if that was true. "I do not mean to frighten you, but neither will I lie to you. We have come to a dangerous place, child. This is not Winterfell. We have enemies who mean us ill. We cannot fight a war among ourselves. This willfulness of yours, the running off, the angry words, the disobedience. At home, these were only the summer games of a child. Here and now, with winter soon upon us, that is a different matter. It is time to begin growing up. I will, Arya vowed. She felt immense love for her father now. I can be strong too. I can be as strong as Robb. Father held out needle to her, hilt first. Here. She looked at the sword, surprised. She was reluctant to take it, half expecting it to be snatched away. But then father said, "Go on, it's yours." And she took it in her hand. "I can keep it?" she said. "For true?" "For true," he smiled. "If I took it away, no doubt I'd find a morning star hidden under your pillow within the fortnight. Try not to stab your sister, whatever the provocation." "I won't, I promise." Arya held her sword tightly and her father left the room. The next day she apologized to Septa Mordane. The Septa was suspicious, but Lord Eddard nodded, confirming Arya's intent. 3 days later, her father's steward sent Arya to the small hall. All the tables were pushed up to the wall. The place appeared to be empty. But then Arya heard an unfamiliar voice. "You are late, boy." A thin man with a bald head and a huge beak of a nose stepped forward. He was holding 2 slender wooden swords. "Tomorrow you will be here at midday." He had a foreign accent, from the Free Cities, Mia, or maybe Bravos. "Who are you?" Arya asked. "I am your dancing master." He threw one of the wooden swords, and Arya grabbed for it but missed. "Tomorrow you will catch it. Now pick it up." Arya grabbed the thing. It was merely a stick with a handle, pommel, and crossguard. She held it up. The stick was much heavier than Needle. The bold man pursed his lips. "That is not the way, boy. This is not a greatsword that is needing 2 hands to swing it. You will take the blade in 1 hand." "It is too heavy," Arya said. "It is heavy as it needs to be to make you strong, and for the balancing. A hollow inside is filled with lead, just so. 1 hand now is all that is needing." Arya switched hands, now holding it with her left. The man approved. "The left is good. All is reserved. It will make your enemies more awkward. Now you are standing wrong. Turn your body sideways. Yes, so. You are skinny as the shaft of a spear, do you know? That is good too. The target is smaller. Now the grip. Let me see." He stepped closer and looked at her hand, then gently rearranged her fingers. "Just so. Yes. Do not squeeze it so tight. No, the grip must be deft, delicate." "What if I drop it?" Arya said. "The steel must be part of your arm," the bold man told her. "Can you drop part of your arm?" "No. 9 years Syrio Forel was the first sword to the Sea Lord of Bravos. He knows these things. Listen to him, boy." "I am a girl," Arya objected. "Boy, girl," Syrio Forel said. "You are a sword, that is all." He clicked his teeth together. "Just so. That is the grip. You are not holding a battle axe. You are holding a needle," Arya finished for him. "Just so. Now, we will begin the dance. Remember, child, this is not the Iron Dance of Westeros we are learning, the Knight's Dance, hacking and hammering. No. This is the Bravos Dance, the Water Dance, swift and sudden. All men are made of water. Do you know this? When you pierce them, the water leaks out and they die." He took a step backward, raised his own wooden blade. "Now you will try to strike me." And for 4 hours, Arya tried to strike him, until her muscles were sore. Syrio Forel clicked his teeth and instructed her again and again. The next day, the real training started. And this is where Arya II ends. Now, if Arya is similar to Lyanna Stark, like Ned claims, there is also another theory that at 14, Elia Sand behaves in a way similar to Lyanna since they are both described as being half a horse each. Arya is told by Harwin, "You ride like a Northman, my lady. Your aunt was the same." Meanwhile, Elia is described as, "The girl was made for horses, which might be why she often smelled like one," to the despair of her mother. This might explain how Lyanna was able to defeat 3 squires as the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and it was here where she first came into contact with Rhaegar Targaryen. Now, it is often presumed that Rhaegar pursued Lyanna, but what if it was the other way around? Elia is shown to be promiscuous. I'll let you spank me, though, but first you'll need to tilt with me and knock me off my horse. Arianna catches Elia kissing a man twice her age, so maybe Lyanna seduced Rhaegar, a man much older than herself, and with Ned describing Lyanna as beautiful and willful and dead before her. This would be an interesting subversion of the captured princess trope, with Lyanna being the real agent of her own abduction. Here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the show, the breakfast scene at King's Landing is extended, with Arya stabbing the table. Eddard appears at the breakfast and gives Sansa a doll. Septim Ordain doesn't follow Arya into her bedroom. When Ned talks with Arya in the book, he does not defend Sansa's lies. In the show, Jory did not help Arya throw rocks at Nymeria. Meanwhile, Syrio Forel's appearance is different in the show. He has curly black hair instead of being bald. Daenerys III. The Dothraki see, Ser Jorah Mormont said as he stopped next to her on the top of the ridge. The plain stretched below endlessly until the horizon and above. Dany saw it as a sea, no hills or mountains, cities or roads, just the green sea, waves rippling gently. It's so green, she said. Here and now, Ser Jorah agreed. You ought to see when it blooms, all dark red. Flowers from horizon to horizon, like a sea of blood. Come the dry season, and the world turns the color of old bronze. And this is only Harana, child. There are 100 kinds of grass out there. Grasses as yellow as lemon and as dark as indigo. Blue grasses and orange grasses and grasses like rainbows. Down in the Shadowlands beyond Ashai, they say there are oceans of ghost grass, taller than a man on horseback, with stalks as pale as milk glass. It murders all other grass and glows in the dark with the spirits of the damned. The Dothraki claim that someday ghost grass will cover the entire world and then all life will end. Dany shivered. I don't want to talk about that now, she said. It's so beautiful here. I don't want to think about everything dying. As you will, Khaleesi, Ser Jorah said respectfully. There were voices behind her. They weren't alone, only went ahead, and the rest of the group was now catching up. Irri, Dany's handmaid, and the archers could have been centaurs for all the ease with which they rode. But Viserys was stiff on his horse, still not used to the difficult saddles. He was miserable, and probably shouldn't have come. Magister Illaroy warned Viserys that this would happen, and even offered him a stay in his mansion in Pentos. But Viserys insisted on coming. He would not let Drogo out of his sight until the debt was paid. And if he tries to cheat me, he will learn to his sorrow what it means to wake the dragon, he said now, laying a hand on the hilt of his sword. It was borrowed. Illaroy wished him good luck with that. Dany was not in the mood for her brother's complaints just now. It was too nice a day. Up in the blue sky, a hawk was circling. The sun warmed her face and gentle wind cooled it, and the grass sea rippled. It was beautiful, and Viserys would spoil it all with his whining. Wait here, Dany told Ser Jorah. Tell them all to stay. Tell them I command it. The man smiled. He was not a handsome man, with his bullish neck and shoulders, with the coarse black hair covering most of his body except his head. But his smiles always comforted Dany. You are learning to talk like a queen, Daenerys. Not a queen, said Dany. A Khaleesi. She turned her horse and rushed down the ridge. The ground was steep and rocky, but the danger of it just made Dany ride faster, enjoying the rush of her heart. Viserys was always telling her that she was a princess, but she never felt like one until now. She paid for this feeling. The Khalasar set out a day after her wedding, heading east to Vaes Dothrak, and in just days Dany wished to die. Sores covered her lower region, oozing blood from the riding. Thighs chafed raw, hands full of blisters, her muscles tight with pain. At the end of the day, her handmaids had to help her dismount. And her nights weren't better. Khal Drogo had ignored her during the day, as he was ignoring her at their wedding too, preferring the company of his warriors. Dany often ate alone or with Ser Jorah, and after she'd cry herself to sleep. But every night, close to dawn, Khal Drogo would visit her tent and wake her up. As it was customary for a Dothraki, he took her from behind, and Dany was grateful for that. That way, her husband couldn't see her tears and the pain on her face as she muffled her cries with a pillow. Once Drogo was done, he would lay beside her and snore, while Dany stayed up too much in pain to sleep again. Day after night she suffered, until she thought she could not take it any longer. She decided to kill herself, but that night she had dreamed with the dragons again. Just her and the dragon, no Viserys this time. The scales were wet with blood, and Dany knew it was her blood. The dragon's fire sung to her as she embraced it, and the flames blackened and singed her. The blood in Dany's veins boiled. All that, but no pain, and she felt strong and fierce. The next morning, she realized her pains weren't as bad as they used to be. The gods might have been listening to her prayers. The change was so obvious, her handmaids noticed it. "Khaleesi," Jinqui said, "what's wrong? Are you sick?" "I was," she answered, looking at the dragon's eggs Ilroy had given her as a wedding present. She touched the biggest one, admiring the black and scarlet of it. It was the same as the dragon in her dream. Stone, though it became over the years, the egg felt warm now. She pulled her hand back, not sure if it was still a dream. But from then on, every day she felt better. Her legs were now stronger, her hand hardened with calluses, and her once soft thighs toughened. Khal Drogo ordered Irri to teach Daenerys how to ride like a Dothraki, but her true teacher was her horse. It knew her well, sensed her moods. The horse had no name. The Dothraki felt no attachment and didn't name their animals, so Dany thought of her simply as the Silver. Yet the girl loved the horse more than anything. As pain didn't envelop her mind anymore, Dany started to pay attention to the beauties of the land. She rode with Drogo and his blood riders, head of the column, so she saw everything before the horde spoiled it. Whatever destruction the many horses caused was behind, and ahead the land was majestic. The hills of Norvus passed by, with the many terraced farms and villages, where all the people watched them go with fear in their eyes. Rivers they crossed and camped near blue waterfalls. They strode on the 1,000 years of old Valyrian roads. For a fortnight they travelled the vast forests of Qoar, never seeing the sky over the canopy of leaves. Elk and silver tigers alike fled from the Khalasar. Dany's suffering was merely a memory for her by then. She was sore after a long day, but it was a good soreness, and come morning she couldn't wait to get back to the saddle. Even her nights were now pleasure, and though she still cried out when Drogo was behind her, it was not from pain. Once she reached the bottom of the ridge, she stood in the tall grass. She slowed her Silver, trotting into the verdant sea. Alone and at peace. She could never be alone now. Though Khal Drogo only visited her at nights, her handmaids were always around, bathing and feeding her. Just beyond the entrance of her tent were the Blood Riders, and Viserys shadowed her all the time, unwelcomed. She could still hear him now, still up the ridge, his shrill voice ringing as he was yelling at Ser Jorah. Dany rode on. The green enveloped her. Rich air brought the scent of earth and grass, mixed together with horse and her own sweat and the oil in her hair. She smelled like a Dothraki. Dany breathed deep, laughing. Suddenly, she wished to feel the soil under her feet and swung down her horse. She pulled her boots off. Viserys came loudly, his horse rearing as he stopped. "You dare!" he screamed at her. "You give commands to me? To me?" He jumped off his horse, losing his balance at the landing. He was red with anger as he got back to his feet. He grabbed Dany, shaking her hard. "Have you forgotten who you are? Look at you!" Dany didn't need to. Hair oiled, foot bare, clad in Dothraki riding gear, she belonged where she was. Viserys, on the other hand, looked dirty in his city silks and silly ringmail. He was still screaming. "You do not command the dragon. Do you understand? I am the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. I will not hear orders from some horse lord's. Do you hear me?" He reached under Dany's vest and grabbed her breast painfully. "Do you hear me?" The girl shoved him away, none too gently. Viserys stared at her, purple eyes in disbelief. Never before did she defy him. Rage now rose, and she knew he would hurt her badly. Crack! With a thunderous sound, the whip wrapped around Viserys' throat. He was yanked back and fell into the grass choking. The Dothraki around were laughing. The one who held the whip, a young man called Jogo, said something in his raspy voice. Dany couldn't understand him, but just then Irri arrived, followed by the rest of the cars. "Jogo asked if you would have him dead, Khaleesi," Irri said. "No," Dany replied. "No." Jogo understood that much. A Dothraki said something and others were laughing again. Irri translated, "Koro thinks you should take an ear to teach him respect." Viserys was now on his knees, trying to pry the coils off the whip of his neck, crying and wheezing. "Tell them I do not wish him harmed," Dany said. Irri translated this too. Jogo pulled his whip away, flooring Viserys in the process. There was a thin line of red blood on his neck. "I warned him what would happen, my lady," Ser Jorah Mormont said. "I told him to stay on the ridge, as you commanded." "I know you did," Dany said, watching Viserys. Her brother was still on the ground, breathing loudly, sobbing. What a pitiful thing, Dany thought. Then again, he has always been pitiful. She has just not noticed it before. Where the fear of him lived in Daenerys Targaryen, now nothing resided. "Take his horse," Dany said. Viserys stared at her. It seemed to surprise him just as much as it did Dany, but she was still saying the words. "Let my brother walk behind us back to the Khalasar." Dothraki people saw those who didn't ride the lowest of all, a man without honor and pride. "Let everyone see him as he is." "No!" Viserys screamed. He looked at Ser Jorah, using the common tongue so the horsemen wouldn't understand. "Hit her, Mormont. Hurt her. Your king commands it. Kill these Dothraki dogs and teach her." The knight looked at Dany, still barefoot, and her brother wearing silks. The girl saw the decision forming on his face. "He shall walk, Khaleesi." As she remounted her silver, Ser Jorah led Viserys' horse away. He gaped at the knight and sat in the dirt. He was now silent, and he didn't move, only stared with hate as the others rode away. Once he was too far to see, Dany started to worry. "Will he find his way back?" she asked Ser Jorah. "Even a man as blind as your brother should be able to follow our trail," he replied. "He is proud. He may be too shamed to come back." Jorah laughed. "Where else should he go? If he cannot find the Khalasar will most surely find him. It is hard to drown in the Dothraki Sea, child." He had a point. The Khalasar was a marching city. Scouts rode ahead and behind to make sure they saw everything. Nothing could cross their path unchecked. This was their land, the Green Plains, and it was now Dany's too. "I hit him," she said, wondering. It already seemed like a dream to her. "Ser Jorah, do you think he'll be so angry when he gets back?" She shivered. "I woke the dragon, didn't I?" Ser Jorah snorted. "Can you wake the dead, girl? Your brother Rhaegar was the last dragon, and he died on the trident. Viserys is less than the shadow of a snake." His honesty shocked her. Suddenly, everything Dany thought to be true was a question. "You swore him your sword." "That I did, girl," Ser Jorah said. "And if your brother is the shadow of a snake, what does that make his servants?" he said bitterly. "He is still the true king. He is..." Jorah reined his horse to a halt. "Truth now. Would you want to see Viserys sit a throne?" Dany thought about that. "He would not be a very good king, would he?" "There have been worse, but not many." The knight gestured his mount into motion. Dany followed. "Still," she said, The common people are waiting for him. Magister Illyroy says they are sewing dragon banners and praying for Viserys to return from across the narrow sea to free them. The common people pray for rain, healthy children, and a summer that never ends, Ser Jorah told her. It is no matter to them if the High Lords play their Game of Thrones, so long as they are left in peace. He gave a shrug. They never are. Dany rode quietly, turning Ser Jorah's words in her head this way and that. It was startling. The idea that the people could care so little about who sits on the Iron Throne. But the more she thought about it, the more sense it made. "What do you pray for, Ser Jorah?" she asked Mormont. "Home," he said. His voice was filled with longing. "I pray for home too," she told him, believing it. Ser Jorah laughed. "Look around you then, Khaleesi." But all Dany could see now was King's Landing and the Red Keep. Dragonstone, the place she was born at. They were all on fire in her mind. "My brother will never take back the Seven Kingdoms," Dany said. This she knew for a long time, even if she refused to acknowledge it. She never dared to whisper those words before, but she said them out loud now. Ser Jorah looked at her in a curious way. "You think not?" "He could not lead an army even if my lord husband gave him one," Dany said. "He has no coin, and the only knight who follows him reviles him as less than a snake. The Dothraki make mock of his weakness. He will never take us home." "Wise child," the knight said. "I am no child," she told him fiercely. She heeled her silver into a gallop. Soon she left Jorah and Irri behind. Warm wind danced in her hair. She didn't stop until dusk. The slave set up her tent beside a little pool. Her men were around, and she knew soon the story of what she did will go around, making them laugh. When Viserys will finally reach the camp, everyone will know his shame. A Khalasar held no secrets. Dany gave her horse to the slaves to be taken care of and went into her tent. It was cool in there, and as she closed the flap, a line of red from the dying sun illuminated one of the eggs. It looked alive for a moment. Dany blinked. Stone, she reminded herself. They were only stone. Even Illyroy said that. Yet when she put a palm on the big black one, it was warm, almost hot. "The sun," Dany whispered. The sun warmed them as they rode. She ordered the handmaids to make her a bath. Doria built a fire just outside the tent, and Irri and Jiqui went for the large copper tub. It was another wedding gift. When the tub was filled with hot water, Irri helped Dany into it and went in after her. "Have you ever seen a dragon?" she asked as Irri scrubbed her back. Dany knew that the first dragons came from the east, from the Shadowlands. Maybe there were still some around, in the islands of the Jade Sea. "Dragons are gone, Khaleesi," Irri said. "Dead," agreed Jiqui. "Long and long ago." She was told that the last Targaryen dragons died only a century and a half ago, in the time of Aegon III, the Dragonbane. That didn't seem such a long time to Dany. "Everywhere?" she said, disappointed. "Even in the east?" On the day Valyria fell, magic died. Not the enchanted blades, nor storm singers or dragons could change that. But Dany hoped that the east was different. Tales of manticores and basilisks from far away reached her, and people who cast spells, warlocks and arrowmancers in Ashai, blood mages and shadowbinders prowling the night. If they could still be around, why not the dragons? "No dragon," Irri said. "Brave men kill them, for dragon terrible evil beasts. It is known," agreed Jiqui. "A trader from Karth once told me that dragons came from the moon," blonde Doria said as she warmed a towel. Jiqui and Irri were Dany's age, but Doria was older, almost 20. Illyroy rescued her from a brothel in Lys. Now Dany looked at her. "The moon?" "He told me the moon was an egg, Khaleesi," the Lyseni girl said. "Once there were 2 moons in the sky, but one wandered too close to the sun and cracked from the heat. 1,000 dragons poured forth and drank the fire of the sun. That is why the dragons breathe flame. One day the other soon will kiss the sun too, and then it will crack and the dragons will return." The 2 Dothraki girls giggled. "You are a foolish strawhead slave," Irri said. Moon is no egg. Moon is God. Woman, wife of sun. It is known, Jiqui agreed. Dany was pink as she climbed out of the tub. She lay down so Jiqui can oil her and clean her paws. After Irri sprinkled her with cinnamon, Doree brushed her hair into shiny silver while Daenerys was thinking about eggs and dragons and the moon. Dinner was fruit and cheese and fried bread with honey wine. Doree, stay and eat with me, Dany said, and she sent the other two away. Doree had hair like honey and eyes blue like the sky. She now lowered those eyes. You honor me, Khaleesi, she said, but it was no honor, only service. For a long time, the women sat and talked. Later that night, when Khal Drogo came, Dany was up and waiting for him. The man stopped in the entrance and stared at her, surprised, and shred her sleeping silks. This night we must go outside, my lord, she said. The Dothraki believed that anything important must have been done under the sky. Drogo followed her out, the bells in his hair jingling. Not far from her tent, Dany drew her down, but when he tried to turn her over, she objected gently. No, she said. This night I would look on your face. The khalasar knew no privacy. Dany felt the eyes as she took off his clothes and did what Doree told her to do. It didn't matter that they stared. She was the Khaleesi. The only one that mattered was Khal Drogo, and his eyes shone differently as she mounted him. She rode him as wild as she ever rode a horse, and he called out her name at the end. Much later, Jiqui touched her soft belly and said, Khaleesi, you are with child. I know, Dany said. It was the day she turned 14. And this is where Daenerys III ends. Now, this chapter introduces Ghost Grass, another apocalyptic event occurring in Pentos. Also, in this chapter, if Viserys had just stayed in Pentos like Illyrio wanted, he probably would have survived since, as we'll find out in the next few Daenerys chapters, Jorah does an extremely bad job at keeping Viserys alive unless this was on purpose. Now, the final piece of contention in this chapter is who was sending Daenerys these dragon dreams to keep her alive. Now, did Quaithe send the dragon dream, or was it someone else? The difference between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, Daenerys orders the khalasar to stop, not because she feels sorry for the slaves, but because she is awed by the sight of the Dothraki Sea. Ricardo seems to be based on Jorgo. Meanwhile, it is Ricardo who makes Viserys walk after he attacks Dany. An additional scene in the show has Ser Jorah and Ricardo discuss Dothraki weapons. Irri then appears and announces Daenerys' pregnancy. Jorah then goes off to inform Varys. In this video series, we are going through all chapters of A Game of Thrones as a fully animated comic book experience. This is our 4th episode, and we highly suggest watching our previous videos first before watching this one so you can catch up on all the previous chapters. We will also be using character icons throughout the video to help emphasize who is talking throughout the chapters. As we continue through these chapters, we will show you what really happened compared to the book, the TV series, and the graphic novel, and include interesting theories and foreshadowing of key events whenever we can. Anyway, let's begin. Bran IV. In the yard, Rickon was running with the wolves. Bran was sitting in his window seat watching. It was a sort of tag they played, with Rickon losing badly against Greywind. Shaggy Dog was following the boy, snapping at his brothers if they got too close. He was now almost black with green eyes. Summer, Bran's own wolf, was there too, silvery with golden eyes. He was smaller than Greywind and less bold. Bran considered him the smartest of them all. The boy listened to Rickon's laughter as they played, his eyes filled with tears. He wished to be down there, running with his brother. Angrily, he wiped his tears. He had his 8th name day already. He was almost grown, and men didn't cry. It was just a lie, he said bitterly, remembering the crow from his dream. I can't fly. I can't even run. Crows are all liars, old Nan agreed, sitting nearby doing needlework. I know a story about a crow. I don't want any more stories, Bran snapped. Before, he had always liked old Nan and her stories, but now, spending all day with the old woman, He resented her. "I hate your stupid stories." The old woman smiled at him toothlessly. "My stories? No, my little lord, not mine. The stories are before me and after me, before you too." She was an ugly old thing, Bran decided, shrunken with age, almost blind, weak, and with barely any hair left. Nobody was certain how old she was, but Lord Eddard had once told Bran that she was already called Old Nan when he was just a boy. She might have been the oldest person in the Seven Kingdoms. She came to Winterfell as a wet nurse for Brandon Stark, the older brother of Bran's grandfather, or perhaps a brother of his grandfather's father. Old Nan was prone to tell it either way. The little boy died at 3, but Old Nan stayed in Winterfell anyway. She had children too, and lost them in King Robert's rebellion. Her grandson died fighting Balon Greyjoy's forces. Her daughters were grown, married, and by now dead. All she had left was Hodor, the simple giant who worked in the stables. But Old Nan just lived on. "I don't care whose stories they are," Bran told her. "I hate them." Bran was fed up with stories and the company of the old nurse. He yearned for his parents, and for running with Summer on his side. He even wanted to climb again and feed the crows. He just wanted to be like he was before he fell. "I know a story about a boy who hated stories," Old Nan said, and Bran was ready to scream. Things will never be the same. Bran knew that. The crow made him fly, but when he woke up, his body was broken. And everyone left, his mother, his father, his sisters, and even Jon. Lord Eddard promised he could ride a real horse and not a pony to King's Landing, then left without him. When Bran woke, Maester Luwin sent ravens to Eddard and Lady Catelyn II, and even to Jon, but none answered. "Ofttimes the birds are lost, child," the Maester had told him. "There's many a mile and many a hawk between here and King's Landing. The message may not have reached them." It felt like they all died while he was asleep, or more like as if he had died and everyone had forgotten him. Everyone was gone, even Jory and Sir Roderick, and Vayon Poole, and Hullen, and Harwin, and Fat Tom, and many of the guards. Robb and Rickon remained, true, but Robb was now different. He was now Lord Robb, the head of the house. He tried anyway. He carried a sword now, a real one, and he forgot how to smile. He spent his day practicing with his sword, and his night going over account books with Maester Luwin. Other times he went away for days, visiting nearby holdfasts. When he did that, Rickon would cry and ask if Robb was gone for good like the others. But even when he was home, Robb had more time for Theon Greyjoy than for his brothers. "I could tell you the story about Brandon the Builder," Old Nan said. "That was always your favorite." Brandon the Builder was the one who built Winterfell thousands of years ago, and probably the wall too. This has never been Bran's favorite story. Some other Brandon might have liked it. Old Nan often thought him to be his uncle Brandon, the one who died by the Mad King's hand. His mother once explained to Bran that Old Nan had lived so long that every Brandon Stark became the same in her head. "That's not my favorite," he said. "My favorite were the scary ones." There was some commotion outside, and as he looked out, Bran saw Rickon running towards the gatehouse. But his window looked in the wrong direction, so he couldn't see why. In frustration, he hit his thigh with his fist and felt nothing. "Oh, my sweet summer child," Old Nan said quietly, "what do you know of fear? Fear is for the winter, my little lord. When the snows fall 100 feet deep and the ice wind comes howling out of the north. Fear is for the long night, when the sun hides its face for years at a time, and little children are born and live and die all in darkness, while the direwolves grow gaunt and hungry, and the White Walkers move through the woods." "You mean the others," Bran said. "The others," Old Nan agreed. Thousands and thousands of years ago, a winter fell that was cold and hard and endless beyond all memory of man. There came a night that lasted a generation, and kings shivered and died in their castles, even as the swineherds in their hovels. Women smothered their children rather than see them starve, and cried and felt their tears freeze on their cheeks. She fell silent, and even her fingers stopped working the needles. So, child, this is the sort of story you like? Well, Bran said reluctantly. Yes, only... Old Nan nodded. In that darkness, the others came for the first time, she said, as her needles went click, click, click again. They were cold things, dead things that hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun, and every creature with hot blood in its veins. They swept over holdfasts and cities and kingdoms, felled heroes and armies by the score, riding their pale dead horses and leading hosts of the slain. All the swords of men could not stay their advance, and even maidens and suckling babes found no pity in them. They hunted the maids through frozen forests and fed their dead servants on the flesh of human children. Her voice quieted into a whisper, and Bran realized he was leaning forward to hear her better. Now these were the days before the Andals came, and long before the women fled across the narrow sea from the cities of the Rhoyne, and the 100 kingdoms of those times were the kingdoms of the first men, who had taken these lands from the children of the forest. Yet here and there, in the fastness of the woods, the children still lived in their wooden cities and hollow hills, and the faces in the trees kept watch. So, as cold and death filled the earth, the last hero determined to seek out the children, in the hopes that their ancient magics could win back what the army of men had lost. He set out into the dead lands with a sword, a horse, a dog, and a dozen companions. For years he searched, until he despaired of ever finding the children of the forest in their secret cities. One by one his friends died, and his horse, and finally even his dog, and his sword froze so hard the blade snapped when he tried to use it, and the others smelled the hot blood in him, and came silent on his trail, stalking him with packs of pale white spiders big as hounds. The door burst open, and Bran's heart drummed in his throat with fear. But it was just Maester Luwin and Hodor the stable boy. "Hodor," he announced, as was his custom, smiling hugely. Maester Luwin was serious. "We have visitors," he said, "and your presence is required, Bran." "I'm listening to a story now," Bran complained. "Stories wait, my little lord, and when you come back to them, why, there they are," Old Nan said. "Visitors are not so patient, and oft-times they bring stories of their own." "Who is it?" Bran asked Maester Luwin. "Tyrion Lannister and some men of the Night's Watch, with word from your brother, Jon. Robb is meeting with them now. Hodor, will you help Bran down to the hall?" "Hodor!" Hodor agreed happily. He ducked under the doorframe. The man was near 7 feet tall. Bran found it hard to believe that he was the tiny old Nan's blood. Hodor wouldn't shrink like that, even if he lived to be 1,000. The giant lifted Bran as if the boy had no weight. Hodor smelled of horses, but not in a bad way. He was thick with muscles, and his brown hair was matted. "Hodor," he said. Once, Theon said that the man at least knew his own name well, and Old Nan laughed, telling them that the giant's real name was Walder. Nobody knew where Hodor had come from, but since this is all he could say, people started to call him that. The men left Old Nan alone with his needles and stories. As Hodor carried Bran down the stairs, he was humming tunelessly. Robb was sitting in Lord Eddard's high chair, wearing mail shirt and leathers and the stern expression of the Lord of House Stark. Theon and Hallis Mullen were standing behind him. Guards were posted all around the hall, and in the middle was Tyrion Lannister and his servants, accompanied by 4 brothers in black from the Night's Watch. Bran felt a general air of anger in the room as they entered. Any man of the Night's Watch is welcome here at Winterfell, for as long as he wished to stay, Robb was saying, using his new voice of Robb the Lord. He had his sword out and laying across his knees. Even Bran knew it wasn't a good sign to greet a guest with a naked blade. "Any man of the Night's Watch," the dwarf repeated, "but not me. Do I take your meaning, boy?" Robb got on his feet, the point of his sword turned towards Tyrion. "I am the lord here while my mother and father are away, Lannister. I am not your boy." "If you are a lord, you might learn a lord's courtesy," the little man replied, ignoring the sword. "Your bastard brother has all your father's graces, it would seem." "Jon," Bran said. Tyrion turned to look at him. "So, it is true. The boy lives. I could scarce believe it. You Starks are hard to kill." "You Lannisters had best remember that," Robb said, lowering his sword. "Hodor, bring my brother here." "Hodor," Hodor said. He strode forward happily and set Bran into the old stone chair of the Starks, the one they never used anymore. It was the chair of those who used to call themselves the King of the North. It was cold and polished by the countless men sitting in it before. Snarling direwolf heads were carved into the armrests. Bran grabbed these as his legs were dangling, useless. Sitting in the large chair made him feel very small. Robb placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You said you had business with Bran. Well, here he is, Lannister." It was uncomfortable being studied by Tyrion Lannister's mismatched eyes. One was black and the other green, both on Bran now. "I am told you were quite the climber, Bran," the little man said. "Tell me, how is it you happened to fall that day?" "I never," Bran insisted. "Never, never." "The child does not remember anything of the fall or the climb that came before it," said Maester Luwin. "Curious," said Tyrion Lannister. "My brother is not here to answer questions, Lannister," Robb said, annoyed. "Do your business and be on your way." "I have a gift for you," the dwarf said to Bran. "Do you like to ride, boy?" Maester Luwin stepped forward. "My lord, the child has lost the use of his legs. He cannot sit a horse." "Nonsense," said Lannister. "With the right horse and the right saddle, even a cripple can ride." The word hurt Bran badly, and he felt tears swelling. "I'm not a cripple." "Then I'm not a dwarf," Tyrion said, smirking. "My father will rejoice to hear it." Greyjoy laughed. "What sort of horse and saddle are you suggesting?" Maester Luwin asked. "A smart horse," Lannister replied. "The boy cannot use his legs to command the animal, so you must shape the horse to the rider, teach it to respond to the reins, to the voice. I would begin with an unbroken yearling, with no old training to be relearned." He drew a rolled scroll from his belt. "Give this to your saddler, he will provide the rest." The maester took the paper, obviously curious. He looked it over carefully. "I see. You draw nicely, my lord. Yes, this ought to work. I should have thought of this myself. It came easier to me, maester. It is not terribly unlike my own saddles." "Will I truly be able to ride?" Bran asked. He was too afraid to hope. Another lie, it must be, like what the crow said about flying. "You will," the dwarf told him, "and I swear to you, boy, on horseback you'll be as tall as any of them." Robb was confused. "Is this some trap, Lannister? What's Bran to you? Why should you want to help him?" "Your brother Jon asked it of me, and I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples and bastards and broken things." Tyrion raised his hand to his heart, grinning. The door to the yard burst open. Rickon entered, breathless. Direwolves ran in his wake and thought the boy stopped. The wolves didn't. All were focusing on Tyrion Lannister. Summer growled and Grey Wind joined. They surrounded the dwarf, one on each side. "The wolves do not like your smell, Lannister," Theon Greyjoy commented. "Perhaps it's time I took my leave," Tyrion said. He stepped back, but behind him was Shaggy Dog, also snarling. Lannister jerked away, and Summer leapt at him. He dodged, but Grey Wind snapped at him, ripping his sleeve. "No!" Bran shouted as Lannister's men reached for their steel. "Summer, here! Summer to me!" The direwolf looked at Bran and hesitated, but obeyed at last. He walked away from Tyrion, settling next to Bran's chair. Robb called off his wolf, Greywind, and the beast moved away silently. Only Shaggy Dog remained hostile. "Rickon, call him!" Bran shouted to his baby brother. "Home, Shaggy Dog! Home now!" the little boy yelled. The wolf kept snarling for another long moment before leaving Lannister alone. The dwarf pulled off his scarf and wiped his sweating face with it. Then, flatly, he said, "How interesting." "Are you well, my lord?" asked one of his men. He was holding his sword, staring at the direwolves nervously. "My sleeve is torn and my breeches are unaccountably damp, but nothing was harmed, save my dignity." Even Robb felt bad. "The wolves, I don't know why they did that. No doubt they mistook me for dinner." He bowed stiffly to Bran. "I thank you for calling them off, young sir. I promise you they would have found me quite indigestible. And now I'll be leaving truly." "A moment, my lord," Maester Luwin said. The old man stepped up to Robb and was whispering to him. Bran tried to eavesdrop, but couldn't make out the voices. Robb put away his sword. "I may have been hasty with you," he said. "You've done Bran a kindness, and well..." Robb showed effort in saying the next words. "The hospitality of Winterfell is yours, if you wish it, Lannister. Spare me your false courtesies, boy. You do not love me, and you do not want me here. I saw an inn outside your walls in the winter town. I'll find a bed there, and both of us will sleep easier. For a few coppers, I may even find a comely wench to warm the sheets for me." He turned to one of the brothers of the Night's Watch. "Yoren, we go south at daybreak. You will find me on the road, no doubt." And he turned, limping on his bad legs out of the hole, followed by his men. The four brothers in black remained, and Robb looked at them, a bit anxiously. "I have had rooms prepared, and you'll find no lack of hot water to wash off the dust of the road. I hope you will honor us at table tonight." He was so awkward, even Bran noticed it. A speech he learnt, not one spoken from his heart. The Black brothers thanked him anyway. Hodor carried Bran back to his bed, followed by Summer. Old Nan was asleep when they entered the room. Hodor greeted her with a Hodor and picked her up to carry her to her own bed. Bran was deep in thought. Robb told him that he can be present on the feast he was to offer to the members of the Night's Watch. He now called Summer gently, and the wolf came jumping on the bed. The boy hugged him tightly. "I can ride now," he whispered. "We can go hunting in the woods soon. Wait and see." Soon he fell asleep. In his dream, he was climbing the old tower again, his fingers in cracks, feet pushing him upwards. The ground was far away, and he couldn't fly. The boy was crying now, clinging on. The crow lied. He couldn't fly. But he climbed so high up, he was now standing in clouds. There was no other way but to climb higher, so he did. Far up, he saw silhouettes, the gargoyles of the tower. His arms were aching now, and the gargoyles watched. Maybe, Bran thought, they had been lions once, and got twisted into the grotesque form later. They whispered in soft voices, but the boy didn't want to know what they were saying, and tried not to listen. Maybe if he didn't hear them, he will be safe. But no. Now the gargoyles left the ramparts and fell towards him, and he knew he will never be safe. "I didn't hear," he wept as they came closer and closer. I didn't! He woke up, gasping for air, and there was a large shadow over him in the dark. "I didn't hear," he whispered, trembling, terrified. "Hodor?" the shadow said, lighting a candle. Bran let out a loud sigh of relief. The large stable boy washed and dressed him with gentle hands. When the time came, he carried Bran down to the great hall. A long table was set near the fire, with the Lord's seat empty. Robb seated himself on its right, and Bran was put across his brother. They ate pig and pigeon, and the dessert was honeycombs. Summer ate the scraps Bran gave him, while the other two wolves were fighting for a bone. The dogs of Winterfell long stopped coming in, which was odd at first, but Bran was used to it by now. Yoren was the leader of the 4 men in black, and he got the seat between Robb and Maester Luwin. He was old and smelled sour, as if he hadn't washed for a long time. He ate ravenously and shrugged upon hearing Jon Snow's name. "Sir Alicent's bane," he grunted. 2 of the brothers laughed. Robb then asked about their uncle, Benjen, and the brothers fell silent. Too silent. "What is it?" Bran asked. Yoren wiped his greasy fingers on his vest. "There's hard news, my lords, and a cruel way to pay you for your meat and mead. But the man as asked the question must bear the answer. Stark's gone." Another brother added, "The old bear sent him out to look for Waymar Royce, and he's late returning, my lord." "Too long," Yoren said. "Most like he's dead." "My uncle is not dead," Robb Stark said angrily. He rose, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Do you hear me? My uncle is not dead." His voice was echoing in the hall, making Bran afraid. Yoren looked up at Robb, unimpressed. "Whatever you say, my lord," he said. The youngest of the 4 brothers shifted on the bench. "There's not a man on the wall knows the haunted forest better than Benjen Stark. He'll find his way back." "Well," said Yoren, "maybe he will, and maybe he won't. Good men have gone into those woods before and never come out." Bran was thinking about a story old Nan had told him about a hero chased through the white woods by the others and giant spiders. He felt scared again, but then he remembered how the story ended. "The children will help him," he blurted. "The children of the forest." Theon Greyjoy sniggered, and Maester Luwin said gently, "Bran, the children of the forest have been dead and gone for thousands of years. All that is left of them are the faces in the trees." "Down here might be that's true, Maester," Yoren said, "but up past the wall, who's to say? Up there, a man can't always tell what's alive and what's dead." After the feast, Robb carried Bran back to his room. Greywind was walking in front of them, and Summer came behind. Though Robb was strong and Bran skinny, he was still panting by the time they reached the top of the stairs. He tucked Bran in and sat on his bedside for a while. Bran felt like talking, but didn't know what to say. "We'll find a horse for you, I promise," Robb whispered at last. "Are they ever coming back?" Bran asked him. "Yes," Robb said, and suddenly he sounded like Lord Robb for a moment. "Mother will be home soon. Maybe we can ride out to meet her when she comes. Wouldn't that surprise her, to see you a horse?" Though it was dark, Bran knew that Robb was smiling. "And afterward, we'll ride north to see the wall. We won't even tell Jon we're coming. We'll just be there one day, you and me. It will be an adventure." "An adventure," Bran repeated wistfully. He heard Robb sobbing. In the dark, he reached out and took his brother's hand. And this is where Bran IV ends. So, it seems as though every culture in A Song of Ice and Fire has a prophesied savior. For the first men, Starks, and the North, the prophesied savior is the last hero. For the Valyrians or Targaryens, it is the prince that was promised. For the Dothraki, it is the stallion who mounts the world. And for the worshippers of R'hllor and people of Essos, it is Azor Ahai. So it seems as though every culture worships the coming of a divine savior who will save the world. But where exactly these prophecies come from is the real mystery, and if Old Nan is suspicious of crows and calls them liars, then I think we, as the readers, should be suspicious too. Here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. Bran is more pessimistic in the series. He repeats the sentence, "I'd rather be dead." The scene of the wolves attacking Tyrion and the feast with the men of the Night's Watch is also cut from the show. Eddard V. "Lord Arryn's death was a great sadness for all of us, my lord," Grand Maester Pycelle said. "I would be more than happy to tell you what I can of the manner of his passing. Do be seated. Would you care for refreshments? Some dates, perhaps? I have some very fine persimmons as well. Wine no longer agrees with my digestion, I fear, but I can offer you a cup of iced milk, sweetened with honey. I find it most refreshing in this heat." The heat was real, and Ned's silk tunic was stuck to his body by sweat. Moist air blanketed the whole city, and there was trouble on the riverside as the poor fled their hot hovels and fought for spots to sleep near water, the only place with at least some breeze. "That would be most kind," Ned said, sitting down. Pycelle rang a bell and a small serving girl entered the solar. "Iced milk for the king's hand and myself, if you would be so kind, child. Well sweetened." The girl went to get it, and the Grand Maester laced his fingers together on his stomach. "The small folks say that the last year of summer is always the hottest. It is not so, yet oft times it feels that way, does it not? On days like this, I envy you northerners, your summer snows." The chain with many jewels clinked softly as the old man shifted on his chair. To be sure, King Maker's summer was hotter than this one, and near as long. There were fools, even in the citadel, who took that to mean that the great summer had come at last, the summer that never ends. But in the 7th year, it broke suddenly, and we had a short autumn and a terrible long winter. Still, the heat was fierce while it lasted. Old Town steamed and sweltered by day and came alive only by night. We would walk in the gardens by the river and argue about the gods. I remember the smells of those nights, my lord. Perfume and sweat, melons ripe to bursting, peaches and pomegranates, nightshade and moonbloom. I was a young man then, still forging my chain. The heat did not exhaust me as it does now. Pycelle's eyes were half closed. "My pardons, Lord Eddard. You did not come to hear foolish meanderings of a summer forgotten before your father was born. Forgive an old man his wanderings if you would. Minds are like swords, I do fear. The old ones go to rust. Ah, here is our milk." The girl returned and placed a tray between them. The maester smiled at her. "Sweet child." He lifted a cup, sipped and nodded. "Thank you, you may go." She did, and Pycelle looked at Ned again. "Now, where were we? Oh yes, you asked about Lord Arryn." "I did." Ned sipped his own milk. It was cold, which he liked, but too sweet. "If truth be told, the Hand had not seemed quite himself for some time," Pycelle said. "We had sat together on council many a year, he and I, and the signs were there to read, but I put them down to the great burdens he had borne so faithfully for so long. Those broad shoulders were weighed down by all the cares of the realm, and more besides. His son was ever sickly, and his lady wife so anxious that she would scarcely let the boy out of her sight. It was enough to weary even a strong man, and the Lord Jon was not young. Small wonder if he seemed melancholy and tired, or so I thought at the time. Yet now I am less certain." He shook his head. "What can you tell me of his final illness?" The Grand Maester opened his arms helplessly. "He came to me one day asking after a certain book, as hale and healthy as ever, though it did seem to me that something was troubling him deeply. The next morning he was twisted over in pain, too sick to rise from bed. Maester Coleman thought it was a chill on the stomach. The weather had been hot, and the Hand often iced his wine, which can upset the digestion. When Lord Jon continued to weaken, I went to him myself, but the gods did not grant me the power to save him." "I have heard that you sent Maester Coleman away." Pycelle nodded, very slowly. "I did, and I fear that Lady Lysa will never forgive me that. Maybe I was wrong, but at the time I thought it best. Maester Coleman is like a son to me, and I yield to none in my esteem for his abilities. But he is young, and the young ofttimes do not comprehend the fertility of an older body. He was purging Lord Arryn with wasting potions and pepper juice, and I feared he might kill him." "Did Lord Arryn say anything to you during his final hours?" The Maester frowned. "In the last stage of his fever, the Hand called out the name Robert several times, but whether he was asking for his son or for the king I could not say. Lady Lysa would not permit the boy to enter the sick room, for fear that he too might be taken ill. The king did come, and he sat beside the bed for hours, talking and joking of times long past, in hopes of raising Lord Jon's spirits. His love was fierce to see. Was there nothing else? No final words? When I saw that all hope had fled, I gave the hand the milk of the poppy, so he should not suffer. Just before he closed his eyes for the last time, he whispered something to the king and his lady wife, a blessing for his son. The seed is strong, he said. At the end, his speech was too slurred to comprehend. Death did not come until the next morning, but Lord Jon was at peace after that. He never spoke again. Ned took another sip, his stomach turning from the sweetness. Did it seem to you that there was anything unnatural about Lord Arryn's death? Unnatural? The old man's voice was thin. No, I could not say so. Sad for a certainty, yet in its own way, death is the most natural thing of all, Lord Eddard. Jon Arryn rests easy now, his burdens lifted at last. This illness that took him, said Ned. Had you ever seen its like before, in other men? Near 40 years I have been Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms, Pycelle replied. Under our good King Robert and Aerys Targaryen before him, and his father Jaehaerys II before him, and even for a few short months under Jaehaerys' father, Aegon the Fortunate, the fifth of his name. I have seen more of illness than I care to remember, my lord. I will tell you this. Every case is different, and every case is alike. Lord Jon's death was no stranger than any other. His wife thought otherwise. The Grand Maester nodded. I recall now, the widow is sister to your own noble wife. If an old man may be forgiven his blunt speech, let me say that grief can derange even the strongest and most disciplined of minds, and the Lady Lysa was never that. Since her last stillbirth, she has seen enemies in every shadow, and the death of her lord husband left her shattered and lost. So you are quite certain that Jon Arryn died of a sudden illness? I am, Pycelle replied. If not illness, my good lord, what else could it be? Poison, Ned suggested quietly. The half-closed eyes snapped open. The old man shifted in his seat again. A disturbing thought. We are not the free cities where such things are common. Grand Maester Althamir wrote that all men carry murder in their hearts, yet even so, the poisoner is beneath contempt. He quieted for a moment, deep in thought. What you suggest is possible, my lord, yet I do not think it likely. Every hedge maester knows the common poisons, and Lord Arryn displayed none of the signs. And the hand was loved by all. What sort of monster in man's flesh would dare to murder such a noble lord? I have heard it said that poison is a woman's weapon. Pycelle stroked his beard, thinking. It is said, women, cravens, and eunuchs. He hawked and spat, and the ravens above them cawked loudly. The Lord Varys was born a slave in Lys, did you know? Put not your trust in spiders, my lord. This was nothing Ned needed to hear. Varys made him uncomfortable every time they met by just being there. I will remember that, Maester, and I thank you for your help. I have taken enough of your time. He stood. The Grand Maester got on his feet slowly and accompanied Ned to the door. I hope I have helped in some small way to put your mind at ease. If there is any other service I might perform, you need only ask. One thing, Ned said. I should be curious to examine the book that you lent Jon, the day before he fell ill. I fear you would find it of little interest, Pycelle said. It was a ponderous tome by Grand Maester Molen on the lineages of the great houses. Still, I should like to see it. Pycelle opened the door. As you wish, I have it here somewhere. When I find it, I shall have it sent to your chambers straight away. You have been most courteous, Ned told him. Then casually he said, one last question, if you would be so kind. You mentioned that the king was at Lord Arryn's bedside when he died. I wonder, was the queen with him? Why, no, Pycelle said. She and the children were making the journey to Castle Rock in company with her father. Lord Tywin had brought a retinue to the city for the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day, no doubt hoping to see his son Jaime win the champion's crown. In that he was sadly disappointed. It fell to me to send the Queen word of Lord Arryn's sudden death. Never have I sent off a bird with a heavier heart. Dark wings, dark words, Ned murmured. Old Nan used to say that when Ned was just a boy. So the fishwives say, Grand Maester Pycelle agreed. But we know it is not always so. When Maester Lewin's bird brought the word about your Bran, the message lifted every true heart in the castle, did it not? As you say, Maester. The gods are merciful. Pycelle bowed. Come to me as often as you like, Lord Eddard. I am here to serve. Yes, Ned thought, as the door swung shut. But whom? Ned headed back to his chambers. On his way, he ran into Arya, who was trying to balance on one leg. Her bare feet were scuffed. Arya, what are you doing? Syrio says a water dancer can stand on one toe for hours. She windmilled her arms, trying to steady herself. Ned smiled. Which toe? He teased. Any toe, Arya said, exasperated. She switched legs with a hop, swaying but keeping her balance. Must you do your standing here? He asked. It's a long, hard fall down these steps. Syrio says a water dancer never falls. She put her other foot down. Father, will Bran come and live with us now? Not for a long time, sweet one, he told her. He needs to win his strength back. Arya bit her lip. What will Bran do when he's of age? Ned lowered himself on one knee beside her. He has years to find that answer, Arya. For now, it is enough to know that he will live. On the night the message from Winterfell arrived, Lord Eddard had taken his daughters to the godswood of the castle, overlooking the river. Surrounded by black cottonwood and elms stood the heartwood, an old oak. They had knelt before it and thanked the gods for Bran. They stayed for a long time, and first Sansa had fallen asleep, then Arya. Ned stayed up until dawn. I dreamt of Bran, Sansa had whispered to him. I saw him smiling. He was going to be a knight, Arya was saying now. A knight of the King's Guard. Can he still be a knight? No, Ned said. He didn't want to lie. Yet someday he may be the lord of a great holdfast and sit on the king's council. He might raise castles like Brandon the Builder, or sail a ship across the sunset sea, or enter your mother's faith and become the High Septon. He could do all that, but he will never be running with his wolf, Ned thought sadly, nor will he know the touch of a woman or sire a son. Arya looked at him curiously. Can I be a king's counselor and build castles and become the High Septon? You, Ned said, kissing her forehead, will marry a king and rule his castle, and your sons will be knights and princes and lords, and yes, perhaps even a High Septon. Arya grimaced. No, she said, that's Sansa. She pulled one of her long legs up, continuing her practice. Ned left her with a sigh. Back in the rooms, Lord Eddard took his sweet-stained tunic off and poured some cold water on his head. Alan came when he was wiping his face. My lord, he said, Lord Baelish is without and begs audience. Escort him to my solar, Ned said, reaching for the lightest tunic he could find. I'll see him at once. Littlefinger was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the knights training below. If only Selmy's mind were as nimble as his blade, he said wistfully, our council meetings would be a good deal livelier. Sir Barristan is as valiant and honourable as any man in King's Landing. Ned had nothing but respect for the old knight. And as tiresome, Littlefinger added, though I dare say he should do well in the tourney. Last year he unhorsed the Hound, and it was only 4 years ago that he was champion. Very few things interested Ned less than who might win the upcoming tourney. Is there a reason for this visit, Lord Peter, or are you here simply to enjoy the view from my window? Littlefinger smiled. I promised Cat I would help you in your inquiries, and so I have. This was a surprise. promise or not, he did not trust Baelish at all. "You have something for me." "Someone," Littlefinger corrected. "4 someones, if truth be told. Had you thought to question the hand's servants?" Ned frowned. "Would that I could." Lady Arryn took her household back to the Eyrie. His squire? That was a nice surprise. A man's squire was as good of a source for information as he could hope for. "Sir Hugh of the Vale," Littlefinger said. "The king knighted the boy after Lord Arryn's death." "I shall send for him," Ned said, "and the others." Littlefinger winced. "My lord, step over here to the window if you would be so kind." "Why?" "Come and I'll show you, my lord." Ned did as he was told with a frown on his face. Baelish made a gesture. "There, across the yard, at the door of the armory. Do you see the boy squatting by the steps honing a sword with an oil stone?" "What of him?" "He reports to Varys. The spider has taken a great interest in you and all your doings." He turned, indicated to another man. "Now glance at the wall, farther west, above the stables. The guardsmen leaning to the ramparts?" Ned nodded. "Another of the eunuch's whisperers?" "No, this one belongs to the queen. Notice that he enjoys a fine view of the door to this tower, the better to note who calls on you. There are others, many unknown even to me. The Red Keep is full of eyes. Why do you think I hid Cat in a brothel?" Eddard Stark hated such intricacies. "7 hells," he swore. It looked to him that the man on the wall was watching him directly. Feeling uneasy, Ned stepped away from the window. "Is everyone someone's informer in this cursed city?" "Scarcely," said Littlefinger. He mocked, counting on his fingers. "Why, there's me, you, the king. Although, come to think of it, the king tells the queen much too much, and I'm less than certain about you." He stood up. "Is there a man in your service that you trust utterly and completely?" "Yes," said Ned. "In that case, I have a delightful palace in Valyria that I would dearly love to sell to you." Littlefinger said with a mocking smile. The wiser answer was no, my lord. "But be that as it may, send this paragon of yours to Sir Hugh and the others. Your own comings and goings will be noted, but even Varys the Spider cannot watch every man in your service every hour of the day." He walked to the door. "Lord Peter," Ned called after him, "I am grateful for your help. Perhaps I was wrong to distrust you." Littlefinger touched his pointy little beard. "You are slow to learn, Lord Eddard. Distrusting me was the wisest thing you've done since you've climbed down off your horse." And this is where Eddard V ends. Ironically, the potboy gives Eddard all the clues he needs to solve who killed Jon Arryn. After reading the book provided by Grand Maester Pycelle, Ned could deduce that Jon was worried for his son and arguing with his wife Lysa about fostering him with Stannis, whom he was visiting armorers with despite the two never previously being close. We also see the first hints in this chapter that Pycelle is a Lannister crony and directly had a hand in killing Jon Arryn. Pycelle is super loyal to House Lannister. He convinces Aerys to open the gates to Tywin's army during Robert's rebellion, never betrayed any Lannister secrets, and even went to great lengths to cover them up. He testified against Marjorie, immediately sent for Kevan when Cersei was arrested by the Faith, and essentially did everything he could to further Lannister interest despite Cersei, Jaime, and Tyrion all mistreating him. However, the reason why seems to be revealed in Jaime I, A Feast for Crows at Lord Tywin's funeral. Of all the mourners, Grand Maester Pycelle had seemed the most distraught. "I have served 6 kings, he told Jaime after the second service, while sniffing doubtfully about the corpse. "But before here lies the greatest man I ever knew. Lord Tywin wore no crown, yet he was all a king should be." Now, here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. When Ned talks with Maester Pycelle, it starts in the small council chamber after a meeting of the small council. In the book, Littlefinger tells Ned not only about Hugh, but about 3 other people who belong to Jon Arryn's household. A kitchen girl, a stable hand who joined the city watch, and a potboy. Jory speaks with all of them, but only the potboy provides useful information. Meanwhile, in the show, there is only mention made of Sir Hugh of the Vale. Jon IV. Jon was practicing with Daeron when the new recruit arrived. "Your feet should be further apart," he urged. "You don't want to lose your balance. That's good. Now pivot as you deliver the stroke. Get all your weight behind the blade." But Daeron stopped instead, lifting his visor. "Seven gods," he murmured. "Will you look at this, Jon?" Jon turned around. Through his visor, he spotted the fattest boy he has ever seen, standing in the yard. Jon thought the boy could have easily weighed 20 stones. His many chins covered most of the collar of his richly embroidered fur coat. The fat boy looked around nervously, wiping his sweaty hands on his doublet. They told me to come here for training," he said awkwardly. "A lordling," Pip observed. "Southern, most like near Highgarden." Pip had been around the Seven Kingdoms with a troop and was proud of his ability to tell where people were just by the way they talked. A scarlet huntsman was embroidered on the fat boy's surcoat, but Jon couldn't place the sigil. So Alliser seized the boy up. "It would seem they have run short of poachers and thieves down south. Now they send us pigs to man the wall. Is fur and velvet your notion of armor, my lord of Ham?" But the new boy had real armor. A padded doublet with leathers and mail, a helm and even a wooden shield, sporting the same striding huntsman. None was black though, so Sir Alliser ordered the boy to get appropriate ones from the armory. This took a while. The boy's size forced Donal Noy to take a hauberk apart and enlarge it with leather panels. No helm was big enough for the boy until Noy took the visor off. The rest was still too tight, so the newcomer could barely move. Once ready, he looked like a sausage about to burst. "Let us hope you are not as inept as you look," Sir Alliser said. "Holder, see what Sir Piggy can do." Jon shuddered. Holder grew up in a quarry and was the apprentice of a stonemason. At 16, his strikes were harder than anyone Jon had faced. "This will be uglier than an oar's arse," Pip muttered, and it was. It was a short fight. In less than a minute, the fat boy was on the ground, his helmet broken and his head bleeding. "I yield!" he shrilled. "No more! I yield! Don't hit me!" Some of the boys laughed, but Sir Alliser didn't think the boy had enough. "On your feet, Sir Piggy," he called. "Pick up your sword." But he stayed down, and the knight turned to Howder. "Hit him with the flat of your blade until he finds his feet." Howder smacked the boy's face gently. "You can hit harder than that," Alliser Thorne taunted. Howder hefted his sword and delivered a blow so hard that the flat of the blade tore up the leather. The new recruit screeched. Jon stepped forward, but Pip grabbed his arm. "Jon, no," the small boy whispered, glancing at Sir Alliser nervously. "On your feet," Thorne repeated. The fat boy tried to rise, but slipped and fell back down. "Sir Piggy is starting to grasp the notion," Sir Alliser observed. "Again." Howder lifted his sword. "Cut us off our ham!" Ras laughed. Jon shook off Pip's hand. "Howder, enough!" Howder looked at Thorne. "The bastard speaks, and the peasants tremble," the man said coldly. "I remind you that I am master at arms here, Lord Snow." "Look at him, Howder," Jon urged, ignoring Thorne. "There's no honor in beating a fallen foe." He yielded. He knelt beside the fat boy. Howder let his sword down. "He yielded," he echoed. Sir Alliser stared at Jon. "It would seem our bastard is in love," he said, as Jon helped the fat boy up. "Show me your steel, Lord Snow." Jon drew his blade. He felt like he's crossing a line, but it was too late to turn back. Sir Alliser smiled. "The bastard wishes to defend his lady love, so we shall make an exercise of it. Rast, Pimple, help us Stonehead here." Rast and Albert moved to join Howder. "3 of you ought to be sufficient to make Lady Piggy squeal. All you need to do is get past the bastard." "Stay behind me," Jon said. Fighting 2 was nothing new for Jon, but Sir Alliser never sent 3 at him. He would go to bed bloody and bruised, he already knew, as he got ready for the attack. Pip showed up on his side. 3-2 will make for better sport, the small boy said cheerfully. He dropped his visor and drew his sword. Before Jon could say something, Gren was there too, to be their third. The yard was now quiet, and Jon felt Sir Alice's eyes on himself. "Why are you waiting?" he asked Rast and the others in a false, soft voice. Yet Jon moved first. Howder could barely parry, and he had to move back as Jon kept on attacking. "Know your foe," Sir Roderick always said. Jon knew Howder, mighty but impatient, and weak on defense. If he annoyed him enough, the large boy will make a mistake. Steel sang as the others joined the fight. Jon blocked a cut aimed at his head, the impact running down at his arms. He countered with a side strike that hit true, and Howder grunted. The next strike got Jon on his shoulder. Though his chainmail crunched and pain stabbed his neck, Jon saw the opening Howder left him. The young man paid for a momentary loss of balance as Jon cut at his legs, downing him. Next to them, Gren was holding his ground, but Pip was in trouble. Rast was older and bigger than him and pressed him hard. Jon stepped towards them and hit the Raper's helmet hard. As Rast was trying to find his footing, Pip used his chance to knock the bigger boy down, and he leveled his sword at Rast's throat. Jon was already on Gren's side and Albert backed away from them. "I yield," he shouted. Sir Alistair Thorne looked at them with disgust. "The murmur's farce has gone on long enough for today." He walked away. The session was at an end. Daeron helped Howder up. The large boy pulled off his helm and threw it away frustrated. "For an instant, I thought I finally had you, Snow." "For an instant you did," Jon replied. Under his mail and leather, his shoulder was aching. He put his sword away and tried to take his helmet off, but raising his arm hurt too much. "Let me," a voice said. Thick fingers helped his helmet off gently. "Did he hurt you?" "I've been bruised before." He touched his shoulder and winced. The others were walking away. Blood matted the fat boy's hair where Howder hit him. "My name is Samwell Tarly of Horn..." He stopped. I was of Hornhill until I left. I've come to take the Black. My father is Lord Randall, a bannerman to the Tyrells of Highgarden. I used to be his heir, only..." His voice trailed off. "I'm Jon Snow, Ned Stark's bastard of Winterfell." Samwell Tarly nodded. If you want, you can call me Sam. My mother calls me Sam." "You can call him Lord Snow," Pip said. "You don't want to know what his mother calls him." "These two are Gren and Piper," Jon said. "Gren's the ugly one," Pip said. Gren scolded him. "You're uglier than me. At least I don't have ears like a bat." "My thanks to all of you," the fat boy said gravely. "Why didn't you get up and fight?" Gren asked. "I wanted to, truly, I couldn't. I didn't want him to hit me anymore." He looked at the ground. I fear I'm a coward. My lord father always said so." Gren looked shocked. Not even Pip knew what to say, and he always did. What kind of a man admits to being a coward? Samwell must have known what they were thinking. He looked at Jon. I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to be like I am." He walked away heavily. Jon called after him. "You were hurt," he said. "Tomorrow you'll do better." Sam looked back with a mournful face. "No, I won't," he said, blinking back tears. "I never do better." Gren frowned at him. "Nobody likes cravens," he said uncomfortably. "I wish we hadn't helped him. What if they think we're craven too?" "You're too stupid to be craven," Pip told him. "I am not," Gren said. "Yes, you are. If a bear attacked you in the woods, you'd be too stupid to run away." "I would not," Gren insisted. "I'd run away faster than you." Then he stopped, scowling at Pip, who was grinning. His neck flushed red. Jon left them to their argument and went back to the armory. Here, he hung up his sword and stripped off his armor. Life at Castle Black had its patterns. Sword practice every morning, work every afternoon. New recruits had gotten many different tasks, so it could be seen where their talents lay. Jon liked the afternoons when he was sent out with Ghost to bring game for the Lord Commander, but those were rare. When he wasn't hunting, He was helping Jon I in the armory, spinning whetstone and pumping bellows. If not that, he was used as a messenger, or a guard, or even a stable boy. Once or twice, he even helped Maester Aemon with his birds, or counted inventory for Bowen Marsh. That afternoon, he was to scatter gravel on top of the wall. A lonely and boring task, even with Ghost at his side, but Jon didn't mind. On good days, one could see half the world from the wall. It was a great place for thinking, and today, Jon was thinking about Samwell Tarly and, oddly, about Tyrion Lannister. Mostly, he was wondering what Tyrion would say about the fat boy, once the dwarf told him that men would rather deny the truth than face it. Jon knew that the world was full of cravens pretending to be heroes, and thought maybe it was actually an odd sort of courage that made Tarly admit his cowardice. His sore shoulder slowed Jon down. It was late in the afternoon when he finished graveling the paths. He watched the sun turn the western sky red, and finally, when it dunked behind the horizon, Jon went down too. Dinner was almost done when Jon and Ghost entered the common hall. A group was playing dice near the fire. Jon's friends were laughing at a story Pip was telling. He was a born liar with many voices, and he didn't tell a tale as much as he lived it, playing all the parts himself. If he had to embody a girl, he was using a high falsetto voice that made the friends laugh, and every time a eunuch was part of the story, his voice grew eerily similar to Sir Alice's. Jon liked Pip's antics as much as the next boy, but tonight he turned away, and went to sit with Samwell Tarly, who occupied a spot on the benches as far from everybody as he possibly could. Samwell was finishing his pork pie when Jon sat down. The boy stared at Ghost with wide eyes. "Is that a wolf?" "A direwolf," Jon said. "His name is Ghost. The direwolf is the sigil of my father's house." "Ours is a striding huntsman," Samwell Tarly said. "Do you like to hunt?" Samwell shuddered. "I hate it." He looked as if he was going to cry again. "What's wrong now?" Jon asked him. "Why are you always so frightened?" Sam just shook his head, too scared to talk. Pip's squeaking voice earned a burst of laughter as Jon stood. "Let's go outside." Sam's round face was suspicious. "Why? What will we do outside?" "Talk," Jon said. "Have you seen the wall?" "I'm fat, not blind," Samwell Tarly said. "Of course I saw it. It's 700 feet high." But he stood, wrapping himself in his fur-lined cloak, and followed Jon out. He was still wary, as though thinking a cruel prank was ahead. Ghost legged it behind them. "I never thought it would be like this," Sam said as they walked, his words steaming. Already, he was panting as he tried to keep up with Jon. "All the buildings are falling down, and it's so cold?" Frost was crunching under their boots as they went. Sam nodded miserably. "I hate the cold," he said. "Last night I woke up in the dark and the fire had gone out, and I was certain I was going to freeze to death by morning." "It must have been warmer where you come from." "I never saw snow until last month. We were crossing the Barrowlands, me and the men my father sent to see me north, and this white stuff began to fall, like a soft rain. At first I thought it was so beautiful, like feathers drifting from the sky, but it kept on and on, until I was frozen to the bone. The men had crusts of snow in their beards and more on their shoulders, and still it kept coming. I was afraid it would never end." Jon smiled. The wall towered over them, glistening in the moonlight. In the clear sky, stars were burning. "Are they going to make me go up there?" Sam asked. His face soured further as he looked at the wooden stairs. "I'll die if I have to climb that." "There's a winch," Jon said, pointing. "They can draw you up in a cage." Samwell Tarly sniffed. "I don't like high places." It was too much, even for Jon, and he frowned. "Are you afraid of everything?" he asked. "I don't understand. If you are truly so craven, why are you here? Why would a coward want to join the Night's Watch?" Samwell looked at him for a long moment, his face darkening. Then he sat down on the frost-covered ground and started to cry, sobbing so his whole large body was shaking. Jon didn't know what to do. The tears came as if they would never end. Ghost, however, had the answer. He moved closer, silently, and licked Sam's face. The boy cried out in surprise, but in the next moment he was laughing. Jon joined in the laughter. Soon they were both sitting, wrapped in their cloaks with the direwolf between them. Jon recalled how Robb had found the wolves when they were pups. It felt like ages ago. Then he told Sam about Winterfell. "Sometimes I dream about it," he said. "I'm walking down this long, empty hall. My voice echoes all around, but no one answers, so I walk faster, opening doors, shouting names. I don't even know who I'm looking for. Most nights it's my father, but sometimes it's Robb instead, or my little sister Arya, or my uncle." Talking about Benjen saddened him. The man was still missing. The old bear sent out rangers to find Benjen Stark. 6 times men went out, but all they found was the marks Benjens had left on the trees. There were stony highlands in the northwest, and there the markings ceased altogether. "Do you ever find anyone in your dream?" Sam asked. Jon shook his head. "No one. The castle is always empty." Jon never told anyone this, and he couldn't fathom why he did now. It felt bad to talk about the dream. Even the ravens are gone from the rookery, and the stables are full of bones. That always scares me. I start to run then, throwing open doors, climbing the tower 3 steps at a time, screaming for someone, for anyone. And then I find myself in front of the doors to the crypts. It's black inside, and I can see the steps spiraling down. Somehow, I know I have to go down there, but I don't want to. I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me. The old kings of winter are down there, sitting on their thrones with stone wolves at their feet and iron swords across their laps. But it's not them I'm afraid of. I scream that I'm not a Stark, that this isn't my place. But it's no good. I have to go anyway. So I start down, feeling the walls as I descend, with no torch to light the way. It gets darker and darker until I want to scream. Jon stopped, feeling rather embarrassed. That's when I always wake. And when he did, he thought, his skin was always clammy from sweat, and he was still cold, and Ghost would jump on the bed to comfort him. On nights like that, he went back to sleep with his face pressed into the wolf's fur. "Do you dream of Horn Hill?" Jon asked. "No." Sam's mouth grew tight and hard. "I hated it there." Sam scratched Ghost behind the ear, and Jon let the silence envelop them. After a while, Sam started to talk, and Jon listened. The mystery of how a self-proclaiming coward ended up on the wall was solved for him. The house of Tarly was an old one, bannerman to Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. As the eldest son of Lord Randall Tarly, Sam was the heir of land and honor, a strong keep, and even a Valyrian sword called Heartsbane, a blade 500 years old. But if Samwell's father was glad to have sired a son, he soon had forgotten it. The boy grew up to be clumsy and soft. He loved music, making up songs, and wearing comfortable velvets and playing in the kitchen where the cooks made lemon cakes. He was passionate about books, kittens, and dancing. What he hated was the sight of blood, and he got ill even if a chicken was slaughtered in front of him. Masters in arms came, a dozen of them, but none was able to forge a knight out of Sam, however much his father wanted it. No amount of cursing, beating, whipping, and starving would change that. Some made him sleep in chainmail, others shamed him, but Samwell remained fat and frightened. At last, Lord Randall, angered and loathing, grew in him towards his firstborn. One time, Sam confided, whispering, 2 men came to the castle, warlocks from Karth with white skin and blue lips. They slaughtered a bull Orcus and made me bathe in the hot blood, but it didn't make me brave as they promised. I got sick and wretched. Father had them scourged. At last, after having 3 girls in 3 years, Lady Tarly gave birth to another boy. Lord Randall ignored Sam from then on as if he never existed, giving all his time to the new boy, who turned out to be fierce and robust, just as the old man always wanted. Years of peace followed, which Samwell Tarly spent with books and music. This lasted until his 15th name day. Early in the morning, his horse was already waiting for him. 3 men-at-arms took him to the woods where his father was waiting for him. Lord Randall was skinning a deer when Sam arrived. "You are almost a man grown now, and my heir," Lord Randall Tarly had said to his eldest son, his long knife working as he spoke. "You have given me no cause to disown you, but neither will I allow you to inherit the land and title that should be Dickon's. Heartsbane must go to a man strong enough to wield her, and you are not worthy to touch her hilt. So I have decided that you shall this day announce that you wish to take the Black. You will forsake all claim to your brother's inheritance and start north before evenfall. If you do not, then on the morrow we shall have a hunt, and somewhere in these woods your horse will stumble, and you will be thrown from the saddle to die. Or so I will tell your mother. She has a woman's heart and finds it in her to cherish even you, and I have no wish to cause her pain. Please do not imagine that it will truly be that easy should you think to defy me. Nothing would please me more than to hunt you down like the pig you are." His arms were red to the elbow as he laid the skinning knife aside. "So there is your choice. The Night's Watch," he reached inside the deer, ripped out his heart and held it in his fist. "Or this." Sam recalled all of this in a flat voice, as if it had happened to someone else. Oddly enough, Jon thought, the other boy did not cry now. After Sam finished speaking, they just sat there, listening to the cold wind. Finally, Jon talked. "We should go back to the common hall." "Why?" Sam asked. Jon shrugged. "There's hot cider to drink, or mulled wine if you prefer. Some nights Daeron sings for us, if the mood is on him. He was a singer before. Well, not truly, but almost, an apprentice singer." "How did he come here?" Sam asked. "Lord Rowan of Goldengrove found him in bed with his daughter. The girl was 2 years older, and Daeron swears she helped him through her window, but under her father's eyes she named it so here he is." When Maester Aemon heard him sing, he said his voice was honey poured over thunder. Jon smiled. "Toad sometimes sings too, if you call it singing, drinking songs he learned in his father's wine sink. Pip says his voice is piss poured over a fart." They both laughed at that. "I should like to hear them both," Sam said. "But they would not want me there." His face got anxious. "He's going to make me fight again on the morrow, isn't he?" "He is," Jon said. Clumsily, Sam got to his feet. "I had better try to sleep." He drew his cloak tighter around him and walked off. The others were all still in the common hall when Jon and Ghost returned. "Where have you been?" Pip asked. "Talking with Sam," he said. "He truly is craven," said Gren. "At supper, there were still places on the bench when he got his pie, but he was too scared to come sit with us." "The Lord of Ham thinks he's too good to eat with the likes of us," suggested Jaren. "I saw him eat a pork pie," Toad said, smirking. "Do you think it was a brother?" He made oinking noises. "Stop it," Jon snapped angrily. The others fell silent, surprised by his sudden anger. "Listen to me," Jon said, and he told them what he wanted to do. Pip was with him. That was no surprise. More so, Howder, who backed Jon up immediately. Gren hesitated, but Jon knew how to convince him. One after another, they all agreed. Jon cajoled and shamed and threatened until they did. All of them but Rast. "You girls do as you please," Rast said, "but if Thorne sends me against Lady Piggy, I'm going to slice me off a rasher of bacon." He laughed in Jon's face and left. Later that night, when everyone was asleep, 3 of them visited Rast in his cell. Gren held down his arms and Pip took care of his legs by sitting on them. Then Ghost jumped onto Rast's chest and the boy's breathing quickened. The direwolf's eyes were burning red as his fangs scratched Rast's throat, just enough to break the skin. "Remember, we know where you sleep," Jon said softly. The next morning, Rast told Albert and Toad that he cut himself while shaving, and nobody, not even Rast, would ever hurt Samwell Tarly from that day forward. The boys would just stand and gently slap aside Sam's clumsy strikes, and even if Sir Alistair screamed at them to attack the fat boy, they would just tap his breastplate lightly. The Master-at-Arms raged, called them names and threatened them, but nobody would ever hurt Samwell. And a few nights later, following Jon's urging, Samwell joined them for the evening meal, sitting beside Howder. It took him weeks, but at last he even joined their conversation. He may have been fat and clumsy, but Samwell Tarly was not stupid. Eventually, he visited Jon at his cell. "I don't know what you did," he said, "but I know you did it." He looked away awkwardly. "I've never had a friend before." "We're not friends," Jon said. He put a hand on Sam's shoulder. "We're brothers." And he meant it. Jon reflected after Sam left his room. He would always love Robb and Bran and Rickon, but he was never a Stark. He was never one of them. Catelyn made sure of that. And though the walls of Winterfell still showed up in his dreams, Castle Black was here and now, and he had new brothers, Samwell and Howder, Gren and Pip, and all the others of the Night's Watch. "My uncle spoke truly," he whispered to Ghost. He wished to see Benjen again, so he could tell him that. And this is where Jon IV ends. Now, this chapter mentions someone who becomes very important in the later books and might play a decisive role in the Winds of Winter: Randyll Tarly. This belief, from Kevin Lannister's opinion of the Lord of Horn Hill as the finest soldier in the realm, a poor hand for peacetime, but with Tywin dead, there's no better man to finish this war. And in Kevin's epilogue, he thinks that Tarly is the real danger, a narrow man, but iron-willed and shrewd. And he's in possession of Marjorie at the end of A Dance with Dragons. It can also be easily argued that Samwell is a George R.R. Martin stand-in, since, like George, Sam appears useless in a medieval society, but is actually vitally important, and only thanks to modern society have we started to really value people like Samwell and George. Now, here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the show, Castle Black is shown to have walls, but in the books it has none. So the Night's Watch can only defend against enemies coming from the north, and not rebel against the Seven Kingdoms, which has happened in the past. In the show, it is Rast who attacks Samwell, and then Jon alone who has to take on Rast, Gren, and Pip. In the show, Sam tells Jon about his father ordering him to join the Night's Watch while skinning a deer. This scenario was used for the introduction of Tywin when he is talking to Jaime about living up to his destiny, which exemplifies Tywin and Randyll being very similar characters. "It's the hands tawny that's the cause of all the trouble, my lords," the commander of the City Watch told the King's Council. "The King's tawny," Ned corrected, cringing. "I assure you, the hand wants no part of it. Call it what you will, my lord. Knights have been arriving from all over the realm, and for every knight we get 2 free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 men-at-arms, a dozen merchants, 2 dozen and more thieves than I dare guess. This cursed heat had half the city in a fever to start, and now with all these visitors, last night we had a drowning, a tavern riot, 3 knife fights, 2 fires, robberies beyond count, and a drunken horse race down the Street of the Sisters. The night before a woman's head was found in the Great Sept, floating in the Rainbow Pool. No one seems to know how it got there or who it belongs to." "How dreadful," Varys said, shuddering. Lord Renly Baratheon was not as empathetic. "If you cannot keep the king's peace, Janos, perhaps the City Watch should be commanded by someone who can." Janos Slynt, a jowly, stout man, now puffed himself up angrily, his head reddening. "Aegon the Dragon himself could not keep the peace, Lord Renly. I need more men." "How many?" Ned asked, leaning forward. As always, King Robert did not see it necessary to be present, so it was the Hand making the calls. "As many as can be gotten, Lord Hand." "Hire 50 new men," Ned told him. "Lord Baelish will see that you get the coin." "I will," Littlefinger said. "You will. You found 40,000 golden dragons for a champion's purse. Surely you can scrape together a few coppers to keep the king's peace." Ned turned back to Janos Slynt. "I will also give you 20 good swords from my own household guard to serve with the watch until the crowds have left." "All thanks, Lord Hand," Slynt said, bowing. "I promise you they shall be put to good use." After the Lord Commander left, Lord Eddard addressed the rest of the council. "The sooner this folly is done with, the better I shall like it. The gold the treasury didn't have spent on this was bad enough, and so was all the crime the event brought. But what Ned hated even more was that everyone insisted on calling it the Hands Tourney, as if he wanted any of this. What's more, Robert thought he should have felt honored. "The realm prospers from such events, my lord," Grand Maester Pycelle said. "They bring the great the chance of glory, and the lowly a respite from their woes." "And put coins in many a pocket," Littlefinger added. "Every inn in the city is full, and the are walking bow-legged and jingling with each step." Lord Renly laughed. "We're fortunate my brother Stannis is not with us. Remember the time he proposed to outlaw brothels? The king asked him if perhaps he'd like to outlaw eating, shitting, and breathing while he was at it. If truth be told, I oftentimes wonder how Stannis ever got that ugly daughter of his. He goes to his marriage bed like a man marching to a battlefield, with a grim look in his eyes and a determination to do his duty." Ned did not find this funny. "I wonder about your brother Stannis as well. I wonder when he intends to end his visit to Dragonstone and resume his seat on this council." "No doubt as soon as we've scourged all those into the sea," Littlefinger replied, causing more laughter. "I have heard quite enough about oars for one day," Ned said, rising. "Until the morrow." Harwin was guarding the door of the Tower of the Hand when Ned returned. "Summon Jory to my chambers and tell your father to saddle my horse," Ned told him. "As you say, my lord." He was too tired, and it made him roar, Ned thought as he climbed the stairs. He missed his wife and the sound of his sons practicing swordplay, and even the cold of the north. Once alone, he took off his silks and sat, looking at the book while waiting for Jory. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children, by Grand Maester Mallion. Pycelle was right about it, a truly boring read. But Jon Arryn had wanted to read it, and Ned was sure he had his reasons. What they were, Lord Eddard couldn't see just yet. An old book it was. A century or so went since it was written, and nobody alive today could be in it. Ned opened the book again, reading the pages about the Lannisters, hoping to finally see what Jon Arryn had seen. Old family the Lannisters were, going back to Lan the Clever, who lived at the Age of Heroes alongside Bran the Builder. In the tales, Lan fought not with weapons, but his wits, and once stole the sun to brighten his blonde hair. Ned thought Lan might even be able to see through the damned book. There was a knock on the door, and Ned closed the book. Jory Castle entered. "I've promised the city watch 20 of my guard until the tourney is done," Lord Eddard told him. "I rely on you to make the choice. Give Alan the command and make certain the men understand that they are needed to stop fights, not start them." Ned got up and took out a light linen tunic. "Did you find the stable boy?" "The watchman, my lord," Jory said. "He vows he'll never touch another horse." "What did he have to say?" "He claims he knew Lord Arryn well. Fast friends they were," Jory snorted. "The Hand always gave the lads a copper on their name days, he says. Had a way with horses. Never rode his mounts too hard, and brought them carrots and apples, so they were always pleased to see him." "Carrots and apples," Ned repeated. Another useless boy. What's worse, he was the last of the 4 Littlefinger had found. Sir Hugh was unhelpful, as arrogant as a new knight could possibly be, demanding Ned visit him personally and refusing to talk to Jory. The service girl was much more polite, recalling that Lord Arryn had been reading too much, which made him melancholic and gruff. The potboy, as it turned out, had never talked to Jon Arryn, but knew many gossips. How Arryn and the king were quarreling, how the Hand barely ate, how he was obsessed with breeding hunting hounds. There was talk about Jon Arryn having made a magnificent new armor for himself too, with the help of Stannis Baratheon. Did our watchman recall anything else of note? "The lad swears Lord Jon was as strong as half a man his age, often went riding with Lord Stannis, he says." Stannis once again, Ned thought. It was curious. Jon Arryn and Stannis were always cordial, but never friendly. And now Stannis is gone, hiding out at Dragonstone, the old Targaryen fasthold. There was no word about his return. "Where did they go on these rides?" Ned asked. "The boy said they visited a brothel." "A brothel," Ned said. "The Lord of the Eyrie and the Hand of the King visited a brothel with Stannis Baratheon." Ned shook his head, wondering what Renly would say to this. While Robert's lust was immortalized in songs, Stannis was different. Stern, humorless, grim, living for nothing but his duty. "The boy insists it's true." "Which brothel?" Ned asked. The boy did not know. The guards would. "A pity Lysa carried them off to the Vale," Ned said dryly. "The gods are doing their best to vex us. Lady Lysa, Maester Coleman, Lord Stannis. Everyone who might actually know the truth of what happened to Jon Arryn is 1,000 leagues away." "Will you summon Lord Stannis back from Dragonstone?" "Not yet," Ned said. "Not until I have a better notion of what this is all about and where he stands." The whole thing bothered Ned. Why would Stannis leave? Was he behind Jon's murder? Or maybe scared for his own life? A logical assumption, only nothing scared Stannis Baratheon. He once lived on rats for an entire year while holding Storm's End's fortress. "Bring me my doublet if you would, the grey with the direwolf sigil. I want this armorer to know who I am. It might make him more forthcoming." Jory went to the wardrobe. "Lord Renly is brother to Lord Stannis as well as the king." Yet it seems that he was not invited on these rides. Ned wasn't sure he liked Renly, despite his friendly ways and easy smiles. Just a few days ago, Renly showed him a beautiful gold locket with a miniature painting of a lovely little girl in it. Renly wanted to know if the girl reminded Ned of anyone, and was disappointed when she didn't. She was Margaery Tyrell, who people often said looked like Lyanna. "No," Ned had told him, bemused. Maybe Renly, so like the young Robert once was, had a passion for a girl he thought was like Lyanna. The thought made Ned uncomfortable. Jory helped him put the doublet on. "Perhaps Lord Stannis will return for Robert's tourney," he said, as Jory laced the garment up. "That would be a stroke of fortune, my lord," Jory said. Ned belted on a sword. "In other words, not bloody likely." His smile was grim. Jory draped a cloak over Ned's shoulders, fastening it with the hand's badge. "The armorer lives above his shop in a large house at the top of the Street of Steel. Alan knows the way, my lord." Ned nodded. "The gods help this potboy if he sent me off herring after shadows." It was barely a clue, but Ned had never known Jon Arryn to wear silver-plated, fantastical armors. There must have been a reason, unless he changed his views, of course. It was possible, but Ned still wanted to make sure. "Is there any other service I might perform?" "I suppose you'd best begin visiting órehouses." "Hard duty, my lord," Jory grinned. "The men will be glad to help. Porther has made a fair start already." Ned's favorite horse was waiting for him. Two of his men, Varley and Jax, accompanied him, wearing steels despite the heat. Ned passed under the king's gate and into the city. He felt eyes on him, and he urged his horse to hurry. The guards followed. Ned was anxious and kept looking behind himself. Tomard and Desmond left early that day to make sure the route they must take was safe, and they passed it unfollowed. Yet Ned felt nervous. The thought of the spider and his little birds ate at him. It was called River Gate on maps, the spot where the Street of Steel began, but people always just called it the Mud Gate. A man on stilts went by, followed by delighted children squealing. A bit further, two boys of Bran's age were fighting with sticks, surrounded by a small audience. The duel ended when an old woman opened a window over the boys and threw a bucket of something on them. Shadowed by the wall, farmers stood, selling their produce. They found the Mudgate open and manned by the golden-cloaked city watchmen. Riders came from the west, prompting the watchmen into action. They commanded people aside so the company could pass. It belonged to a knight with a long black banner depicting a night sky cut up by purple lightning. "Make way for Lord Beric," a writer shouted. "Make way for Lord Beric." And behind them rode the lord himself on a black stallion, his hair red gold and his cloak starry like the night sky. "Here to fight in the hands tourney, my lord?" a guardsman asked. "Here to win the hands tourney," Lord Beric shouted back as the crowd cheered. Ned and his men turned off the street of steel and climbed a winding path between blacksmiths working at open forges, free riders bargaining for equipment, and ironmongers selling old blades. As they went, the buildings became larger. The man Ned wanted to see lived all the way up the hill in a large house overlooking the street. His double doors were carved with a hunting scene. Ned left his horse with Jax and opened the door. A slim serving girl recognized Ned's badge and sigil right away, and her master came hurried. "Wine for the king's hand," he told the girl, gesturing Ned to a couch. "I am Tobbo Moat, my lord. Please put yourself at ease." He was dressed richly, with a necklace sporting a precious stone large as an egg. "If you are in need of new arms for the hand's tourney, you have come to the right shop." Ned didn't correct him. "My work is costly, and I make no apologies for that, my lord," he said as he filled 2 matching silver goblets. "You will not find craftsmanship equal to mine anywhere in the 7 kingdoms, I promise you. Visit every forge in King's Landing if you like and compare for yourself. Any village smith can hammer out a shirt of mail. My work is art." Ned tasted the wine and let the man talk. Tobbo informed him that the Knight of Flowers bought all his armor here, as well as many of the High Lords, and even Lord Renly himself. The green plate with the golden antlers, the man boasted, was his work, and no other armorer could get even close to producing that color. Tobbo figured out a way to put the color into the steel itself instead of painting it, he told Ned. Then he went on, saying the hand might need a new sword, in which case he will be pleased to hear that Tobbo learnt at the Cahor forges how to work Valyrian steel. He knew the spells to reforge it. "The direwolf is the sigil of House Stark, is it not? I could fashion a direwolf helm so real that children will run away from you in the street," he vowed. Ned smiled. "Did you make a falcon helm for Lord Arryn?" Tobbo Moat got quiet and only talked after a long moment, putting his wine down. "The hand did call upon me, with Lord Stannis, the king's brother. I regret to say they did not honor me with their patronage." Ned said nothing and just looked at the man evenly. He learned long ago that silence was sometimes better than questions. "They asked to see the boy," the armorer said, "so I took them back to the forge." "The boy," Ned echoed. He had no idea who that boy might have been. "I should like to see the boy as well." Tobbo Moat gave him a careful look. "As you wish, my lord," he said, his voice now cold. He got up and Lord Eddard followed him across a small yard and into a stone barn. Hot air hit Ned as the armorer opened the door. There were forges in each corner, and the air was heavy with the smell of sulfur. Journeymen were hammering and bare-chested apprentices worked the bellows. The boy Tobbo called over was about Robb's age, but heavy with muscles. "This is Lord Stark, the new Hand of the King," the armorer told him. The boy looked at him sullenly, with blue eyes under sweat, soaked with hair black as ink. A shadow of a beard darkened his jaw. "This is Gendry, strong for his age, and he works hard. Show the hand that helmet you made, lad." Shyly, the boy went to the bench and showed Ned a steel helmet shaped like a bull's head, curving horns and all. Lord Eddard examined it, turned it over in his hands. It was still raw, but masterfully made. "This is fine work. I would be pleased if you would let me buy it." The boy snatched it back. "It is not for sale." Tobbo Moat looked terrified. "Boy, this is the king's hand. If his lordship wants this helm, make him a gift of it. He honors you by asking." "I made it for me," the boy said stubbornly. "100 pardons, my lord," his master said hurriedly to Ned. "The boy is crude as new steel, and like new steel, would profit from some beating. That helm is a journeyman's work at best. Forgive him, and I promise I will craft you a helm like none you have ever seen." "He has done nothing that requires my forgiveness. Gendry, when Lord Arryn came to see you, what did you talk about?" "He asked me questions is all, my lord." "What sort of questions?" The boy shrugged. "How was I? And was I well treated? And if I liked my work? And stuff about my mother. Who she was and what she looked like and all." "What did you tell him?" Ned asked. Gendry shoved his black hair back off his forehead. "She died when I was little. She had yellow hair, and sometimes she used to sing to me, I remember. She worked in an alehouse." "Did Lord Stannis question you as well?" "The bold one? No, not him. He never said no word, just glared at me, like I was some who had done for his daughter. "Mind your filthy tongue," Tobio said. "This is the king's own hand." The boy lowered his eyes. "A smart boy, but stubborn. That helm, the others call him bullheaded, so he threw it in their teeth." Ned touched the boy's head. "Look at me, Gendry." The apprentice obeyed. Ned studied his face, his jaw, his startling blue eyes. "Yes," he thought, "I see it now. Go back to your work, lad. I'm sorry to have bothered you." Lord Eddard left the foundry and walked back to the house with the armorer. "Who paid the boy's apprentice fee?" he asked lightly. Mott appeared fretful. "You saw the boy? Such a strong boy. Those hands of his? Those hands were made for hammers. He had such promise, I took him on without fee." "The truth now," Ned urged. "The streets are full of strong boys. The day you take on an apprentice without a fee will be the day the wall comes down. Who paid for him?" "A lord," the master said reluctantly. "He gave no name and wore no sigil on his coat. He paid in gold, twice the customary sum, and said he was paying once for the boy and once for my silence." "Describe him." "He was stout, round of shoulder, not so tall as you, brown beard, but there was a bit of red in it, I'll swear. He wore a rich cloak, that I do remember. Heavy purple velvet, worked with silver threads, but the hood shadowed his face, and I never did see him clear." Tobo hesitated for a moment. "My lord, I want no trouble." "None of us want trouble, but I fear these are troubled times, Master Moat," Ned said. "You know who the boy is." "I am only an armorer, my lord. I know what I am told." "You know who the boy is," Ned repeated patiently. "That is not a question." "The boy is my apprentice," Tobo said. He looked at Ned stubbornly. "Who he was before he came to me? That's none of my concern." Ned nodded and decided that after all, he liked the master armorer. "If the day ever comes when Gendry would rather wield a sword than forge one, send him to me. He has the look of a warrior. Until then, you have my thanks, Master Mott, and my promise. Should I ever want a helm to frighten children, this will be the first place I visit." Ned's men were waiting outside. "Did you find anything, my lord?" as Ned mounted his horse. "I did," Ned told him, deep in thought. Why did Jon Arryn want to see Robert's bastard, and why did he die for it? And this is where Eddard VI ends. Now, in A Storm of Swords, Tobbo Mott melts Eddard's Valyrian steel sword, Ice, to forge 2 new swords at Tywin Lannister's request. The armorer admits that he tried to colour the swords the crimson of House Lannister, but despite his spells, the steel darkened to grey and red patterns. However, whatever he means by spells, we have no idea. One sword is given to King Joffrey I Baratheon, who names it Widow's Wail. The other is given to Jaime Lannister, who names it Oathkeeper, when he gives it in turn to Brienne of Tarth. Here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the book, the conversation between Jory and Hugh occurs off-screen. In the show, both Mott and Gendry don't mention Stannis Baratheon accompanying Jon Arryn when he came to meet Gendry. In the show, like everyone else, Gendry's character is aged up. In the books, he is 16 years old, and in the show, he looks to be over 20. Catelyn V. "My lady, you ought to cover your head," Sir Roderick told her. "You will take a chill." "It is only water, Sir Roderick," Catelyn replied. Her hair was heavy with rain, and a strand was stuck to her forehead wetly. She imagined she must have looked ragged, but she didn't care. The raindrops on her face felt like mother's kisses, and she liked that. It reminded her of her childhood back at Riverrun. She imagined the godswood there, branches dripping water, her brothers' laughter as they played catch, Lysa making mud pies with her, their fingers dirty, Littlefinger ate them and got sick. They were all so young. She thought she had forgotten about all this a long time ago. Up north, the rain was cold and hard and often turned to ice, killing crops instead of nurturing them, not a sort of rain little girls were playing in. "I am soaked through," Sir Roderick complained. "Even my bones are wet." Woods leaned over them and the horses' hooves made little sucking noises in the mud. "We will want a fire tonight, my lady, and a hot meal would serve us both. There is an inn at the crossroads up ahead," Catelyn told him. Catelyn slept there many times when traveling with her father. Lord Hoster Tully used to be restless. Catelyn remembered the innkeep, a fat woman called Marcia Heddle, who smiled a lot and was always chewing sour leaf. She made honey-soaked sweet cakes, which Catelyn liked, but she didn't care for the smiles painted red by the sour leaf. "An inn," Sir Roderick said wistfully. "If only, but we dare not risk it. If we wish to remain unknown, I think it best we seek out some small holdfast." He drifted off, listening. The sounds of clinking chainmail and splashed water drifted up to them. "Riders," he said, his hand dropping to the hilt of his sword. Not even on the King's Road were they perfectly safe. They went around a bend and found them, a company of armed men trying to cross a running stream. The banner they carried was too soaked to see, hanging limp, but the riders wore indigo cloaks with a silver eagle on them. "Malisters," Sir Roderick whispered to her, though she knew it as well. "My lady, best pull up your hood." Catelyn did not. She saw Lord Jason Mallister and his son Patrick, accompanied by knights. They were going the opposite direction towards King's Landing, and Catelyn knew they must be planning on participating in the Hands Tourney. They were the umpteenth Catelyn and Sir Roderick saw in the last few days. Everyone seemed to travel south these days. Catelyn looked at Lord Jason openly. Last she saw him was at her wedding, where the Mallisters, as bannermen for the Tullys, were present. He was younger then, but he had salt in his brown hair now. He looked just as proud though. He looked fearless, and she envied that, as she feared so much lately. Lord Jason nodded curtly as they passed, but just as a High Lord would nod at a stranger. He did not recognize Catelyn. "He did not know you," Sir Roderick said after, wondering. He saw a pair of mud-spattered travelers by the side of the road, wet and tired. It would never occur to him to suspect that one of them was the daughter of his liege lord. "I think we should be safe enough at the inn, Sir Roderick." It was almost fully dark when they reached it, near the crossroads of the Trident. Masha Heddle was fatter and older, but she still chewed her sour leaves. She barely looked at them. "2 rooms at the top of the stair, that's all there is," she said, chewing. "They're under the bell tower. You won't be missing meals, though there's some thinks it's too noisy. Can't be helped, we're full up, or near as, makes no matter. It's those rooms or the road." They accepted the rooms, noisy as they might have been. "Leave your boots down here," Masha told them after they'd paid. "The boy will clean them. I won't have you tracking mud up my stairs. Mind the bell. Those who come late to meals don't eat." The ghastly red smiles Catelyn remembered remained absent, and so did the sweet cakes. The bell was indeed deafening. Catelyn was sitting at the window, wearing dry clothes. Then it started to toll. Through the glass full of bubbles and swept by rain, she could just see the muddy crossroads. This made her think. Turn west and they could ride to Riverrun. Catelyn yearned for her father's advice about all the things that troubled her right now. And if Winterfell needed to get ready for a war, so did Riverrun. So much closer to Castle Rock and King's Landing. But no, Lord Hoster was a weak man now, in bed for almost 2 years. And Catelyn's worries would only tax him further. To the east, the roads would be more treacherous, rocky foothills and thick forest up until the mountain keep of the Arryns, called the Eyrie, and the Fingers beyond. Catelyn would find her sister here, as well as some of the answers Ned was after. Lysa must have known more than she put in her letter. She might even have proof with which Ned could take the Lannisters down. Not to mention, if war came, they would be needing the Arryns and all the houses bannered to them. But the road between the mountains was dangerous. Animals, wild men, and nature itself threatened the traveller. Even Jon Arryn, powerful man as he was, only risked it with many swords on his side. Catelyn only had one old knight, more loyal than strong. No, she decided, Riverrun or the Eyrie are not where she was needed. Winterfell and her sons must be her only destination. She just needed to cross the neck, and she was north. where she could get help from any of Lord Eddard's bannermen. Though she couldn't see it in the rain and dusk now, Catelyn knew that just across stood the marketplace, and half a mile down the road a village, some 50 cottages surrounding a sept, maybe more than that after the long summer. The King's Road ran north from here, across fertile valleys and prospering towns. And alongside the road, the houses, blackwoods and brackens, always quarrelling with one another. Lady went, last of her family, all alone, the Freys in their twin castles, the Darrys and the Rygers and the Moontons, and all the smaller families, all loyal to the Tullys, to her father. But would that be enough if war comes? And would the houses even rally? Some fought on the Targaryen side back in the day, and some, like the Freys, didn't fight at all, just waited to join the winner. No, Catelyn thought, they must not let a war happen. So Rodrik stepped in the room just as the bell fell silent. "We had best make haste if we hope to eat tonight, my lady." "It might be safer if we were not knight and lady until we pass the neck," she told him. "Common travelers attract less notice. A father and daughter taken to the road on some family business, say." "As you say, my lady," Sir Rodrik agreed. She laughed and he realized his mistake. "The old courtesies die hard, my daughter." He reached for his long-gone whiskers and sighed. Catelyn took his arm. "Come, father," she said. "You'll find that Masha Heddle sets a good table, I think. But try not to praise her, you truly don't want to see her smile." The common room was long, with wooden kegs at one end and a fireplace at the other. There was a serving boy running around, and Masha drew beer from the kegs. The room was crowded, and the inn made for odd companions. Dyers with stained hands sat beside fishermen, muscly smiths next to old septons, hard sellswords talking to plump merchants. There were too many swords present for Catelyn's preference. 3 near the fire sported the red stallion of the Brackens, and a bigger party displayed the twin towers of House Frey. They were too young to know her face. The oldest must have still been a child when Catelyn moved to the north. So Rodrik found seats for them near the kitchen. Across them sat a handsome young man with his wood harp. "7 blessings to you, good folk," he said as they sat. "And to you, singer," Catelyn returned. So Rodrik demanded bread and meat and beer hungrily. The young singer stared at them and fired question after question, faster than Catelyn could have answered. "We left for King's Landing a fortnight ago," she replied, answering the safest of his questions. "That's where I'm bound," the youth said, as Catelyn thought he would. The singer was more interested in his own story rather than theirs. Singers always love their own voices, Catelyn mused. "The hands tawny means rich lords with fat purses. The last time I came away with more silver than I could carry, or would have if I hadn't lost it all betting on the Kingslayer to win the day." "The gods frown on the gambler," Sir Rodrik said sternly. As a true Northman, he disapproved of tournaments as much as Lord Eddard himself. "They frowned on me for certain," the singer said. "Your cruel gods and the Knight of Flowers altogether did me in." "No doubt that was a lesson for you," Sir Rodrik said. "It was. This time my coin will champion Sir Loras." The knight reached for his whiskers again. He couldn't answer the singer as the serving boy came, bringing bread and brown meat on skewers. Others had small onions on them with mushrooms and fire peppers. So Rodrik settled down with a good appetite as the boy ran to fetch some beer. "My name is Marillion," the singer said, plucking a string on his wood harp. "Doubtless you've heard me play somewhere?" "I fear not," she told him. He played a tentative note. "That is your loss," he said. "Who was the finest singer you've ever heard?" "Arya of Braavos," Sir Rodrik answered at once. "Oh, I'm much better than that old stick," Marillion said. "If you have the silver for a song, I'll gladly show you." "I might have a copper or two, but I'd sooner toss it down a well than pay for your howling," Sir Rodrik grumbled. He was well known for his opinion about musicians. It was all right for girls to play the harp, but he could not fathom why a healthy young boy would pick one up when he could hold a sword instead. "Your grandfather has a sour nature," Marillion said to Catelyn. "I meant to do you honor. A homage to your beauty. In truth, I was made to sing for kings and high lords. "Oh, I can see that," Catelyn said. "Lord Tully is fond of song, I hear. No doubt you've been to Riverrun?" "100 times," the singer said airily. "They keep a chamber for me, and the young lord is like a brother." Catelyn smiled, thinking about his brother Edmure. A singer once betted a girl Edmure fancied, and he hated the lot ever since. "And Winterfell?" she asked him. "Have you travelled north?" "Why would I?" Marillion asked. "It's all blizzards and bearskins up there, and the Starks know no music but the howling of wolves." In the distance, a door opened and closed. "Innkeep," a servant's voice called out. "We have horses that want stabling, and my Lord of Lannister requires a room and a hot bath." "Oh gods," Sir Roderick said. Marcia was bowing and smiling her terrible red smile. "I'm sorry, my lord, truly. We're full up, every room." 4 men, Catelyn counted. 1 was old, in the blacks of the Night's Watch, and 2 servants, flagging the 4th small figure. "My men will sleep in your stable, and as for myself, well, I do not require a large room, as you can plainly see." He grinned mockingly. "So long as the fire's warm and the straw reasonably free of fleas, I am a happy man." Masha Heddle was troubled. "My lord, there's nothing. It's the tourney, there's no help for it, oh!" Tyrion Lannister pulled out a coin and flipped it in the air, then caught it with quick fingers. As he did it again, Catelyn could see the flash of gold. A free rider in blue jumped to his feet. "You're welcome to my room, my lord." "Now there's a clever man," Lannister said, flicking the coin across the room. The free rider caught it in the air, still spinning. "And the nimble one to boot." The dwarf turned back to Masha. "You will be able to manage food, I trust." "Anything you like, my lord, anything at all," the innkeep promised. I hope he chokes on it, Catelyn thought. But the only choking she could imagine was Bran's, as the boy was drowning in his own blood. Lannister looked over a table. "My men will have whatever you're serving these people. Double portions, we've had a long hard ride. I'll take a roast fowl, chicken, duck, pigeon, it makes no matter, and send up a flagon of your best wine. Yoren, will you sup with me?" "Aye, my lord, I will," the Black brother said. The imp had never even looked towards the end of the long table, and Catelyn was thankful about that. But just then, Marillion bounded to his feet. "My lord of Lannister," he called out, "I would be pleased to entertain you while you eat. Let me sing you the lay of your father's great victory at King's Landing." "Nothing would be more likely to ruin my supper," Tyrion said dryly. His eyes, one green and one black, considered the singer for a moment, then moved on, just to find Catelyn. She tried to turn away, but was too late. The dwarf smiled. "Lady Stark, what an unexpected pleasure," he said. "I was sorry to miss you at Winterfell." The singer stared at her, first confused, then angrily, as Catelyn rose to her feet. Sir Roderick mumbled a curse. If only Lannister would have lingered at the wall a little longer. "Lady Stark?" Masha Heddle said thickly. "I was still Catelyn Tully the last time I bedded here," she told the innkeep. People were muttering all around, and eyes followed Catelyn's every move. She looked around, considering all the knights and free riders, breathing deeply to hide the hammering of her heart. It was a risk, she knew, but she heard herself saying all the same. "You, in the corner, is that the black bat of Harrenhal I see embroidered on your surcoat, sir?" The old man stood. "It is, my lady." "And is Lady Went a true and honest friend to my father, Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun?" "She is," the man replied stoutly. Sir Roderick stood, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Tyrion Lannister looked at Catelyn puzzled. "The red stallion was ever a welcome sight in Riverrun," she said, addressing the 3 men by the fire. "My father counts Janis Bracken among his oldest and most loyal bannermen." They exchanged uncertain looks. "Our lord is honored by his trust," one of them said hesitantly. "I envy your father all these fine friends," Lannister said, "but I do not quite see the purpose of this, Lady Stark." Catelyn ignored him and turned to the large blue party instead. It was all up to them. 20 or so men would decide the outcome of this. "I know your sigil as well, the Twin Towers of Frey. How fares your good lord, sir?" Their captain rose. "Lord Walder is well, my lady. He plans to take a new wife on his 90th name day, and he has asked for your lord father to honor the wedding with his presence." Tyrion chuckled, but Catelyn knew the dwarf had lost, even if he himself didn't yet. "This man came a guest into my house, and there conspired to murder my son, a boy of 7, she announced to the room, pointing. So Roderick was now on her side, blade naked. "In the name of King Robert and the good lords you serve, I call upon you to seize him and help me return him to Winterfell to await the king's justice." Catelyn couldn't decide which she enjoyed more, the sound of a dozen swords being drawn at once, or the shock on Tyrion Lannister's face. And this is where Catelyn V ends. The inn at the crossroads is actually pretty infamous for the amount of events that take place there. This includes Tyrion reuniting with his father after escaping the Vale, where Sandor Clegane and Arya Stark happen upon 3 of Gregor Clegane's men, Polliver and the Tickler, who they kill, and finally, the place where Brienne faces off against the men of the Brave Companion, Rogar and Biter, before being captured by the Brotherhood. Lastly, it was also raised during the reign of King Jaehaerys Targaryen while building the King's Road. Here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. Jason Mallister does not appear in the show and fails to recognize Catelyn. In the book, it is not Bronn, but an unnamed free rider who tells Tyrion that he can have his room. In the book, none of the Freys who are present at the inn give their swords to Catelyn. Sansa II. Sansa travelled to the Hands Tourney with Septa Mordane and Jean Poole in a curtained litter. The fine yellow curtains turned the whole world gold around them. Outside the walls, tents were erected, hundreds of them, swarmed around by thousands of city folks. It was so great, all of it, the shining armors, the chargers decorated with silver and gold, the banners, and of course, most of all, the knights. "It is better than the songs," she whispered in awe. They found their place amongst the high lords and ladies. Sansa wore a beautiful green gown complementing her auburn hair, and people were all around smiling when they saw her. They watched the heroes' procession, each more awe-striking than the last. The 7 knights of the Kingsguard came forth, each wearing scaled white armor. The only exception was Sir Jaime Lannister with a shining gold armor under his white cloak, accompanied by a lion's head helmet and a golden sword. Past them rode Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, and Lord Yorn Royce, whom Sansa knew from his visits from Winterfell. "His armor is bronze, thousands and thousands of years old, engraved with magic runes that ward him against harm," she whispered to Jean. Septa Mordane pointed out Lord Janos Mallister out for them, a man in indigo and silver, eagle wings on his helm. Back in the war, he defeated 3 of Rhaegar's bannermen. After him came the warrior priest Thoros of Myr, making the girls giggle with his flapping red cloak and bald head, even though the scepter told them that Thoros once climbed the walls of Pike with a burning sword in hand. There came others too, people not yet immortalized by song, hedge knights from the Fingers or Highgarden, or even as far as Dorne, as well as sons of great men or lesser houses. Some, though their names were not mentioned with great deeds just yet, would surely get their fame in the years to come. Sansa and Jean agreed. Sir Balon Swan, Lord Bryce Caron of the Marches, Bronze Yoren's heir, Sir Andor Royce, and his younger brother, Sir Robar. Their steel and silver plates sporting the same runes that protected their father. Sir Horace and Sir Hobar, the twins, and Lord Jason's son, Patrick. 6 of the Freys followed, Sir Jared, Sir Hostine, Sir Danwell, Sir Emmon, Sir Theo, Sir Perrywin, all descendants of Lord Walder, and even his bastard, Martin Rivers. Jean confessed to being scared of Jalabazo, the exiled prince of the Summer Isles, who wore a green and scarlet feather cape over his dark skin. She had no objection to the young Lord Beric Dondarrion though, whom she would marry in an instant as she proclaimed. The Hound was there too, and King Robert's brother, Lord Renly. Winterfell was represented by Jory, Allen, and Harwin. "Jory looks like a beggar among these others," Septa Mordane noted, and Sansa had to agree. Jory's armor was a blue-grey plate unadorned, covered by an old cloak. He still carried himself well and defeated Horace Redwyne and one of the Freys in jousting. In his third round, Jory faced a free rider called Lethor Brune who looked just as shabby as himself. Neither unhorsed the other, but Lethor delivered better blows and the king gave him the bout. Alan and Harwin didn't make it that far. Harwin was knocked off his horse by Sir Meryn of the Kingsguard, while Alan was defeated by Balon Swan. The jousting was a day-long event, and by dusk the hooves of horses tore up the field completely. Sansa and Jean enjoyed it greatly, crying out in excitement when lances exploded into splinters. Jean covered her eyes whenever someone fell, but Sansa watched that too. A lady always behaved. Septa Mordane was pleased with her. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, was brilliant. He unhorsed Sir Andar Royce and Lord Bryce Caron with ease, and defeated even Barristan Selmy, though the old knight made him sweat. Sandor Clegane and his gigantic brother Gregor both proved themselves worthy. Gregor even killed a man, his lance accidentally finding a slit in his opponent's armor. Sansa watched as the young knight fell. With the tip of Gregor's lance in his neck, blood soaking into the ground, his new armor did not serve the young man well. Jean cried so badly that the scepter took her away to get her composure back, but Sansa was fascinated. This was the first time she had seen a man die. She knew she should be crying too, but she didn't feel the tears coming. She might have used them all up for Lady and Bran. She kept telling herself that she would feel differently if it was Jory or her father, but she didn't know the young knight. He was just a stranger from the Vale of Arryn. He would get forgotten, Sansa thought. No songs for the fallen. That, at least, was sad. Once the body was taken away, a boy ran onto the field and shoveled dirt over the blood. The joust continued. Sir Balon Swan was also bested by Gregor, and Lord Renly fell to the hound. Renly was unhorsed so violently that he flew backwards and landed with a loud crack, but it was only his helm. One of the golden antlers had snapped off. Renly was gracious about his defeat, though, and even handed the antler to the hound as a token, but Sandor just scoffed and threw it away. It caused a bit of commotion as the townsfolk fought for it, and Lord Renly had to walk among them to restore peace. By then, Septa Mordane was back, alone. Jean felt sick and went back to the castle. Sansa nearly forgot about her friend. Some time later, they watched a hedge knight disgracing himself by killing Beric Dondarrion's horse. Lord Beric switched to a new horse, of which he was soon knocked off by Thoros of Myr. Knights and lords were fighting one after another. At the end, only 4 remained: the Hound and his brother, Jaime Lannister and Sir Loras Tyrell. The young man known as the Knight of Flowers. He was Mace Tyrell's youngest son, who lorded over Highgarden and was the Warden of the South. Loras was the youngest knight in the tourney with his 16 years, yet he defeated 3 knights of the Kingsguard. He was also the most beautiful man Sansa had ever seen, with his chest plate imitating a bouquet of flowers. The blanket on his horse held many white and red roses, and every time he won, he would ride slowly without his helmet and would toss a rose to some lucky maiden he spotted. Loras fought the young Royce in his last match of the day. So Robar's runes could not protect him from the Knight of Flowers, and he ended up in the mud. He had to be carried to his tent, but Sansa barely noticed it. She only had eyes for Sir Loras. When his white stallion stopped in front of her, she thought she could die. All the other maidens received white roses, but not Sansa. She was offered a red one. "Sweet lady," he said, "no victory is half so beautiful as you." Sansa accepted it timidly, struck silent by the knight's gallantry. From close, she could see his golden eyes and lazy brown curls. She was still clutching the rose when Sir Loras rode off. When she looked up from her flower, a man was standing over her. He was short with a pointy beard and silver in his dark hair. He looked almost as old as father. "You must be one of her daughters," he said to her. His eyes weren't smiling with his mouth. "You have the Tully look." "I'm Sansa Stark," she said uneasily. The man was clad in a rich furred cloak showing a mockingbird, and had the manner of a high lord, but Sansa did not recognize him. "I have not had the honor, my lord." Septa Mordane intervened. "Sweet child, this is Lord Peter Baelish of the King's Small Council." "Your mother was my queen of beauty once," the man told her quietly. His breath smelled of mint. "You have her hair." He touched Sansa's locks gently, and then he turned away and left. It was late by then, and King Robert decided that the last 3 matches should be fought tomorrow morning. As the common folks walked back home, the court moved to the riverside, where a feast was waiting. 6 monstrous aurochs were roasting, kitchen boys spraying them with butter and herbs as they turned slowly. There was fresh bread and strawberries. Sansa and Septa Mordane had seats of high honor just to the left of the king and queen's podium. Prince Joffrey sat beside Sansa at one point, and she felt her throat tighten. They had not spoken since that unfortunate debacle back at the Trident. At first, Sansa hated him for what happened to Lady, but soon she convinced herself that it wasn't Joffrey's fault. Neither was it the Queen's, though she gave the order. No, it was all Arya's doing. Sansa couldn't hate Joffrey, especially not tonight when he was so beautiful. He was wearing a deep blue doublet adorned with golden lions' heads, and on his forehead he had a slim coronet of gold and sapphires. His hair was the same color. Sansa trembled as she looked at him, afraid he might hate her or ignore her. But no, Joffrey smiled, kissed her hand, and said, "Sir Loras has a keen eye for beauty, sweet lady." "He was too kind," she said modestly, though her heart was still pounding. "Sir Loras is a true knight. Do you think he will win tomorrow, my lord?" "No," Joffrey said. "My dog will do for him, or perhaps my uncle Jaime. And in a few years, when I am old enough to enter the lists, I shall do for them all." He waved a servant close and received a flagon of iced summer wine. He poured some to Sansa. The girl looked nervously at Septa Mordane, but Joffrey filled the old lady's cup too, and she thanked the prince graciously. Though her cup was refilled every time it emptied, Sansa could not recall the taste of wine later. She didn't need wine. She was drunk on the magnitude of the night. Beauties about which she dreamed all her life, not daring to hope to be around them. Musicians sang to the king, jugglers entertained the rest. The king's fool, a simple man called Moonboy, was dancing all around, mocking everyone so precisely that Sansa wondered if he was truly a simpleton. Not even Septa Mordane could deny a laugh from him. Joffrey was knightly. He talked to Sansa all night, making her laugh and giving her compliments, and even explaining Moonboy's jokes to her. Sansa was awestruck and forgot about Septa Mordane being there at all. Courses came and went. Barley soup, salads, snails and honey. This one was new to Sansa, but Joffrey showed her how to get the snail out and gave her the first bite himself. After, trout came baked in clay, which Joffrey cracked open for her. He served her the meat too, even though his movements betrayed that his right arm was still hurting him. Joffrey never mentioned it. After the main course, sweetbreads were served, pigeon pies and baked apples and lemon cakes. But by then, Sansa was too full to eat anything more. She was still complimenting a piece of the lemon cake when King Robert started to shout. The king was getting louder and louder as the evening went by. Every now and again, Sansa heard him laugh or roar a command, but until now, she couldn't make out his words. But now he was heard. "No!" he thundered, drowning everyone out. He was on his feet, swerving and brandishing a goblet of wine. "You do not tell me what to do, woman," he screamed at Queen Cersei. "I am king here. Do you understand? I rule here. And if I say that I will fight tomorrow, I will fight." Every eye was on the king now. Sansa spotted Sir Barristan and Lord Renly, and even the odd short man who touched her hair, but none said a word. The queen's face was impossible to read, a white mask and nothing more. She got up silently and stormed off, trailing servants behind. Sir Jaime put a hand on Robert's shoulder, but the king shook him off so violently that the man fell. King Robert scoffed. The Great Knight. I can still knock you in the dirt. Remember that, Kingslayer. He hit his own chest with his goblet, splashing wine all over his silk tunic. Give me my hammer, and not a man in the realm can stand before me. Jaime rose. As you say, Your Grace. His voice was stiff. Finally, Lord Renly came, smiling. You've spilled your wine, Robert. Let me bring you a fresh goblet. Sansa was so invested in all this that Joffrey startled her by touching her arm. It grows late, the prince said. He had a curious expression on his face, as if not seeing Sansa at all. Do you need an escort back to the castle? No, Sansa began, but then Septa Mordane, snoring with her head on the table. I mean to say, yes, thank you. That would be most kind. I am tired, and the way is so dark. I should be glad for some protection. Joffrey called, Dog! Sandor Clegane showed up as if he was forming out of shadows. Instead of armor, he wore a red woolen tunic with a dog's head on it. His burnt face was shining in the torchlight. Yes, Your Grace, he said. Take my betrothed back to the castle and see that no harm befalls her, the prince told him brusquely. He then left without saying a word to Sansa. Did you think Joff was going to take you himself? The hound laughed. It sounded like a snarling dog. Small chance of that. He pulled her on her feet. Come, you're not the only one who needs sleep. I've drunk too much, and I may need to kill my brother tomorrow. He laughed again. Suddenly, scared, Sansa tried to wake the scepter with no success. King Robert had left already, and the benches were getting empty. Sansa's beautiful dream had ended. Clegane picked up a torch and set out, Sansa following. The ground was rocky and uneven, and the dancing light made it even harder to walk. Sansa had to watch carefully where she stepped. They crossed the field with the pavilions, passing armors hung outside. The silence grew heavy. Sansa, though hated even to look at Clegane and feared him greatly, was raised well. A lady wouldn't care about his face. She braced herself. You rode gallantly today, Sir Sandor, she made herself say. Sandor Clegane snarled. Spare me your empty little compliments, girl, and your sirs. I am no knight. I spit on them and their vows. My brother is a knight. Did you see him ride today? Yes, Sansa whispered, trembling. He was gallant, the hound finished. Sansa knew he was mocking her. No one could withstand him, she managed. This, at least, was true. The hound stopped suddenly, and Sansa had to as well. Some scepter trained you well. You're like one of those birds from the Summer Isles, aren't you? A pretty little talking bird, repeating all the pretty little words they taught you to recite. That's unkind. Sansa felt uneasy. You're frightening me. I want to go now. No one could withstand him, the hound rasped. That's true enough. No one could ever withstand Gregor. That boy today, his second joust, oh, that was a pretty bit of business. You saw that, did you? Fool boy, he had no business riding in this company. No money, no squire, no one to help him with that armor. That gorget wasn't fastened proper. You think Gregor didn't notice that? You think Sir Gregor's lance rode up by chance, do you? Pretty little talking girl, you believe that. You're empty-headed as a bird for true. Gregor's lance goes where Gregor's wants it to go. Look at me, look at me! Clegane forced her face upwards and squatted so she could see him. There's a pretty for you. Take a good long stare. You know you want to. I've watched you turning away all the way down the King's Road. Piss on that. Take your look. His fingers held her face like iron. His eyes were drunken and angry, and she had to look. The right side of Sandor Clegane's face was gaunt and sharp, eyes grey under a bushy brow. His nose was hooked, and his hair, dark and long, brushed sideways. He had no hair on the other side of his face though. The left side was in ruins. The ear burnt away, leaving but a hole. His eyes worked, but the skin around it was melted and twisted, black at some places like old leather. His bone was showing down on his jaw. Sansa started to cry. The hound let her go and dropped his torch. No pretty words for that, girl. No little compliments the scepter taught you. Sansa didn't say anything. The man went on. Most of them, they think it was some battle, a siege, a burning tower, an enemy with a torch. One fool asked if it was dragon's breath. His laugh was now softer, but bitter too. I'll tell you what it was, girl. Sansa could smell the wine on his breath as he talked. I was younger than you. 6, maybe 7. A woodcarver set up shop in the village under my father's keep, and to buy favor, he sent us gifts. The old man made marvelous toys. I don't remember what I got, but it was Gregor's gift I wanted. A wooden knight, all painted up. Every joint pegged separate and fixed with strings so you could make him fight. Gregor is 5 years older than me. The toy was nothing to him. He was already a squire, near 6 foot tall, and muscled like an ox. So I took his knight, but there was no joy to it, I tell you. I was scared all the while, and true enough, he found me. There was a brazier in the room. Gregor never said a word, just picked me up under his arm and shoved the side of my face down in the burning coals and held me there while I screamed and screamed. You saw how strong he is. Even then, it took 3 grown men to drag him off me. The Septons preach about the 7 hells. What do they know? Only a man who's been burnt knows what hell is truly like. My father told everyone my bedding had caught fire, and our maester gave me ointments. Gregor got his ointments too. 4 years later, they anointed him with the 7 oils, and he recited his knightly vows, and Rhaegar Targaryen tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Arise, Sir Gregor." His rasping voice died down. He was still crouching in front of Sansa, just a shadow in the darkness. He was breathing heavily. Sansa realized that she felt sorry for him, and that made all her fear go away. The silence stretched long. Slowly she put her hand on his shoulder. "He was no true knight," she whispered to him. The hound roared. Sansa stumbled backwards, but he caught her arm. "No," he growled at her. "No, little bird, he was no true knight." For the remainder of the way, Sandor Clegane was silent. He took her to the carts, told the driver to go to the Red Keep, and accompanied Sansa inside. The ride was silent too, though through King's Gate and up in the city. Clegane didn't abandon her after either, and walked her up to her door. "Thank you, my lord," Sansa said meekly. The hound caught her arm once more. "The things I told you tonight," he said, his voice now rough again. "If you ever tell Joffrey, your sister, your father, any of them." "I won't," Sansa whispered. "I promise." But the hound wasn't done. "If you ever tell anyone," he finished, "I'll kill you." Now, this chapter looks to subvert any romanticism of knights as honorable and chivalrous through Sir Gregor Clegane, who may be an anointed knight, but embodies none of the traits he is supposed to adhere to. While in contrast, Sandor, Sir Duncan, and Brienne, all 3 of whom are not knights. Sandor, because he rejects the falsehoods that come with being a knight. Sir Duncan lied about being knighted and therefore is not truly an anointed knight, and Brienne, who is not allowed entry into knighthood because of her gender, are easily the truest knights of all of Westeros. This chapter is also significant because in Sansa I, A Storm of Swords, Sansa talks to Loras on her way to meet with Marjorie and the Queen of Thorns and asks Loras about the red rose he gave her. "You gave me a rose, a red rose. You threw white roses to the other girls that day." It made her flush to speak of it. "You said, 'No victory was half as beautiful as me.'" So Loras gave her a modest smile. "I spoke only a simple truth that any man with eyes could see." He doesn't remember, Sansa realized, startled. He is only being kind to me. He doesn't remember me, or the rose, or any of it. She had been so certain that it meant something, that it meant everything. A red rose, not a white. This was probably meant to show how we attach meaning where none was meant. Sansa then goes on to displease Loras by trying to make the rose meaningful. Moreover, Littlefinger's queer encounter with Sansa is noticeable, and this might have been the exact moment when he decided to include her in the plans in place of Catelyn, because, like her mother, you have the Tully look, and you have her hair. Littlefinger leaves abruptly without saying anything sarcastic like he normally does. Lastly, in the joust, Harwin was unhorsed by Meryn Trant, and Alan fell to Sir Balon Swan. Jaime narrowly defeated Barristan, and Thoros of Myr defeated Beric Dondarrion. Now, here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the show, the Hound isn't shown participating in the tourney, and he spends all his time on the royal pavilion. In the show, there is no feast where Robert gets drunk and declares he will fight in the melee, and Sansa is escorted by the Hound. Rather, in the show, it is Peter who tells Sansa the origins of how the Hound got his burnt face. Daenerys IV. Vaes Dothrak's horse gate was made of 2 enormous bronze stallions rearing, with their hooves touching 100 feet above the road. Daenerys was confused. Why would a city that had no walls or buildings need a gate? But it was still there all the same, great and beautiful, and she could see the distant blue mountains through it. Khal Drogo and his blood riders rode under the gate. Dany followed on her silver, accompanied by Ser Jorah and Viserys, now allowed to have a horse again. The Dothraki called him Khal Rhaemar, the Sorefoot King, ever since Daenerys made him walk that day. Khal Drogo was generous enough to offer Viserys a seat on a cart, and the young king accepted. Of course, this was just further mockery. In a Khalasar, only the crippled, the eunuch, and women giving birth traveled by cart. Soon, Viserys earned another nickname, Khal Rhaegat, the Cart King. The man believed this was Khal Drogo's way to apologize, and Dany asked Ser Jorah not to educate her brother in the Dothraki ways, lest Viserys would be ashamed again. Ser Jorah thought Viserys could use it, but obeyed Daenerys all the same. Khal Drogo was harder to convince, but Dany, as a wife, had her ways, and in the end, Viserys was allowed to have a mount once more. "Where is the city?" Daenerys asked as they passed under the bronze arch. She could see no buildings, just grass and the road itself, lined with old monuments stolen from lands the Dothraki raided. "Ahead," Ser Jorah answered, "under the mountain." They rode on. Statues of forgotten heroes and nameless gods loomed on each side of the road. Stone King stared at Dany out of chipped and stained faces as she passed. Monsters and young maidens, dragons made of iron, griffins, manticores, and other beasts she could not name spotted the grass all around. Some of the statues were hard to look at, too strange for the eye. And Ser Jorah explained they must have come from the Shadowlands beyond Ashai. "So many," Daenerys said, "and from so many lands." Viserys was not impressed. "The trash of dead cities," he sneered. He had enough sense to use the common tongue though, which was understood by only a few Dothraki. Dany still looked around nervously. "All these savages know how to do is steal the things better men have built. And kill." He laughed. "They do know how to kill, otherwise I'd have no use for them at all." "They are my people now," Dany said. "You should not call them savages, brother." "The dragon speaks as he likes," Viserys said, but he still used the common tongue. Aggo and Rhaenyra behind them couldn't understand him, and Viserys gave them a mocking smile. "See, the savages lack the wit to understand the speech of civilized men." They were passing a huge monolith, 50 feet tall, covered in moss. Viserys barely gave it a glance. "How long must we linger amidst these ruins before Drogo gives me my army? I grow tired of waiting." "The princess must be presented to the Dosh Khaleen." "The crones, yes," Viserys interrupted, "and there's to be some murmur show of a prophecy for the whelp in her belly. You told me. What is that to me? I'm tired of eating horse meat, and I'm sick of the stink of these savages." He sniffed at his own clothes. It was filthy, like all the heavy wools and silks he had brought to the journey. "The Western market will have food more to your taste, your grace. The traders from the free cities come there to sell their wares. The Khal will honor his promise in his own time," Ser Jorah answered. "He had better," Viserys said grimly. "I was promised a crown, and I mean to have it. The dragon is not mocked." Then he rode off to inspect a statue of a six-breasted woman more closely. Dany was anxious. "I pray that my sun and stars will not keep him waiting too long," she told Ser Jorah. The knight stared after the king with doubt. "Your brother should have bided his time in Pentos. There is no place for him in a Khalasar. Illyroy tried to warn him." He will go as soon as he has his 10,000. My lord husband promised a golden crown. Mormont grunted. Yes, Khaleesi, but the Dothraki look on these things differently than we do in the West. I have told him as much, as Illyroy told him, but your brother does not listen. The Horse Lords are no traders. Viserys thinks he sold you, and now he wants his price. Yet Khal Drogo would say he had you as a gift. He will give Viserys a gift in return, yes, in his own time. You do not demand a gift, not of a Khal. You do not demand anything of a Khal. It is not right to make him wait. Dany wasn't sure why she was still defending her brother. Viserys says he could sweep the Seven Kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers. Ser Jorah snorted. Viserys could not sweep a stable with 10,000 brooms. The young woman didn't pretend to be surprised at the knight's disdainful tone. What if it were not Viserys? She asked. If it was someone else who led them, someone stronger, could the Dothraki truly conquer the Seven Kingdoms? Ser Jorah gave this some thought. When I first went into exile, I looked at the Dothraki and saw half-naked barbarians, as wild as their horses. If you had asked me then, princess, I should have told you that 1,000 good knights would have no trouble putting to flight 100 times as many Dothraki. But if I asked you now? Now, the knight said, I am less certain. They are better riders than any knights, utterly fearless, and their bows outrange ours. In the Seven Kingdoms, most archers fight on foot, from behind a shield wall or a barricade of sharpened stakes. The Dothraki fire from horseback, charging or retreating, it makes no matter. They are full as deadly, and there are so many of them, my lady. Your lord husband alone counts 40,000 mounted warriors in his Khalasar. Is that truly so many? Your brother Rhaegar brought as many men to the Trident, Ser Jorah admitted, but of that number, no more than 1/10 were knights. The rest were archers, free riders, and foot soldiers armed with spears and pikes. When Rhaegar fell, many threw down their weapons and fled the field. How long do you imagine such a rabble would stand against a charge of 40,000 screamers howling for blood? How well would boiled leather jerkins and mailed shirts protect them when the arrows fall like rain? Not long, she said. Not well. He nodded. Mind you, princess, if the lords of the Seven Kingdoms have the wit the gods gave a goose, it will never come to that. The riders have no taste for siegecraft. I doubt they could take even the weakest castle in the Seven Kingdoms. But if Robert Baratheon were fool enough to give them battle... Is he? Dany asked. A fool, I mean? The knight considered this for a moment. Robert should have been born Dothraki, he replied at last. Your Khal would tell you that only a coward hides behind stone walls instead of facing his enemy with a blade in hand. The usurper would agree. He is a strong man, brave, and rash enough to meet a Dothraki horde in the open field. But the men around him, well, their pipers play a different tune. His brother Stannis, Lord Tywin Lannister, Eddard Stark. Jorah spat. You hate this Lord Stark, Dany said. He took from me all I loved, for the sake of a few lice-ridden poachers and his precious honor. The knight said bitterly. The subject still pained him. It was clear to Dany. Jorah changed it quickly. There, he announced, pointing. Vaes Dothrak, the city of the Horse Lords. Following Khal Drogo and the Blood Riders, they crossed the Great Bazaar of the Western Market. Dany was staring all around, seeing something strange wherever she looked. Vaes Dothrak was immense, yet without walls or bridges. An ancient city, even the buildings were odd. Stone pavilions, huge mansions woven from grass, wooden towers, marble pyramids, log halls. None of them are alike, she said. Your brother had part of the truth, Ser Jorah admitted. The Dothraki do not build. 1,000 years ago, to make a house, they would dig a hole in the earth and cover it with a woven grass roof. The buildings you see were made by slaves brought here from lands they've plundered, and they built each after the fashion of their own peoples. Daenerys just noticed that most of them were deserted. Where are the people who live here? She asked. The Bazaar was swarming, but just a bit further she scarcely saw a soul. Only the crones of the Dosh Khaleen dwell permanently in the sacred city, them and their slaves and servants, Ser Jorah explained. Yet Vaes Dothrak is large enough to house every man of every Khalasar, should all the cows return to the mother at once. The crones have prophesied that one day that will come to pass, and so Vaes Dothrak must be ready to embrace all its children. Finally, Khal Drogo halted his riders near the Eastern Market, full of goods brought in from Yitai, Ashai, and the Shadowlands. They stopped in the shadow of the Mother of Mountains. Daenerys smiled, remembering how Illyroy's slave girl told her to expect a place with 200 rooms and silver doors. In reality, it was an enormous feasting hall of timber with a silk roof against the rain. Around, there were fire pits and many small earthen houses covered in grass. A small group of slaves had gone ahead days ago to prepare for their arrival. Now Khal Drogo swung down from the saddle and handed his arak alongside all other weapons to one of them. Not even the mighty Khal was exempt from the rules. As Ser Jorah told Dany, it was forbidden to carry a blade at Vaes Dothrak, as well as shedding any free man's blood. Even Khalasar's feuding would put a pause on their war while near the Mother of Mountains. All Dothraki were one blood and one Khalasar here. Drogo's oldest blood rider, Kaholo, came to Dany. He was a bold man, squat and scarred, due to a mace hitting his face when he was protecting a young Drogo from his father's enemies. He has served the Khal ever since. Blood riders were common. Every Khal had them. At first, they were the Dothraki equivalent of the Kingsguard, but soon she learned that they are much more. Drogo called them blood of my blood, and for a reason, for they were brothers to the Khal. When a Khal died, his riders lived only long enough to avenge him, then followed their leader into the grave willingly. Jiqui told Daenerys that in some Khalasars, the riders shared the Khal's food, wine, tent, and often his wife too, but never his horse. A horse was a single possession every Dothraki had. Dany was glad that Drogo was not that much of a traditionalist. She didn't wish to be shared. Old Kaholo was kind to her, but the others scared her badly. Huge and silent Hago staring at her, and Kotho a truly cruel man. Dora's skin was always bruised when Kotho touched her, and Eerie cried when she had to spend the night with the Blood Rider. Even the horses were wary of Kotho. Even so, the men were bonded to her husband for life and in death, so Dany had no choice but to accept them. Sometimes she even wished that her father were guarded by such men. Old tales and songs told how noble and valiant the Kingsguard was, yet King Aerys was killed by one of them. A handsome boy he was then, and now he's called the Kingslayer. And then there was Sir Barristan Selmy the Bold, who still served, even now the usurper. Daenerys wondered if all men in the Seven Kingdoms were that treacherous. She vowed to give her unborn son his own blood riders so he could sit on the Iron Throne in safety. Khaleesi, Kaholo said, in Dothraki, Drogo, who was blood of my blood, commands me to tell you that he must ascend the Mother of Mountains this night, to sacrifice to the gods for his safe return. Daenerys was aware that only men were allowed to visit the Mother. Drogo and his blood riders would go at night and return by dawn. Tell my sun and stars that I dream of him, and wait anxious for his return, she said, thankful. She was thankful for a night's rest. Being pregnant, she got tired more easily, but it only enhanced Drogo's desires, and his nighttime visits left her exhausted. Doree showed Dany to the hollow hill she and Drogo would stay. It was nice and cool. Jiqui, a bath please, she commanded, craving the hot water on her tired body. Dany enjoyed the thought of not having to ride off in the morning. It felt good to know that they will stay at one place for a while. The water was, as she liked it, scalding hot. I will give my brother his gifts tonight, Daenerys decided as Jiqui was washing her hair. He should look a king in the sacred city. Doria, run and find him and invite him to sup with me. Viserys was always nicer to the Lyseni girl than the others, maybe because Illyroy let him bed her. Eerie, go to the bazaar and buy fruit and meat, anything but horseflesh. Horse is best, Eerie said. Horse makes a man strong. Viserys hates horse meat. As you say, Khaleesi. Eerie returned with goat meat and a basket full of fruits and vegetables. Jiqui prepared the meal, and Dany laid down the clothes she made for Viserys: tunic and leggings of white linen, leather sandals, a bronze belt, and leather vest with dragons on it. She hoped that the Dothraki would respect her brother more if he looked less like a beggar, and that the gift would help him forgive her for that day in the grass. Viserys was, after all, her king, blood of the dragon. Daenerys was laying out the cloak, a sand silk green thing, when her brother arrived, dragging Dorry by the arm. Her face was red where Viserys had hit her. "How dare you send me this oar to give me commands?" he demanded, shoving the handmaid roughly to the carpet. Daenerys was taken by surprise. "I only wanted... Dorry, what did you say?" "Khaleesi, pardons, forgive me. I went to him, as you bid, and told him you commanded him to join you for supper." "No one commands the dragon," Viserys snarled. "I am your king. I should have sent you back her head." The girl sobbed, but Dany calmed her with a touch. "Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you. Sweet brother, please forgive her. The girl misspoke herself. I told her to ask you to sup with me, if it pleases your grace." She took his hand and led him across the room. "Look, these are for you." Viserys frowned, looking at his present. "What is all this?" "New raiment. I made it for you." Dany smiled shyly. He looked at her with disgust. "Dothraki rags. Do you presume to dress me now?" "Please, you'll be cooler and more comfortable. And I thought, maybe if you dressed like them, the Dothraki..." She wasn't sure how to finish without angering him further. "Next you'll want to braid my hair." "I'd never." He was cruel, when she only wanted to help. "You have no right to a braid. You have won no victories yet." This was not a wise thing to say. Viserys' lilac eyes were bright with anger, but he didn't dare to strike her, not with the handmaidens around and guards outside. Instead, he picked up the cloak and sniffed at it. "This stinks of manure. Perhaps I shall use it as a horse blanket." "I had Dorry sew it specially for you," Dany said, her feelings hurt. "These are garments fit for a cow." "I am the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, not some grass-stained savage with bells in his hair," Viserys spat. He grabbed her arm. "You forget yourself, slut. Do you think that big belly will protect you if you wake the dragon?" His hold was painful, and Dany felt like a child again, weeping while he raged. But now she reached out with her other hand and grabbed the first thing she found. The belt with the heavy ornate bronze chain that she wanted to give Viserys. She swung it with all her might. It was a good hit, getting her brother square in the face. He let her arm go. Blood was running down on Viserys' face where the edge of the stone of the medallion cut it open. "You are the one who forgets himself," Dany said. "Didn't you learn anything that day in the grass? Leave me now, before I summon my cars to drag you out, and pray that Khal Drogo does not hear of this, or he will cut open your belly and feed you your own entrails." Viserys climbed back onto his feet. "When I come into my kingdom, you will rue this day, slut." He left, palms over his face, not taking his gifts. The beautiful sand silk cloak was ruined by splatters of blood. Dany grabbed it and sank to her sleeping mat. "Your supper is ready, Khaleesi," Jiqui announced. "I'm not hungry," Dany said quietly. She felt very tired. "Share the food among yourselves, and send some to Ser Jorah if you would." Then she added, "Please bring me one of the dragon's eggs." Eerie fetched the green one for her, with the bronze flecks among its scales. Daenerys curled up around it, pulling the bloody cloak over herself and the egg like a blanket. She liked to hold the eggs. They were beautiful, and being close to them made her feel better, stronger even, and braver, as if the dragons inside lent her their strength. She was still clutching the egg when she felt the child in her move. He was greeting his dragon brother in the egg, Dany thought. "You are the dragon," she whispered to him. "The true dragon. I know it. I know it." Then she slept and dreamed of home. And this is where Daenerys IV ends. This chapter definitely builds on the last chapter, with Daenerys coming into her own as not just an extension of Viserys, but her own person with her own agency. Lastly, it is a little suspicious how Dora misunderstood Daenerys' request as an order, since she has been with Daenerys long enough to know she wouldn't ever order her brother to do anything, and she even said, "Dora, run and find him and invite him to sup with me." This chapter also foreshadows the possibility of Dothraki one day becoming one Khalasar under the control of Daenerys in the Winds of Winter. Here are the differences between the HBO TV show and book. In the show, Jorah doesn't seem to hate Lord Eddard Stark, while in the books he spits at the mention of his name. Lastly, in the show, Daenerys and Jorah don't have as many conversations about how utterly incapable Viserys would be at retaking the Seven Kingdoms. And that's it for this chapter and for this video. Thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching, but before you go, our book The Queen Games is coming soon. Pre-orders are open right now, and they directly support the future of the series. We've also dropped a cinematic trailer. The link is below if you want to first look at the world, the cultures, and the queens who fight to rule. And this part is important. You decide what happens next. There's a voting page linked below where you can influence the direction of all future books, alliances, betrayals, and all major decisions. Check out the links in the description, and remember to subscribe for more.